We're not started yet. We're going to start in just a moment. But everybody should have one of these crazy charts of random numbers. And if you would, just put that aside for a moment. We're going to look at it in a few minutes. And Mark, you tell me when to start. We ready? We're not started yet. We're going to start in just a moment. But everybody should have one of these crazy charts of random numbers. And if you would, just put that aside for a moment. We're going to look at it in a few minutes. And Mark, you tell me when to start. We ready? Okay, we'll go ahead and start. My name is Bill Williams, and this is about Chaos, a new map for traders. Have a lot of material to share with you. If I get to talking too fast, which I have a tendency to do, just raise your hand and tell me to slow down, this kind of thing. First of all, what we want to accomplish in this 90 minutes is I'd like to share with you some of our research and some of the underpinnings of chaos. And more than that, I'd like to share with you how it works in the market. If you're interested in the actual research, which is very laborious and very detailed and very boring for most people, we'll be happy to share it with you, but there just isn't time to share that with you here. So I think it'd be more beneficial, and I hope you agree, to share some techniques of how it's used in the market as opposed to how we came to where we are. First thing I'd like you to do is just look up there and tell me what you see on the first two lines up there. Ambivalence, okay? Most people who look at that, the vast majority of people who look at that, say that opportunity is nowhere. Every now and then you'll find somebody who says, no, it doesn't say that at all. It says opportunity is now here. And the point is that the stimulus does not make the difference. The thing that makes the difference is the programming that has been done that you're unconscious of. And the programming is another way of saying your paradigm. And your paradigm is the way that you look at the market, the way you look at yourself, and the way that you look at everything. It's the glasses that you look through. For example, if you could take 3 different pictures of my body. You could take a Polaroid picture, it would show you one thing. You could take an X-ray picture, it would show you something very different. Or you could take an infrared picture, and it would show you still another difference. So the difference is not my body, but the difference is what you're using to photograph it with. And the same thing is true with the market. And the theory of chaos, or the science of chaos, gives us a interestingly new and profitable map to look at this. Now, first of all, chaos is not new. Chaos, the 15th century mathematicians were talking about chaos. I bought my first book that had the name Chaos in it in 1967. But it was only about the middle of the 70s with the Cray super mainframes that we got to the point where we could handle the nonlinear feedback calculus. And that's where chaos came in. It is effective. It is proven effective both for us personally and for other people who are using it. This is a reprint out of Futures magazine, the December issue. There were 2 guys who got together, Charles Parker in Houston, Texas. Charles Parker, who was an attorney, and a computer guy by the name of Steve Winland. And they started a fund, an offshore fund, last year. And in the December issue of Futures magazine, they were ranked number 1. Now, in the current issue of Futures magazine, if you got one out there or if you subscribe, if you look at this same page, they are number 1 this month, which makes me very happy because they're using chaos. Now, let's look at a couple of things that I think are very important. And, oh, here it is. And that's what we started talking about at lunch today, and that is that we have an interesting setup here. And the setup is that you are in the top 10 percentile of intelligence. Low intelligence people aren't attracted to trading commodities. And the second thing is that most of you in here, probably all of you in here, have been very successful at other things. So put those 2 things together and you come out with 90% losers. Now, if you're a plastic surgeon and you lose 90% of your patients, you're not going to be in business long. And notice that whenever you talk to, I don't know if we have any medical people in here or not, but I have a lot of friends who are in medicine, and my wife used to be on staff at the teaching hospital, University of Miami Med School. But you know, doctors one of the interesting things about professionalism is that the higher up you go in the ladder, the more ways you can pass the buck. So a doctor never says, "I killed my patient." You never hear them say that. I've only heard one say that. What the doctor says is the patient went bad. It wasn't my fault. You know, they lost the will to live. If you're an attorney, for example, you can get out of a lot of stuff by saying, well, the judge was crooked, if you lose the case. If you win the case, of course, I was a brilliant lawyer. But if you lose the case, well, the judge was bribed or the jury was ignorant or something of this sort. And we psychologists have really the lockdown on this. So I can tell you that it's really not good and it's not kosher and I hate it, but every Saturday night I have to beat Ellen up. I abuse her a little bit, but you see, it's not my fault because my mother toilet trained me too soon. So we can get out of that. Now, the nice thing about trading commodities, I think, is that there's no way to pass the buck. At the end of the day, if you've lost money, there's absolutely no one to blame.
Well, bad luck.
Bad luck? Well, yes, you can blame bad luck, but there's not really anybody you can blame because you made the decisions, you made the trades, and you lost. The other side of that coin, which I like a great deal, is that if you win, you also don't have to say thank you to anybody. You made the decisions, you made the trades, you made the profits. Ellen wrote an article about this once where she described commodity trading, and this is the best description I think I've ever heard. She describes commodity trading as sliding down the razor blade of life, which I think it gets your adrenaline up and gets things going, and it's an awful lot of fun. Your paradigm is very essential to the way you look at the market. And you don't think about your paradigm, you don't think about these glasses you look through, you think from them. And when your paradigm changes, your whole world changes. And if you're in the wrong paradigm, you can do absolutely the right things, but the wrong results will happen. Let me tell you a true story. Since we're out here in Los Angeles, near Beverly Hills and Hollywood, there's a Hollywood movie actor whose name you would recognize immediately if I said it, who has a cabin way up in the hills. And he also has a Porsche 911 Targa convertible that he likes to zoom and go up the hills. And every Friday afternoon for therapy, after a week of shooting, he gets in that car and he zooms up to the hill. Now, there's very few people who live there. And those people who live there, there's even fewer visitors. So he almost never, ever meets anybody going up that road. Well, this one Friday afternoon, he's zooming up there, and on one side of the road, there's a cliff. And he comes around this curve, starts around this curve, and a car comes careening around the other way. And it's in his lane, and he uses all the braking power his Porsche has and stops, and the other car stops in his lane nose to nose with him. And in the other car, it's also a convertible, there's a good-looking blonde. So she backs up a little bit, turns around, and passes him, and as she passes him, she looks at him and points her finger at him and hollers out, "Pig!" Well, he's sitting there and he's getting a little teed off because he's on his side of the road. He wasn't doing anything wrong. It's her fault, and she calls him a pig. So he very quickly responds out of his paradigm and shouts back at her, "Sow!" And then he gets mad. And when he gets mad, he floorboards his Porsche and zooms around the curve where he immediately runs into a hog. And she was trying to save him, and he thought that she was trying to criticize him. His paradigm changed that quick. Now, the paradigm that chaos gives us is three things, and this is in your notes on the second page, which is at the top of page GG4. There are three things that the science of chaos gives us, three principles. And I think that physics in the 20th century is going to be remembered by three things. It's going to be remembered by the theory of relativity, number one. It's going to be remembered by quantum mechanics, number two. And number three is going to be remembered by the science of chaos. And your life, your personal life, and my personal life is going to be much more affected in the next 10 to 20 years by the science of chaos than it is by relativity or atomic fission or anything of this sort. The theory of chaos, and the reason it's important, is that classical physics, as we know it today, basically only deals with man-made objects and man-made behavior. There are two areas that classical physics just simply does not have any ability to deal with. And those two areas are, number one, turbulence, and number two, living systems. Now, if the market is anything, it seems to me that the market is living systems existing in a turbulent atmosphere. Now, a great deal of the research in chaos has been done in medicine and meteorology and economics and now psychology. In medicine, it's changed a great deal of our thinking. For example, when the first artificial hearts came out, they were mechanical in nature, and everybody died. And the reason they died is that the heart is not motivated by mechanical electrical impulses. Those impulses are fractal in nature. And when they started with the pacemakers on a fractal basis, then mechanical hearts and artificial hearts work for a much longer time. You have to have chaos in your life. You have to have chaos in your heartbeat. You also have to have chaos in the market. Now, chaos does not mean what we normally think of as the connotation of chaos. And we humans have a tendency to misname the things that are most important in our life. For example, right now you're listening to me through a part of the brain that we call what? What do we call this thing you're thinking with right now? We normally call it the conscious mind, don't we? But that's the only part of our brain that ever sleeps. So if we were accurate, we would at least call it the part-time conscious mind, or the sometimes conscious mind, or the paraliminal conscious mind, or whatever. But it is not the conscious mind. We also, if you understood chaos in detail, and you wanted to throw people off base, you wanted to give it a name that would absolutely throw people 180 degrees off base if they didn't know anything about what you were talking about, what you would call it is chaos. Chaos is not randomness. Chaos is a much higher form of order. For example, back to your heartbeat. If you have a very regular heartbeat and something else doesn't happen before, like an accident or something, you're going to die of congestive heart failure in your left ventricle, because that's what causes it. If you have very regular brain waves, you're going to have an epileptic seizure, because that's what an epileptic seizure is. It's very large coordinated sine wave brain waves. And normally, if you're not having a seizure, your brain is very, very chaotic. And one of the classical physics problems is light a particle or is it a wave? Is a photon a particle or is it a wave? Is an electron a particle or a wave? And the answer is basically it depends. One of the things that classical physics assumes is that you make stuff out of stuff. So if you're going to make stuff, you've got to go get some other stuff and make stuff out of stuff. One of the things that quantum mechanics gave us was that stuff comes from non-stuff. Now those are very, very scientific terms, but you understand what I'm talking about. For example, one of the classical things in high school physics, if I were a high school physics teacher, Grant, I might ask you to come up here and get me the temperature of that water. And Grant would probably go over to the lab table and get a thermometer and stick it in there, and immediately I'd fail him because he didn't do what I asked. What he's telling me is the temperature of that glass of water with a thermometer in it. That wasn't what I asked for, was it? I asked for the temperature of the glass. And he put the thermometer in it and messed it up. Now, it may not make any difference, but at the quantum level and at the level of reality in the universe and the subatomic particles, it makes a whale of a difference. So in subatomic physics, for example, if you're looking at an electron through an electron microscope, you make it look like a particle because you look at it. The very act of you looking at it makes it appear to be something else. If you look at it through this electron microscope, it looks very much like a particle, but the instant you turn your head, it's no longer a particle. It's now a wave. This is very confounding to classical physics. And the counterpart in the market, of course, is a bracketed market and a trending market. Everything we have, living system, operates this way. For example, you're looking at me right now, and on the retina of your eye, in the middle of that retina, there's a place or an area called the fovea, F-O-V-E-A. And that has little prongs that go right into your brain that only record color, nothing else, only color. On the outside of your retina, there's another area that only records waves. So this records particles, this records waves. And then it goes through the optic nerve into the association center, and you put those things together, and you think you're seeing me. You're not really seeing me, you're creating me. Same thing happens in the ear. When you go into the ear and you go into that cochlea, those little hairs in there, each of them vibrate to a different frequency. So you have one, if you hear middle C, will vibrate when you have 250 cycles per second. You have another one that vibrates at 257 cycles per second. Then your eardrum takes the wave, and then it goes together, and you put this together and recreate reality. In a similar way, chaos takes the market apart into particles and wave structure, not Elliott wave structure, but the wave pattern, and then puts it back together in a way so that it creates reality in a different form than we normally recognize it to be. So, classical physics has some limitations, and the science of chaos has been specifically designed to measure natural systems. The two areas that classical physics does not have any real power in at all, again, is living systems and turbulence. The origin of all this science of chaos began actually on D-Day, on the invasion of Normandy. And the reason for that was it just happened to be accidental, that the weather cleared and made the invasion much more a success than if it had not cleared. Then the Pentagon got involved, and they said, man, what we need to have for strategic purposes is long-range weather forecasts. And they put the first money into it, and the first money went to MIT, to the meteorology department in MIT, and then to the IBM Research Center in Yorktown, New York. Some of the earlier people were a guy by the name of Lorentz, another guy by the name of Benoit Mandelbrot. And one of the things that classical physics cannot do, for example, is classical physics cannot measure randomness or irregularity. And in chaos theory, there is no such thing as randomness. There's regularity in all irregularity. The only thing that we call random are things that we don't understand. So if you were to go out here, for example, and say you're going to measure the coastline, the length of the coastline of Southern California, it's an impossible task using Newtonian Euclidean kind of measurements. If I sent you out there with a 16-foot surveyor's rod, you'd come back and say, well, it's so many kilometers, so many miles. And I'd say, no, that's not good enough. And you're working by the hour, so it doesn't matter. So I say, I want you to go out there and measure it with a yardstick. So you go out and measure it with a yardstick, and you say, no, it's not what he said. It's a lot longer than that. And then I send Bob out there with a 1-inch ruler. And Bob comes in and says, no, both of you are wrong. It's a lot longer than that. So we have, as you get finer and finer in your measuring instrument, the length gets longer and longer. So you have that paradoxical kind of thing, that you have something with an infinite length in a finite space. And classical physics cannot deal with that. Mandelbrot had an idea. His idea was that you can deal with it, and again, this is not a new problem. This came in the 1500s. Or in the 1400s in the 15th century mathematicians. Here's what they said. If you have a dot, that has 0 dimensions, right? If you have a line, that has 1 dimension. If you have a plane, that has 2. If you have a solid, that has 3. Now, here was their conundrum. Here was what the theoretical mathematicians at the time Columbus invaded America, that they came up with. You have a curved line that's still 1 dimension unless it closes up. What if you had a rectangle here, and you had a very curvy line that never crossed itself, and it came down through here, and much more than I'm drawing it, but it shaded 50% of that rectangle. What's the dimension of that line? It can't be 1 because it shades half the rectangle. It can't be 2 because it doesn't shade 1/2 of it. So for centuries, that has been a theoretical math conundrum. Mandelbrot solved that problem very simply. He said that the dimension of that line is 1.5. because it covers half of the space and leaves half open. So he uses this chaos, or fractals are a measure of irregularity. So what Mandelbrot did, he started studying this irregularity. And one of the early things he did when he was working for IBM was to find and define the fractal of the Mississippi River. Well, the fractal of the Mississippi River happens to be 1.2610 to 4 decimal places. You can carry it out further than that, but that's as far as we need to go. And that means that the Mississippi River, the curvature of the bank of the river and the curvature of the river is such that if you outlined it with a channel, it would cover up approximately 1/4 of that channel. Then he said, well, let's check it out. So then he measured the fractal number of the Tennessee River. And guess what he found? The fractal number to 4 decimal points was exactly the same. Then he said, well, let's try the Ohio River. Did that. Guess what he found? It's the same thing, 1.2610. Then this was about 1980. And the management of IBM, although they did not do enough to change it, they could see the handwriting on the wall. And they came to him. And by the way, Mandelbrot is a maniac researcher. And that's a compliment. I mean, he's one of these kind of guys that just gets onto something and doesn't leave it. I happen to know a person who Mandelbrot was the head professor on his PhD program in theoretical math. And one of Mandelbrot's characteristics is that he believes his circadian rhythm is not 24 hours, but it's 25 hours and 10 minutes. Therefore, he goes to work every day 1 hour and 10 minutes later than the day before. So on Monday, he goes to work 3 hours and 30 minutes later than he did on Friday. Now, to get paid what he gets paid by IBM, and to have those kind of hours where every so many days you're showing up at night instead of the day, you got to be good. You can't be a civil servant here. So they came to him and they said, look, all this work you're doing is great. It's called pure research, and pure research simply means that once you get the answer, you don't know what the heck you're going to do with the answer. I mean, it has no practical applications necessarily. And they said, we would like to be a for-profit company. We always have been. We'd like to continue that. And is there any way that you could kind of direct your research in a slightly different direction so that somewhere down the line we might make some money out of it? And Mandelbrot thought, well, that's an okay idea. So his idea was, first of all, to apply it to economic stuff, then to apply it to physiology, which is medicine, then to sociology, and then to psychology. Now, at Yorktown, the thing they had most in their library, in their research library, in the way of historical data, was they had some long-term cotton and corn prices. Open, high, low close were on a daily basis that went back a long number of years, 100 years or so, through 2 world wars, through all kind of droughts and depressions and famines and everything else. So he put the fractal analysis onto the corn and cotton. And guess what he found? The fractal number for corn and cotton to 3 decimal places is exactly the same as the Mississippi River. Now, when I heard that, I did not sleep a wink that night, because that was like the curtains opening. Because what that said to me, that the markets are a natural phenomenon. They're not a man-made phenomenon. They're not economic. They're not fundamental. They're not technical. They're not mechanical. They're natural. Question? Yes?
Would you explain what a fractal is?
I'm going to, yes. But I'm going to tell you what a fractal is in the market so we can trade it. Basically a fractal is a change in behavior. So when you decided to come into this room rather than go into another room, that was a fractal. When you get out of a trade, for example, when you get out of a losing trade, there's always a very, very, very specific fractal that will tell you when to get out of that trade. You will always get out of a trade when the pain of losing $1 more is more painful than saying you were wrong to take the trade. So as long as the pain of saying you were wrong is greater than pain of saying I don't mind losing another $1, you'll stay in there. But when that $1 gets, I can't stand it anymore, then that's a fractal and you'll get out. So one way to think of a fractal is a change in behavior. For example, let's take this. Let's say that you have a market that goes up like this, okay? And you put a channel around that market like this. Then you have another market that goes like this, and you put a channel around that market. Well, those 2 markets are very different markets. Now, the one on the left will have a much higher fractal number. And what really happens in the markets is that you will have a market that's going up here, and when it reaches the apex up here and starts down, and that's the point we're always looking for, is that change in trend, the fractal number will be the highest. It will be on the average, and then it'll jump up, and then it'll turn around. So the fractal number going up is an anticipatory signal that the market is about to change its mind. It's about to relieve its pain of going up, and now it's going to relax and go back a little bit. Now, what on that page, what did we just say? 4. On page 4, GG4. What the science of chaos has given us is 3 principles that are applicable in the market. The first principle is that everything in the universe, you, your shoes, your toenails, your market orders, everything in the universe always follows the path of least resistance. So when the market goes up, that's the path of least resistance. When it stays the same, that's the path of least resistance. When it goes down, that's the path of least resistance. The reason you're sitting where you're sitting right now is because when you came in here and other people were going around, that seat happened to be the path of least resistance with all your motives going at that point. Second principle is that this path of least resistance is determined by the always underlying and usually unseen structure. The path of least resistance is determined by the always underlying and usually unseen structure. Let me give you a couple of examples. Let's say you have a river running down the mountain. Now, the behavioral decisions that that river makes depends not upon the mind of the river, but it depends upon the riverbed. So if you have a riverbed that's shallow and narrow, that river is going to be going down in rapids. If you have a riverbed that's wide and narrow and deep, you're going to have a calm pond. So if you want to change the flow of that river, you can get down there with buckets and try to do it and get a bucket brigade, or you can go up the mountain and where it's a small river and change one little rock or two or three little rocks or dam it up very easily and change the direction, and it will change everything. Now, one of the things that chaos teaches us is that Newton's laws of motions don't apply universally. They apply to man-made things, but not universally. And they have a thing they call the butterfly effect, which is simply that this little monarch butterfly somewhere in South America is flying around looking for some pollen, and he sees a little flower over here, and as he's going over there, he sees a better flower over here, changes his mind, that's a fractal, and he flies over here. Now that sets up a little air current, and that air current sets up another air current that sets up another air current that keeps the high level winds off of the Antarctic, which causes an El Nino, which causes a drought next year in the bean belt, and we're going to have beans in the team because that little monarch butterfly changed his mind there. Now this is kind of ridiculous, but the point is that the cause and the effects are not equal. That the effects can be all out of proportion to what the causes are. Let me give you another example. Let's say that right now you were hit by a sudden urge to go to the bathroom, and you had to get up and go to the bathroom. You would probably get up wherever you are and squeeze by somebody and go out the door and go that way and then turn left or right. The bathroom is really over there, isn't it? The most direct approach. But in your life experiences, you've learned that it's not too healthy to bump into too many walls. So your behavior is going to be changed. Now, as you're going to the bathroom, you probably are not going to be aware that your behavior is mightily influenced by the architect who drew these plans and the builder who built the building. You're just going to go to the bathroom. So your behavior is determined by the always underlying and usually unseen behavior. Same thing is true with the market. Now the third principle, which is our Savior, is that this unseen behavior or this unseen structure, underlying unseen structure, can be discovered and it can be changed. So you can change the river one of two ways. You can change the riverbed, or you can change what's going on. Let me give you another example. Let's do an experiment here. And by the way, any of you here who don't have these pages? Everybody get 2 pages? Okay, take one of these pages. We're going to do an experiment. And what I'd like for you to do, this is a game. And the name of the game, these are random numbers. And up here on the screen, you can see that, let me get a pointer here. Yeah, great. If you don't have 2 of these sheets, take 2. And we need 2. We're only going to use 1. But number 1 is up here in the far left-hand corner. What we're going to play is a trading game. And the way we're going to determine how successful you are is how high you can go in the numbers. So what we're going to do in a moment, don't do it yet. We're going to put our pin there, and then we're going to move it over here to number 2, and then we're going to look for 3, and these are the number of successful trades you've been able to do. So the higher your number, the more profitable trader you are. And I'm going to time you, and your job is to go from one to the other as fast as you can when I say go. Okay? Put your pencil on 1 and go. There are no losers, it's just how many winners you can get. 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, let me ask you, how many of you made it to 15 or greater? May I see your hands? Anybody make it to 1 to 15? Great. Star trader. Give him the crown over here. How many of you got 10 or more? Okay, good. How many got 5 or more? Okay, now let's do another little look at this, and what I'd like for you to do is take the blank sheet you have, not the one you have marked up, but the second sheet you have, and fold it this way. Fold it long ways if you would, and then just crease it down the middle. And after you've creased it down the middle well, so that you have a center line, open it up again and just look at that. And what do you notice about the two sides of the paper? Anything interesting? Yes. All the odd numbers are on one side and all the even numbers are on the other side. Now what does that tell you? That tells you that for every time you go from one number to another, you're going to have to cross the center line. So all of a sudden, just by knowing this tiny, tiny bit about the underlying structure, it gives you direction for your behavior. It means that when you hit 1 over here and then go to 2, you can eliminate all of these choices. All of these are going to be bad trades. Your next good trade is going to be over here. And then when you make that one, your next good trade is going to be over here. Now, take the sheet again this way and fold it the other way so that you're creating 4 quarters in it. Okay, now, I will tell you the answer to this one because this is a little bit more subtle substructure. But if you look at it, you'll notice that the first 6 numbers, 1 through 6, are on the top half. 12 through 18 are on the bottom half. 19 through 24 is on the top. 25 through 30 is on the bottom. So every half dozen numbers, you're going to have to cross this line. So when you go from 1 to 2, you know not only that 3 is going to be over here, but 3 is going to be in the top half. So now you have eliminated 3/4 of the static here. Because you know that 3 is going to be there. You know that 4 is going to be there, 5 is going to be there, 6 is going to be there, and 7 is going to be down here someplace, 8 is going to be there, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13 is going to be up there someplace. And that's all. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to ask you to repeat this, except this time I'm going to take 1/3 of the time off because you've had a little practice. So we're going to take 1/3 of the time off to eliminate the practice you had, and put your pencil on 1, and when I say go, let's go again. Okay, ready, go. Stop. Okay, how many of you now, we had one that got past 15. What was your number first? Your first number?
I did not follow the rules.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. The FBI sting's going to be after you soon. How many got more than 15? Anybody get more than 15? Okay, how many got more than 10? Let me ask you this question. How many of you got twice as many as you did the first go? Okay, look at this. About 90% did twice as much in 2/3 of the time, and who said 3 times? You got 3 times as much. Okay. And 15? Great. In 2/3 of the time. So we've cut the time down to eliminate the practice effect, and yet just knowing that little bit about the underlying structure gives you a tremendous advantage. Same thing is exactly true in trading. Now, let's talk about what a fractal looks like in trading. And on page 9, GG9, we have a series of different kind of fractals. Now, what we did, how we actually arrived at this, we did not arrive at this through pattern recognition. We arrived at this by mortgaging our house and our body and our soul and our firstborn kid to a couple of theoretical PhDs in math. Now, I don't know if you've ever dealt with theoretical PhD or PhDs in theoretical math or not, but their brains are made of platinum. It's not this curly stuff we call the cortex, it's platinum. And they will only work in pairs, Bob, and they only work at home, and they don't want any supervision. So we would get on the fax line, for example, we'd get a little fax in the morning with about a half of one line there with a formula, and they would say, man, we worked on this 3 hours last night, you owe us $3,000, please wire the money. And I don't know what this means, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Well, we went through this for years, and finally they had it out. What we did is we asked them to take, for example, the entire bonds from the inception of bond trading, and take the whatever bonds did while they were trading, take the whole length of it, and figure out what the fractal was. And guess what the fractal was? Very, very close to 3 decimal places to the Mississippi River. So the bonds are much more like the Mississippi River than they are any kind of intelligence. If you want to know what the market really, how it behaves, we ought to take this pitcher of water out there and pour it on the ground and watch it run downhill, because that's the way the market behaves. Then what we asked them to do was to take these sequences and put it up into little bits here, and then overlay it 1/3 by 1/3 by 1/3. Then if this number is x0 and this number is x1, if this is different from that by certain percentages, we wanted an asterisk. Then we said, go back and do it for this many back here, and for lack of imagination of anything better to do, what we did is we used the Fibonacci numbers, 3, 5, 8, that sort of thing. And if it varies from there, we want 2 asterisks. So what we ended up with, literally, was file cabinets full of computer papers with open, high, low, close, timestamps. Every now and then you'd have an asterisk, and every now and then you'd have 2 asterisks. Then we went back, and this took years, and looked at trying to figure out a pattern that was consistent with what the computer had found. And these are the patterns that we found. And it's very simply this. We first call this the 5-fingered boogie. When I was in undergraduate school, I made good part of my tuition, playing in a Dixieland band. And we had a number that featured the piano player called the 5-fingered boogie. And because it requires a minimum of 5 bars. Now what happens is simply this. The market is going up, as evidenced by the highs. And all we're talking about now is the highs. We don't care about the open, high, low, close, just the highs. But anytime you have a minimum sequence of 5 bars, where you have 1 bar that has 2 preceding lower highs, followed by 2 following lower highs, you have a fractal. Now, when you have a fractal in one direction, and it's followed by a fractal in the other direction, what you have always, 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 always is an Elliott wave of 1 degree or another. Now, the next thing is that this is a pristine fractal right here. If I get in your way, holler. This is a pristine fractal here. If you have a fractal whose middle finger is parallel, then if it's parallel to the top, the second one doesn't count. If it's parallel down here, both of them count. The definition is very sloppy. The technical definition is it's a minimum of 5 consecutive bars where you have one of the bars that has a higher high than 2 preceding bars and higher than the 2 following bars. Now, the 2 preceding bars and 2 following bars do not have to have this angle. So you can have this kind of configuration here, and it's still a fractal. This is still a fractal, and these are your down fractals. Now, the next thing that comes into effect is that a fractal is always a fractal. Whenever you have a fractal, it's a fractal, it's a fractal. It's like the old Dr. Seuss books, a hump is a hump is a hump. Remember the old 7-lump hump? Once it's a fractal, it's always a fractal. Now, a fractal will change, though, in its behavior depending upon 3 things. And that's where it depends upon where it is. If you have a fractal that's up, this is an up fractal, meaning the middle finger is pointing up, followed by a down fractal, we call this first fractal a start. We call this fractal a signal. And then if the market comes up and goes past the signal, that's telling us to be short. So we have a fractal up here, a fractal comes down here, and it comes up here. Now I'm going to use lines, but what you saw was the bars. Then this becomes the start, and the second one becomes the signal. Then what this tells you here is that the market came down that far, changed its mind, creating a fractal, and now it's going up. If the market turns around and goes down, the market is then telling you to be short. Then you're going along with the market. You're not trying to buck the market. And of course, one of the things that you hear all the time, that the way to make money in the market is to buy low, sell high. You also hear the only way to make money is to follow the trend, isn't it? Well, you can't do both of those. I mean, if you're buying low, you're bucking the trend. So what Tom was talking about at lunch is he's bucking the trend. And this is not good or bad or indifferent. It's the way he makes money. There are hundreds of ways to make money in the market. Making a profit in the market is very, very simple. Now, notice I did not say easy. I said simple. There's a big difference between the two, between being simple and being easy. If you read Jack Swigger's book on the market wizards, you find that there are many different ways to make money. An interesting observation is that there's only 2 ways to lose money. So if you're a new trader, I would suggest you concentrate on the ways not to lose money as opposed to the ways of making money. The only 2 ways not to lose money is inaccurate analysis or inaccurate implementation of that analysis. So the only way to lose money, or the way to keep from losing money, is to know what to do and do what you know, kind of thing. If you know what to do and do what you know, you're going to be a winner. Now, let's look at the Elliott wave. In the Elliott wave, you only have, in the whole market, you only have 2 fractals. That's an up fractal. Let's call that A. This is a down fractal. Let's call that B. Now, the key thing here, the real key thing, is that you must have leverage here. This left leg, and we're always reading from right to left, this left leg must always be longer than this leg. Coming down, this leg must be longer than this leg. An easy way to remember it is just to put your left hand up and put 3 fingers down. And from your point of view, and remember in the pitch, when your palm is away, that's selling. When your palm is back, that's buying. This is a sell fractal. That's a buy fractal. That's all it is. Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. If you put 3 of these together, let's say that you put an A plus an A plus an A, what you get is an impulsive 5-wave Elliott move. You get this plus this plus this. If you put a B plus an A together, what you get is a 3-wave correction. So the underlying structure of the market, in my opinion, is the Elliott wave. The underlying structure of the Elliott wave, I believe absolutely, and will stake my life on it, is the fractal. Here's another view of the fractal. On the following page, which is page 10, and a fractal, a 5-fingered boogie, and a hump are all the same thing. Now, we overcomplicated it terribly. It's really not that complicated. But you have a fractal up, and it's followed by a fractal down. That's a signal. A fractal down followed by a fractal up is a buy signal. Now, if this market comes up here and goes beyond the start, then that negates this signal. You would not sell here, because it says what this is telling you. It made an up move, then it changed its mind, made a down move, then it changed its mind again and made an up move there, because it's following the path of least resistance. Any questions at this point? Does this sort of help you understand what a fractal is better?
What would be another word for that?
The question is, what would another word be for the fractal? A fractal, in some people's terminology, is a trend change. It's Joe Ross calls it a hook, or what he calls a hook is a fractal. What Kent Calhoun calls 5 vertical bar change is a fractal, although we look at it in a very different way, and our signals are very different from that. But a change in trend, a swing top, swing bottom, those are all fractals. The end of every Elliott wave is a fractal. The end of every corrective wave is a fractal. And one of the characteristics of a fractal is it contains a thing that the science of chaos calls self-similarity. Now, all self-similarity means is it has to work in all time frames. So if you have a fractal trading system that works on a 5-minute bar but won't work on a monthly, it's not a fractal. In looking at the Mississippi River, for example, if you take a fractal analysis of the Mississippi River from a satellite, you're going to have a fractal number of 1.2610. If you take it from 100 feet up, it's going to be 1.2610. If you take it from 6 feet up, it's going to be 1.610. If you take it from 2 inches up, it's going to be 1.2610. It's always the same. If it isn't the same, if it doesn't work on all time frames, it's not a fractal. Now, let's look at the market a little bit. Let's look on your page.
So that's Bill Williams. And that's about, that's years ago. It's 20 years ago, and that was published. Somebody just published that on the 21st. That's pretty funny. No, that's 2012. Holy shit, it's 30 years old. So it's a 30-year-old video. And I actually met this guy. He's quite a character, but he's from down south. He believes you should trade standing up because you take in more oxygen. He gets into all that later. But I'm running a bunch of scripts here. I wrote some for NASDAQ. So I wrote those last night, 4 hour, 1 hour. I'm running those this morning. That's a lot to keep track of. I'm trading about, I'd say about 10 instruments here. I'm not trading the Bitcoin though. I'm just looking at it. It's crawling up this wall of worry here on the 5-minute chart. That looks like a buy right there. Oof, down 30 bucks. Yikes. Just took a big hit there on something. What the hell's going on? Damn it, Luke. So I just got filled on something harshly there 10 minutes after the top of the hour. Yeah, I'm up on my selling the pound. Look at that. Killing it there. So we have to take a drawdown here. Apparently, I must have just got hit on some monster NASDAQ fell. So I got the NASDAQ here is about 10 times the spread is $1 a pip on this platform. So the spread starts at $1, but it's going to move like insane amount. So I'm starting at 5,600 even this morning, and it's eating a lot of margin too. NASDAQ's just wiping out my available margin. Going down to 5,000. But of course, this is the critical window here, the rollover between Europe coming into U.S. Should be quite psychotic. Try to make about 200 bucks here, at least this morning. And I just laid traps, pure limits, no market orders, no stops. Stops are for sissies. Come on, people. Step away from the confirmation entries. Live a little. Like Bill Williams says, there's nothing like catching a falling knife. Super sharp one. Just been tuned up. Some German knife. Lose your legs, your hands. You're just left in a pile of debris. Cosmic debris. Okay, let's see what we got here. We were trying to get the Discord going there. We got the Discord going. I still don't know how to share a link though. So, oh well. It's the life of the fast lane. Somebody will have to do that. I guess you're supposed to have people do that for you, get a limousine. Here, look at this pullback here on the euro. We're by the plunge on the euro. It's easy scalp. It came flying off this supply zone. Here's an order block, see? There's an order block right there, Shell. ICT taught me that. He took me in the back room. He said, you know what you do? You see that low? In fact, what makes it institutional is the top here. See, the institutions, they cover that whole thing, but we just cover that very tippy top. Precision, within 1 pip entry right there. Then we're going to buy here, see? Hear how this works? 1 hour scripts here, right? And then 1 hour scripts there. That way we stay out of trouble, see? We're down $4, goddammit. This is fast money. Ooh, NASDAQ, I'm killing it. Look at that. Selling the NASDAQ. I told you it was going down. I told you once. I told you 100 fucking times. Let me go to this NASDAQ. Let me keep track of all my glorious genius trades here. Now I can't find it. I'm kind of miffed. Wait, here it is. Looks like a great sell. Yeah, we got just in time on that one. It's rolling over. Bye-bye, NASDAQ. Look at that. We nailed it. Right in the supply zone there. Another ICT entry. Thank you very much. So I'm compelled to actually... Now, right now, I'm at 35 bucks. I could come up here and I could close all regardless of symbol. Otherwise, I got to track down each one. See, is that a good trade? Is that a good trade? I don't know how people trade all this shit at once. This is a good trade. We're about... Or I could just say, you know what? I'm up 30 bucks. Close all profits. Boom. Anything that's up. I make it very hard to get out, so I put these in trees. So you can't just do that because you got plan to trade plan. Goddamn it! So I'm up 27 bucks right now. Yeah, let's let it ride. This is how they do craps, right? And we should wait for our targets to get hit. That'd be a plan. You trade your plan. That's what the old people do. Because you know what? There's old pilots and there's bold pilots, but there's no old, bold pilots. So there's a limit. There's a limit, son. Let's try to make $100. We'll get greedy here, and we'll at the bottom of the hour we'll get out win, lose, or draw. How's that? So 15 minutes. Next 15 minutes, I'm looking for this reversal. This would be like the rollover session auction, I suppose you call it, end of Europe. So here was the trap up here, and the scalpers are getting out right now. So I could get out here. Like if I mean, honestly, I should just get out because that structurally is probably how it's engulf a little bit, but I don't want to. I got so much stuff going here. Let me just scalp that. Great. Now I lost the fuck. Oh, here we go. Great. Thanks. Thank you for coming. Okay, we're at $50. We're up $50. I guess we should let it ride. But I want to get out of this thing because it looks to me like it might rip up. And this is the only one I can actually say that. Let's just get the fuck out of that one. All right. That's the guppy. Okay. Let's now we got we banked. We're at $55. Okay, now it takes a little pressure off, so you're not going to relax. Now I can put more sell limits up there. See how this works? Now I can just come and do the same fucking stupid trade. Sell high. Called sell high, buy low. I mean, this is dumb shit. So now I can take all profits. I could actually, or otherwise let the NASDAQ hit its target, which could be, I set these to take $50 actually, so we're way away from the targets on these NASDAQs. This won't even start flashing for a while, even if it does. But that's a big, heavy hitter, and that's using up all my margin right now. These NASDAQs. I'm going to take profits here on something. And we don't have too much open, so I'll take a look at the what's going to hit. Symbols, we got the NASDAQ in the middle, I suppose. Here it is. Nothing I could do by profit. See, this is ripping back up here, so good thing we scalped out of that, right? Because if you look at the 5 minute, you're like, dude, you got to get out. Like, look at the 5 minute. You got to get out of that trade, dude. That's the scalp. Okay, now we put the sell limits above now. Now we can actually have more money. We can get more psychotic on the top side. Do the same scalp again. Let me see how we're doing on the balance though. Got to stay on top of our money here. Up $28. Okay. So we're not killing it. Well, we cleared off a lot of risk there. Sort of bobbing here. We're trying to get to the like $100 by the bottom of the hour. So I suppose that's the hard part. If you're going to trade all these things, you'd be like, okay, this looks like we should probably get out of this, actually. That looks like it's done. That just pulled back. It could go deeper, but I think I got some buy limit. Plus, look at all the margin we freed up. That thing's just a hog. It's a margin hog. You know, the spread here is a buck. That's a 100 pip grid right there. Son, that's a 100 pip grid. Now, look at this beast fuck. Here, let me show you something. I was looking to do the math last night. I wrote a script just for this fucking beast. Basically, you're going to risk about $10, 100 pips stop per ticket there. Oh, we're making money on the euro, I think. Wait, please hold. Your call is very important to us. That's why you're on hold with that shitty music. Please hold. Okay, so I'm in this trade. I'm trading the euro. Got to pay attention to my own money. All right, so look at that rip back. Wow, should have stayed in, right? Yeah, you can't say that. Actually, I'm still in. I'm actually in that. So let me cash out of that. And look at that wick. Wow, classic, right? Look at that fucking thing. 10 pip wick. Brutal. Guppy. Shear your nuts off there. That's fucking $100 right there. Spread is $2. Spread be at like 20 cents there. 2 pips here. 2 pips on the guppy. If you know how to trade it, So now here I would start in the morning using only 1 hour scripts, right? If you're a beginner, because you want this here about a single K. Look at this, 1K is not. If you're a beginner, put in 1 hour scripts like this and go. You know what? Can this market get back here in an hour? If it does, you want that fucking trade, right? Just like this. When it was down here, all you had to do was plop an order bank in this little cup, this little 20 pip cup of the handle. And bingo bango. Look at all the fucking money you make. It's crazy. It's too easy. Actually, it's a lot of work putting these fucking tickets in. Here we're selling into this fuck. So I got sells galore. If they peg this thing to the high bar, like here's a low risk, 1 hours. 1 hour's right there. If this can spike up here in 1 hour, that makes that a more high probability trade. See? Like, I know I'm all pissed off about this idea. Like, it's fucking pure genius. Sorry. If you buy this lonely wick here, yeah, you can put these fucking tickets when the market's up here. I'm pissed off. Fucking new coffee, fresh coffee. So when the market's up here, you know this fucking lonely. This is the fractal. Bill Williams is talking about the fractal. So I spent about $2,000 with Bill Williams. I walked up to him and I said, dude, how can you possibly sell this fucking... He's getting in on this wick tip, right? How can you possibly buy this lonely wick? Well, see, but this is different in a structure sense, right? If you sold that, you might scalp that for a little bit, right? Just like if you were to, you never got it filled here, but if you're the contrarian on the wick, so instead of putting a sell stop here for confirmation to go short when you take out this lonely wick, you're buying that one. But why wouldn't you buy this one? Because structurally, look where you're at in the landscape of what's happened. You know, it's turned the other way, you know. I don't know, it's kind of hard to, I guess you got to zoom out, like you got to kind of go through it here, but in other words, in this pocket, here you do have to look at the big picture. Right? This big pocket, every time it makes a lower low, you fucking buy it. It's just so stupid. I get it. When this thing, but you know that this pressure is building up. There's the wave 4, right? There's the triangle, and then rip, right? And then here's where the people say, I'm just using my 8-period moving average. I think that's what this is. And I'm making so much money, you know. I just buy when it pulls back and it's above. Yeah, that's your cloud, right? Here it's a fucking rocky road, you know. Are you taking those signals off of this to go short? Maybe you are, but you're just getting fucking a night, especially running a trailing stop during this. That's not a smooth move, but this is nice and smooth. I mean, this is like fucking, that's like a goddamn Brevier lot. I mean, a cappuccino Brevier, you know, half and half in your cappuccino. Wait, something's going on with the account here. So I'm still up $40 though, but we're taking on some tickets, it looks like. Okay, I'm about to cash out. I did not get out of the pound, by the way, so that was the other pound sell today. And that looks like it might cash out right here. So I'm going to let this one ride because we're coming back to the glorious previous breakout. And the confirmation guys are going to get in here, so the trend traders are coming in there, and that's on the 1 hour. So that we could wait. We could wait till U.S. markets open, probably come flying back to here, and let that do the auto cash out. And ideally, when we look at the history, we want to see stuff that cashed out when it was supposed to cash out. That means I didn't wait for these guys to cash out. And maybe if I go look at the NASDAQ right now, I might kick myself and say, oh, you know, we should have stayed short. Yeah, I guess so. Right? Of course, naturally, right? I don't know. I guess we should have stayed short. That's a 5-minute. Yeah, we should have stayed short. See, we'd be up 200 pips right here. That's 200 pips, right? If you're going to trade the NASDAQ, it's 200 pips. And buying here, right? Buying in the pocket here. I'm actually going to buy this. I'm risking. Now, these NASDAQ tickets, just to let you know, since it's such a fucking hairy currency to trade, that this is $100 risk for 30 minutes. If I drop this right here and I staggered the tickets, so you notice I have like an anti-martingale, so to speak. I'm going to buy here for 30 minutes, dude. This is not risky. If this thing can spike down here, I'll risk $100 all day long, and I'll wrap this one in between it. In other words, if I put a sell limit up here that lasts 30 minutes, you really think they're going to come up and tag that in 30 minutes. So the whole point of trading like this is to reduce your risk. For 2 hours, I'll risk $50 to buy here. A good thing I got out of that trade. Look at, so that's a $50, and to make $100, because inside there is 5 tickets, and here they're in a tight spot. Let me show you. if I drop it here, I wrote this last night. It kind of, it's a logarithmic entry. Shit, let me change I gotta stretch, since this thing is so crazy deep, I gotta stretch out the chart a little bit. Okay, so unfortunately, we should have dropped it right here. We missed that. Now, that's a perfect example. This is the 5-minute chart. We could have dropped a half-hour basket of limits here, and you know what you're risking. Let me. I was going to scroll down and show you the take profits that actually got properly filled, I guess. Oh shit! Here's the stop out. See, here's the Nasdaq stop outs. $50 a ticket. Oof. You gotta have some deep pockets to trade that shit. But we didn't get any. I don't see one fucking here. Here's the only ones I let. The Nasdaqs did take the 50 here. See. Now, here's the problem. I hadn't written the 100 pip target yet when those filled. So that's here's a US 30 that hit the $20 target. So that was a scalp I wrote, and I launched that on US 30. And US 30 is as brutal as Nasdaq, really. If you look at this, using this 100 pip template, and crude oil, I think we had we were long crude and I got out. So let's see. Yeah. So this was the buying crude. I would sell it here, and actually the Forex scripts happen to run on crude. Like a 2-hour buy limit here. Now that's a scalp. Now this is going to be $6 to make $6. This is $6 to make $6. I mean, it adds here's 6 to make 12. So 2 hours to come down and hit that lonely wick. I can't drop any more tickets. I just overloaded the broker. So we got to wait for. The nice thing about the half-hour tickets, you can constantly keep refreshing these, you know, and getting them to, they'll delete themselves. It's a beautiful thing, you know. Self-deletion, it's like Mission Impossible tapes. They start to melt down, you know. That's what boomers grew up on. And so the Mr. Phelps tape machine, mini open reel machines. I had one when I was a kid, and I modified it, and I came down the stairway. I was going to show off to my family. I was 10 years old, and I slipped on the stairway holding my open reel tape machine, 3.5-inch monophonic reels of tape, and 1/4 inch, of course, and the whole thing just flew apart. And I thought, well, because I was going to bypass some stuff on the inside and see if I can make it sound better, and I just fell and got winded. I've never been winded in my life. I thought I was dead. I thought I was the Walking Dead walking around. Could inhale, couldn't exhale. I'm sure that's happened to everybody. And that's why today I'm a successful trader, because I fell down the stairs. Not successful this morning. I'm only up $37. I'm really disappointed in our profits today. Bitcoin is going up, like it or not. Crude oil got a buy limit in here. Guppy's ripping back up again. It's all pissed off. Angry Guppy. So let's see. Go back to trying to be a consistently losing trader. I was still waiting for you. So here's the big deal. 6:30 in the morning. We didn't make our target. Oh, we have blown up the account. So. Looks like the gold's just trapped in a chatterbox of bullshit. I mean, what are the gold traders thinking these days? They just blow their fucking brains out, right? Where's the trend on this? There is no fucking trend. Welcome to gold, the trendless market. That's right, kids. Anything below here is completely like, wow, we're just like trapped beneath the... I don't have any gold scripts, but if I did, I think I'd be buying right there. Okay, looks like we're getting filled on some kind of madness, some kind of harebrained buy low, sell high scheme right now. I'm going to wait for that pound to come back, but maybe it won't. Oof, I guess I should have got out. It's kind of hard to scalp all the... I guess you could have got out there. 15-minute pullback, but let's get crazy. Let's sell more. Fuck those people. I say it's the top. I say it's the top. I say there's too many bulls on the train for this currency pair. Can't slice it too thin here. Look at the 4 hour. You want to buy here? Look at the 4 hour. You want to buy? So this is the big question. Time frames. You want to buy the pound here? Uh-oh, something just got filled. So I can see this supply zone up here real easy on the 4 hour chart. I can't handle those fucking low time frames. I know people love that shit, but here's a sell window, and here's where you're going to sell more in this one. Next rooftop. What's going on? Oh shit, I'm getting killed here. Taking on some heat. Some fucking NASDAQ fills or something. Uh-oh. Yikes. Call Alan. Call Alan and tell him about this trade I'm in. Huh? Hey, listen. I'm up $13. I'm taking on serious NASDAQ buy heat. Oh, no. Yeah. We should make $500 today. It's Friday. Come on. It's going to be wild. Buying the plunge on the euro. The euro's coming flying back. I'm up $2. Put that in your crack pipe and smoke it. Now we're using our winnings for new trades. Look at the pullback in this beast. Man, that euro was pissed off, huh? Wow, this is a great buy, though. I love this stupid euro. It's so retarded. It's too easy. They'd probably try to crush it back to here. Before U.S. opens, it could come flying back to here, but I don't know. I kind of doubt it. Let's see. This is where the confirmation people are supposed to get in, right? Breaks out, pull back. Kind of overshooting runway now on that kind of confirmation idea. I still love this sell up here, long term. So long term, give ourselves, still got like a good 10 hours of trading left. The market closes in 10 hours. That's the other thing. Is that you got the 4 hour chart, and you can trade the wick on the 4 hour chart. If you're short here, you're going to stay short till you hit your target. You're not looking at this fucking 5-minute chart losing your mind. Oh, that wick. Okay, I got you, but I'm going to hold this short. Fuck these guys. Plus, we got buy limits coming in here pending. So, we got plenty of time. Before Dow Jones opens, we can make fucking $200. Come on. Come on, people. Step away from the signal service for a tad. Oh, I got nothing pending here. That's a good idea. See, these could have lasted 4 hours. They could have lasted 5 minutes. We don't know. Ooh, nice fill in that NASDAQ. So that's the one I dropped, the 30 minutes. Now, if I was going to be really a real stickler for journaling, I would actually, inside the script, I would make the comments say what that is. In the comments can be, I think you get about 20 characters in here. And then you could do this to a spreadsheet and spill it out and do all that fancy stuff, I suppose, if you wanted to. Depends who you are. And this could say in NASDAQ, or this could just say, it should call out the risk to reward ratios and the, just maybe the name of the script, A simple name, just copy the name of the script, but, the comments can have inappropriate characters, like colons. You can't name this script. Like, you can't make a script called something / because the computer's going to think that's a folder. And so that's that. So this can be a more elaborate name. Oof, they're coming in. I'm taking heat. They're coming in my 30 minutes. Oof. We are down $20, people. Call Alan. Oh, this is a bloodbath. Here, I'm gonna risk even more. Watch this. Fuck them. Another 30-minute. Hey, like 100 pips. This thing's down 200 pips. NASDAQ. 5-minute chart. It's a lot of fun there. We just bought this trap, by the way. We're buying that. I'm going to white knuckle through this bitch. So we're trying to make a lot on this trade, actually. Right now we're losing on this trade, but all that's here. Just blew out my chart. We fucking lost NASDAQ. Okay, so we bought this plunge in that lonely wick back here, 30-minute script, and I'm trying to get the. So we're up $5. Now we're hoping to make on the whole rack you would make 100, but it's going to be $10 per ticket. I'm sorry, not going to be yeah, we got a $5 stop and we're running $10 profits, so we just got to make it to the 10, and we're spending a buck on the commissions. Right, we're taking the dollar we're making on the pound and we're using it for the spread on the NASDAQ. Hey, you know, this is all around trading. This is a full retard Forex. Is it? It's my new full retard mentorship. Anybody want to sign up for total circle logic, circular logic trading, inner circular logic trading, maybe. Anyways, I haven't been reading the comments, so that's 11 o'clock. That's only 11 people. You know, thing is, it's so early in the morning for a lot of people. I've been up since the beginning of dawn here, trading this shit all night. Do you only using ICT? I guess I'm an ICT trader. I just trade supply and demand zones. I guess I'm Sam Seidel before Sam Seidel, I guess he didn't have the balls to trade supply and demand. I mean, you just have to have, you know, you got to trade it, you know. I mean, you can teach it. Yeah, that's why people do mentorships. They go, you see that lonely wick? You're going to buy 5 standard lots right there and hold it for, and just put a 100 pip stop on it. You buy here with a 100 pip stop, your target's up here, and just keep doing that trade. But I mean, honestly, it's going to be more like put a 70 pip stop to make 60 pips, put an 80 pip stop and make 40 pips, because you're never going to make your 40 pips with the 5 pip stop. It's not going to happen. Not often enough. The probabilities are very low. You're ever going to fucking. So sometimes you have an end of the world stop, so to speak. Let me see if I can read what people are writing here. So I got my screen is not properly centered here. All right. You ever try to flip your accounts aggressively? Every now and then. Well, you know, I mean, yeah. I think the aggressive thing comes trading at the market, you know, like, so right now on the NASDAQ here, the aggression is that you have the limits in there, and then they don't fill the limits. You come in and you start trading at the market. Like, wow, look at them fill me here. Look at this shit. Jesus. Down $40. So I'm taking this heat on the, like I said, I'm willing to buy more here. Now I'm going to risk more money. I'm risking $175 here. And I'll put this down here. This is aggressive right here. Because I'm looking at how much margin I got available. And I'm just going to go full retard now. $175 to make $250 here. And we could still keep tanking. So all this kind of stuff here, you know, this is before even the Dow Jones opens. Look at all this bullshit. If we would have bought here, we could have just scalped that. And we're buying again like that, just like that. And below here, I'm really going to go. I'm going to go heavy. I'm only down $60. Come on. So you got to break some eggs to make some I don't want to say something bad. I always want to put something in that's just not congruent with the normal phrase. Right here, look at this. We're going to buy this psycho plunge. Now here's a low risk trade. 30 minutes to get down here. So now I'm going to get aggressive on the 30-minute basis, right? So now it's like, oh, dude, just put fucking 1 hour scripts down here, because if we do make it down there, we will make so much money. Even after we lose on those other tickets, we're only down 78. We're only down like $50 now. So now we're going to make money. Watch. Now we're using margin, and now we're in this absurd sell-off, which is unsustainable. Look at the 15. Now, do you really want to be a seller on the NASDAQ here? I think you missed your sell up here. And this would be the order block or the dick block, whatever, suits your current narrative. I gotta delete some objects here. It's getting a little bit thick. So, yeah, below this, we're going to buy like you can't. I'm not here. I'm going to go full retard. 1 hour, $175. I mean, in other words, I'm buying all the way down here. It's $175 to make $250. So it's not as risky as it looks. And we could come into this. This is the 15-minute chart. The big buyers are going to be right here, because it's a lonelier wick, right? So this is, I'm a contrarian, so maybe you didn't notice. But now we're down $140 here. But we're in $1,300 of margin, right? Hey, we're about to make money on that pound. See, isn't it good I stayed in that trade? So it's paying for the other trade, see? We're about to hit target on the pound. So here I'm kind of inclined to actually babysit this. By the top of the hour, maybe I get out of this trade, right? Because we got to pay for this NASDAQ trade. Yeah, let's get the fuck out here right now. So I got my finger ready on the trigger, and this is like buying at the market, right? So you got to imagine, would you buy here? Nah, wait about 2 minutes at least. So wait 2 minutes, and then I'm going to get out of this thing. That's going to pad the account a little bit, because in about 4 minutes we could probably get out on our actually chosen targets. Something just went terribly wrong there. We're down $100. I mean, we're down $200 now. Now we're down 150. It's the NASDAQ, I think. Oh, I'm gonna get out. So let me cash out just to free up the margin. And let's just go pure retard on NASDAQ. Let me take how much we can get on that one. I might be getting filled in other things though that I don't know about. So it's a lot to pay attention to, the circus of stuff here. Okay, the euro. See, now here I would buy at the market on the euro. If I wasn't in big enough right now, I'd pull the trigger pretty heavy there. We're back to fair value. I'm going to describe fair value as this box here. Well, I'm going to take this whole thing, all this, everything above, everything in there. So we're almost in the middle of this, all this stuff. Doesn't mean you can't come back and crush into here, blow everybody's mind, and then rip back to here, and that's even a better trade. So that's why I put the 1 hours here, and you kind of like come in front of the market here with the 1 hour scripts now. Pretty low risk trading. And now we're waiting for the NASDAQ to make us rich because we put so much into this trade. And I would buy at the market. So if I didn't think right now the NASDAQ was not, like I wasn't in enough NASDAQ, which I think I'm in way too much, because I took a hit here. I think I lost about $100 here in that smash down. So I'm going to just let it go, because I still got more buy limits to fill, but this is the perfect place to pull the trigger on the 15-minute chart on the clock. 15 minutes, you literally got to pull the trigger here. That's a disciplined trader there. Now for me, I ain't waiting. I'm not waiting to pull that trigger, because I'm going to buy on limits. Smart money, right? We're going to buy right here. Look at how they just nicked that. But now you could have a big fat ticket here, but look at the spread is about, the spread is a buck. You could have had a fucking serious scalp ticket here, and you're going to be out of that trade by right now when it comes back to here. Right? That's the trade, right? That's the scalp, right? Now, as far as holding this, I'm going to hold this thing till it rips back to here, which is in the middle of fair value of, here's the top, becomes a bottom on the 15. And I'm going to trade it back into fair value of that. But it's automatically going to happen because those my targets are at. Okay, we're only down $70, so hang up the phone with Alan. I think we're going to make money on this NASDAQ trade. Should have planned it out a little bit better, though. Look, it's still tanking. You got to love that. Something's getting filled in the background. I can't tell what it is. Whatever it is, we're using so much margin, it's killing me here. I think I might got filled in crude. I don't know. I'm like Joe Biden. I don't know what's going on here, dude. Joe Biden trades Forex. Yeah. And then the other day, yeah, Was that me? Yeah, that was me. I turn these comments off. It's driving me crazy. I always turn the commissions off too. I think I know what they are. That's the default though. Hey, look at this. I'm up $50. Give me some of that, kids. The NASDAQ is going to pay the rent. All right. Wow. Trapped under the floor here. Perfect timing. Okay, let that rip. We're going to let that thing go. So that was a sweet buy in that 15-minute NASDAQ. So that's how we roll it. That perfect little, I deleted my equilateral triangle, but look at this perfect little measured move here. If you truncate this, turn the ray off. I change this color a little bit. Make this thing some kind of yellow shit. And then you take this and you copy it. First, we're going to queue this up. This is what I learned from RSI guy. Okay, there's your measured move. So that's over. That price pulse, and it just nails it dead on. But this is a momentum 1-2 punch, kind of, so to speak. That's the concept, at least. So we're holding this, and I'm buying the euro. So everything's kind of turning around there. This will be the reversal scalp today. I'm back to 600. So we took a little ride there. You know, we took a little heat. We're down $200, and we called Alan. He fixed it. Turns out Alan is the guy. He works in an institution. He actually controls all the order flow for the whole world. He's a busy guy. He makes commissions on stop hunting retail guys. See what's really going on. ICT doesn't want to talk about this, but what's really going on is that there's some. You ever heard of the Illuminati? I mean, I knew we eventually have to go there. Hey, I'm up $120. Trying to make $500 this morning before the Dow Jones opened. This is all the futures. They're manipulating the market again. So I'm about to maybe make. I think I might have a 50 pip target in here. So I have to go. See if I had the comments properly set up. I'd actually know if I'm coming up on my targets. I'd be a more organized trader, I think. But that's not happening today. Okay, so I know I have $100, $200 targets. What that means is, unfortunately, that's 5 tickets. That's 6 tickets in there. So one of those tickets, I try to actually do the proper stuff on here. So it looks like this. If you look under the hood of this script, what's going on is, I know it says 3,500 pip stop, but that's a $35 stop per ticket, and this is the spacing of the tickets. And trying to make $50 per ticket. So if all 5 tickets fill at $35, it's $175. So the risk is for this whole rack. And I made this staggered, so you're buying, and I forgot that when you drop this script, where your mouse tip is the first drop. Then it's going to come in pips apart, right? So this is 1 pip apart. So this ticket 11. There's no ticket 0, and there's no ticket 10, because that is where your mouse is going to drop the first ticket. So you come in here at, this is just a hodgepodge. I kind of did an anti-martingale at the end, but I put a, you see this, since the stop is 50, if you want the whole rack to fill, you need to keep this pip apart inside. the master stop, so to speak, because if this is going to buy deeper than this, you might blow out that rack and leave one ticket standing, which would destroy this true risk to reward ratios. Kind of ruins that in the sense that you're not taking into account possibly the market crashing and filling all those tickets. Now you could just do single drops, and it's very easy then. And I would recommend that. I just did this because it's a demo account. I just want to fuck around with these giant canvas orders, canvassing and staggered and all that. But in the end, it really should be a single drop, right? Because I have so much exposure here. Like if the market did rip down 300 pips right now, I mean, I just put in about $1,000 of risk. But what's the probabilities the market can drop that fast? So I'm betting probabilities. What do you think the market can smash down here in 4 hours? Well, that's more likely than 1 hour. So I go for the 4 hour deep like this. 4 hour deep down here. I can make the argument very easily. There's a supply zone down here. Just put the fucking tickets in, dude. Walk away. I know you want to run the indicators. Sorry if you love indicators, but I can't anymore. I can't do it. It's like a bad relationship. It reminds me of the girl that she looks really hot, and you're like, your family is utterly fucking nuts. Especially, can you imagine if they're a libtard family? You're like, dude, this fucker voted for Biden? Now, you got to give him the fucking moron break, right? The Biden break. Anybody that voted for Biden's probably dumb as fucking Biden, right? I got to be careful what I say, because the robots listen to even this fucking channel. You said something against the Fuhrer? What broker are you trading at? We're going to stop hunt you. The CIA stopped hunted my last fucking trade I was in. I knew it, man. You know how I knew? Because Robinacci called me from, he was having an omelet. He was having pancakes at the local pancake stand in the morning. International House of Fuck Nuts. And he called me, said, you know what's going on? I go, no, tell me. Now we're back underwater again. No, short-lived, but we're riding the beast, the NASDAQ here. We're buying more on a plunge, I think. Okay, we're just kind of bobbing around. We're waiting for this culmination of all the drama here today. Top of the hour is coming. So this next 10 minutes we can get paid real quick. Like in about 11 minutes, this thing could be ripping up. And those are all my take profits. Every aqua is a take profit, and every kind of greenish thing here is my pending buy limits for the moment. So the market is I'm waiting for the market to come to me in this style of trading, market maker. I'm a stop hunter. I hunted these guys stops, by the way. They don't know it. The bulls had stops in here because they're long, right? Because it's an uptrend, right? Man, look at this thing on the 1 hour. So what do you make of the 1 hour, right? So the 1 hour is a low frequency scalping situation. So the 1 hour is a little easier to trade, right? You can see the supply zone right here. You're going to buy here. Now, maybe you can't afford to buy this 200 pip window. And obviously, I couldn't afford some of that because I put too tight a stop in, but that is the buy window, in my opinion. That's the auction. There was also, you could have sold the fake break out of this 1 hour bar. So on the 1 hour, if you're going to fade, if you're going to stop hunt the bears, where do you think their trailing stop is? They sold up here, the top here. They're fucking genius. So they trail their stop, and they go boom, bim, boom, and they get filled. And there's some goober out there that probably has a moving average that's pointing up at this point, and he puts a buy stop confirmation on the top of that little bar. He may be right in the long run. So he's on the same trade I'm in, but he decided to put a buy stop here, and maybe if you do that kind of trading, you're supposed to put a sell stop here. Well, he just got whipsawed. But I guess if you put your stop where they're not going to get it, you get in here. But you got to ask yourself, if you trade like that kind of harebrained shit, why did you put a buy stop up here? If you put a buy stop up here, you had to scalp it. Was there a scalp there? Go down here. Yes. If you were to sell, if you were to put your buy stop here, like a good goober, you could make 100 pips. But guess what? There's a guy like me going, let me see what the 1 hour, the 15-minute chart. Cancel replays, trailing stop, the robot's protecting the sell. He goes long. But what about this? If you don't cancel replays, there's a stop, or there's guys that have a trailing stop that gives the market a lot of room. But what's really going on is, that's the ICT order block, right? Or I call this the simpleton vacuum. This is a mini vac. We never made it to here, but this is why I would be prepared to sell here on this wedge. And it wouldn't make much of a difference. I'm still just going to sell high, buy low. So in the end, all this is bullshit, right? But it's not from the standpoint of when they crush this. And this is on the clock, by the way, 15-minute. You'd have to be on the one. There's double top here on the 1 minute chart up in that supply zone, right? You know, 1 minute chart. There's a guy on a 1 minute chart going, dude, double top here. Nail it. Boom. There's that guy, right? He's selling a mentorship in that system, I think. At the moment, he's coaching somebody while we speak. What you want to do here is you're going to get like an athletic supporter when you're trading this kind of stuff in some diapers. Because you're going to get your nuts crushed and you probably shit your pants. So this kind of technique we're using here today, you got to be rough and ready. Now this is my scalp. This is the $50 for total rack. This is $5 a ticket. And that is a logarithmic. I'll put the 4 hour down here. I'm just going to go full retard now. Looks like they might come down here. We'll risk 500 to make 1,000. Does that sound fair? I'm still only down $80. I can't fucking believe it with all this shit I got running here. I'm only down $90. So we just have to wait this out. Here's top of the hour. So here's the critical window. This is it. This is the money-making window. 5 minutes. Let's see if it's a money-making window for us, though. All right. Most profitable trades are at the bottom of the rack. I'm sitting here waiting for the goobers to get whips out here. I'm gonna range trade it. I'm always range trading it. I mean, you could draw these lines and stuff, but in the end, All right. Sit back and wait for the money to roll in here. I'm looking at the Porsche catalog right now, the Lamborghini catalog. Gosh, I don't know. I'm kind of down. I think I'm not going to have enough gas. It's premium gas. Shit, I'm down $300, $400. Down 300. I don't know. I'm going to need, like, the oil change on my Porsche is like 500. Bitch. Ain't that a bitch? See how violent this is? This is the most volatile window. But we make money here. $2,500 a margin now. NASDAQ, I'm buying this thing. Oof, down 180. Balance is only down 70 though through all this drama. So in 10 minutes from now we should be getting paid. Maybe 5 minutes actually. So this is the kind of thing I could never trade at the market. This many instruments. There's no way. So I'm just trading supply and demand. I suppose this is a auction. I'm doing the auction thing. Get some coffee going here. Stay awake. Anyways. 5 day ADR? Or you mean ATR? What's ADR? I got a 5-day ADD indicator and I've got a lot of coffee. I've got a Tourette's indicator too. What the fuck's going on with these markets? Oh, Jesus. I got to get one of those pour over things. I'm getting more and more picky about my coffee. The more pips I make, the more picky I am about my coffee. I'm like a coffee snob here. Got to get that fucking conical ceramic grinder. Here we go. Getting paid here in 5 minutes. The robots be in on this bitch. It right there. Boom. 7 o'clock. Ba-bang. Ba-bang. Cha-ching. We can make $500 here really fast in this NASDAQ. Nobody bids NASDAQ down. Nobody makes NASDAQ sit in the corner, do they? So it's not bad. Guess the navigator window. Yeah, it's all about trade management. That navigator window's my fucking lifeline. I got 1 million of those goddamn things. So I writing these NASDAQ scripts last night to run them today. See what's going to happen. Structured trading it. Structured trade the NASDAQ. No market orders because, the market orders really aren't planned out trades in a sense. I mean, they really aren't even a Fibonacci guy's should be putting his orders on the Fibonacci handles. I mean, and if you did that, you probably make money because you're buying low and selling high. The funny thing is about Fibonacci, sure it works because you buy low, sell high, and a lot of people are going to give the Fibonacci a little room, not be so precise. Right, that's the natural thing, I think, is that, it's close enough. Now, the guy that's waiting for the exact hit, that's tough. That is a tough lifestyle. Because the disappointment rate is insane. Here, I feel satisfied as fuck. I'm in $2,500 of margin. And an unregulated broker. Does it get any better than this? Hedging and wedging. So, we're going to have to ride the storm out here. We've got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left, this critical window. Look at this thing ripping around here, man. Wow. Contest. Looking for the engulf. I'll take the plunge either way. Look, it might plunge into my limits. That'd be another 100 pips down would be even better because I can't wait to see what that looks like. I probably use almost all the margin in the account, though. I'm just warning everybody. Don't try this at home. I'm using half of the margin for NASDAQ, half of the account. I'm up the spread right now. If you look, though, I'm up the spread. I'm killing it. The buck of spread. I'm actually up $2 because they overcame the spread. I still got coming up on critical time theory. Critical time theory is how people get stop hunted. All right, 2 minute warning. 2 minute warning. Do you remember the movie 2 Minute Warning? Anybody out there? Guy had a gun, and he was in a football stadium with a gun and 2 minute warning. He was the first domestic terrorist movie, really, honestly. Shit, so wow, look at this thing. Crazy, huh? Still tanking. Oh, just about to gobble my margin up. Oof. Hey, making money here on this yen. Look at that. It doesn't compare. The NASDAQ is just, it's brutal. We're down 600. Wait. Okay. We could be down 700 and be up 1,400, though. Now we're down 600. Buying another plunge of the NASDAQ. Betting on a retracement. Okay. 1 minute left. This is quite the insane move, isn't it? That 10 minute window is brutal. Okay, we're running out of margin now. We're all in on NASDAQ. A white knuckle trader. Oh, I'm sorry, that's racist. Okay. It's love and hate on your knuckles, right? Woof. We're down $1,000. Oh, we ran out of margin. There you go. See. Amazingly, we just have just enough margin to put out a couple more trades here. I think they're charging me $50 a ticket. Okay, we're down a clean 1,000. Now we're trying to make 3,000. Oof. Oh, I just kind of. Oh, I think we ran out of margin. Wait, please hold. Yeah, we're all in the whole account. I'm in $4,200 in margin here. We got some free margin, but I'm not going to buy at the market. So here's where the aggression would come in. Right now, I see I have free margin. If I had a market order, just buy. Use every bit of margin. That's aggressive trading. Yeah, you can flip this account. So they won't take so they just went red. So they won't take whatever pendings I have will be ignored now because I don't have enough margin, right? Wow, look at that. So see, this was see how the market. This is my lonely wick, right? So anything below there, you see how intense that is. Now, you got to understand, we just went down 1,000 pips on the 15-minute chart because it's the NASDAQ. I'm using. I wrote scripts for the NASDAQ, so I don't normally buy a plunge of 700 pips in like 2 hours. Anybody ever trade like this? I mean, I don't trade NASDAQ, so I just wrote this for somebody. But I was just trying to see if I could make money trading with the scripts, and it is heavy. So now we're just sitting here. We have free margin, right? So a little bit less panicky, but we turned red for a little bit there. So we just got the perfect fill. You couldn't get a better fill. We used the whole fucking account, okay? And we're only down 1,000. We're only down $1,200, and we're in the risk of the whole. We're just all in now. And I think I might be. So now I got plenty of margin now, so I could relax a little bit. I'm gonna relax a little bit here. So I bought the euro with my real money here. Let's go see what's going on there. Oh, see, they took it all the way back. Like they're gonna take it all the way to here. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Look where they took the euro. I've even got more buy limits down here too. They could actually come back and do a touchback against like in football. They could take this thing back to the end zone. Look at this fucker. Now this is so. This is this happens. They come up, and this is all before Dow Jones opens. All this drama. Come up here and trap these poor goobers. Then there's probably some poor slob that has a sell stop here. But I would have buy limits. Like I don't mind buying this plunge and going underwater. I'm not going to trade at the market. I couldn't even have done it. I couldn't pull the trigger on these instruments. Here, look at this beautiful trade here, right? If we would have let that, actually I got the sell limits up here. We're not in that trade. That's to take profits. But look at this nice big pullback. I think this is another reason why I lost money, or I'm underwater. See, I shorted into this. Don't forget we have this in the background. This is the. So if I was just trading the NASDAQ, that'd be one thing. But I'm selling the dollar yen as it goes screaming north into just no man's land. Kind of into a real recently historical price. How do I know that? Go to the weeklies. You're coming up on a weekly supply zone. This is why you're getting your ass kicked if you're selling the yen. This is a supply zone in the weekly, this notch here. And of course the lonely wick, if you ever got up here, just sell everything you own. Put sells in above the lonely wick in the weekly. So the weekly chart matters now. The weekly chart. See, it all matters now. I'm only down 1,000 now. I'm only down 1,600. Sorry. So here, yeah, look at this. Right. Sorry. Yeah. Joe Biden trades forex. Sorry. Sorry. I think it blew up the account. Oh, sorry. So I'll daredevil. Here's aggressive trading, right? But this is it's 4 hours. All day we're selling the yen. I don't know if we're going to make it to here, but wow, I tell you, that's a crush. And so this vacuum, this guy was saying to me, I said long term the yen's going up, and this pullback here was the only time for the trend traders to get in a pullback on the weekly. So the weekly pullback is kind of a silly trade, right? This is the kind of, look at this pullback. I got the moving average on the weekly, 8-period moving average. Buy, right? I could sell a course on that. Yo, what you do here? See, what you do here is you get out the weekly charts. You put a moving average. You would use a fast moving average on a weekly chart, right? You sell here. You sell here when it touches the moving average in that trade. Yeah, because these are perfect fucking trades, dude. But you had to wait how long for this setup? I got you. I wouldn't do that. I got buy limits in this wick. I'm buying that wick. That's my trade. Or I'm selling. So why can't you sell this wick like that? That's a lonely wick. You could, right? You could in a 10 pip window on the weekly, but you got to take the scalp, because if you don't take this off the table, this 100 pip pullback, you know, it's not going down. Like, you can tell it's done. And there's buyers down here, so it's like bookends. You got the buyers and the sellers bracketed on limits both directions, right? It's a simple narrative, I suppose. Okay, so now it's 10 after. Crude oil, I didn't get filled on any crude oil ones. Thank God. There's a lot to look at. NASDAQ, ripping back. So now we're going to make some money on NASDAQ, right? We're up $200. I'm looking to make $50 on each ticket here. All the NASDAQ has to do now, that's the 1 hour. So this is the bigger picture, right? So the guy that puts in his orders like this, and he goes to work, or he goes and fucks his wife, or he still fucks his wife. He just goes, you know, honey, I looked at my phone, and it's like this limit here, right? You just made, how much did you make on that? About 200 pips? How much you make on that? About 200 pips. Let me see how much you made. Not yet. Not yet. But you made, yeah, you made about 100 pips. Now, this is the 5-minute NASDAQ. We're looking for a rally to the floor. And we'll be cashing out along the way. I freed up some margin, so I guess I could do this. And this would be, without trading at the market, I can still be aggressive. Put a 2-hour buy limit here, and a 1 hour. So a 2-hour buy limit here. And I'm gonna do the same rinse and repeat. We may retest. I think that's a good trade, and like this. So I got free margin. If we pop back a little bit, pick up a few tickets there. And that's that. Really trying to, these will make $50 at least, if not, I'm sorry, yeah, if not, I should have just made these single tickets. It's hard to do the math now. I'm trying to think what inside that, what it's going to look like when it cashes. I know it's $50 for the, yeah, this will be $25 per ticket here. Yeah, it's $25 per ticket here. So it's not that, like, I should be making, cashing out here when these get to about, we'll do okay on that trade. As I set this exit at 50 pip, $50 a ticket. Yeah, $50 a ticket here. That's a long ways away. I mean, that's 500 pips. I just got filled on some limits, so I just put them in there. So picked up a few more. And by the retest on the 5-minute NASDAQ, we could still come down again before we go up. So there's a big picture, so to speak. I can make these colors a little bit easier to see. So the stops are going to be, and the take profits are going to be, like slate gray. Because I'm worried about the entry more than the exit. Right, so I'm just going to stripe the wick, These are 2-hour buy limits, risking $50 overall if every ticket fills to make $100. It's about a 6K in there. Because the first drop is there on your cursor. Then 5 below. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6K. That's a monster. So wait, it's quarter after now. Go to the 15-minute chart. We got a 15-minute hammer we just completed. Or no, not yet. Oh, I guess it's just a 15. So I want it to come down and fill more tickets now. All right, we just got just enough margin to do it. I think we just ran out of margin. That's okay, though. Oh, we just freed it up. So we got a little retest there. Just kind of building a long position here for a retracement in the NASDAQ. 15-minute NASDAQ buying on limits. It's taking a long time to make this fucking money, isn't it? Oh, Guppy looks like a nice sell up here. Spike up one more time. I'm also selling into the another reason I'm underwater is I'm selling into this rally on the dollar yen. Crazy move. Look at this thing just screaming into my sell. Stacked them in there. Standing right in front of the market with all my sells. That's how we do it here. Contrarian trading is just all about. Yeah, I know it's in an uptrend, but really? Look at that. Look at the half hour. Man, these markets are all moving at the same rate of change now and just smooth as hell. This is like unsustainable. Look how smooth this sell-off is in the... So nice and gentle. Okay, I think it's done. Now, I would buy at the market right now. That's a nice buy at the market. But I already bought this giant plunge. I wish I would have run a little wider stops, but I don't think the account could handle it. We would be buying everything below this. This would be the trap entry. So that's my big buy window. We're still dicking around in it. It's going to take a while for this thing to kind of get back to like square one, you know. Get us back to some civilized prices. Let's check in with the euro. See if they were able to touch the other side of the... No, not yet. But they still could crush this out. Look how smooth that pullback is. It's a real reconciling. We've got a triangle here on the crude oil. 15-minute crude. She's going to break up or down here. So I could put buy limits and sell limits above it, but it's too much to focus on. Bitcoin's just trapped in nowhereville. It's not doing anything. It looks like a sell, actually. On this Bitcoin to me is a sell for the structure reason of there's a bottom. I could claim that this is the floor if you're a trend trader. And we've already scalped the unfair value when Bitcoin took out the weekly lows last night or yesterday. So all the scalpers got out here, but now we could engulf. We could flip up here and start marching north. That could happen too. Which it does that. But we are at the line of scrimmage here on Bitcoin. Right, this is the... actually, the stock market looks like this too. It looks really fucked. Like, look at this 4-hour stock market. But once again, we can defy this structure because this is what I noticed last night is that if stocks are cooked, like put a fork in it, this bottom becoming a top here, and then we go down, but guess what? Is banging on this knocking on heaven's door. Nothing will pop up one last time, but of course, for my technique, I'd be selling in this slot. So we could pop up into that window. But right now I'm buying this plunge in the NASDAQ as they keep smashing it down. I'm committed to this trade today. I'm all in. I just ran out of margin. We just went red. $4,100 of margin almost exclusively. A little bit of yen. Any winning trades? The only winning trades are the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ, I'm down $27 on my worst NASDAQ. So we just have to wait for the tide to turn here. But all 15 minutes below here, I buy at the market. Right, anything below this price, I buy at the market. And look at this, like getting filled, I think, or getting stopped out. Right. I got such tight stops on this too that I bet. Oh, I can't fucking see it. Stopped out and limited in. Oof. Okay, we're down about $2,000 now. So I still got $3,500 of margin. That's all I care about. Got to put your money to work. So we bought that deep discount. I don't know if we got filled on that though. We might have ran out of margin by the time we get filled down here. I mean, we're down 1,000 pips. Clean on the 15. Another unsustainable move. They really treat people like a rag doll. You know, poor retail guys there buying that plunge like me, but I'm buying it on limits. I'm smart money trader, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. Set it and forget it, really. So we got in super aggressive on that. That's so ridiculous of a price. Looks like we're gonna make some money on the euro, though. That's the only thing I'm trading is euro, and I'll trade this NASDAQ. Unless it's like this demo account, you fucking test out this buy low, sell high theory today. Oof. Yeah. Give me that, the leading edge. Okay, NASDAQ. Wow. Man, look at this. We came down and took out this wick. Wow, what a insane. Like, not this, you could have just had the orders down here. It's crazy. So I'm an aggressive trader. I buy everything below here in this whole window. Down to about here now. So I put that retest in. We did more than retest. We went into lower. Look at, we're going lower. Another 200 pips down in NASDAQ. I got some wide stops. I got some pendings down here still. So as soon as they free up some margin, I'll put some pendings down here. Okay, I got $200 of free margin. I gotta find my NASDAQ scripts. Here. 3 hours will buy here. Oh, I guess I ran out here. There you go. Broker's not filling me. I guess because I'm kind of lagged out there. We're down to about $2,600 here. Let me get you know, these scripts here. I got to get out the my original one that's going to make 500 pips though, $50, because we're down too far. Here, this one will make $200. 50. That's a 30-minute script. We got enough money for that. See, now if I had market orders for this NASDAQ, which I don't, since I got free margin here, I'm buying start buying now. Okay. I got to get as close as I can to this thing now because I got enough margin. So now I got to trail it. Like the so the bulls that buy here, now there are people buying here on the NASDAQ, believe it or not. I'm going to run trailing buy limits now since I have enough margin, right? I want to pick up these tickets here. like this. Now I'm going to come underneath it and trail it with, just like I did before, the trade the retest thing idea. So we got enough margin now. We're only down like $2,500. So I'm going to run 30, because I don't want this thing to eat up too much, what do you call, I can only drop so many orders, so I'll make sure they only last an hour here. So it's 200 pips under this floor. Right, this is the 1 minute chart. 200 pips. So it just dropped it. We just dropped 3 minutes. We just went down essentially 200 pips. Okay, now we're gonna sit and wait. We got just enough margin. I should probably hurry up and rewrite these scripts to make 1,000 pips. I didn't write that script, unfortunately. So here's the thing: you were down 1,000 pips in half an hour on NASDAQ with, trading these NASDAQ scripts. Shit. Let's delete these objects. So this is, that's a big drop, right? So we started here. That's a 30-minute chart. That's a lot. It's about 1,000 pips from this top. See, now I got free margin. So if I had I would buy 1Ks at the market. I guess I could just do it like this. We'll just do it raw. Since I don't have it, I'll just buy at the market like this. But now I got to be careful that I get those. I have to take those off the table manually because there's no stop on that ticket I just put in. I don't have any orders. I don't have a script for this thing. So these are all the raw tickets I just traded. There's no stops. Let me keep track of the margin with the market orders. Keep this all. So now I'm going to, I see I just ran out of margin because I bought the market there. So that didn't last long. There's no stop on that. I'm down $2. So now I'm right at the threshold. I'm using, I'm just redlining the account right here. Down $2,600. Yeah, still waiting for Dow Jones though. We got a fucking hour for that. I guess is there news coming? No, it's we got 2 hours before stocks even open. Look at this poor NASDAQ. They could just blow up my account. I mean, actually, I can't. So I have these tickets that have no stops now. Yeah, look at this thing. Holy shit! Wait, I think I just ran out of. Oh, still got free margin there. So we're getting filled on limits though. Whatever limits there's available. And then when I get free margin, I'll just get in at the market. That looks like a buy. So just max it out at the market. Buying 1Ks. Man, look at this thing. We get down about 2,000 pips here. How's Bitcoin taking this news? Doesn't give a shit. Maybe I should get out of these, make any money on this yen trade yet. Oof. Still getting clobbered here. That's what you contrarian, man. It's not for sissies. Okay, NASDAQ. I got free margin. Let's go NASDAQ. All right, we gentlemen, we can rebuild him. A $6 million account. Steve Austin assumes Biden's mental capacities and decides to trade the Forex market with NASDAQ. Let's trade NASDAQ with Forex scripts. Man, look at the punishment on that. Boy, they don't like that stock. I mean, Biden, I think when Biden said, come to the border. This is what they'll say. They'll say, well, what's driving the market is that Biden said, everybody come to the border. But what's really fueling it is this giant cavern of vacuum that we're buying into. I lost track of my balance. Okay. We're redlining. We're down to $3,600. Wow. Here we go. I'm ready to pull the trigger at the market as soon as we get some available margin. We're going to take this thing back to the top of that box. 500 pip target. On your mark. Wow, look at that. How much drama in a half an hour. Well, I think I need at least $50 of margin to buy one ticket here, though, so we'll be waiting a long time. Another 3 minutes we could buy, maybe. There, I need $70. I need $60 to buy. That was pure limit entry here. Now I trade at the market. Let's just go for broke. Yeah, so. How's everybody sleeping? I guess all I have available is my Google. Everything's being discontinued. The Google Hangout thing. This is the only link I know. Let's see. There's got to be something that's easier than this. Well, this is pretty easy, but everything has a purpose. I got some free margin here I'm going to buy. There. We'll just have to ride this back at the market now. Every time we get a little free margin. That's it. That's about loaded there. It's kind of hard to buy because, boy, you just got to... It can't back up on me now, but it's okay. We'll just redline the account. If it backs up, it'll just go red. That's all. Better red than dead, you know. All right. Euro's coming back to life. I'm making money in the euro. It's quite a pullback on the euro. Everything just went catawampus there. Everything went nuts today. Kind of queuing up for the final day of the week and finally making money on my contrarian view of this so-called trend up. So every time I get some free margin here, I'm gonna load the wagon on the NASDAQ. But notice how that's a shaved candle. That's a half hour. That is 1 hour straight down. Well, half hour turn on a dime. Turn on a dime. Look at that. It is insane. Insane in your brain. Here's the link to the oh, gotta buy. Got free margin. Okay, so that's about as heavy as we can load it. I'd rather be in $4,000 of margin down here at the bottom. So this is the idea that you buy very deep, heavier than I bought because I just thrown that shit in front of it. I want to see what happens. Now you have to, since I didn't write scripts that have the proper targets here. I think these are set at so they have. I know I got filled on some of these. These are designed to make $40 a piece. That's not bad. $40 a ticket. And we're down 13, and a lot of this losses are because I got stopped out. And actually, the tight stops, a lot. So you have to pay the dollar commission per ticket again. So each rack costs $6 just in commissions every time. It would blow me out there. I'm just gonna go long on any kind of free margin. I should probably get out. Well, I just have to let it cash out. So because I'm trading multiple currency pairs, I really can't get a precision look here. Right, because I got the dollar yen in the background here. Got to do the guppies even on this thing right now. Still slightly short the guppy. So we track this stuff down. That, I'm up 5 cents here. But yeah, I guess so here is wait for retracement here. So the ones that I'll make money on are those market orders that I did without any stops. Here's my stopless tickets right here. Shit, I lost my tab. Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
You having fun? I wrote these NASDAQ scripts for this guy. I can't remember his name. The guy was trading index futures. Yeah, so this is quite. And how do you like how harsh that sell-off is? Everything's going nuts, What are you trading any of these things? Look at this beautiful setup here. It came right back to the starting gate on the pound. Huh?
No, I don't even get off of Euro USD. I don't even want to complicate my life with that. That's like having too many kids.
Oh, what are you trading now?
Just Euro USD. Just doing 1 hour. I just put stuff on once a day.
Look how they just nicked this floor here on the euro. See, here's where the goobers put their sell stops. I just talked about this about a half hour ago. They got their sell stops here. Well, we're gonna go short. This is the whole thing yesterday with the auction guy. Yeah, buy here, sell here, duh. Like this is the slot. But actually, I bought all the way back to there. So I just canvassed that whole area. That's another trade that I'm kind of underwater here. So with my real money, I looked at this 4-hour chart and I had this trade on the euro because the euro, it did retrace, but it reached that climax moment. And you had to get out whether you wanted to or not. It may retrace in the long run. It may go all the way back, right? So you had to kind of get out when it came back up to about there. Actually, my real target would be here in the end, but I knew that there was such a smash down. This is dead cat bounce kind of scalp, and now this is kind of a confirmation entry, and they actually hunted that guy that has his. No, they took out that 4-hour low, see, in the euro. So if you have your orders here in this pocket, you don't have to look at all this bullshit here and go, well, look at this, look at this. I know this. If you're gonna sit there and look at this, yeah, the guy that traded the half-hour momentum get in there, but the guy that looks at the 4-hour, he goes, oh, you know what? Hey, if we close below this floor, then, or if we just come in here, take out this 8-hour low. We just took out 8-hour supports, right? Let's just buy here, where the 8-hour supports are. You also could have sold here as a contrarian. You could have sold that trap wick if people are buying this breakout. There's people that go, oh, got a confirmation. Or even the guy that traded this breakout. Don't forget, somebody had a buy stop here and they went long. And if they didn't take profits, it came back and bite them in the ass, That's the thing. If you're not getting out of your profits, then what's the point? I mean, that's half the trade is getting. Look at gold's ready to tank. But I would buy gold if it popped into this window, but I can't pay attention on that shit. I just do this because people on the stream are probably watching all these crazy markets. But it is fun. I think the Dow Jones looks like it's ready to pop north. I can't believe it. Like it's banging on the ceiling here, man. It looks like it's just itching to go north. I also put the 100 pip handles on this one. And I don't know if we could have traded this one. Yeah, this would be less volatility. See here, these are 100 pip grid. So here's the half-hour Dow Jones. I can run my Nasdaq scripts over here actually, but it's not as expensive. See, the Nasdaq is so brutal here. I can put a sell limit here, and oh shit, that's the wrong. Oh, I fucked up these tickets. Oh, that's a bad ticket. Shit. Oh, I gotta delete that. That's what's fucking me up. Luckily, it's only 1K. Yeah, I wrote that based on a wrong drop, so converted a drop to something else. Get rid of these tickets here. But it's no harm. It's not a big, small mistake. Let me just. So here, I'll show you this. Yeah, I don't know how people do it, honestly. They'd be trading that stuff. Here, I'm going to buy the NASDAQ. We got a little free margin. I'm waiting for $60 of margin to become available. And I'm going to pull the trigger here. Hit the market. Oh shit, I think we need $70 to do it. Oh well, I'm not going to babysit that shit. Yeah, the Dow Jones. Let me go back to that. I'm going to go for my authentic. Gosh, where did I put them? Oh, here they are. So for 2 hours, I can sell the Dow Jones up here for 2 hours. I just gotta delete these fucking objects or it's killing me. Lisa, you're killing me. Okay. Man, I lost track. Here it is. I'm like Joe Biden. Can you get a teleprompter out again? Look at that. Wow, that is fucking crazy. So that is a scalp, right? We would sell up here. Oh, got free margin. Hurry up and buy this. Oh, okay. We're just going to ride that one. Try to rebuild the account. So look at this. I got a 1 hour buy limit, $175 there. See now how those are just kind of in their hodgepodge, you know? Anti-martingale actually, but the stop is the same for every ticket, so I can absorb this whole thing. And this is not as risky as the NASDAQ because, you know, the NASDAQ just moved like this far in like, it took this thing all day. And it took the NASDAQ a half an hour to drop 1,000 pips. Good Lord. I think it's the most vicious thing. S&P 500 I have up here. And I don't think it's even, look at the S&P 500. Like I could drop a script like this and dude, look at this. I mean, S&P 500, you ain't going to blow up the account. You know, I could buy like this all day in this pocket. But then NASDAQ. So you can take the NASDAQ scripts and you can put them on the pound. Crude oil looks like it's going up. I got sell limits up here. They're still pending. I think I put some 4 hour and 8 hour shit up there. But we're flashing red, but I'm making money in the euro. So did you buy some euro here on this kind of severe sell-off?
Bought a little.
Yeah.
I always just buy a little.
Well, you can put more orders deeper, you know.
Yeah.
But,
I can do that. I got the orders to do that, but
I like to avoid trading at the market at all costs.
But I think it's going to go down because it's just a huge. You go to the daily, there's just a huge. It's a roller coaster. I think it's going to.
How long you planning on being in the trade?
Oh, no. I mean, I just do this once a day. I got some 4 hours, some 8 hours, and then some 1 days.
Right, but if you think the euro's going to drop, from here it's going to drop. How long would you be in that trade?
I guess at some point, I don't know. You know, I guess I don't really think that far ahead. I'm just kind of like, well, looks like this. I mean,
look at the 4 hour chart right now. You can't sell here. You can't sell here. Like you can't sell here forever for any reason. That's a fucking trap. That's a goober trend trade. This is a goober. Like goobers right now are saying, you know, they're saying, I'm looking for a place to sell the euro today. It's in a downtrend. It's not a downtrend. Look at the daily. That's a downtrend? Dude, it's over. Went down 3 days hard as a fucking rock. it's coming back to here. So if you buy here, in the long run, it doesn't have to come back there, but that's the target. No, you can't sell. I know people want to sell here, but you'd be out of your mind. So I ask how long you can be in the trade, because you're going to be in the trade for 4 hours or 4 days. I think the answer is the same. You can't sell here. It may keep tanking, but I can make money in 4 hours. So it may go up. In other words, it may go up 20 pips here, and then you could sell it. But for the moment, my God, I mean, look at time of day it is here. Oh, I can't imagine. Because look at the NASDAQ. It sold off so hard. That's why the euro went down. That's why everything went. So the dollar's going up, right? The dollar's strong this morning. Because interest rates are going up on the long bond. I mean, this is the fundamental reason, I suppose. But there's a vacuum. There's always a vacuum we're filling. So you may make the argument that, oh, this is a... But I can't imagine selling the euro here.
I don't think it's done going down. I think it's going to go down further.
Okay.
That's my long-term retarded view.
Yeah, so if you thought that you should have been short from this rally. So you should have gone short when it went up. Right? Yeah,
just on pullbacks. That's
so
what I've got.
This vacuum up here on the you definitely have to sell it. I got to get a different chart. Here, let me bring up another broker with a clean chart. So here's the argument that the euro's going up, or that I don't even got the scale fixed here. I'm just going to do time frames. So let's go to the 15-minute chart. So 15 minutes down like this hard, right? Now it may keep tanking, you're right. But I'm not in that big. And I've actually got buy limits down here. So I'll just buy. If it does keep going down, I just buy it. Because I'm just trying to make pips. But to me, I'd be afraid to sell here, because right now you're at that breakout where the goobers are getting trapped on the confirmation that it's going down, because they put a sell stop here, and they're like, yeah, I'm short now. This is a 20 pip grid, so they put a sell stop here and they just went short, right? But this is an auction. They just auctioned this thing down on the 1 hour, and they bid it down 2 hours hard. To me, that's an all-time buy. That's the dumbest fucking buy in the world. So if you're long, which I am, I'll just hold this till the stock's open. And maybe I make 20 pips here.
I'm both long and short. The little trend trades here, those are little pullback scalps. That's how I like to do it. Like when I'm like doing for the trend, those are just little, that's my fourth child that I don't care if.
So what's your target?
Dies, right?
What's your trying to make 10 pips or 20 pips?
Just 10, just little 10s.
Oh, 10s, yeah.
Little 10s for pullbacks in the trend. Yeah. And the bigger ones, the contrarian ones, are the ones that I'm buying.
Yeah, this is quite a pullback. Actually, I think they trapped both people here. I mean, the structured traders, everybody that's a trend trader sold here, or the structured traders sold here, and also the trend traders, because you could say, and you could say that at any point along the chart here, but see this area, there's a lot of trades here to go short. Settlement limits, top become a bottom. Here's another top become a bottom, but top become a bottom. Now we have a double bottom. So if this thing had take out this double bottom and keep tanking, I don't care if they stop me out of this rack of buy limits, because I just buy more down there, But how long would I have the expiration of these tickets? Not 8 hours. By the end of the day, if we're taking out if we're down here at 5 p.m., I'm going to be seriously long on a bunch of tickets down here. And I'll be looking for it I'd hold it over the weekend even, because it's an unsustainable move. If you look at the larger time frame, you just wouldn't. I wouldn't do it, just because I'd be like, holy shit, really 3 days fucking hard down. You're down like, how many pips are we down in? We're down almost. This is 100 pips to the black line, so you're down about 140 pips. Wow, you're gonna keep tanking? I mean, look at this. Also, here's another reason to buy. You see this lonely wick down here? Wow, I would bet everything I own to buy here. Everything. That is the dumbest fucking high probability make a ton of money entry. That's the daily chart. You've gone down for 4 days in a row. Now we could give it all back today. And I don't know if there's any news coming out that could do this, but you don't need news for this shit because it's order and balance. We could come flying back to here by Monday to this this floor. Right. So the big picture here is that you may tell me all day long this isn't a downtrend because of this trend line, but holy shit, look at the daily. Like right now today for the next 9 hours here. Got an inverted hammer here if we close here. Yeah, that's quite a.
Yep.
That's quite a.
I'll buy hard on that lonely wick back from like November there on the daily. You saw where you think it's going to come down to. That's
yeah. If you ever get it,
fat wick.
That's like a fucking gold mine. That's a fucking.
In fact, why don't I have orders there right now? What am I doing?
Well, you probably won't get filled for about a week.
Yeah, that's. I mean, like weeklies.
For us to get down to this price, you almost have to come back to here first to this bottom, and then go down.
Well, I think it's going down there because there's an even bigger void below that wick. That's what I think it's just going to keep. I think it's going to fill hard in the future.
Yeah, but what about this? This is the round number. You're below the round number. Here's the void. This is the critical floor. The scalpers are going to make 20 pips on this today, probably, right? Because they bought here, 20 pip smash, come back to here, get out. Because if bottoms become tops, the most recent bottom becomes a top. A lot of people will sell here, and I would cash out here because this is the logical place to get the fuck out and make your 60 pips, which is my target, in the long run on the euro. But like I said, how long are you going to be in the market? If you're in the market for 4 hours, then you buy here before U.S. market opens, and they could drive it down lower another 20 pips when U.S. market opens. But the problem is the longer that we sit here, and this bar is going to close here in about 2 hours. The other thing to consider is that it'll be easier to trade these charts for me as soon as we get to this weekend because Europe's going to go to daylight savings time on Sunday. So all the charts will sync up again. So we have 2 weeks of 1 week of unsync. That's why we got that gap opens, I think, because U.S. market robots are running. These things are happening. All right, so I haven't looked at the account here. Oh, we're getting killed here on the NASDAQ. So here's my. I'm already up on the scalp here, right? You see the euro on the 5-minute chart now. So take a look at the 5-minute chart. We'll go to the small level. So you got the 4 hour in context here. I should probably do this. So here's how you should trade it really. If you just trade the euro, I don't know if you ever do you do this. Do you do like dual screen trading? Here,
not usually. I mean, no, not like that. I can't focus on more than one thing at a time.
Well, this will make it easier. Here, watch. Here in context, this is a context thing. You could focus on a 4 hour chart. It's barely moving. So here's the way to kind of this. You could do three time frames, but you don't want to go past that. But it's triple screen trading by Alexander Elder. This is this technique, and get the right template up here. Oh, that's kind of I kind of like my line chart on top of it, but here. So here what you do is you go like this. You say tile vertically, and here on the left side we have the 4 hour traders, and here we have the 1 hour traders. Now you can see the scalp here clearly. Right, if you're just trading one currency. And in other words, I can change this and still hold context to the other time frames. I don't have to worry about destroying my charts. See, I can draw a bunch of analysis here. I can pick out all my entries on the 4 hour. I know I want to buy down here, but I can look at the 15-minute chart for confirmation and go, you know what? As soon as we close below the floor, and this is I just tell myself this, any close below the floor here on the 15, I buy. Now on the 15, what's supposed to happen here structurally, and this is an old classic psychological situation, is that, I mean, the people that are going to sell in confirmation, the trend traders are supposed to sell right here, right? Because this bottom should become a top, but we should keep tanking. Now you got to ask yourself on that 15-minute chart, if I draw a trend line, do we have the momentum to keep on keeping on? That is a hell of a sell-off, isn't it? That's a fake move, right? That is not. I mean, because in context, look at the 4 hours. So I can always hold in context, and I can actually get the whole story here on the 15 and match it up with the 4 hours. So I can also go to the daily here to see where am I in the daily, and if I want to look at the weekly, I don't have to fuck up this chart. See, would you sell here? Look at the weekly. Would you sell here? Wow, I think you missed all the selling, you know. And here I can go to the 5 without fucking up the weekly. So I can actually do this. You talk about drill down, drill up. Here's the 5 minute. There's a double bottom below the floor on the 5 minute. I'm buying at the market right now. That's the dumbest fucking. But I'm already long. I know I'm long because I bought this whole motherfucker here on limits, and I don't give a fuck because I don't know how far they're going to pull it back. Now, in a top become a bottom thing on the 5, this top is supposed to hold. It broke out, it pulled back. Guess what? Fuck that. It engulfed it and fucked those people over. You got to think a little bit outside. Like, you got to think, well, there's a triple bottom here, and this, are they going to respect this? Are they going to hold this floor? This is the 5 minute. Dude, this is the weekly. You can't sell. I mean, you can do it. I would never sell here. Not today. Not after. Look at the daily. You know, this is like, wow, this is 4 days down on the daily. Look at that. It's done going down. That's the 5 on the right, the daily on the left. I mean, sure, it could keep tanking. We could get another slice down. Stock's going to open here. What they'll do is, you'll notice, they'll sit here and pump this thing below the floor until stock's open. Watch. They might spike it down, but just the same, put a buy limit down here. Put a pack of buy limits just outside, and it's going to look like this. Well, you can see it. So if I put this ticket here, watch, it'll show up on the dailies, right? So you can see, where do your tickets fit on the daily as opposed to this time frame? You're like, well, that's a 8 hour. I put a 8 hour, a 4 hour buy down here, 4 hour rack down here. That's a high probability trade that if they take out the low of the month, I mean the low of the week, right? I can actually go to the monthly chart. The beauty of this, I can go to the monthly chart. Now in the monthly chart, would you sell here? It actually looks like it could keep on tanking on the monthly. So you can play games here and see, well, you know, you can switch all your time frames over here and never destroy your analysis on this chart. So this is dual screen or triple screen trading. I wouldn't go past 2 of these though, because some people, this guy Kelvin that I used to fight with, he had every fucking time frame from the monthly to the 1 minute. So he had 20 and he had Renko, and he's like trying to, because when they all match up, I'm gonna go long. I go, dude, that ain't never gonna fucking happen because that 1 minute chart's always gonna be in a different world, you know.
Jesus Christ, on Renko too?
Yeah, we had all smoothed out. So he had red and white, and he was like, dude, you can't fuck this up. I go, dude, I know what you're thinking. I understand why he did it, but I said, you got to be realistic, man. How are you gonna make a decision?
Stare at the screen like that. So just wait perfectly.
Oh, so this guy, he's a graphic designer. He does it for a living, right? He does like layouts and catalogs and stuff. And so what he did was, he bought an Apple computer, which at that time, I think it's like about 2560 pixels wide. He took the charts in MetaTrader. He ran 2 MetaTrader. He actually ran like 40 charts. So he had the pound and the euro all splayed out from monthly to fucking the 1 minute. And since they wouldn't fit, he had scooched them up. He'd resized them and layered them so they were literally scrunched in. So, but you could see the current price of every fucking time frame. I'm like, dude, I know what you're thinking, but you can't. What the fuck does the monthly matter right now? The monthly, dude, if you're going to trade for 4 hours, if you're trying to make money in 8 hours, the monthly is not going to come into play. We're about to hit 8 o'clock.
That's just masturbation right there. Oh, yeah, look at all my analytics. Yeah.
Well, the feeling of safety. We just hit so the top of the hours here, and we just completed the 5 minute, the 1 hour, everything just completed here. The 1 hour all the way to the 5 minute to the 1 minute. That's another thing about the top of the top and bottom of the hour is that the half-hour guys, robots are in. Everybody's looking at it going, yeah, can we keep tanking here? I mean, it's getting kind of long in the tooth. I mean, we're going to keep selling this euro. And if you see a lot of wicks, you can see there's accumulation distribution. See a lot of wicks, right? That's another kind of indication that something's about to happen. So now we're coming up. See how the euro's coming off the floor on the 5 now? And I'm looking at the weekly and I'm going, yeah, I'm buying this thing. So it depends how deep your pockets are too, because I'm actually went long below this wick and I took quite a bit of heat, but I made it back this morning because I bought so much last night. My God, after yesterday's sell-off on the daily, I was like, oh my God. I doubled my size. I mean, see, there's a time to double your size, and that's a discretionary trading kind of thing. It's not robotic trading at all, because you look at it and go, oh, yeah, this is the time. It's like if you see a really hot girl at the coffee shop. Yeah, okay, I got to have to, this one I have to, like, at least see if she's married. Look for the ring. Maybe she's just got a boyfriend. Also here, you can have the tick chart. So this is, if I was going to be you, I'm not, but I'd have the tick chart here. This is how I typically would trade it. Tick chart here. I got the 15 and I got the big picture. And it's just one currency. And you can see how you want to stay long here. You can see the triangle on the tick chart. You can see the double bottom under the floor. This is a logical trade. This thing went screaming down. This is kind of the clearinghouse, you know. They trap people here. The full auction, full engulf, but the engulf's over. Now it looks like we could maybe take out the high of the day. Now we could do this thing where we just go up and just smash through that. You know, it's only 20 pips away. That's a 20 pip grid. It's only 20 pips away. So I'll make the 20.
Don't get me wrong. I'm ready to switch gears at a moment's notice as soon as I say, oh, okay, it's going the other way.
Well, I mean, you say you're long and short at the same time. Are you in a balanced hedge where you're long and short and you're just waiting to cash out of your winning leg?
They're just preset targets, essentially.
I know, but you said you're long and you're short right now. In other words, you're not in the market. You are in the market right now?
No, I'm not in the market. Yeah, these are both limits. These are both limit grids.
Well, so
just the short limit grids, those are just scalps that are going with the trend right now. So I don't care if I lose. Those are just pullbacks. And I'm always ready to throw those out.
So right here, can you see what I'm talking about? Okay, let me see if I can clean this up so it's obvious. Shit.
But they're designed to. Okay, I'm not.
In other words, what is your target on your ticket? 10 pips. And what's your risk? What's your stop?
on the pullback scalps? I mean, yes, those are like 10 pips. My contrarian ones are a little bigger.
Okay. Well, here's a story.
That's how I see the market. You know how different people see the market differently, right?
Well, I guess no. I'm sorry. I disagree, but because I'm going to explain to you what I see, and you'll see it. Okay. And like if I say you have 3 tires in your car, you have 3 tires in your car. I mean, this is a real. It's a structured trade, let's say. So
right.
Is this okay? So I'm trying to buy at the edge of the market. I'm trying to buy in the very edge of the market where it's the least amount of risk. So on the half-hour chart here, you could have placed a buy limit on this lonely wick here with a very tight stop to make 10 pips. And if you put too tight a stop on this, so if you buy here and your stop is the bottom of that box, you're stopped out. But what if you bought here, and then I'm just use this box as my entrance and my stop. I buy limit here, 1 here, right? 1 here. So I get, and this is very tight stop. In fact, I got a script. I got a single ticket. If you're running singles, I got some singles here somewhere. I'll just pick a 3K. Okay, here's a 3K in a 5 pip window. 6-hour script. When the market was up here, you could have placed buy limits just like this. Right? Just like this. There's a 10K. Actually, I didn't want to drop that one. That's not the one I want to drop. I'm saying you can get a very ICT slice precision entry here because the time of day it is. Also here, look at this is 5 minutes after. Look at the 5-minute chart at 5 minutes after the hour. What do you see? I see a double bottom and I see we're about to rip north, right? Now we got to take out. Here's how we take out this big sell-off. We got to take out this because here's where the confirmation guys are going to sell. Well, fuck them. They're idiots. And here's the floor. So my ticket. This is how low risk it is, right? You're buying this slot here on limits, so bookends, right? And then on the top side, you had to take some heat because if you sold here, holy shit. But if you waited for this top, the precision guy sells at new highs, so you sell that new high wick. But did you have a 20 pip target to ride that all the way back? So that's the kind of question. Now, if you have sell limits up there and you don't care, you got to be careful because how long do they last? What's the target? What's realistic? Because honestly, what could happen today is we could go up here and we could zigzag around and you could make yourself 3 pips, 8 pips, and all that stuff. But what's more likely to happen is we take out this trend line, stocks open. By the time Europe closes, we're taking out this top. So I just want to keep the context. So I don't have to, I can go to I don't want to lose track of what the daily's telling me is do not sell. The daily says do not sell for the long term. So I go to the half hour, on this here's the 15. And I would wait, and I do trade at the market if I didn't get filled because I would buy I buy at the market. If you're below this half-hour floor, you got to get in at the market because that's the auction. I don't know if you saw the video yesterday with the auction theory, but that is it. That is bottom tick Bobby. Top tick Tommy's up here. So I'm going to hold this long. And to go justify it, I could actually do, some people do this. So if you're a real hyper scalper, you have the 5 here. You put this on the 15. Now you are literally 1 increment away. This is the 5 minute. Here's the bigger picture. And what you said is true, is that people do see the charts differently. It's the way you frame it. So if I zoom this out, you have to make a different trade decision on this than this. So we all see the charts differently. We all have different indicators and different framing. If I frame it like this, in other words, if I put up the 4-hour chart and I zoom out like this, you can't even fucking see a trade. Like all you see here is like, yeah, I guess I should have sold up here on that double top. Dude, that trade don't exist no more. So we're down here. That's the 4-hour. Kind of scary to sell here now, don't you think? Like, what do you think the chance that this trend's going to keep going? And I could draw a trend.
Oh, it's very low. That's why by the way, I probably should say these tickets are only lasting like 2 hours.
Well, some of this, I guess you just have to show me your chart, share your screen. But like I said, if you're short right now, you have to be a little worried, don't you?
Oh yeah, but that's why these are very small tickets that expire very quickly. These are little pullback, and I constantly lay these out. These are little pullbacks for a little account.
Did you buy here at the market, or did you buy here in limits right where we're at?
These are limits. These are only limits.
No, did you get filled here where we're at right now? Are you long?
Oh, hold on.
Are you long right now?
No.
Are you trading?
No,
real,
I got limits. I got limits.
Are you
no, this is just a demo.
Just buy, dude. Just buy. Why don't you buy? It's a buy.
I don't know.
Nah, you got it's a demo, dude. You're afraid of making a mistake. You can't. You'll never be a trader. Right. You'll never be a trader. You shouldn't trade. You should not trade. You got to buy right now, dude. You missed your entry, but you'd be chasing it to buy. In my mind, you're chasing it here. I'm already long, so I refuse to chase. No, just buy it right here. You don't believe my argument, the 4-hour versus the
No, I do believe your argument. I'm not good at, and I
just buy. Like don't put up the one. What? See that far? You understand the auction? I guess. Well, why do you?
I do understand.
No, okay. Did you listen to Mark Douglas yesterday? You're trying to win every trade, dude. Do 20 trades. You're too afraid, dude. It ain't, but see, I don't know. So I can't. You can't. I guess you can't help somebody have courage. I don't know. You just got to take a risk, dude. If you're going to trade every day, you never know what's going to fucking happen, dude. I bought the plunge on that euro. You don't think I lost money? But I made it all back. See, I made it all back today. So, and then some. But Yeah, nobody wants to lose. No, I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer buy. Look, it's 10 after 8 in the morning. Stock's going to open up. Now they could drive it down lower, but buy one at the market and let your limits at least buy one at the market, because if you're going to wait for them to tag it down lower, if you put your orders down 50 pips below, it ain't going to happen, dude. This is a gimme trade. Look at this fucking. You ever seen a chart like this on a 5-minute in the morning? I haven't, dude. I've been trading the euro. Look at here. I'll put up the half-hour chart. Look at this fucking sell-off. How often does that happen? Okay, it happened here. You can see how this was a buy. A lot of people do this. Here's what a lot of people do. They go, you know what? Look at this fucking move. Would you buy that? Fuck yeah. I'd buy that fucking no problem on limits and at the market. Half hour to the 20-yard line? Fuck, I made 20 pips on that. Buy it again. Buy, sell, buy, sell. You got to trade a lot. Look at this. A fucking easy buy here, dude. I don't know why you don't buy at the market. Right now with a demo, you're not alone, dude. The drummer in my band, this guy makes $500,000 a year. He is a computer programmer. You know what? I set him with Oanda. Dude, you can trade like a $10 position. He was afraid to pull the trigger. I go, dude, it's a demo. See, I don't know if he's afraid of being wrong, because, you know, for a living, he's get everything fucking right, dude. He's a programmer on AS400, you know. He everything right, you know. He runs a giant fucking. They do insurance billing. I mean, he wrote all these modules, so I get it, you know. But I'm just saying, you got to loosen up, man. It's a demo. I don't know. It's a beautiful buy here. I don't know. I'm making money today. It's coming back, Jack. Here we go. So I can make about $100 here, I'd say, this morning. Easy. 200 maybe. I'm about to take profits, actually. So I'm taking profits right now. I'm scaling out. And you could be selling into this. I'm not saying you can't have your sell limits, but you'd have to babysit that stuff, because as soon as like you can pepper sell limits above you right now, but I wouldn't go 2 hours. I go like 1 hour, 30 minutes, because if this thing comes ripping back, dude, it's going to be a brutal move. They will fly through this top of the day. They will rip this shit up, and they will go 60 pips up today. Look, I mean, it's got to give back from all the punishment that this currency's been through. Look at the 1 hour chart. Come on, man. This thing's been obliterated. And if it only does a 20 pip rally here, you can actually put your target. There are going to be sellers above that wick, though. You're right. There's going to be sellers on the edge of the brackets, but I think you're being just way too conservative. I mean, you're
right. I am way too conservative. That's for sure.
Yeah. So it's. I mean, it will take a long time to loosen up, because you're trying to win every trade. I mean, you know, like Mark Douglas says, you got to do 20 trades, you know. On a trade-by-trade basis, you can't judge yourself. In other words, you're also probably, if you're married, you probably just married one girl and you don't cheat. So,
no, I'm not married.
What's that?
No, I'm not married.
But I know guys that are married, and then so that's why they trade one position, right? Because what I'm doing is I'm basically like a slut, you know. I got like $1 million.
Yeah, I'm not trading one position. Is that what you think I'm doing?
No, you're trading on a trade-by-trade basis. Mark Douglas is saying what you're trying to be. You're so careful. You're afraid of losing one ticket. That's insane. You're not a trader. You're just. I mean, on a 1K. I mean, I don't even know why you wouldn't do it on a demo. You gotta free yourself. You know, you gotta. Maybe I've been trading too long and I'm too careless. But you gotta loosen up, man. I just never made money. The most money I've made is just going, you know what? I'm going in this fucking trade, dude. I'm going in this guy. Like last night, I bought this plunge, dude. You see this plunge? I bought into that, dude. Forced, like 3 standard lots. So by the time we're down here, I told the guy last night, the S&P, I go, I'm right here. Dude, I bought that double bottom. In fact, when this came ripping back, I couldn't fucking believe it. I'm like, no fucking way. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon right here. I'm like, there's no fucking way. So here I get in, and I did not add to this thing. The only place I added was here on this pullback. I added a little bit because the top became a bottom in the 1 hour, and I go, you know what? I know I'm in really big, and I'm waiting for my target. I may not get it. So right here at top becomes a bottom in the 1 hour. I get in here, and a little bit more. When it got to here, when I started the stream here, just right when I was getting out of everything I owned, and I was getting out because we were banging on this wick, so you overshot my target in a way, and this is the closing structure here. Is right in my window, dude. I dump everything I own there. I'm not waiting for this amazing target at the very top of that. It's not going to happen for me, you know. I'm not going to see this target for maybe 5 p.m. tonight. We maybe taking that out and really going up, you know. So I dumped it. I dumped the 3 standard lots, and now I'm in like a standard lot. Long, back long again, you know. Because in the long run, in my rear view mirror is the daily chart. But anyways, I don't want to come across mean or something. But I'm just saying, you gotta loosen up, man.
You hurt my feelings.
But no, you were in the military, right? So I'm kind of perplexed.
Yeah,
but apparently you weren't on the front lines. You said you weren't on the front lines.
No, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, see, right? You're too careful. Yeah, you're still alive. So I think you're probably you have that post traumatic. You're like, well, I don't want to die here either. You know, I made it through the fucking war. I don't want to take any risks anymore. You risked everything there, so.
If I had post-traumatic stress with the job I did, then that must there'd be something wrong with
post-traumatic decision syndrome or something.
Yeah.
Right. Let me see. I got to go back to my. Oh, so I got some free margin here, but I blew up the account. Yeah, I'm not watching. I haven't been paying attention. I was so focused on trading my good old euro. I don't trade those other things because they're just too volatile. Like the NASDAQ. Look at the NASDAQ. Look where it's at, dude. See, if I didn't scalp that, it's down again. Look, it's down again. I'm going to buy at the market, though. Look at this fucker. It's down fucking 1,500 pips. Unbelievable. See, I'm not paying attention to that. I don't even trade that shit, dude. It's too much work.
But I guess I feel like the reason I don't use market orders is, I don't know, it's just something personal. Like how you don't like selling often. You're a buyer type of guy, right? Something about market orders and getting in at like not at the best price, it just bothers me, I guess.
Well, but the limit's not the best price either.
I know, but it's better than a market.
If you know where to put it, I suppose. Right. But you're presupposing. But you're saying you know where to put the limits. You don't know how to trade the market. Okay, say trading the market's momentum trading. Like what you do here is you say stuff to yourself like, I will buy every half hour it goes down because I'm bullish, let's say. Now, granted, if you bought this 1 hour pullback, you're underwater. But if you bought this one, you're up, right? So you don't trade at the market that much. I mean, 10, 20% at the market, right? And you're trying to limit that, right? And you could have had the best price here. You could have babysat this for the ICT entry, right? Can you see this now? If you sat here and you pulled the trigger, like if you're sitting there and you go, yeah, dude, so you can mark off a window here. Anything below that wick, I will pull the trigger at the market. So you could have bought this. This is an obvious 5 minutes hard down, buy at the market. Now, granted, it went lower. So what you do is you buy at the market, you put some limits below you. Always have the limits in. So I'm using the market orders in my last. Like if I'm not getting filled on my limits, I'm like, oh fuck, I got to buy at the market. So say I had my limits really deep and I'm too conservative, so I got to buy a little bit at the market. Yeah, it could drop lower, but this is the idea of building position. Not every ticket's going to be a winner. So you're going to be like, so not every girl, say if you got 20 girls you're dating and they don't know about each other, because one girl's really good at cooking food and she's good in bed, but she's kind of ugly. I don't take her out much to the restaurant, so I'm be embarrassed myself. So, but she's really good at cooking food. And the other one's hot as fuck. He's high maintenance. I got to run a fucking Porsche and act like I'm rich with her. So that's almost what it's like. You have to have all these different mindsets. But, because there's the swing trade, and you could have scalped out here. By the way, if I was really big here at this bottom in that market order, here's the thing. Say you bought at the market down here and you go, you know what? I know there's sellers up here, right? There's supposed to be sellers at the previous bottom. You could have just taken that trade off. Right on the clock there, you could have got out, or you could have waited a little bit more. But see how the bottom became a top here? So but is that sustainable? If that's a bottom become a top, then this top is a bottom now, right? Coming the other way. So it keeps on fluctuating. And I guess I'm saying that you have to have a little flexibility. And you have to be going, I'm okay with this little baby trade. So you may pick up 40 cents, $3, $20. And what happens is you just relax and you're like, yeah. Here on the 5 minute, you can see all the beautiful setups, right? You have to trade this at the market though, because it's hard to have a limit here. to sell because the price hasn't happened yet. So you babysit it. It comes and you get a rally into structure. You sell at the market. Yeah, I know it goes higher. And this is where your limits don't work, right? You got sell limits here. They never fill. You're like, fuck. So if you split the difference here, I would buy at the market right now. So let me see if I don't have any money in this account. But yeah, you can see how I buy at the market right now. Why? Because look, it's 20 minutes after the 5-minute chart just updated. That's the only 5-minute pullback I might get. And it's not a fear of missing out, but it's following the system. So that we have a doji, a 5-minute pullback. We just bought 10 seconds ago at the market. Now you could literally, I wouldn't say that you're chasing it, but you could sit there and build a position as it's going up right now. And people do that too. So there's not one way to do it. And I guess what happened to you was you saw my videos talking about limit entry, and maybe you're thinking, well, that's the holy grail in a sense, but it's only the good way to trade where you don't have to babysit the market. You actually kind of taking more risk on, because the guy that babysits it can make money on this rally. He can actually sell.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
aware of that.
Here,
it's just,
and my God, look at these beautiful entries.
But again, lifestyle. Like I can't sit here all day.
Right.
I have other stuff I got to do too.
Right.
So that's why
limits
appeal to me.
Yeah. So I think if you're looking at the larger time frames, you could just fucking wake up with money in your account, and you should, because like on
which I do. I don't touch the lower time frames anymore.
See that buy there. So look at the tick chart. See, that's the pullback right there. And I wouldn't buy it now, right? I would have bought it on limits. So here's another thing. You could have had a buy limit sitting right here that lasts for an hour. You'd be long right now. If you trade really close to the market, you could put a 30-minute buy limit here, and you're already up on the trade, where I'm actually underwater because I waited for this pullback on the 5. So I didn't get it's true. The limits are going to give you the better price, but it's okay to have a couple, especially in a demo, man. I'd go full retard on that thing. I mean, like, you could have more than one demo. You could look at the stats at the end of the week. Does this now we're breaking out? See, now I'm cashing out. I've already got my targets getting hit right now, so I bought that giant plunge, and I'm just going to ride it north now. That's why I was screaming at you. Why don't you just buy the market? But because I've seen this a million fucking times, this kind of shit before Dow opens. So now we got news coming out probably. And if depending on it doesn't matter what the news is, in 7 minutes we could go ripping up. We could just go ripping up and blow everybody's mind, right? Let me look at.
Look, I like to trade the demo like I do with real money, and I don't have a lot of that. So that's the only reason. It's because look, here's the first time I ever went to Las Vegas. How much money's in the demo?
Oh,
$500.
$500? Okay, well just
$500.
$500. Okay, well here, don't trade naked at the market then. So here, if you want, that's another reason. I got market orders. There's a link on my stream here. So here's a market order. Watch this. Oh, I can't launch it. Buy at the market right here. It's a 12 pip stop to make 14 pips, right? Right here, you're risking $1.20. You got $1.20. You got $500 in the account. Here's a 8 pip stop, dude. The euro, the spread is you're paying fucking 3 cents here. So, what if I got a stop here? I got some 8. You can just write this thing here. You go like this. You gotta have to chase it, right? So here you could have scalped this, dude. I could $500. I could make $100 in the morning here with the market, easy. Because what I do is I write a script with an 8 pip stop, and here when it comes down, I buy. I stop buying. I just went long a 3K or a 10K, and I got targets to make. So here, because the spread's so tight, you can make like 8 pips, 3 pips, 5 pips. You can write a market order. Here, I can write this market order so that I got to do it at the other broker to launch it. But you can see, I'm saying if I wrote a script right now, since this here is about here, I'll put up a. This might help. You put up a 5 pip grid so we can look at the minutia here. If your target's 5 pips, here, this will probably help, because then you won't feel so. You can make 50 cents like all day long. It adds up like 10. That's $5 if you make 10 of those, right? And this you can do this on demo, and trust me, you're not gonna fucking blow up the account. You have to have a little bit of an eye for the momentum of things. And in the 5-minute chart, certainly, you can see the sellers coming in here right now. That's why I'm about to cash out. Because now the sellers are coming in. Now we could rip down. And then you have to do this like dance between cash out. If I just made money on that, I come in with limits now. And so I do this thing where here's the limits. I trail the limits. 1 hour limits. This I'm risking $4 to make $4, you know, so I'm risking $8 now. Got $500 in the account. I can handle that. So you accept the risk up front. That's another kind of thing you want to do. And then this grid, 5-pip grid, I think I got it here. My indicators.
I got it on mine. I got all kind of grids.
Oh, did you? Yeah. So here it is. This gives you a clue just how, if you're in a standard lot, you make $50, right? If there was no spread. There's almost no spread here. The commissions here, I think, are 0.4. So the cost here is about almost 10 cents. 10 cents per trade here. Got the 5 in here somewhere. Because I like the one that says grid because the bars come on the side. Although the 5 handle is better because the tickets don't get hidden. I noticed that
I prefer the handle.
Yeah, the handle is a background image, and the grid is it hides your tickets, so that's not good. Oh shit! I know I got it in here right now. I got the 2 handles, which is hilarious, but it's not for the real heavy hitters, you know. Okay, so here's 5 handles, and they're dotted actually. You can make them solid if you want. So that's a 5-pip grid. I actually want to go for the 2-pip grid, not that you mention it. Because I want to see this minutia, because if you're trying to make 5 pips, you know. Okay, this super small dotted line is literally 2 pips. Let me make it fatter though, because then we can really see it. I'm going to make it 2 pixels wide. It'll just get... I don't have to... Right now it's set for dashes. It's set for dots, but as soon as we make it fat, I don't think it's going to matter. But this should be solid. You have to put this in caps. Modify this. Yeah, until I had the pip grid, honestly, I used to get killed in the markets because I'd look at the pattern and I didn't know how much it was costing me because I'm like an artist, you know. I just look at the pattern and I go, look at this fucking head and shoulders. I didn't realize the head and shoulders on the euro versus the yen was like 180 pips, you know. So I blow up the account and I'm like, but that's a perfect head and shoulders, you know. Oh, I see. The euro yen's moving like a fucking bat out of hell where the dollar yen's barely moving. I go, oh yeah, I see the problem. You know, it's solid. Solid as a cock. Okay, and then we have to compile that, and I'm going to change the thickness too. Thickness is down here. And of course it's black because black lines matter. I'm going to set it at 2 so it stands out. Cool thing is this actually updates real time on the chart, so I don't have to... I'm going to pull all the other indicators off. So I'm going to take off the grids and stuff here. We're going to go with a 2-pip grid. So this is a scalper's kind of template. Delete all the other indicators. I'll take off the 5 handles and all this shit. Would get 20 pip? With 2 pip handles there. 2 pips, dude. So here you could have made yourself. You see the spread. You can make money here, right? Because the spread's not that bad. It's not that bad at all. And it goes to 0, not quite 0, but sometimes you look at that tick chart or look at the spread number up here, it'll go like to 2. So the spread is so cheap. Here you can trade really, dude, with $500, you can make $200 a week, easy. But that's, I'm also assuming you made 400, then lost 200. Made 400, lost 200. I mean, overall, right? Because you're gonna lose, but I mean, you can. So here I can say. I wish I had the singles in here to drop, but we're just gonna suffer these. These are 2 pips apart. So here, 1 hour, right? Buy limits right there. That's crazy, right? This is 2 pips apart. So literally, every 2 pips I have a pending for an hour. and I'm going to interweave it with another rack. And I'm actually long. I'm in a swing trade in the big picture here, but it doesn't mean I can't buy this plunge here. Of course, it's not going to fill in this broker, but you see what I'm doing. I got 2 pip grid, so I'm like, dude, this is. Now you could have sold up here, and you'd be up 2 pip. If you're quick on the draw, you could have sold here at the market, and you'd be up 2 pips. But see how that 2 pips is gone. That's the 5-minute chart. We're down 2 pips, buy at the market, right? Top becomes a bottom. No brainer, right? It's the top. It's 8:30. You buy at the market. The 5 minutes perfectly making sense. You have a trend line you can draw now. All sorts of crazy shit. It's kind of now it could crush. It could at any moment, dude. Some guy could step in and just sell it like a whore. But to me, this is kind of how a retracement usually happens: is you have a hard move down, and then you walk back up, and you kind of like, come back to life. It's also 8:30, and stocks open in 1 hour, so we could rip north now, right? You almost got a perfect top become a bottom here. You kind of overshot, See, so my limits didn't fill, and if you're going to babysit, at least you're babysitting it right now. If you got time to trade, so the nice thing about market orders is you can set down at the chart at any time of day. Now in Asia, you're not going to see this kind of volatility, but in Asia, you can hunt and peck away at it. You can go on Trader's Way. The spread might be at a half a pip on Trader's Way, and so I know you don't want to dent your new car. You got a demo with 500. You want to be this guy that says, okay, I made $200 with my demo. Now, when you go to real money, you might even be more scared. So you're trying to assume the mindset that this is real money, but you're actually, what do they say? You shouldn't trade with money you're afraid to lose. So you can't trade with scared money, and you're doing that right now. So when you trade real money, you're going to have to accept you might blow up the whole account. I know this sounds really harsh, and people say, "I blew up my account." They take that so what? You blew up the fucking account. So what? I mean, you ever crash a car? I mean, so this trading is not made for humans because nobody wants to lose and nobody wants to nobody wants to make a bad decision. So this is why I was telling you to just buy at the market down here, but I wouldn't buy now. See, I wouldn't buy now. That's why I was screaming at you.
But would you sell now? Was that what you would do?
I might sell at the market, but then where's your stop? That's a 2 pip grid. No, I wouldn't sell now. I might do this. There's no money in this account, by the way. I might go like this. Here's what I would do right now. 20 pips apart. I mean, this is a 20 pip window. I'll put my order right on. So here's the nice thing about this. Take your pending, put it on that wick top. That's a 20 pip window, dude. You ain't gonna blow up the account. What are you risking here? Actually, you could, I guess. I don't know. So these are giant. These are 40 pip stops. You're risking $12 to sell here, dude. Now I would do that if I was a set it forget it trader. See what I just did? 20 pip windows. I just laid a 6K. I'd sell like that maybe. But still, you know what I'm going to do? Right, I'm going to babysit that thing because here I put a stack right here, a focused right at the top here. There's sellers like fucking nuts. Actually, right here, since you didn't get in, it's too late for you to buy. You put sell limits up here like this, and it spikes up when Dow Jones opens. Yeah, there's sellers right now. Look, they just picked this top. See this? Watch. Actually, people are selling off this wick tip. Look at it pull back. Right? It's pulling back. But is it going to pull back 2 pips? Some guy's going to make 2 pips on this. Watch. He sold this. Watch him make 2 pips. I guarantee you. In fact, he'll probably cash out here if he stays for the long run. But the nice thing about the 2 pip grid, so on the demo, you just got to relax. Maybe you should get a demo, like a demo not in your name, but see, this is like,
I need a demo service.
You need a demo under a fake avatar, so nobody says, dude, what a fucking idiot. Look at this guy. Because it is embarrassing. It's not good. But see, somebody just made almost 2 pips there selling at that supply window, that fucking ICT shut up there. But I'm looking at the long haul here is I'm going to hold this all day. I know there's a guy that made 2 pips there. It's not me. And putting your sell limits up here in these pockets. Now, here's where I would go for the half-hour scripts because you don't want to stand in front of this freight train. You can do a 15-minute script. I don't have them here, but You just save as since there's no money in this account, I don't give a fuck. I'll show you how I put them in there. Just like this, you just pepper this whole thing. Now, if these are all 15-minute scripts, it's like, they probably won't even make it up there in time. I'm definitely going to think about getting out of everything I own when we get to here. This is the monster pivot that brought apart this whole collapse. So I definitely got to get out there. In fact, I'm ready to get out right now. But I'll let it engulf. So here's the hard part. I'm up on the trade, but I want to get out. I don't have the patience even to let this win happen. I can't take it. So the winning's harder than losing for me. Okay, I'll let it go. I think we're going to take out this top here. So when the news comes out, the news just came out, right? So 5 minutes, here's the thing. The news is out, 5 minutes. We could get another burst of at least 6 pips here. That's a 2-pip grid, by the way. Anybody is wondering what those lines are. But yeah, it's...
I got something you might find. I don't know. Have you ever wanted... I've got a grid indicator here that took me forever to find and fix, too, that will let you put grids in decimals.
In decimals?
Yeah, so I've got I got it set up to like a 2.5 pip grid. It works, too.
Yeah, I was trying to 2.5. Oh, so like well, the thing is that you can't do a 30 pip grid because you end up it's uneven. So you can only I could only do 25 and
I don't think you can do that. I should try it and see if it breaks my computer here.
Well, I mean, you have to do primes or whatever. You have 5. You can't do an 8 pip grid. You have 5, 10. You can't do a 15 pip grid. I don't think it comes out even. And then you can't do. You can do 25, 20, 50, 100. I feel like scalping out of this euro as we go flying back. So here's the. So what do you think of the? So the dual screen trading keeps you on target there, you know. I like the dual screen trading. It keeps you focused on the big picture, and you can see the small picture simultaneously. We're waiting for stocks to open. What was the news that came out? I didn't really pay attention to Forex Factory, so. Fuck, here, let me take a look. Forex Factory. Okay, what do they say? Oh, the Euro Summit. That's another reason why to trade the Euro. The wheels are going to come off. That's why I could retrace like a horror, because they're having a summit about the Euro all day long. I guess there's a holiday day too, so it's very nobody on the other side of the trade. No. Core retail.
Yeah, this does a 30 pip grid. This will do anything without breaking
30 pips? How do you do 30 pip grid?
I'll send it to you, and you can try.
Yeah, but
it goes like.
But you're going to end up at 90 at some point. In other words, you put a 100 pip grid on top, you can't put a 100 pip grid on top of it. You'll end up with offsets that are weird.
Oh yeah, it'll be offset.
It's non-linear. I guess it's non-linear. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not linear. I'm just saying it'll do it though.
Oh yeah, no, I could set mine. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, I could set it to that. Like I set an 18 pip grid, but I mean it's wacky. It's not kosher.
But it'll be even, is what I mean. It won't be like broken. Like
no, it'll be even, but it won't queue up to round numbers. I mean, it's kind of it seems awkward to me, but because I can't do math to begin with, I kind of want to know. Oh, it's 100 pips. Oh, look at this pullback here. Look, so it's getting all frisky. See that? Now look at the 1 minute euro. It's freaking out, man. It's just freaking out. The fuck is it? Look at this thing. Wow. That thing's just itching to pop. It's going to be wicked. Let me zoom out a little bit. I'm looking at the big picture on the left. See, it looks like the 4-hour chart. It's not even moving. So you see what I mean? That 4-hour wick, that was your 8-hour floor where you place your buy limits for the auction entry, which on this chart is... I don't have all the stuff set up quite yet. Yeah, right down there, man. That's amazing. Gonna last right here, the trap on the 4 hour. So you'd be up about at least 10 pips here if you bought this on limits. And you could have placed that like a while ago. Now a big pullback here on the 1 minute. So we come smashing back here. Somebody just made 2 pips on that. See, here's the supply window on the 1 minute. Somebody just sold that and made 4 pips. And then you put your buy limits in like this right now. Like there's no money in this account, it won't fill. So I like that. And at the end of 5 minutes, you could pull the trigger. Because, the 5 minute traders, we're coming back to a top become a bottom here. Got confirmation now. Double top becoming a bottom here. And people are going to buy that probably in about on the 15 minute chart. But like you said, now here's where you should have sold. If you thought the euro was going to drop in the long run, you would have sold up here, and you're looking for it to blow out the floor. And that's where the market order would come in handy, because look at this, you could have made 6 pips off that wick. That's a 15 minute wick on a 2 pip grid. So you would have sell limits up here, right? But you got to have targets that are like 6 pips and stuff like that. You're not going to blow up the account, but at least you'll get used to trading. But you have them in your hand, you drop them. So you got the script in your hand like this. You're holding it over that area like here, and you just drop it in front like this, and you're going to buy. This is the, I guess the buyer's remorse of 6 pips here. And on the 15. So I'm waiting for a 5 minute momentum trader. I'm going to pull the trigger here in 4 minutes. I buy at the market there, no questions asked. So you see how the sell window is. Here's the ICT order block bullshit, whatever you call it. You sell that, and this is smashing back down. I got a buy limit down here. If they don't fill, I got my finger on the market order. So I play both. First the limits, and then if no fill, then I pull the trigger on the. But since I'm swing trading this, I don't care about the 6 pip pullback. I know it is a juicy, high probability pullback off of that top. But see how this is unsustainable. This 5 minute chart is ripping back too hard. This is nothing but a place to. People are going to go, you know what? Looks like the euro's going to retrace. They start. The short squeeze begins. But yeah, he's just kind of a. In that situation, trading on a 2 pip grid, you're going to make like 6 pips, you're going to make 4 pips, you're going to make 10, you're going to make 12, you're going to make 16, you're going to make 14 pips, you're going to run 2 pip stops, 8 pip stops. Maybe you don't want to go past 10 pip stops. You shouldn't have to. This is a 2 pip grid, for God's sakes. I mean, you could come in here with a 10 pip stop, and this is like easy as fuck. I mean, you're not risking shit. You're risking $1 to make $2. Now, you probably make more 8 pips with a 12 pip stop, because you can, especially on the limits, right? So if you place a limit and they smash down, they overshoot the runway, this top actually, we're not going to get the close here. So top become a bottom. The reason why it doesn't happen on a line chart, because we just ricocheted off that. There's such a panic for the short squeeze. Everybody's like, holy shit, this thing's going up. So a lot of people just buy at the end of 5 minutes here. They don't get filled on the limits. So here's the, in 1 minute, we might close perfectly into a double top. What if we don't, right? So if you start putting your buy limits here, you'd already be long, see? You'd actually come in front of the market there, but now the 15-minute charts are updating, the 5 minutes updating, and now we could rip north. We got a bunch of clear sailing up here, This big pool. Now here's where the sell limits, that is going to be a controversial area. But you can write, a script with an 8 pip stop that lasts an hour, and I would do those kind of things up there, and you're going to lose some of those tickets. But I actually traded like that 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, I was running 8 pips. I want to see what happened, right? So I laid banks up there with ridiculously tight stops, dude. And I mean, it's so funny. I didn't make a lot of money, but I did not blow up. I didn't even fucking scratch the account. So yeah, I mean, if you lose 50 cents, if that bothers you, then you really should be traded. But it's a 5 pip stop, but this is pretty obvious right here. So the snipers are looking at the 1 minute chart. They're already on that thing. They're like this, dude. I'm buying this every 2 minutes. Every minute they bought that. They bought this drop and they bought that drop. Now this is the volatility dries up here. You don't need fucking ATR to tell you that that's a small fucking 1 minute candle. I'm amazed how much confirmation people need to trade. It just blows my mind. Now this should be the seller's window, right? This is the bottom becoming a top. It backs off a little bit, maybe 1 minute chart. But holy shit, if you put the 1 minute chart up against the daily and the 4 hour, you're like, uh-oh. Like here's the 4 hour. Still, now we're in fair value. A lot of people sold there, right? That's why I got the selling there. Here's the 1 minute chart with the 4 hour chart. So talk about zoomage, I mean, it's 240 bars to make 1 bar. Yeah, we're just waiting for stocks to open. And the euro to come back to life after being slammed to bits on the daily. Yeah, trading's psychological. You can see it. Just really, you could have the best trading system in the world. You can never have the Holy Grail. So another thing is that when I was trading, it cost so much to do a trade. It was like $400 just to say hello. So I actually just analyzed the market, and I was literally like, I'm not going to pull the trigger unless I know for sure. And I rarely try. I did a couple live hog trades and made money because it was low margin requirement. It was obvious. But the grain market's only open for 225 minutes. You got to get your fucking game on. You got to sit there when the open comes, and you can't hold it overnight in futures. So here, 24/7, this is the easiest fucking market in the world. This never closes. Like if I wanted to make 4 pips on this 2 pip grid, it's obvious, right? I just made 4 pips here by buying at the market in the 1 minute and dump it. Now that's for somebody, that's $50. You trade big enough on this trigger pull, and you could run a tight fucking stop here, dude. You're risking like $1 to make $4. That's if you're gonna do. But I would prefer to put the limits in. Comes down here, and I can buy real quick, dude. Ding, 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 ding. I could put on a fucking 10K in that wick. Right, and then I can dump, and you kind of have to because according to the top become bottom, yeah, there's sellers there for sure, right, for a 2 pip gain, for a gain of 2 pips. Yeah, when you're babysitting, though, you can make more money. It's just wow, everybody just it's so funny. People can stop in here at 8:30. People came in, they just bailed. So I'm holding this for the big win here, though. Going for the big targets on the left side of the chart. But that 1 minute chart on the 2 pip grid, I've actually never drilled down. So it's good that you were talking about it because I'm like, yeah, you want to blow up a $500 account? Look at this beautiful limit fill here. What do you think of this one? Like this is fucking premium entry on the 1 minute. That's optimal trade entry there. You can have a buy limit sitting there at the 2 yard line. Look at that fucker. You just made, with a 2 pip stop, you just made 8 pips. Dude, that's $80 on a standard lot risking 20. Now, I know you don't want to do that with a $500 account, but you could do a 1K there and you made, 80 cents. I mean, it's not, you're not going to blow up the account. You're not going to get rich.
No, that shit adds up. That shit definitely adds up.
It adds up because I've done that before where I don't have the, in other words, it takes a certain mindset to trade, and I didn't have it. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to play around with, I'm going to make like $1.20. No, I'm going through the exercise of trading, and I'm actually, at the end of the day, at the end of the morning, I made like $22, right? But I'm just like, I made like $3 here. Here's $2 here. I got stopped out, and just kind of having fun, because there wasn't anything to trade on. There wasn't any grandiose trade that was setting up, and I thought, well, let me just fuck around. Let me do a trade with that tight, because I guess this guy I was talking to. I said, he's trading with a 2 pip stop, and he was trying to do that on the British pound. I said, I don't know. On the euro, yeah, I could trade a 3 pip stop here. At the market, I could have sold this fucking top, become a bottom here. I'm up 4 pips, dude. So if you have a ticket, so what you probably want to do is write buy and sell tickets at the market. Write a 4 pip stop, a 6 pip stop, an 8 pip stop, a 10 pip stop, and the ratio is going to be maybe double your money. The 8 stop's going to make 16 pips, and just do a simple ratio like that. And then just get really, like here it's a buy at the market, right? It's also a buy in limits because you just tagged the lonely wick on the 1 minute chart lonely wick, which is a completely different world, right? But see, you just buy at the market right here. Or you got a limit, you just got filled on there. And you could put you could risk $1.60 to make $3, and it does add up because you're a high frequency trader on the 1 minute chart, right? You're long right now on that wick hunt, on that lonely wick stop, and now you're waiting. Now it could rip down. Oh, it could totally rip down. But see this, you're not going to lose. Like you've already determined your risk there. $500, maybe you're risking $50 a day. It's going to take you 10 days to blow up the account. But you can't be that bad at trading, right? And as long as you keep the ratios good, you don't have to know where the market's going to make money, which sounds wrong, but it's not. You don't have to know. Like if they come down here and smash these limits and they retrace, I don't have to know that that's going to happen or not going to happen. Oh, it's just, see, now it looks like they're going to smash it down. You just have to make it okay to be wrong and to lose. But most people are never going to make it okay to be wrong and lose because they just maybe will winner all day long. They just like, oh, I want to win all day long. See, they just stopped you out of that 2 pip stop. Look at coming bad limits now. Like I said, if you really wanted to sell this market, you should have gone short up here. See, if you think it's going to keep tanking, right? Take out the low of the day and on, right? Because look at it, right? But this is a buy to me. But I'm already long. I'm going to buy some more of that on limits now. So I guess you missed your sell window there for the... Okay, now I'm going to buy. If they come near Asia's low, so here we're coming up in the low of the day, but Asia's low is another 10 pips beneath us, so I'd buy that on limits. I'd buy all the way into Asia's. Actually, I'll buy the low of yesterday if they ever take it there. But here's where it started. Another thing that's hard to believe is you could buy here again for the same dumb trade, but it looks like it might go a little bit lower here. But yeah, in the long run. So you could have made yourself almost 8 pips here. I mean, about was it? Yeah, 10 pips almost right there. Clean 10 pips, but another trap here. Got my buy limits in this window. Yeah, that's a nice buy. All day. So here is the 5 minute lonely wick. That's why you can't really, when you're on that 1 minute chart, So you could buy all over again here, another chance to buy at the market. Isn't that funny? Like you get a second chance to get in here. That is such a harsh pullback. But this is the game they played just before the Dow Jones opened. They ripped this thing up and down, up and down, up and down. Now they just took out a bunch of goobers that bought because they're, look, it's going up, I'm buying. See, we chased the market like that. That's why I said, like, if you didn't buy down here, you can't chase it. Because if you would have bought up here, you got to take this 8 pip hit, It's kind of tough. So we could come take this low up by the time stocks open. That's possible. Because they do drive this thing down. They might take out the low yesterday when stocks open here, actually. That'll be fun. Something's got to give here. Boy, after Biden spoke yesterday, did you hear that? I was like, dude, I thought I was fucking having a problem.
What did he? I didn't even see it. Yes,
he literally. This guy literally had the questions, the answers. All you had to do was fucking read the script, and he couldn't do it. It was incredible. He actually was saying, "Sorry, just a minute, sorry, just a minute,
But isn't it awesome though? I feel like I'm almost glad he won. Now
I am so glad.
This is way more entertaining.
Because if Trump would have won, they just would have been. They would. Yeah, be impeaching him, right? They impeach him for 4 years now, and
But now we get to watch. It's almost like a comfy sitcom,
Oh my
you
God!
feel a little
Yeah,
guilty watching it, but you feel good too.
One's company. Yeah, and the thing is that with Kamala's going to be stepping in, and the cutest thing in the world is going to be watching her fuck up the border. Oh, I can't wait. I like how Biden is such a fucking Marxist pig. Did you hear what he said yesterday? If you read just the script, you'd be like, he's blaming Trump for everything. They didn't talk about Corona. I mean, is this?
You knew they were going to do that, though. You knew it was going to be 4 years of everything is Trump's fault.
Well, anything that goes wrong is going to be, oh, see the border, Trump fucked it up. What? He had it all fucking locked down, and you fuckers. So here's the scariest thing that Biden did yesterday. It's not the fact that Biden is out of his fucking mind, but whoever wrote his script, you know what it said in there? I want anybody, here's what he said. People on the north side of Mexico, I'm not going to let them starve to death like Trump did. They're all coming in. They're all coming in, and the kids coming in first. So some guy calls in this talk show, and he goes, you know how that runs? He goes, let me tell you something. I know one of the border agents, and he had a guy come in there, and he said he was 21 years old, or, and I said, you got ID? And he goes, no. And he goes, well, I'll put you in with the kids then, because I can't prove how old you are. So the people that they can't prove their age, they're throwing in with kids. So the kids, all the kids are allowed, if you're 18 years old or under, you're allowed to come in the United States. You with COVID too, like you're just fucking, you got like COVID dripping off you. Come on, across the border.
Look, I'm glad I hope everything goes to such shit that just people finally.
Oh, I can't wait. This is what I said when Obama got in there and he did cash for clunkers. I go, watch this guy fuck this up. And the Supreme Court, such libtards, they let Obamacare go through, which is unconstitutional taxes.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what do you call it? Involuntary servitude. So it's completely unconstitutional. But the Constitution's been dead for years. I mean, come on, put a fork in it.
What? I didn't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, okay. Well, I guess it's a guidebook for. It'd be like the Ten Commandments. Yeah. Fuck your neighbor's wife and kill anybody.
What is it? That sounds like tissue paper.
Well, BLM,
tissue paper.
Yeah, BLM wants to get rid of the Ten Commandments too. I heard.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments. Don't commit crime. Don't commit crime. Don't commit crime. Yeah. And 10 times
right.
Don't commit crime.
And don't lie about committing crime.
Right. Don't attack cops.
Yeah.
Don't attack people. Don't steal things. Those 10 Commandments. Yeah, of course they do.
And don't mislabel. Don't call riots peaceful protests. I'm just saying.
I don't even think they give a shit. I think they find it funny because it's only like white liberals doing that. They're like,
God,
fuck, call
so
it a riot.
You probably didn't.
It is a riot. In fact, we want you to call it a riot because we're rioting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you what. Yeah, I like how. It's not an insurrection; it's a riot. They say the insurrection because somehow the Capitol. Like the politicians are worth more. This is another thing I don't understand. Now, honestly, no offense if you're a policeman, but you're not worth more than a fucking normal person. So when a policeman dies, people are all up in arms. Oh, I guess because it's an assault on the state. And in regards, I mean, you're kind of representing the state. But dude, your life is like anybody else's life.
No, remember they only care about when a policeman dies when a certain person kills them. If a policeman dies and it can further, the whole right, left-wing agenda, then they give a shit all of a sudden. But, when it's just, if a policeman dies and it's a black gangbanger that kills him, they're like, he was probably a racist KKK member anyways. Fuck him.
Yeah, there's a lot of, it's so blatant now. It's so that Arab dude that shot up the fucking grocery store and killed 10 people.
Now, and remember,
he's a
now
white,
that he's Arab,
all of a sudden, wow! I just hear crickets. It's crazy. I don't even know how.
Yeah, because they do that. They brightened his photo up, and they didn't have the name. As soon as they had the name, they were like, well, in other news,
I think they actually
turn the camera off.
The first time they released the name, they just chose. Oh shit! They chose the bottom half. I never plugged my mic all the way in, by the way. So they just chose the last half of that and just called Melissa. I thought it was a chick that shot the place up.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know.
fuck. I mean, what a bunch of fucking assholes. I mean, the
Right.
news media, you can
should've-
count on them to just fucking be the most. It's like Saturday Night Live fucking ish. I mean, it's a joke.
Mhm. It
It's
is a
beyond
joke, and
silly. It's beyond silly.
but as big of a joke they are, like you have to be an even bigger joke to believe them. So
Yeah, I mean, the people that, but the thing, here's why people believe them is because they got about, how many watts of looms of light are on their stage, and they've got makeup, and they got fucking all that technology. Fucking,
yeah, they look authoritative.
40
they act authoritative.
I mean, can you afford a 40-foot touch screen? I mean, I remember when they first came out with it, they do the weather and this is when they cost about, that screen costs $100,000. The first versions of these giant touch screens, they got all this fucking shit. And then they got,
oh, yeah, they look like they know what they're talking. I should listen to the dude with the touchscreen.
well, I mean, honestly, I'm watching Fox News because of the cleavage and all that, so I'm not really there for I mean, obviously, Fox has always had the hotter announcers. Rachel Maddow is not something you can get like hard over, well, unless you're a chick, I guess. She's on a different team. I think she's playing for another team.
I don't know. There's something attractive. There's something hot about trying to.
Yeah,
turn
she's
her
butch
over
hot.
Straight.
You're probably not. You're not old enough to remember there was a show called Maude, and this really tall comedian, not pretty. My buddy had the hots for her, and I'm like, dude. I mean, talk about strange. I mean, that was like, but I get it, I mean, some people are into amputees and stuff, like, oh yeah, hey, give me a chick with missing a leg, I'm all over it, But look at this. Did you see that fake sell-off there? So even if you sold there, you see, you got to get the fuck out of that trade, dude, because it's going up in the long run, right?
Yeah.
There was another chance to buy down. Isn't it funny? Like, so if you're gonna just trade on this 2-pip grid, yeah, I mean, you could have made you'd be up like $10 right now just from all these bullshit little trades. You made a buck here, a buck there, a buck there. It's funny, man. People do trade very heavy here. Like there's snipers that would have bought that fucking wick on that 5 minute, and they'd be like, dude, I'm up like fucking right now. You 4 standard lots, dude. You're up like fucking big right now. I'll be waiting for take that wick out though. At the top of the hours here comes the. I think there's gonna be a short squeeze into the Dow Jones opening. Let me take a look at the Dow Jones. So forget making money. Oh, hey, I'm back to fucking. Look at that! I made my money back. Look at I'm back to 2,500, dude. We were down to 1,400 on this thing. I think it's because I'm in the Nasdaq. I don't even know what happened to those other trades. But look at the Nasdaq come flying off the floor. We're up. This is not a 2-pip grid. We're up 800 pips off of this double bottom on the 5-minute Nasdaq. I'm holding on to look at how I'm retaining my market orders that were underwater by a lot of pips. I'm up $11 though. It's $10 per grid here because it's a micro lot. So if I hold this trade, looking at the 4-hour chart, if I hold this trade till next week, I guess I'll probably make a chunk of money. I could almost rebuild the whole account here. Just on the NASDAQ. I'm in so many NASDAQs here. I think I just got filled on the... Okay, so we put this nice bottom in. I'm waiting for that big retracement. Now the euro could go to that target, So this happened at 5 p.m. yesterday. This kind of really pissed me off, but you got to expect this shit, man. They took the euro yesterday, just before the close, and they did this shit here, right? Like, I'm long, and they came and retested it like this, dude. I don't know if you ever had this happen to you, but dude, when they do this, now here's a mini auction. Like, they come down here and they just took out the high, right? Sellers up there. So I would be getting out right now. If I bought there and I was in really big, I'd just get out right now. Because people just selling the top of that top tick Tommy's getting in there. So they did that yesterday, and I'm like, God damn it, really? And then finally the big move, I think you can see it here on the 15. So this was yesterday. I buy this, I go long here. This is 2-pip grid, by the, I get down here, it comes to here, and right to this slot, and the sellers come in, and I thought, oh, they'll pull it back, sure, they'll pull it, but dude, they took it all the way back to the starting gate, and here's the walk up. This is 5 p.m. Here's Asia, another selling opportunity. So if you're gonna trade a $500 account, this 2-pip grid will keep you from really. You can do all the math here. You know what costs you every little move costs you. But you don't want to babysit it, But just the same, if you do the 2-pip grid on the 1 hour chart, So here's that trade I was talking about earlier. Since I have the 2-pip grid, you can see there's a 2-pip window to get that trade on. But we've already retested that. It's hard to believe we retested that. If you go to the 1 minute, we've already been. That's the 1 minute. These cute little hammers here, Like you kind of just have to. It's a low. So see, they came and retested that whole thing. That's the 1 minute chart. So buying here, scalp to here, and then now we're just going to rip your face off. North short squeeze. 5 minutes after the hour. Take out this high. I'm riding this thing through this all the way up today. By the time stocks are about to open, we could be testing this thing. And let me take a look at stocks. If they go up, I think this could go up with it. I'm gonna take a look at the Dow Jones just for kicks here. So the Dow Jones is in a buy situation, right? It's a top bottom here. We just broke out. That's a 5 minute. If you look at the 4 hour, this is what I think is kind of scary for the Dow Jones. It has to overcome this 4 hour floor here. Otherwise, forget about it. We're going to go into the biggest bear market in the world, because that is the all-time high. I think this is the all-time high in the Dow Jones right here, by the way. That is the all-time high in the Dow Jones. So look at structurally how this is a fucking serious sell. If we do not overcome this high today in the Dow Jones, forget about it. This is the end of the stock market, as you know. That's a daily structure. The Dow Jones. You got to take out. You got to keep on plunging north. And I think, you know what? For whatever reason, you can say it was the speech yesterday by the befuddled dumb shit. But I'm telling you right now, it looks like Bitcoin. Go to the monthly Dow Jones and you're like, let me see. Would you buy here? I would not buy the Dow Jones on here in the monthly. Oh, come on, man. Even Corn Pop wouldn't buy there. Fucking A. And Bitcoin's got a problem too, structurally here. Look at the daily Bitcoin. I'm just using kind of like a pattern recognition. The world according to me, but look at the weekly. I don't even see a place to buy here unless we drop lower on the weekly. Bitcoin, here's the daily. So the daily has the same problem the Dow Jones has. If you don't overcome this floor here, then you're just fucked, right? You got to get above this, man. And you forget your first trend line you can draw in Bitcoin. I mean, you had this trend line you could draw here, and you could have done this trade, walk down, breakout, pull back. But now you got a new trend line. You got to break this trend line. Bitcoin has to take this out and keep plunging north to make money on that. And we're just waiting for the stocks to open. I got the 4 hour chart in the rearview mirror here. All right. Last trade of the week here. Look at the guppy. Look at this thing ripping in my sell limits. I got enough money to do this trade now. So here's a 2 hour. So I like this. This is a 10 pip grid. I'm going to put a bunch of sell limits up here for 2 hours. Yeah, the guppy's all pissed off too, and it's making like historical. What's coming up into the floor on the daily. So the structured trade here is that you're coming right up into the closing floor here. So I think the guppy's going to have a hard time taking this out. And it's funny because it looks like the stock market to me too in a way. And of course you could just taking the same approach as that the 4-hour chart. You're like, look at this 4-hour chart. You really think they can keep going up? I'm already be shorting in this window. Anything above that wick, I'd be short right now. You have to run wider stops here though, because guppy. That's why I'm selling that up there. Just keep putting the sell limits in front of it. Finally, looks like the dollar yen might collapse a little bit. That's the here's the 4-hour dollar yen. Easy sell in the 4-hour. Just sell it because it's screaming up. Of course, this is treading new water too. I can't even see on the monthly. Here's Top Tick Tommy. There's probably a goober that put a buy stop on the monthly wick. I'm going long the dollar yen up here on confirmation. Yeah, as soon as it takes out that, yeah, dude, really? I'm going to sell above that. So I'd put real money on that trade. No problem. Sell everything above that all day, all week, all year. I'd sell this 200 pip window. Easy trading there. Because as soon as we pop in there, forget about it. It's going to be it's just going to be a real battle. All sorts of trades there. So if you're really going to trade this, you do kind of need to have both time frames available at the same time too. There's the 4-hour, and to switch to the monthly or switch to the weekly, we can see that top on the weekly now. So here's the top on the weekly. There's the vacuum. We're coming up on it. There's the 4-hour view of us marching into the vacuum. My trusty holy grail moving average. What's funny is, notice fractally speaking, you see this walk down here in this rally? It looks just like the daily. Isn't that amazing? This walk down, it looks just like the weekly. This walk down rally, you see how that fractally, choppy walk down rally looks just like the 4-hour. It's a fractal. Here's, this is the walk down choppy on the daily. So look how the 4-hour looks like the daily. It looks like the weekly from back here. Does it not? Look at that. All right, so we're up. We're waiting. Wait for the stocks to open here in 20 minutes, and that'll be the final. Man, look at that. I made my money back almost on this fucker. And you know why? Because I had no stops on those market orders. I'm up $24 per ticket right now. If I hold this until the NASDAQ makes it to here, I bet I can almost take the count back to about $4,000. So that's about another 400 pips away, that target. Buying this giant cavern. So I stepped in front with all these. Too tight a stop, really. But, it's almost 4. See, no stop, no take profit. That's how people can flip accounts too, because the whole account's a stop, really. You just gotta be good at, trading there. Yeah, this will be the final culmination. This is also the end of the month. This is the last. I would say physically, I don't think anybody's going to. It's the weekend and it's the end of the month, so I think people are wrapping up their trades, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, that retest is pretty wicked.
Did you get your Discord problems worked out?
I kind of figured it out a little bit. I still haven't loaded the Discord app on my desktop because I don't know how to take it out of the startup folder. And I hate when you boot up your computer and you see this fucking spinning head from Discord. I can't deal with that, and I don't know how to take it out of the startup folder. I couldn't disable auto launch, and I can't watch that shit. So I just want to reboot my computer clean, And I could probably get a better audio performance if I loaded the desktop version, because I'm kind of relying on when you're on the web there, there's a lot of buffer that gets destroyed.
There's a setting in the application that makes it so it doesn't start up when you automatically start your
I figured
computer.
there was.
Yeah,
I was trying to force
Windows
it.
settings.
Yeah, so I got to reinstall it and then hit that switch. Yeah, I think there's all sorts of settings for audio, background noise, and auto volume and stuff. And I usually do, but that takes like a half hour to fucking. I haven't been in Discord in probably 4 years, so I kind of have to go back and then we were trying to do the Telegram thing, and I thought I lost my mind there because I'm staring at like it reminds me of this program called Blender, where you can make insane stuff, and it's free, and then you load Blender on your system. You look at it, you go, what do I do here? What the fuck? At least with MetaTrader, it says buy and sell. I mean, you see fucking.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't really if all you're doing is just talking with the streaming. The Google Hangout thing's just fine. So why break? Why try to break what ain't broke or fix what ain't broke? Yeah. That's the saying.
Well, because if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. See.
I didn't get to stay long yesterday, but I noticed the Brit came in briefly and was like talking like fucking nothing happened.
You left just in time. You left just in time. Dude, you should. I mean, you have the best fucking imitation, dude. I thought it was him. So when you came in and you kept saying, "Listen, you limey," or whatever you're saying, I was like, "Holy fuck!" I'm like, "Dude, he's back already? Oh my god!" And I because it wasn't. And then he comes back in there and so he went to a loop about, oh, it's all a scam. I think he started drinking again. He goes, oh, it's all a scam. All his prices are fake and nothing works. And MetaTrader sucks. And so I was on there with this Cornwall guy who's pretty quiet, and I'm on there with the S&P 5, the NASDAQ trader, and I had to end up muting him and stuff. I'm like, dude, I like, you're killing me. I got it. The world sucks. Can we move on? No, he wouldn't let it go for 20 minutes. The world sucks. I'm like, I got it.
Damn. I was gonna go through like the stream recording to see if he started up again, but I couldn't find it, so I guess I have to go through again to see it.
No, what happened there is that when we went to Discord and everything, the stream died. So a lot of the drama later on, he comes back in a Discord. It was last night, and I'm like, wow, this guy, you got to be kidding me! Like, he's relentless. Plus, he's just an immature person. He's 25 years old. He's posting the most, like he's just saying. Like he put a comment in Discord last night. He just said "cocks." I mean, if you're gay, I got it right. But I don't just if you're angry, get a YouTube channel. He doesn't do any videos either. He was bragging about his system does that. I'm like, dude, you don't even have it built.
Yeah, he's an attention whore.
So what he was really the disturbing thing is he claims he's going to save mankind from bad trading. And that he's got this app that's gonna it's kind of like just a real simple buy and sell button. It's just like, oh, okay. And I'm like, dude, like you haven't built it yet. First, I was just
big dreamer right there.
But
he's gonna occupy Wall Street again. That's what he's gonna do.
He's gonna be the whale.
Yeah.
The wolf of MetaTrader.
Right.
I don't know. That stuff is funny. It's entertaining on a level. I have my tequila buddy is just like that, right? So my tequila buddy, he can drink Cuervo 1600 like a half a bottle and shit, and then start. Wow, he just talks nonsense. And then what the funny thing is all he needs is a sip of one beer, and his mindset changes. He's already there. He's just not sloppy drunk yet, but he's already pissed. Angry drunks are a little different. Happy drunks, that's who even knows they're drunk. Yeah.
That guy is just a trip.
I do have a Discord. Let me see if I can. Do you know how to? Are you in the Discord?
I didn't know you had a Discord.
Oh God, yeah. We set one up because we couldn't hang with it. I'm gonna see if I can share a link to the fucking thing. I can't even get that done. So. Let's see if I can attempt a link share. Somebody kept saying, go upper left-hand corner. I go, there's just porn up there. I can't, what are you talking about?
There should be a rule when you hit a certain age, you shouldn't have to learn new things. Someone should just come around to do it for you.
Yeah, I'm a lazy boomer. I can't fucking keep up with this shit. What do you want me to do? Wait, what is this?
He's like, I know all the things I'm going to know.
What in the fuck?
After that, someone else got to do it.
Do you know how to run Discord? Are you a Discordian? Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I'm in Discord.
Okay, so let me see. It's called Inner Circle fan club here. Let me see if I can share a link.
Yeah, if you want me to get it, you actually have to put the invite to it. But,
And where is the invite, by the way? I cannot find this shit. It's like hidden to me.
fuck, I can't remember either.
Yeah,
see, I don't know shit either.
How do you? Oh, here it is. Fuck! I just nailed it. Look at! I fucking just nailed it. Son of a bitch, man! Look at me. I guess you got to hurry up and get on it. You got 7 days to hit it. I just did it. That's fucking amazing. You know where it's at? It's a little drop down arrow, right under the channel.
Oh yeah, and invite people.
Yeah, the very top, that little down arrow. That let me load it in here.
Right in plain sight, huh?
Fuck it. I know. That's like when you open the fridge, you stare in there until everything melts before you finally catch up.
Where are my keys in there? Shit.
Yeah, no shit. I put all my money in the ice trays. You ever see that movie where the guy's got diamonds frozen into the ice cubes and the guy goes to the fridge? He's like, I bet they're in there. Yeah, sure enough, you nailed it. Let me see. Where's the... Wow. Trading from the subway, huh? You scalping in the New York subway?
What? Or in the ocean, maybe?
Yeah. No, it's the background.
He's in the
noise.
car. He's literally in the car. I can see him.
Man, like, are you scalping while I drive? I used to scalp while driving without stops because you couldn't really put a stop in while driving.
Man, is my video.
Yes. Are you buying while driving?
I'm eyeball driving, man.
You know, here's
a... pot!
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Wow, that's loud. So, you know, if you're... here's a trick. If you're drunk,
Miami
you see double, just
trading.
close one eye.
Yeah, man. What are you guys up to? You trading the pound and shit?
I'm just trading the euro. I'm long the euro. I'm waiting for it to take out the high of the day and keep screaming north.
Yeah. I put a nice little trade on earlier with the pound dollar. Worked out pretty good.
Yeah, the pound dollar was definitely, the volatility is there today because everybody's coming unwrapped. Mm-hmm.
You named the Discord ICT official fan club, really?
Yeah.
I like loser traders. Loser traders is pretty good, man.
Which one? Losing traders. Yeah, I like losing traders because it just, you know, I mean, I like the contrarian view of trading. I'm here to lose.
And antithesis of...
Yeah, the antidote to those boring winners. No, that the pound is on fire. The retracement was pretty vicious there, wasn't it? If you were the guy that loaded up down here at that triple bottom, head and shoulders in the 4 hour, man, you're probably still holding it for. If you squeeze a few more pips out into the floor here on the 4 hour, you're almost back to that where we just fell through that giant cavern. A complete retracement back to the support that was resistance. Man, look at that thing come flying back. I actually put sell limits on up there. I don't know. I don't know if we make it there today, but what a move. A little messy here. So there's more trades on the 1 hour for sure. The 4 hour is so smooth and kind of like so utopian. I mean, this is like 40 hours of. Look at this thing. This is that sell-off. Same time the euro is just tanking, but daylight savings time is coming to Europe on the weekend, so we'll be back to normal. The charts will be queued up. I'm used to the 5 p.m., 1 p.m., 9 p.m., 9 a.m. Those numbers for my timing the market. At least when I'm doing the video here, I like to try to...
It's hard, like, trying to switch in between the... I better get this thing queued up. I'll be back in a second, man. Hold on.
Did the Brit make this Discord?
No, the guy that trades for a living did. The guy that trades S&P 500.
Okay, good, because if the Brit had it, you know, he can totally
wreck
it because he has control over it.
Some fucking help, man. This guy is just absolutely...
Who were you guys talking about earlier, man?
The guy named Jamma. His name is like Jam Up
the guy
PSP
that's
or
like
something.
he gets drunk and he gets angry and just says nonsense. He's caught in a loop of saying the whole world sucks, it's all rigged, and it's just like, oh my god.
He's the one who's always talking about his robot that his non-existent robot.
Yeah, he's from Turkey or
trading.
something. But man, he is just brutal. I mean, you can hardly tolerate it. It's just unbelievable. It's beyond the point. But that's him. He starts drinking. When he's sober, he don't sound that bad. But what you can tell when he gets hammered, man, look out.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
He's going to change the game. You don't even know.
Yeah, well, he's trying to help people. He's going to help mankind and show them all the people that don't know how to trade. He's only 25 years old, and he's barely traded. So he's gonna help everybody.
He's going to be the WikiLeaks of Forex and change the world.
He's that guy.
He's going to pull back the veil on all those guys. And then I did see a bit in the chat there yesterday. He was like, oh yeah, that Anton Creel guy's great.
Yeah, I was like, man, he's bragging about him. Oh, he's a real trader. But even if he is a real trader, he's a complete fucking idiot. He's the guy in the video. He says
he's a scammer.
He says the volatility's not there, and he has his famous video that has 1 million views. Is that retail traders are just all going to lose? And he's cutting down retail traders, dude. When I put my trade on, I don't move the market. I'm invisible. That's the beauty. See, if you're a heavy institutional guy, you can't stop in these markets. You're going to fucking chase your own trade. Besides, I can trade on leverage. I mean, this whole thing about the big boys versus little boys is it's just a theoretical bullshit argument. Who cares? Like if I'm playing a Stratocaster that I bought, that I put my own strings on, do I care what fucking Jeff Beck plays? I mean, Jeff Beck plays a Stratocaster here. Well, fuck Jeff Beck. I love him to death. He's good, but this is my rig, We got the 5-minute warning. Stocks are going to open. Look at this. Look at the euro. It's ready to pop north. It's all queued up in the middle of fair value here. I got my dual screen trading system. Come on, stock market. Yeah, so this is the do or die moment. As far as I'm concerned, this week is critical for the stocks. It's such a sell on stocks here on the big time frame. It's crazy. And they'll blame that on Trump, I blame everything on Trump, but man, look at oil. Oil's on fire. Look at that thing, man. It broke out of the triangle. See, it broke out and it retested the apex of the triangle there. But where's it going to? Where's the limit? It looks like we're coming up on a supply zone in crude up here at $61 on the 4-hour chart. What else we got there? Wow. Are you snorting coke? Because it sounds like you got to chop it up a little bit.
Chop what up?
No, you just every time you move your coat against the mic, it sounds like
you're in the pocket, man. I was
doing,
trying to get back in that.
Sounds like you're hooked up with Biden, and you're like, yeah, we got this big pile of coke. You got a straw.
Sounded like he was digging a wedgie out or something.
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd lost a pip down your pants.
Pipinators are up.
I got a pip right here. LosingPipTraders.com.
Just do the opposite of me. You'll be a millionaire. Promise.
I had this game I wanted to play about 20 years ago with my buddy, and I said, let's play a game called Is It Taken? And how does that work? Well, you go to at the time it was like Net Solutions to see if the domains were taken yet. And I go, is that domain taken? So I'd be like fucknut.com. That's probably back in the day. That probably wasn't taken, but I just kept trying to come up with more and more ridiculous.com names and see if they're taken, right?
That was actually pretty lucrative, man. I mean, you could buy shit for like $1 or $2, It's like I do a few buddies, man. They made some money doing that.
We sold our band name for $8,000. So the name,
really?
And
wow,
because the guy goes, I want that name, because we had the domain and everything, and we go, how? They go, how? So we offer him $10,000, and we said it's $10,000. He goes, how about 8? I go, sold. Because what the fuck? I mean, dude, for what does it cost you? $10 a month for that fucking name? I don't even know what it cost you. $5 a month back in the day. Yeah, that's like the. I think it's almost so saturated now. The guppy keeps going, keeps pounding north here. So stocks are going to open here in 15 seconds. It's the moment of truth for everything on the planet. We want to see a rally on euro. We want to see the euro go screaming up because I'm long. So everybody hit the buy button. Try to crowdfund this trade. 5 seconds. Stocks are open. Boom. Okay, it's in God's hands now. I step back and let it happen. It is hard psychologically to trade because you just have to let the universe make you money at this point. I already blew up the account. I got 46 cents left. I can't even put a trade on, but I'm long the euro though.
Let's take a look.
So we're about to take a ride here north on the euro. Take out 3 days of punishment.
Hoo-ha!
I'm trying to make at least 40 to 60 pips here. I don't know. I'll settle for 20 actually.
Take a look at where I'm at.
Let's see.
Where's my at?
The guppy's still pounding north. I'm finally making money on this NASDAQ. I'm down like, dude, I started with $5,600. I'm down to $2,800, but I think I can make it back. I'm a very optimistic person. I bought at the market NASDAQ on this plunge. I kind of got crushed because I threw a bunch of scripts in there with too tight a stop and they kept shearing them off. I must have dropped about $1,500 worth of tight stops in there. They just blew them out. But I'm making it back now. I'm making it back now. That NASDAQ. Did you see that 30-minute NASDAQ sell-off? Look at this fucking thing. Man, that's coming back to life. So it looks like the bulls are coming back to town on the stock market. Well, they came back on that big plunge. Even Bitcoin's
this whole next week is going to be really, really volatile, man. I mean, I'm not even trading any of the indices at all.
Like, look at the daily Dow Jones. Don't you think this thing's in a real precarious place? If I zoom out, like, you got to take out this support that became resistance. So here's the pivot. This is a huge issue, and then we've got the situation of the that is the all-time high in the Dow Jones, and it's kind of like on vapors here. If I guess fundamentally you're going to say, well, Biden just invited everybody under 18 years old to just come storming the border. And of course, a seasonal thing happens every year, right? Sure, buddy. But this is the critical pivot, in my opinion, on the Dow Jones. This bottom becomes a top. You got to overcome this. And that was such a fucking wick, and this is such a fucking wick that I get that people bought this plunge. And here's another thing, if you don't mind. Actually, this is a 100 pip grid here. So if you don't mind buying this top, you have to take about a 200 pip hit there. But this could be the beginning of the end for the stocks. I mean, seriously, look at the weekly. When you look at the monthly, there's no fucking way you would buy the stock market. Only a moron would buy the Dow Jones up here, right? I mean, come on. You fucking nuts. Corn Pop wouldn't even buy up there. It's out of control. Yeah, because they're coming out with NFP next Friday, right? There'll be a big bid up and bid down into that. Oil's screaming up into the sell window. Actually, I could trade oil here.
Something about the Suez Canal at work.
Yeah.
I was like,
some guy beached a transport item in there, and it's locked. I guess
an enormous barge. The wind blew it sideways, and now it's like stuck in because it's so long that it's like just slightly longer than the actual channel in width. So it's literally wedged in there like a cork, and they're trying to basically dig it out.
I heard it was the ex-captain. Remember the captain from the Italian cruise liner that was showing off to his girlfriend, so he came close to shore and beached it? Well, that's his new gig. He's doing freighter transport now. He's like a politician. He's failing upward.
That'd be interesting, considering he's still serving his 16-year sentence in prison. So how he managed to fuck that up.
Biden's able to nail something. Biden's getting it. Look at him. He's Teflon all over his ass and his fucking foot jobs. Can I get the Biden? Can I get the Biden? The Hunter foot job for me, please. Filmed on 3 cameras. I think also the other thing, I think this is where you could put a fork in Bitcoin finally. Bitcoin is going to have a problem getting above this daily structure there. Yeah, so I'm a very, very bearish on these. And people are saying the stock market's fueled by, all the low interest rates and stuff. If interest rates are going up, then people are going to just park their money in bonds. They're going to roll over here. We're going to unravel this as distribution phase above here. Anything above here on the Dow Jones could be considered distribution for the next few months. And then it's going to be the dark winter is going to be next fucking Christmas. I don't know what's going to happen, dude. I've never seen so much money in circulation in my fucking life. I don't think anybody has. It's going to be crazy, Tom. Let me see if anybody joined the Discord. I guess I have to authorize people to come in, right?
I mean, if they see the invite there in the chat,
it does. It's okay. So there's no. I don't have to accept anybody. Just naturally, they just join, I guess.
Yeah, it's up to them.
It looks like they're backing off crude here. Somebody just got filled on a little thing up there. Yeah, it's going to be some kind of crazy time. Man, look at this. Look at this fucking dollar yen, man. Oh, my Lord. That thing is so overdone to the top side. Let me put some sell limits up here. 6-hour sell limits. What the hell's going on there with that? Wow, that yen is... Put a fork in that thing, too. Oof. Top tick Tommy up here.
Shit, man.
Oof. That's the most insane retracement I've ever seen. Of course, what's the smoothest one I've ever seen? Weekly yen. Lordy, lordy. Look at the daily yen. Man, is that thing just way outstretched. I'm actually underwater. I'm short this thing right now. No, wait. No, I'm not in. I'm not in yet. I'm barely short. Those are buy limits below. Let's see how stocks are doing. They've been open for all of 7 minutes. Are they going up? Uh-oh. Houston, we got a problem. I think they trapped all the goobers up here on the Dow. Look at that. Yikes. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Dow. For a while. 1,000 pip grid here on the Dow Jones. I can use my NASDAQ scripts over here without stressing out the account, though. Here's a 4-hour buy limit. I'm up $70 on these NASDAQs. I could almost bring this account back to 5,600 by the end of the day, just from the NASDAQ alone. Wow.
Trading the regular contracts at like.
Yeah. So what it is I'm trading. I got a 100 pip grid here on the NASDAQ, and it's $10. The spread is $1.12. And it's $10 every 1,000 pips because of micro lots. But I got in here without a stop. So literally the sky's the limit. So from here to here, this is 70. This is 700 pips. It's $70 on a 1K.
Okay.
So if it takes out the high of the day, which it could, or just get to here, I just start getting out. Here's my selling window. Is this tippity top supply zone up here? So I could start peeling them off right now, or I could just do this, which I should do is like this. Just get out of the whole fucking trade. Watch it. Here's why the scripts are great, because I could dump this whole position right now and go flat and just kind of free up tons of margin. So I just went out and gone. Because it's taken so much. It takes $60 of margin to control 1K of NASDAQ. Wow, look at it keep going north there. Wow, look at that thing, man. So here I just put a hand-placed sell limit NASDAQ. Yeah.
When I trade NASDAQ, I'm usually just buying 2 or 3 contracts on the mini, and
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it takes a lot of money to.
It's like $10. $10 to say hello just to get in. $10, you're down $10 out of the gate, right?
It's a little bit of a chunk, but when you get stuff moving like that, it doesn't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I mean, we were talking about it last night with, I can't remember his name, but the guy that trades for a living, he trades ES minis and stuff. And I was like, wow, man. Because the S&P 500 is like, doesn't move anything like. The Dow moves pretty heavy, but the NASDAQ's on fire,
Yeah, it moves quite a bit.
That is a bruiser. It's a good thing I dumped here at this top. It's already pulled back 200 pips in about, I don't know, like, look at this, 5 minutes. Dude, this went up 500 pips in 5 minutes. That's incredible. And it came back. Like, look at the 1 minute NASDAQ. Are you kidding me? This in 1 minute. In 1 minute, you'd made fucking in 2 contracts. You just made fucking like $200 in like 1 minute. $100 in a minute.
Yep.
Look at this. If you bought this here. And it takes out the high, But, you got, this is the 1 minute chart. You almost have to trade the 1 minute chart in the NASDAQ, right? Because look at this fucking accumulation under the floor here, and then it rips. If I was trading NASDAQ, I guarantee you I'd be on the 1 minute chart. Because you could make, in 5 minutes, 300 pips. What the fuck? So if I put my orders in... See, if I put my bank in there, I could make, if I put the bank in here and gauged it right, I could have made money from that and rode it through the engulf. And the supply and demand zones are so precise on here. You could almost be ICT, like you could have a sell limit up here and you could make 150 pips coming off of that top. It's insane. It's just...
There's some mornings, man, like right before it opens, it makes its move, and you can get in.
Yeah, just
literally
before. Yeah,
done for the day.
Do you ever trade Asia, or is the spread too wide? Well, they close for that hour, but
Asia, no. I just
too quiet for you.
Yeah,
for you to trade.
It's kind of not worth it, in my opinion. But
yeah, see, it's the old double-edged sword. Volatility makes money, but low volatility is like watching paint dry, but it's low risk at the same time. I never wrote a script for NASDAQ, so I ended up writing the script. It says a 5,000 pip stop in there, but it's actually 500. It's crazy because the decimal really have to adjust for that. Got a nice setup here on the euro. It's consolidating on this 5 minute. I got a 2 pip grid here on the euro, kind of a scalping grid. Because the spread is so tight on the euro that I could probably... See, I feel more comfortable trading the euro. Because the NASDAQ, to me, fuck. I mean, I just can't get my granularity of all my micro lots in there, I guess my style of trading just... you'd need about 10 grand in the account to trade the way I do with the fucking NASDAQ. And you'd be like, oh, we're down 500, we're up 1,000, and you'd have to be able to take that punishment. Okay, 15-minute traders are on it. I'm going to update the 15-minute chart here. We'll go to the 15. Probably got a nice clean double bottom on the 15 here. No, we don't have anything but wicks. I like that 5-minute chart. You can see this beautiful little coil. Either way, we're going up or down here. We're waiting for natural gases. We have consumer sentiments coming in. Right? That's the only other piece of news left on a Friday. Let's see. I don't know if that's going to rock the market too much. Natural gas moves the market pretty hard. I noticed natural gas gets a yellow from Forex Factory, but boy, natural gas news comes out, man. That used to be like, you wouldn't think it would move it, but it was like the final nail in the coffin going into Asia. I mean, going into Europe, European close, and it kind of seemed to put a real, it kind of was like a big rectifying piece of data. We got consumer sentiment in 15 minutes. What are these? Do you pay attention to this Forex Factory news at all? I still can't make heads or tails how you could even use this to trade, but it's just the numbers here.
I just use it
to know that the drama's coming.
Yeah, like, do you really feel like, gambling that day? Sometimes I do.
Oh,
sometimes
right.
I'm like,
yeah, there's going to be some shocks. See, the Euro Summit's going on now, so that's why, to me, it's kind of a free-for-all. And there's a holiday in Europe. I don't think some of these guys are closed, right? Is it a European holiday, or is that? Oh, that's next Friday. Yeah, so I looked at next Friday. It looks like the volatility is going to be insane because there'll be nobody trading on Thursday and Friday. I think it's the holidays over in Europe. I don't know what holiday. Is that Easter? What are they doing there? I'm not keeping a track. Are they going to do Christmas again this year? I always wonder when they're going to stop doing Christmas. It's kind of cliche. Fuck it. Well, these guys are going to outlaw it pretty soon. All these woke fucks are going to get rid of it because Santa Claus is a fucking white guy. Come on. He's got a white beard. Come on. Yeah, see, there's a holiday here on Friday of next week. So it'll be thin as fuck. There's a bank holiday around the world. Is that Easter? April 2nd? April Fool's Day? Wait. So April Fool's Day, I never trade on that day. Because a lot of that guy's right. That drunk guy said, fake prices come out on April Fool's. OPEC meetings, that should be high drama. Considering, I bet the guy from Russia will be over the OPEC meeting one. All day. That'll be crazy. Here, another bank holiday. New Zealand and Australia are having their holiday just before Europe. So that's going to be a thin market. That'll be viciously illiquidity and nobody holding the other side of the trade. They could be giant moves. I don't mind that, actually. They always say don't trade in the holidays. I go, that's the best time in the world because the most wackadoodle moves. Yeah, what's going on here on next Wednesday? What's the news here? Pending home sales. Do you ever track the bond market? I understand the long bonds going up. I don't have a chart. I guess I could go to barchart.com and get one.
Yeah, they're letting it kind of like drift like a quarter point here and there. Like when it goes up a quarter point, you really start seeing some movement in tech. And then, they've been bouncing it around for like the last week or so, week and a half. That's why you're seeing, these big
it's all choppy
trough moves in FX, sort of, especially with the pound.
Yeah, it almost looks like a real, just good old-fashioned volatility. It's hard for the trend traders to ride. Even if you're right, just getting whipsawed. I mean, it's hard to hold. If you run a trailing stop, they're going to kick you out. I mean, I actually never ran a trailing stop. I usually just dump my position. I just find trailing stops to be silly. Just get the fuck out, At least my dad would say, "Are you going to put a trailing stop in there, really?" Like, fuck, dude, just sell then, because they're going to stop you out. My dad says, every time I put a trailing stop in, they hit it. Okay, yeah, no shit. So why not just get out the premium climax price, if you know what that is? I guess we're waiting for this sentiment thing. The euros keeps wicking on the 5, up down, up down. We're waiting for that final. And then the question is, can stocks take out the high of the year? God, I don't know, man. Stocks are just ridiculously overdone.
Well, dude,
Look at that NASDAQ. Holy shit, they're coming to my cell
they're
limits.
going to be taking profit the next like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, don't you think? Especially into the tax numbers are coming in. We can kind of see how much money's on the street now. Yeah, it's going to be some
they're going to need
crazy
they're going to take
drama.
some money to pay their credit card bills. That's kind of what they have to do. And then once the big sell-off happens, quote unquote, Yellen's just going to come step right back in. She's got $1 trillion to move, and they'll wait. They'll just wait.
What's so funny is that when we went into the elections, all these libtards are complaining about, well, the post office doesn't have enough money. Dude, they had so much money they couldn't spend it. They were already padded to the fucking hilt. Having money and spending it are two different things. They had so much fucking money, more money than Jesus. And they still fuck it up. In fact, after the elections, dude, I couldn't get my fucking mail. I was like, really? So somebody sent me this little baby wrench. It took 6 fucking weeks. I called up, and they said, it's not lost mail till it's 4 weeks. I'm like, it's lost now. And then I finally got it. I was like, this is going to cost $150. I'm like, God, I wish we would have sent that registered mail this time. But
That's amazing when you got some registered mail insured on there, magically shows up.
I should have just said it was, I should have said votes for Biden, and it would have went right through.
Boom.
This vote is for Biden.
Actually, I found a trick with them is like when if you suspect your mail is lost, like after just 2 days, just go ahead and make a complaint right on the website.
Oh,
all of a sudden your shit gets unstuck.
Oh, really?
Now, it might not show up. Yeah, it might not show up in like their tracking thing online, but all of a sudden your mail will show up. Like they'll suddenly move their ass to get you their mail as soon as you're like, I want an investigation. Like they have like a little complaint thing basically.
I actually did my own investigation. I asked the girl that mailed it to me. I said to her, who'd you give it to? She goes, come to think of it, it was a new person. And then come to think of it, we got some other stuff that didn't get delivered. And I thought, well, come to think of it, she probably took a bin of mail and stuck it like, oh, I'll just set it here. And people just kept walking by it. She's a new girl, so she probably just set it in the corner. And somebody probably said, hey, what's this? I just imagine that's how organized they are. Looks like the Euro's leaving the station before the sentiment report. Oh boy. Look at all those wicks. A lot of people are buying and selling, getting prepared for a move here. I say we're going uppity up. But yeah, that Dow Jones. Where are we at? We going to ever make out the high of the day here? Dow Jones is pulling back like a rape date off of that top, man. Wow. But now, look, it's poised for a rally. See, every buy is a new sell. It just pulled back. It's a buy now. Yeah, I think the stock's going to try to make a run for it. I'm using the 4-hour chart as my my big structure thing here. The line of scrimmage is going to be this pivot on the 4-hour. We got to bust into this vacuum up here and just go shearing north. And maybe we're going to have a failure swing here. Top Tick Tommy's going to be selling here or buying up here like an idiot. Oh, it's just bullish. It is inherently bullish, though. Stocks are inherently bullish because they fucking make shit. It's not, it's a capitalist economy. Even if you, the funny thing, capitalism is so strong that even all this socialism can't stand in the way because there's the underground capitalism too, right? The people that just do shit barter, Hey, if you do this, I'll do that. It's off the books, and it's what keeps the economy going, anyways. Wow, look at that! Look at that nice sell in crude. If you sold off of that climax moment there, you're underwater until you can make it back to this. But then, as soon as this consumer sentiment's coming out here in 6 minutes, that'll rock some stuff. Get some drama out of that. It's gonna be. Hey, man. How about instead of, we could also have a Discord channel. I want to do a mentorship there. Like, let's see. I can be a trading account blow up coach. Keep going. Oh, there you did it. See? That'll be like $100 a month. Mastering, bad trading. Mastering losing, actually.
You keep hitting that buy button, and I don't want you to stop till you see no margin left. You hear me?
You just ride that into the ground. You treat it like a rent-a-car is what you do. Gosh, are we gonna go up here? Okay, 5-minute warning. News in 5 minutes. Consumer sentiment out of. Too late. We're already long the euro. I got sell limits up there. They're gonna disappear because there's no money in the account. But I just put them up there. Yeah. So even if you went long there, when I kept yelling at you to buy, see how it came back and retested that. You could have. A lot of people would not get back on that train because they see it screaming back. They go, "Holy shit! It is going down after all." So it really fucks with your head. The speed of the market fucks with everybody's head if they're staring at it. That's why if you're on the 1 hour chart, you're like, eh. But you look at that 1 minute chart, you're like, holy shit. That's a big move, So what do you think the consumer sentiment, the problem with the United States and especially Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's fucking liberals. Everybody's so optimistic. They always have a really good, it's 90%. I've even seen 105% consumer sentiment. Like, how do you get 105%?
How is that even possible?
Do you ever see that where they got the consumer sentiments 110%? I'm like, wow, man, hey, we got some really good beer today.
Fucking ridiculous.
I gotta go to the consumer sentiment. It's projected to be. The Chinese crack me up. They got this news coming out like you'll see stuff like on a Saturday. The Chinese will put out reports. You're like, wow, man, talk about not wanting to shock the market. So yeah, we got 83%. What do you think it'll be? How about it's going to be 70%? And is that going to make the market go down? I don't know. Isn't it weird? Oh, it was already priced into the market. See? Well, it looks like somebody just cashed out of this euro. Hopefully that was me, by the way. It's the first new high we've made in a while. Hey, I actually took profits. Look at that. I've been in this goddamn trade for 3 hours now. I bought that plunge on that 5 minute euro, and one of my baskets got cashed out on that little 4-pip rally. Yeah, the volatility is going to be. There'll be I think there's going to be a rally on the euro into the close of the day, and spike up, drift up, maybe. Stocks. I'm gonna look at the stock market here. Oh, so crude oil pulling back to the breakout, and stocks they're poised for a rally on the 5. So we just did a little stop hunt here on the 5 minute Dow Jones. It looks like we could take a pop up regardless of the news. It looks like they're itching to take out the high of the day on the stock market. Put my trusty resistance line on the wicks.
Well, let's see. The pound reached up from the.
Pound's on fire, huh? Man, that thing is reaching all the way to the floor. It's just like, wow. Whew. That is a rally. That's my favorite trade. So, a swing trade, that is. Because you got to be able to take some punishment on this thing, but. Okay. 1 minute, 20 seconds till the consumer sentiment. Yeah. How about the producer sentiment? It's funny. It's all built on consumer. It's a consumerist model. Consumer sentiment. How about the business climate is the other kind of report they do, I suppose. Business climate is partly cloudy, a little humid out. So do you want to guess on, you can win a free mentorship if you can guess the consumer sentiment numbers that are about to come out in 32 seconds here. You get a free, you know how that they have that sticker, I voted? We give away a sticker that says, I blew up my account, okay? I lost every trade this month. You're doing really good, Johnny. Keep going. You're going to be one of our top. You can be a mentor too.
For blown up account awareness.
Yeah, right. Woke trading.
Cancel culture trading.
Here we go. Here's the news. What do we got? What do we got here? All the insiders get to know. We have to wait like 3 minutes to get the update here.
Gonna kneel in solidarity for all the traders with blown up accounts and who survived.
Take a knee for my micro account. I'm virtue signaling trader. I don't have trade signals. I have virtue signals. Oh, okay. I heard Australia's having a hard time. It's by the Australian dollar. I heard they're really kind of yeah, I don't know I refresh this. I'll probably get the actual numbers here in about 2 minutes, I think. Did you ever go to Forex Factory and read the forums here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's so cute. I love it. They got broker discussion here. All sorts of little fun facts. The trading discussion has to be the best, though.
It is. And they got stuff that goes back for like 10 years, too. Threads in there.
Here's from 2019, the brutal truth of trading. I'm giving everyone some free, invaluable knowledge here. Most people, and especially people who drink a lot, people who profess to know what they are talking about. Well, people that drink a lot, they don't. They spout verbiage, but they either don't trade or they don't trade successfully. Big hat, no cattle. Call it. I find most self-proclaimed experts spout a bunch of technical jargon and this and that and, teraflops. But as I said, big hat, no cattle. I didn't even, that must be, you probably know that term, right? Big hat, no cattle is what they say there on the ranches.
I'm not from Texas.
Big hat, no cattle.
That's a completely different, that's Southwest.
Expensive car, no pussy. That's what, yeah, but we're
and where it'd be big gut, no wife. I don't know. Maybe.
Like sleeping in my car. Mastering sleeping in your car.
Big truck, no engine. Something like that. That's what they'd say down here, maybe.
Well, this guy's right about this. Trend following. The markets are chaotic. They are nonlinear dynamic systems. Market prices are highly random with a trend component. With a chaotic system, the concept of fractal. He's trying to help us. Wow, he really went all. This guy went to fucking. What amazing for free? This guy, went fucking nuts. 20 years of trading advice for free. Most
Damn, you wrote a goddamn dissertation here. Shit.
Yeah, this guy went. He went above and beyond the Call of Duty. The euro's going up, by the way. They assume a book or it came from a famous guru, a fancy website. Yeah, I mean, I think that is, and of course, if somebody sees somebody else winning, they go, I want to do what you're doing, but you know what? It's not going to fit your personality. Just like this morning, I tried to get you to buy, and you just wouldn't, You wouldn't buy that euro. I put a gun to your head and everything. You're like, no, I'm not going to do it. So you can't you're not going to be able to trade somebody else's system if you don't feel any confidence. And it's better just to pick your own lame strategy. Build your own lame strategy, really.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it have sex with you.
Yeah, I say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him smoke crack,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe your horse. So 5 minutes. The news has been out for 5 minutes. Let's see what the sentiment is. I'm going to guess that it's down. Or are just people so happy with their free money they're getting that the sentiment. It's like everybody's like, woohoo! I just bought a bunch of shit on Amazon. I'm having a great life. Go back to the calendar. Okay, let's do a refresh. Okay, let's. The bidding starts at. I say. Oh fuck! I'm on the wrong day. Today is the 27th. No, today is. Oh, that's the whole week. Shit. How did I do that? Okay. It comes in at slightly better. See, people are just they're high. They're high. You know, what is it? 84% now. It's better. Revised inflation. The inflation, they're talking 3%. What I find amazing is the Fed wanted inflation. Why would you want inflation? That's so fucking stupid. I just can't. The government comes up with these harebrained. It's like when they come up with this insect they're going to put out there to eat the other insect. Then the other insect ends up a fucking swarm of those fuckers. And then they're like, oh, fuck, we fucked up. We don't understand how the web of life works. And we just fucked up. Same thing with the economy. They come in there. They throw shit in there like cash for clunkers. Now you can't fucking buy a used car. The poor people are suffering. I mean, what a bunch of fucking morons, man. You just can't believe this shit.
I still, to this day, somebody tried to explain that whole Obama disaster to me. It didn't make sense to me at all. Like cash for clunkers shit.
Obamacare and cash for clunkers single-handedly fucking. I actually, it's worse. Biden's the fucking distillation of stupidity. You open the border.
I know Obamacare, but the cash for clunkers, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to. It's almost like buy back guns from people, right? What? You're gonna give me what I paid for this gun? No, but those clunkers are kind of. I think it was to save the planet because they're burning oil. Those clunkers are burning oil. Won't you want an electric car?
They were like in Pensacola, Florida, like yesterday, the day before. They were doing one of those gun buyback things, and these guys came with like these homemade
zip gun,
like made out of like wood pipe rifles, and they did technically work. And the cops had to buy them, so they sold like 6 of them for $200 a pop.
I'm bringing
some cash.
Can I bring my potato gun in there? My Gatling gun?
Yeah, I don't know like what the standard was, but they showed
I'll go to like Depot and make a Spaduka and go, sell it for $300.
That's basically what this thing, dude. It literally said they wrote like killer rifle or in marker on the side of the wood or something stupid like that.
Assault potatoes, and I'm using those hollow tip potatoes in my fucking bazooka. God.
And the cops, it's so funny. Both cops, there's like a picture of it. They're both in their masks, and they look so pissed off.
Do you use Aquanet to launch those spuds? That's what I use. I use Aquanet.
Oh, that's the secret. So you're saying that it gives a nice hard shell and it doesn't get caught in the tube?
No, just like Aquanet is the only thing that has worked really well in my Spaduka.
Really? It's like a coating. A low friction coating.
Just put a couple of squirts in there, blow, and it just fucking launched, and boom, man, that thing will it launches a quarter mile, man. Mine's about 9 feet, 9 or 10 feet long.
I saw a guy put a hole in a quarter panel of a car with a potato gun. I mean, if you really get those things ramped up, you can do some.
Absolutely.
We're waiting forever for the Euro to rally. Finally, it's breaking out. Oh, take out the high of the day, people. I got to make my fucking 40 pips today, or I'm not going to be able to buy more tequila. Oh, man, I tell you, the patience to wait to get paid on this fucking Euro trade. That's what a creeper wackadoodle. So big smash down and then a choppy fucking recovery. I'll take it. I don't care how we get there. It's like you don't want to see how they're making that hot dog that you're chewing into, right?
Yeah, as long as it's good, right?
Yeah, as long as it's got really high-end mustard on it, I could probably eat sawdust with really good condiments. I'd probably get away with like just a shoe, maybe a shoe. Sawdust with wasabi. Wasabi on like maybe just paper towel. Paper towel with wasabi if you're real hungry. Put a little seasoning on there. Caramelize it, maybe.
Onions and radish.
Yeah, get like the hamburger helper without the hamburger.
Did you say radish or did you mean relish?
Oh, relish.
Radish.
Yeah, radish like chopped
really?
up.
Oh, man.
How about
Absolutely.
parsley? Is supposed to be good for you. You know, it's a garnished parsley, but I used to make parsley with carrots and juice it. So you take parsley with carrots, put them in the juicing machine. And it's fucking really. It's got a nice bite to it.
I've done the relish thing, but radish, onion, kraut.
Yeah. So you'd like the sauerkraut? How do you feel about coleslaw? You probably like that too.
Some shit, man.
God, come on, Euro. You can do it. Come on, buddy. Don't be afraid. Go. You can go up. I mean, you went down for 4 days. I mean, it's okay to go up now. 3 days down hard. 3 days down, 1 day up. Yeah. Yeah, this is a weird way to make money, you know, because you think about the normal world. Like if you put on a coat and tie and you have the right handshake and the right dialect and vocabulary, you could probably be a salesman and you can make so much money. But here you can't. There's nothing you can do to persuade the market to help you make money. It's just not. You have no influence on these markets. Oh man!
I had some buddies ask me if they wanted to invest, and I don't know if you've ever had this problem or discussion with anybody, but people that you like, they'll want you to kind of like trade on their behalf. They'll try to give you some money, stuff like that, and it's like, man, dude, I had a couple of guys ask me that this last week, and I'm like, no. I'm like, here.
Right. Yeah, that would be a train wreck.
Yeah. So
I know. I had somebody say that to me, and I thought, yeah, I'd love to, but I'd rather teach you how to fish. Besides, you're not going to like what I catch for you. You're gonna freak out if you're down. You're just gonna lose your fucking. No, I'd never do. I would never. The only thing I would do though, and I've talked about this before, is having a PAM account where I'm trading. It's $100 to invest in my PAM account, and I guarantee you will get your $100 back if you don't. So we're never. I'll add to the account if I have to. I would do that, right? So where everybody's in, anybody can sign up for this PAM account. It's $100 to start. They really exist, But it has to happen offshore. I have to have somebody in Europe that's going to do it for me, and I would just trade it. Just give me the password, and I'll just trade the account. And we should be able to make about 20 or 30%. But I'm going to take 5 or 10%. This is going to be for me running the account.
Right.
But that has to be done with somebody in Europe because I don't. Do you ever look at the PAM accounts? Like you can tell if it's traded. If you look at the stats here, when you bring it up, Hot Forex has a bunch of PAM accounts, and this is like I guess a mutual fund or something. But it's the robots. You can tell when the robots traded because the fucking equity is just choppy as fuck. But when a lot of these guys from Asia, the Philippines, the Vietnamese, they trade the fuck out of these markets manually. They make so much fucking money, and if you're in their PAM account, and I guess that's the way I would recommend that to your friends. Yeah, find a PAM account you like and throw money in there because I don't want to have to lose my friendship because of course, if you make too much money for them, then they're going to go. Actually, this is the story from my buddy who's an antique dealer. He said he went to this house and they had this Chippendale chest. Chippendales could be like 10 grand. It's not the dancer. It's like just a real plain wood antique. And the bottom of the landing of their stairs, just 3 steps before you turn, this chest is sitting there. And my buddy goes over to look at it because he said, "Oh, old chest." He goes, "I'll check it out." He goes in there. Now this thing's worth 10 grand. He says to the guy, "I'll give you $100 for it." And the guy goes 300, and he goes sold. And I said to him, "Do you feel any kind of guilt about that trade?" He goes, "No." I go, "Why is that?" He says, "Well, let me tell you, my partner, who's an antique dealer, he goes out to see this lady's dishes, and he tells her, 'Honey, these dishes are worth 10 grand. She says, "Really?" And then her second thought is, I think you're lying to me. I think they're worth 20 grand. So she takes the fucking plates. It's a true story. Takes the plates, goes to fucking 3 dealers in the United States, probably spent in airfare 3 grand. You know, they all told her they're worth 10 grand. So why go through all that shit? He should have just said, I'll give you 1,000 for them. They'll tell them what they're worth, because the same thing with this. You're going to trade somebody's account. Look, see. And then they go, why don't you take that trade? Hey, did you see the market? How come you didn't get on that trade? Oh, shut the fuck up. You want me to trade your account? Shut the fuck up. I couldn't do it. It's just how to lose friends. How to lose friends and lose more friends. Instead of lose friends and influence enemies.
How to lose friends and alienate goobers.
I mean, and then you can imagine he tells his other friend, and then you got 5 guys go, come on, man, we'll give you money. I tell you what, then how are you going to trade your own fucking shit then?
Just you go do it. Not me.
No, it's because I'm a high risk taker. They'd shit their pants. They go, dude, you're down like 1,000. I go, it's okay. I got it. We'll be up 3 grand by the end of the day. I got I'm all over it. You know. Plus, they'd probably log in every millisecond. Hey, why are we losing here? If you don't let them see the account, you'd have to put some kind of framework.
Parental.
You're not allowed to see the account till the end of the month. Yeah, you put parental controls, block. Put a goober block up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be brutal. Then it's a real job.
Yep. I kind of got upset when I was like, nah, I don't think so, man. I don't think you understand the implications of what you're asking, especially at that amount, you know.
And then, of course, you know, to have a separate account for their account, monitor the margins, and all. How are you going to trade your shit? I guess what you're going to do. See, that's why if I had a PAM account that was kind of copying my trades in a way, but I'd still trade that separately because I don't want to risk my investors' money. So I'll put conservative trades on, and maybe we go through a whole week without a fill. But then I can give you your $100 back. If you don't like what's going on, I'd be like, here's your money back. You know?
All right, guys, I got to go run errands. Thanks for having me. Thanks for yelling at me in front of everybody.
Well, I couldn't resist. I thought I was going to lose my mind when you wouldn't buy down there, but
now I need therapy. And
you just need to start drinking. Apparently, you should take some alcohol away from the angry Brit.
Yeah,
He's got something to spare.
I know who you're talking about. He was on the other night with us.
Yeah. I mean, he gets into this mode where everything's shit, fake prices.
It's like he's not. I noticed it's like he talks like he's just talking to himself, like in his own head.
Yeah.
He just wants an audience to listen to him yell at himself.
Even if you agree with him, he's going to go as if you didn't agree with him. You go with the same point, just keep hammering the same point.
You go, no, dude, I fucking did that already. I already knew.
Yeah, when you came back like that, I was like, oh man, what is he using? Not you limey. He says something else.
Oh, you fucking cunt! I already did it.
No, there was another word he used.
No,
there was another word he used. What was it? It was a cut down. But
wanker.
Yeah, wanker. No, yeah, something like that. I thought, oh my god, he's just relentless.
Fucking rosy cunt, wanker. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, mate, I already did it. Yeah, and you agree with him. No, mate, you don't know, mate. I already know, mate. It's like, okay, dude, I
already read that.
Yeah, you don't know. I know because I've examined the interior structures of a 5-second candle, so I know. I've done it. I've examined it. I've interviewed. Nobody knows what I know. If they know what I know,
see, I did 40 trades in 5 seconds. I'm up 1,500 quid. What'd you do? I'm like, yeah, sure you did.
Yeah, I could probably dual process. You think I could dual process the voice room on Discord right now if you want. If you don't want to come on the other thing, there's nobody in the voice room here though. guess I have to jump
Man,
into it.
seemed like a pain in the ass, or the telegram. I'm sorry. It wasn't. That's.
Oh, that telegram was like a mind bender. I still can't to this moment, and everybody piled into it. It's very popular for traders. Like I had a bunch of people pile into that thing, and I thought, oh gosh, it's not even.
Yeah, but I gotta go. I gotta go.
All right, man.
This barber shop. If I don't get there by noon, it's fucking full up to the brim.
Yep, go get your cut on, man.
Yeah.
Tighten it up.
Yeah. So, gosh, it's a real. It's kind of a slow. At the end of this day, the news broke, and what's left? It looks like stocks are not going to do too good here. I don't know.
Yeah, I rarely trade on Friday or Monday. I kind of do the Tuesday through Thursday.
Yeah, there's not much volatility. Sometimes Fridays are just dead, especially afternoon, after 12 o'clock Eastern Standard. They kind of fizzle. Yeah, it's a real. Well, I never traded NASDAQ till this morning. I was like, yikes. Look at the Dow Jones broke out, man. Fucking took off. Look at that.
I have literally tripled my account on NASDAQ in 2-week time frame and gave it all right back within 2 more weeks after that. It's just holy shit.
Yeah, so how do you trade that? You trade that with stops?
Yeah.
God, I mean, I guess you have to, right? Otherwise, if you walk away from that thing, come back, your whole account's gone.
You never know, man.
No, I mean, I would not trade that unless I had my finger on a hotkey keyboard and I was sitting there nailing it, getting out, nail it, getting out, nail it. Because I don't even want to be in. I literally want to scalp for 3 minutes and then sit on the sidelines and then wait like 10 minutes, get another scalp, wait about 15 minutes, get another scalp, because I want to hold nothing. I want to hold no positions in that. Not even for 15 minutes, because 15 minutes you could be down 800 pips at the wrong time of day. Like, look at this pullback. This is the 1 minute chart NASDAQ. We just came. Actually, I'm short on this. Look at that. I'm making money. Look at that. Those are hand placed limits, by the way. So check this out. Trading without stops, I'm up like. Look at this. I'm up $48. I'm actually going to get out. I'm just going to do my close all profits right now. There, I just scalped that. I just hand placed limits up there. Oh, I can do dual processing here. So somebody's in the. Yeah, that guy's in there. This is the NASDAQ guy, right? Pistorius? No. Jaco Pistorius? No.
Jaco.
That's a great basis.
Yeah. God, that guy, man. He lost his mind near the end. He was sleeping on a door of his apartment by the end of his life. He had some mental disorder.
Well, no, you know how he died was he
brain tumor.
He was bipolar, right?
Yeah.
So they kicked him out of a club.
Right. He beat up the bouncer, beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, the bouncer beat the shit out of him. Fucking fractured his skull in multiple places. Fucking murdered the guy.
No, dude, you know what happened?
The bouncer got off with like no jail time.
The bouncer hit him one time.
Wow.
And he over and hit his head on the curb. That's what ended up
on
happening.
The curb, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he used to, I'm not a big sports fan, but this Jaco would take his he'd go play basketball and shit. Like his dad said, like, yeah, but he goes, I'm gonna go play basketball. And his dad was a drummer. He was almost gonna be a drummer like his dad. But I'll tell you what, the album, did you ever listen to the album Word of Mouth? Just the one before he died. There's a song called Crisis on there, the first cut. And he also does a cover of Blackbird by the Beatles. And he comes in with this bass with this back when Eventide came out with their harmonizer. It's just kind of cutting edge. And Warner Brothers said, he went in Warner Brothers studio, they go, dude, whatever you want to do. So he had this part where he takes a gun and he shoots it. Like, there's crazy shit in there. But I mean, that album is fucking intense. Word of mouth is just wow. I could listen to that on a loop.
Yeah, I was kind of more like into the weather report stuff.
Yeah, right. Teen Town. I have a friend that's so into weather report. I swear to God, the keyboard player wears that like Muslim cap, you know. He wears that shit. He loves that keyboard player. I mean, he's a little boring. Lyle Mays blows him away, in my opinion, but that's just me. Lyle Mays just died. Yeah, I grew up on.
Hey, what's the other guy that's in there with you?
Andrew.
The bass player here, the guy that's on the.
Yeah, why don't you come over to Discord and join the channel so we can just use Discord for the voice chat?
Yeah, we could share charts in here. We could share charts in here. I don't think we could share charts in here. Let me. Yeah, because we could do charts and we can do.
Yeah, let me pull Discord up. I got really frustrated trying to figure this shit out just a second ago.
Yeah, I know it's a lot easier than Telegraph or Telegram because that's fucking a mess.
Yeah, Telegram's the shitty one, but if you just click the Discord link that Simpleton put in there,
it should take you.
It'll take you right to the thing, and then it just says Boomer Tech Support, and you can join that channel.
That's because what happened last night. The guy that trades the Nasdaq, I'm sitting there, and I got the thing up, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? He goes, okay, Boomer Tech Support. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, there it goes. Okay.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
You sound like Cornwallis. Cornwallis. Cornwallis is the.
I don't sound like Cornwallis.
You do in the morning. No, I'm just kidding. No, but you young guys all sound the same. No, Cornwallis, I think he's a shredding guitarist, and you are the. You got the.
I play keyboard and acoustic and electric guitar. I'm a multi instrumentalist.
We should have the 4X mentorship band.
Hey, do you guys have? You guys got like Pro Tools or anything?
Well, I use Reaper.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, Reaper's great.
Yeah, I use Reaper because it's free. I'm using that now. I used to use Samplitude, and it sounds way better, but it won't run on Windows 10. Samplitude cost me $1,000, but it only runs on XP. And I mean, it sounds great. I saw a guy do a Radar versus Samplitude versus Reaper, and I'm like, I hear the difference. I mean, I was like, wow, that's fine. Yeah, you can hear it. The algorithm.
Yeah, I had a few buddies that we actually did like kind of like this EP. 4 songs, but we all did it from different locations. Like one guy would send he'd send the bass track, or send the guitar track or the drum track. With the drum and move it into something else, and kind of reshuffle stuff around, and then plug in and record some stuff. It was fun.
Oh yeah. Cool. Did you ever go to WikiLoops? You can get like some guy just plays a fucking bass, a great drum track, and it's free. So I download these. You can download actually at WikiLoops. You can download like 8 separate tracks in like high res, and you can just import it. And some people just have like but there they say, hey, you know what? Add a track. So you'll see a tree where some guy does a drum track and a bass, and they're building it all in the WikiLeaks. I mean, not WikiLeaks, WikiLoops. I don't want to go to jail. But so somebody told me about WikiLoops because I'm like, I said, do you know any place I can get some fucking real files, of real humans, not fucking drum machines. You ever seen Beatbox? Beatbox is hilarious, man. I found this thing. And you could just build shit like click it. It's funny. Yeah, the machines are here.
So can you do voice on Discord here, or is it just?
Yeah, we're talking right now on Discord. That one guy.
Just click the invite link, and it'll ask you if you want to open it in a browser or whatever.
I'm actually in the browser.
An account made.
I'm in the browser.
It'll ask you to put in a username, and you can either tie that username to a email address to have a permanent account with a sign in and everything, a password and whatever, or you can just join.
You just be a guest
with a temporary account.
It'll probably save it in your cache. It'll come back up when you come Discord. It'll probably take you to the same channel, right?
Probably, yeah.
I'm still talking on the YouTube, but
that's all right. So am I. I'm talking on both. Because I'm that guy. I could probably open up fucking Skype and be like a triple abuser. Triple audio. My audio footprint's getting big. It's not as big as my carbon footprint. I can tell you that. Because I just brewed coffee, which I probably took down a few trees. The guy that invented coffee did not get paid enough. Yeah, gosh. Look at that NASDAQ. It's just... the stocks are going up today. The path of least resistance is to the north, apparently. But yeah, it's going to come crashing down. Especially if we end up with so many fuck nuts at the border that it's like a big... You know, the cartels, and there was some shooting down there too, I think. Some brutal shootout with the cartel. Of course, the news is going to hide that shit. You count on the news to lie by omission. That's what they do for a living now. Yeah, so you're borderline boomer if you're having a hard time.
I'm gonna hang this
Discord.
shit up and go on Discord.
You're borderline boomer. You're on the you're on the spectrum. Ooh, it looks like a sell in NASDAQ. I'd be cashing out if I bought down here, but I got some naked limits up here without a stop. I'll live on the edge. How'd you like that half-hour sell off in the half-hour chart of NASDAQ? It just kept shearing down like, oof. That was
I just woke up not too
brutal.
long ago. I'm looking for a trade on NASDAQ right now.
Look at this NASDAQ sell-off. So I ran a bunch of scripts I wrote for NASDAQ, and I came and piled into this thing. Somebody's left the building. Oh, they're back. Who's this guy? He never has his mic on. His name is Dylan67. I guess he's born in 1967. I'm assuming. Everybody's left the building, so I'm gonna leave.
No, I'm still here.
No, I mean I'm leaving the Google Meetup.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna bail on that. And I at some point, maybe this weekend, I'm trying to take a seminar in Telegram. Everything
fuck Telegram, man.
There must be
Just
a
tell people to use
tutorial for
Discord.
that. God, if I figured that, I could probably do the Rubik's Cube too, blindfolded. Yeah, look at the Dow Jones. It's just screaming towards the borderline.
The Dow or the NASDAQ?
The Dow. It's coming up against this top. And NASDAQ too. NASDAQ's fucking rallying like a whore here. They're trying to take out the high of the day on the NASDAQ, but I'm going to put sell limits up there and defy their top. Look at that. What we got here. S&P 500 is taking out the high of the day already. But the S&P, I put the 1,000 pip. I wrote a template with a 1,000 pip grid, and you put it in the S&P 500, and it's just S&P 500 just barely moving. It's like watching paint dry. Ba-ding.
There you go.
There you go. Look at that. 1974. You were born?
Now, I don't know how you have your audio set up.
Probably wrong. Mine?
No, Andrew.
Oh yeah. Well,
I don't think
you
he
just
knows how to get his mic to work.
Oh yeah, whether it's push to talk. I just let the defaults. I'm on defaults. I never actually set mine. It apparently just seemed to pick it up. Why did it direct it to which card you're using?
You probably had it all set up from when you were fucking going to the no nonsense Forex shit. But Andrew, you have to allow your browser permission to use your microphone. That's probably what your issue is right now.
Yeah, the settings window. Here we got that I do know. So if you go to settings, then you see voice and video. You can pick the output volume. You can also do this. I don't like that automatic. I don't like that automatic. I have push to talk is off. Is yours off? Push to talk limited? Is that off on yours?
I know I use push to talk.
Do you really? So what do you have to push? Your mouse?
Well, you have to set the hotkey where it says.
Oh, so it's little
set
like
hotkey.
Oh, okay.
So you click it, and then you it's recording what hotkey you want. You press the key you want to be your push to talk, and then you press save or whatever shit like that.
Like break 19. Like, I mean, you come in like a trucker when you hold down the key. You're talking. It's almost like what it says. I thought maybe it was a secret meeting. I always feel like I'm being tricked. But I don't see that automatic. They got rid of that automatic volume adjust setting, I think. Oh, echo cancellation. Here it is. Automatic gain control. I got to turn that off.
I don't see that automatic.
No, you got to go to
we
settings.
can hear you now.
Because echogain
echo
control.
cancellation. Here, automatic gain control. I got to turn that on. I don't see that.
Okay, Andrew. Yeah. So Andrew, you're gonna need to do push to talk so you don't have an open mic because we can hear it moving back.
Automatic control. I got to turn that on. I don't see that.
Uh-oh. Wow. Yeah, so you think he's got echo cancellation. Of course, all this is, the default is echo cancellation, noise reduction, automatic gain control. Those are on. But he sounds like he's got to pick the right sound card device, the input and output devices. Maybe you got to pick that manually. Didn't it sound kind of squirrely, like he was in a tunnel? He's left the building. Did I just ruin my Discord? Did everybody leave? I'm not paying attention. Bueller?
Can you hear me?
Bueller?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to fucking.
He's taking it in.
I'm doing some boomer tech support here.
Yeah.
Fucks.
No, it's kind of hard. Throw me a lifesaver, not a bone anchor. Oh, well, you're doing how to enable and configure push to talk. Well, how much you charging for this mastering Discord seminar? Uh-oh, the magic lines is here.
Yeah, that's my buddy.
Oh, yeah.
I taught him all about trend lines.
Oh, no. So he's hooked on him? As opposed to the magic moving average, he went for the trend line.
Hell yeah.
Look at that. I got filled on my cell on the guppy. Look at that. Look at that. They rallied up. I think I'm just going to cash out of that for fun. I'm going to get out of that trade. Bitcoin's struggling. Bitcoin's got a big problem. They got to take it up higher. They're not going to be able to do it. This could be the last. And the Dow Jones is trapped at new highs. People are selling up here. Look at that. Look at that trap. Oof. I think, yeah, the big boys are selling, or the smart money's selling the stocks. It's over. Put a fork in it. But I'm winning on my euro. Winning. Look at that pullback on that. I got a 2-pip grid here, a 5-minute chart. Gosh, if I was paying attention, I could have bought that pullback, but I'm already long. I think by the time Europe closes, we could be taking out the high of the day on the euro. I don't think that's impossible.
You be in profit then?
Well, I'm in profit because I bought this big plunge and I haven't touched the trade. So I was on here earlier with the guy, his RDVD, whatever, I could not get him to buy here, dude. I could not get him to buy the low of the day on the euro. I go, dude, just buy a 1K at the market. He goes, nope. I go, why? It's a demo account. Just buy it. Just buy. He goes, I don't like trading at the market. I go, dude, trust me. Look at the 4 hours. So I set up this dual screen trading for him to try to help him. But it was so funny, like you trying to get the Russian guy to fucking trade on leverage. I couldn't do it. Everything I said made total sense. I thought, look at this 4-hour euro. Who's not putting a buy limit down here in the trap on the on the 8-hour wicks, right? Who's not putting a buy limit down here? I'm like, dude. So he wanted to go short here. He goes, I think it's going lower. I'm like, dude, that's goober thing. Come on. I thought we learned you better than that. You don't sell here, fucker. And I was like, dude, look at the dailies. Why would you sell here? Are you nuts? But like, he took the punishment. He's been in the military. He's probably had people go, what the fuck you do? So I feel like selling it right here in the euro. But I'll maybe wait till, let's get out of something here. Like I said, I don't want to trade on the Fridays anyways either, so. It looks like the euro could take out the high of the day, but I'm already up. I feel like getting out and just saying, you know what? I don't have to make any more decisions today. Yeah, I
want to go short on the NASDAQ, but I don't know. I think it might go for a full engulf up to the high of the day.
Yeah, it's really going to be a contest here near the end. I'm getting out of my euro, cashing out. I think the euro's had it. I don't think we can take out the high of the day on the euro. Yeah, that's the thing about Friday is that you don't have the time to hang around for another 10 hours to get your target, so you're kind of like, eh.
See, that's why I kind of stopped trading Forex, because I got tired of waiting.
Yeah.
For fucking, oh my God, I want to get my 30 pips of the day or 60 pips of the day. Let's see how fucking long it takes. Oh, okay, 10 hours? Don't have my 30
no, I
pips
swear
yet.
to God.
Okay, well.
Yeah, like you were saying about that pound trade that you were in, that, it cycles up there and you're like, fuck, so many times it's up 100 pips. I mean, down 100 pips, and maybe it's topping out. In the long run, it's going to tank, but that's like fucking 3 days from now.
Yeah, it fucking consolidated for fucking 2 weeks before it started taking a plunge.
And it does that. I was in the pound trade. I could show you where on the chart, 4-hour chart. This thing goes up. It's distributing. It's ding 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 up and down and ding ding. I'm like, what the fuck? So I thought, well, when London opens, it's going to tank. No, not quite yet. One more retest, like a quadruple top. I'm like, dude, and it finally tanks, right? But by then, I'm just so tired. I should have just taken my 50 pips and ran every time. But then, of course, now it's working. Right? Now you're a high frequency trader in some regard, right? I mean, in other words, you keep on rinsing and repeating, and that's why I like this limit thing where I just throw the limits in and they come in and fill it, and then I can just pluck them off, right? And then I can be a range trader on limits, which to me is a little bit easier lifestyle than picking a precise entries.
I'm trying to get to that point trading NASDAQ, right? Because I would like to put limits up above the high of the day on NASDAQ right now, but it could just fucking rip up, man. It could just fucking rip up, hundreds of fucking pips.
Here, I'll show you the script I wrote. So I wrote about 5 scripts last night for NASDAQ. I'm going to run them right now. So I'm going to go flat on everything I'm in. I'm going to close all up in pennies. I'll show how this runs. So I figured out how much it's going to cost me $10 per 100. When you pull the trigger here at this micro lot on Hugo's Way, it's $1.12 fixed pip spread here, $1.12 to pull the trigger, and then it's $1 a pip. But the problem is, the NASDAQ has moved up 2,000 pips this morning from the very bottom, and naturally, if you put in a 2,000 pip stop, it's like, so I wrote these scripts that last for 30 minutes and stuff. I'm going to run them right now. I'm just going to get rid of all these, close everything down, and then we'll have a fresh, and then I can monitor the usage of margin here, because I think I'm spending $60 a margin to hold a 1K, around $60 a margin to hold a 1K. So 501 leverage at an instrument that costs $1,200, so it's going to cost me $60 to hold one ticket. So these are actually groups, and you could do a single, but I'm gonna run this. It's a 6K, and I'm calling it. The low risk trading to me is this 30 minutes. So if you didn't want to get involved in a trade that wasn't every 30 minutes you can decide to keep launching the same script. So this has this actually inside of here is I'm running I'm risking $20 per ticket to make $40 per ticket, and I have 6 tickets staggered. And my last ticket, when I drop, it's going to be 180 pips deep. My last entry, the first entry at the tip of wherever my cursor goes, is going to be my first ticket, and below that'll be 25 pips below, then 60 pips below. Here's what it looks like. So staggered tickets for a half hour. To me, this is low risk trading. I wouldn't be afraid to trade this. Now I'm going to go to the time frame that's appropriate. There is really not an appropriate time frame, but so here's a half hour. You're risking $100 to make $200 if they fill all these tickets. I just canvassed a 200 pip window here for a half an hour. So what I'll do, because it's fake money, I'm going to interlace a 1 hour, $175 risk and without repeating price to make $250 if we spike up here and retrace. So those are the 2 trades I have on the table. I just got filled on that first sell limit, and I'm down the spread right now. Now I could sit here and I could pluck them off if they're winners. I'm getting filled right now. I'm using $200 of margin right now. And these are half-hour scripts, and I'm going to go and put even more beyond the high of the day. But I'll put the 4 hours way up there and just sit back. That's what I did this morning. Actually, had I put them in deeper. So now I'm up $6 right now. Now I could take all profits. I have the choice here of taking all profits or waiting. I'm going to take all profits with my exit instrument. So I'm up $10. I'm just going to get out. Right now I'm going to rinse and repeat. I'll do the same trade over with this half-hour exposure. Now I think it's going to tank. I wish I would have stayed in, but I was just trying to demo here. So I'm going to do the same trade. Now I'm going to get in closer to the market. Now I got more exposure for one more retap, and this would be the shoulder, I guess, in a sense. A failure swing there, but yeah, you can do it. But I mean, so I put the dollar amount here. That's if all tickets fill, though. And here's the scalp. I'm risking $50 to make 100. And look at this stop. We have a stop of 80 pips to make 200 pips, and I'm going to buy about every 20 pips I'm buying. I'll show you what that looks like. Now that should be a half hour. There should be a half hour version of that too, but just because it's a demo, this is a 2 hour scalp. I'll delete the object so you can see this where the arrows come in. So this is going to be also a 6K.
Well, so what is the dollar value risk reward on that one script? You said it was
$50 to make 100 if they all fill. Risk 50 to make 100 if they all fill. Because the stop rides along with the let me go to a dark screen so you can see the stops. Because you can't.
What button do you push to just do the click to talk? I had to switch.
Oh, you sound great
over.
now. You sound great now. Fuck all that.
Well, yeah, I switched it over to regular voice, but I'd like to do the click to talk so you guys don't get all that.
Oh yeah,
I linked a fucking article on how to do the push to talk.
Yeah,
shit.
go to settings. Just go down to settings right next to your voice thing and open settings. And you'll see on the left
I got all
video.
I got all that, but like when you switch it over, where do you click to actually record?
Do you have to pick a hotkey?
Well, yeah, if you
control
do a push to talk hotkey, right?
Control.
Then you push the button that you selected as your push to talk hotkey to turn on your mic.
Yeah, you program. You can maybe Control Z or something. Or I usually. Pick,
let me go try it real quick.
Yeah, I just have to find a hotkey that's comfortable to grab, like maybe Shift something, or they probably give you Alt or Control. I think most hotkeys. So look at this. I'm up here before I change the color. Look, I'm up $18, right? Because I just resold the top of that. Now I'm up $20, right? I'm going to just cash out of that, right? Because it's so volatile. Here, I'm just going to take the money and run. So I just made another $17.
Well, so I'm a little bit confused, right? Because you said that if the whole bank gets filled, you're risking 50 to make 100. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so then Hugo's Way, you're actually trading on some sort of derivative of NASDAQ futures. There's no way that's actual NASDAQ future contracts. The smallest,
well,
that makes sense because they're letting you buy fractions of a contract, basically.
Well, they're letting me buy
fractions of a micro,
10 times smaller than you. Yeah, I mean, actually, it could be 100 times smaller than you. Like, I am using a lot of margin though, because I don't think they're going to get their. I think the 501 margin is still there because it's based on the price of the instrument, and this is $1,200. So at 501 leverage, it makes sense. It'd be $60 to hold, $64 to hold that position. If I sell at the market right now, it's going to cost me $64, which is half of 1,200. So here I just made 88 cents. Boom. Yeah, this is $10 per 100 pip move. Whereas you're talking, it's like you're talking what, $5 a pip? You said.
Well, no, $5 a pip is a mini. That's the basically kind of like the standard contract that's traded.
That's
right? I mean,
brutal.
A full contract I think is 10 times that, right? But the smallest contract that you can trade, if you're trading the actual futures contract on the CME,
of course,
is the micro, where each pip is worth 50 cents.
Okay.
So that's why I was confused, because on each single ticket, if you're risking $50 to make 100, then that's like 100 pips and 200 pips.
Well, my spread here is
200 pips is 200 pips on a single micro contract is $100.
Yeah, this is 10 cents a pip. In other words, when I pull the trigger, the spread is $1.20 fixed here. So as soon as I pull the trigger, if the market doesn't move, I'm down $1.20. So it's $10 for every 100 pips on a micro lot.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, I guess Hugo's
well, it's
way
because
is
I'm trading.
They're not an actual futures broker. They're selling you some sort of like CFD product, right?
Well, I'm just trading it. They're not selling it to me. I'm just using this as I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's mirroring it. Like I don't have any kind of like intrinsic. I don't care if I have an intrinsic value trade, but
well, the point I'm trying to make is that if you try to if anybody listening tries to take your scripts and then they're on some broker that's actually trading real futures contracts, and then they slam those fucking scripts to trade micros, the risk is going to be way fucking higher. If they get a whole bank of those orders filled, right, they're going to be down like hundreds of dollars, before they ever see profit.
But now, what is? Do you have an MT4 platform with your broker?
No, I'm not using MT4 right now.
So I don't think any broker in the United States or in the world has an ES Mini that lets you trade MT4.
No, there is one. Yeah.
Oh,
so AMP Futures, that's who I'm about to start using. They do MT5 actually.
Oh yeah. See,
I don't know if your scripts work on MT5.
Absolutely not. See, so this is what this is I'm using, just like I could trade gold right now for like $1 spread, right? I could trade gold. I could trade anything on here. I could trade the fucking the German. I could trade the DAX. The German 30. That's why they outlawed gold and silver trading on July 4th 5 years ago in the United States. It's so funny. On no forex platform could you buy or sell gold. On July 4th, it was and they said it's to help the dollar, support the dollar, because people are shorting. They're buying gold. Oh God! And this is the government came out with the fucking really, government? That's your propaganda that you're trying to protect the dollar. No, so this is only for MT4. But really, the way to do it to not risk more money is to just take this script and make it into a single ticket. So then you can do really very precise entries, because I'm just doing a predetermined 6K, and it's already pre-written, the spacings and all that. All right, gosh, I could pluck them off and delete some, but what's the point? So here's a half-hour buy limit. I'm going to buy this. It looks like the NASDAQ's going to plunge a little bit, so I'm just going to scalp it. I'm going to go to the trusty 5-minute chart. And I'm going to take out my half-hour script, and I guess I'm risking total $100 here, a little bit more. And right there is my my trade plan. Basically, I'm giving the market a half an hour to slice down about 300 pips. My first order comes in there. This is the way I could handle risking a half-hour exposure, like I'm giving the market a half hour to drop down and retest into this pocket. And I don't have to wait till the targets get hit. I don't have to wait till the stops or the targets get hit. As soon as it fills, it's kind of like a trading assistant, because otherwise I gotta babysit. I gotta go out and get drunk, come back. Oh, look, I'm up, Or I could probably get on my phone. I could run this on my phone. I mean, I could load this broker on my phone, and I'm out at the store, you know, I'm getting some ice cream, and oh, look, I got filled, and I see, you know what, let me just take this $50 and just get out of the trade, you know. I'm letting MetaTrader fill it for me, but I don't have to stick with the whole trade plan. I'm going to put a half hour down here again, so. Technically, I'm risking $300. If we slice down right now 500 pips in the next half hour, we will lose $500. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but it's got to go down 1,000 pips right now to blow out all these tickets. I'm going to change the colors so you can see my stops. But yeah, the demo is great for that. For rehearsing trading, and I was trying to get that guy to rehearse. So he says to me, the guy this morning, guy that just got off, he says, well, you know, I have $500 in the demo account. I'm trying to treat it like real money. And I'm like, didn't you hear what Mark Douglas said? You got to do 20 trades. So, you know what, maybe you lose like, he didn't want to take the trade because he didn't want to lose because, you know, he's trying to treat it like real money. I go, well, you're trading with scared money. You're not going to be able to, I said, you're never going to be a trader then. If you're that fucking worried about making a mistake or being wrong, you're fucked. Who doesn't go under? Who doesn't lose or go under? That's why losing traders is a good thought there.
Yeah, I lost about $12,000 when I was learning how to trade.
Yeah, right. Of course. I mean, but you know,
real money, not demo money.
No, I've blown up real accounts, but there was only $500 in the account. You know, but you know. You kind of figure out after a while, hey, shit, when London opens, wow, or when the news comes out, yikes. The euro's going up now that I got out. Thanks, euro.
That's the best way to actually trade in, you know, an account and to treat it like a real account is, why don't you put $100 in an account and trade the fucking account? You know what I mean? You gotta put some skin in the game.
Yeah. No, he was driving me crazy because I thought, you know, you can't be paralyzed by analyzing, and the next thing you know, you're going to be. So here you can see, I just made it darker. So I'm going to launch this same script. You can see my stops, like my stops are down here, and that means the market has to go creaming down here, and I'm up $1 right now. So I'm up 2 pips. I could pluck this off, or I could let it ride. So I can pluck that off and. I could do the same. I actually got limits here that are about to fill anyways. So this is how I would trade your NASDAQ. I would not do what you're doing with the minis. I'd lose my mind. See, I just made $2. That's funny, man. You know how long it make $2 in a fucking pound? That's 20 pips on a 1K. It'd take you all fucking day to make 20 pips on a 1K. Right, I just made.
That's what I'm saying.
I just made like.
I love trading NASDAQ.
Look, I just made fucking $20 just sitting here. And these will disappear in 20 minutes. These are going to disappear. These are going to be gone. There'll be no exposure. So I can just walk away from this thing with all the confidence of a moving average goober. I can just walk away from this thing. Now I want to get aggressive. I want to sell into this for half an hour. No, I mean, I could see this. I could actually trade this NASDAQ. Not that you got me to write these scripts because of you. I never even knew this thing. This is the most vicious market I've ever seen in my life. It's literally, I swear to God, dude, if you want to blow up an account, trade the NASDAQ. I recommend that. I'm giving seminars on how to blow up an account. And we'll start off with $100 in the account, and I'm going to trade mini lots. In the NASDAQ.
Rage trading the NASDAQ with mini lot banks.
No, it's way more exciting because it's kind of like when you decide to drive on the hood of your car at 90 miles an hour while turning.
You on methamphetamine, you know.
I mean, the thing is that it's a whole different world. It's kind of like the difference between a snail crossing the road and a rocket ship. You know, hey, that snail, you're in the Eurodollar. Look, you're up 10 pips, buddy. I'm up 1,000 pips in 5 seconds. Wow. That is fucking insane. No,
today is slow, man. I mean, this is Friday. This is a fucking slow day.
What was the instrument you said that you could trade it all day and it's easy? Was it the Dow or something?
The T-note futures. So that's ZN and ZF.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the symbol is on Hugo's Way or whatever, but it's the 10-year T-note futures and the 5-year T-note futures.
I used to actually trade bond futures because I had the feed for bond futures real time, and it was only $30 to trade the bonds, per month, just the fees to see the data. And so I'm in that thing, and I'm like, why is it $31.50 a tick or some weird? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Where'd you
so
get
on
that
ZN,
number?
Yeah, so the 30-year T-bond futures is like that. It's 30-something bucks a tick. Yeah.
31.50 or
10-year bond
wacky.
futures is 15.60 a pip. And then ZF, which is the 5-year T-bond futures, that's like 7.50 a pip. But that shit is just so it's a behemoth. It moves so slow and so predictably. Like last night, it was coming up to a top, and I put in a bank of limit orders on the same pip. It was like because I was trading there's no different sizing on it, right? So if you're trading the 10-year T-bond futures, there's no different size of contracts. You get one contract size.
Right.
So I put in a bank of contracts right on the top of this movement and set a 3-tick stop loss, 3 fucking tick stop loss. That's how slow this thing is.
Wow.
And I went to fucking bed, and I woke up and I was $630 in profit on a few tickets. And it's just so predictable and so slow, I can sleep on it. I can just fucking go to bed.
The Euro's making a last-ditch effort to take out the high of the day here.
Do you think you could share those NASDAQ scripts?
Yeah, I put them here in the Discord. I wrote, so this risk amount, I'm just going to warn you, when I wrote these scripts, I forgot the fact that, here, I'll show you the script. It's putting a 6K, even though you see 5 tickets here, where you place your cursor tip is your first ticket. And I try to create a little bit of a math equation here so you can figure out how much you're risking. So it'd be 20 times 5, but it's actually 20 times 6 equals $100. And I have no spread in there. I have no slippage in there, but that's roughly what you're risking if the whole bank fills. But, so the name of the script is not the stop. So if I call it 100 to make 200, it's actually dollars, because you got to pay attention to the money here. You can't talk in terms of pips because, like, I can't, because I know what a pip costs in Forex, but here I'd be like, holy fuck, that's $100. So the 50 pip script here, see, this is like a scalp. Like, this is like 80 pip stop to make 200 pips, and here's the math on that, but I forgot to put in the extra ticket, but it's 10 times 5 is $50. But see, these are staggered entries, right? And you have to mirror these, like it does a buy and a sell. If you place it above, it's a sell limit naturally. And then so to absorb the whole bank of tickets, this order the pips apart has to be 75 pips and the stop's 20, which means you're going to get stopped out. But if you make this area coverage wider than this, then you can't get the true risk amount, because there'll be one ticket that is still active. If you tighten the stop, I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but you got 6 tickets. If it stops too tight, it'll blow out 3 tickets, but there'll still be another 3 down there. So you don't know how much the total risk is if it blows out the bank. But, it's better to trade with singles anyways. Here I'm up, so I'm going to get out, right? I took the money and ran there again. And that's funny, man. You could turn around and just be up like $10 out of nowhere. I literally just putting buy limits in here for half an hour. But I like the idea of a half hour on even 15-minute. So here I can write a 15-minute script, and it could be more aggressive because I could put a 15-minute in the slot here, but I already got this half hour. I'd say just put it deeper. So what you're really trying to do with this script is you're trying to get this rate of change to make sense. So if you draw a trend line, you're saying that I'm projecting the market to come down here at this rate of change, so I'm going to put my limits in based on this half hour, this 5-minute sell-off. And like, can we really keep going down there? Well, if it does come down to this lonely wick, I would put the 2-hour orders in there, and that I could walk away from and feel like, I'm not going to worry because I know exactly what I'm risking. I'll put the scalp in here. So here's a 2-hour scalp right at the lonely wick. So that's going to buy about an 80 pip range. And the stop is, if it goes down, you're only going to lose $50 on that one. So that limit, I got it in a zip file. I did put it in here. I'll go get it. I think I posted it. Oh, I put it on your thing. Oh God, now I'm lost. Because where is your I put it in.
Yeah, you put it in the general chat if you're
I put it in yours, didn't I? I
scripts.
put the scripts in yours, didn't I? I just gotta.
No, it's up. If you scroll up, you put it in here like bit.zip
okay.
and biggrids.zip. Hey, look, I'll just create a channel for scripts, okay?
Well, the bit.zip, that's just that is kind of not exactly, but didn't I put it in your thing? Didn't I put it on your page, the script? Because I sent it to you. Why can't I see your?
No, I don't think you put it in the DM. But look, I just created a channel called Simpleton Scripts, so just post your scripts in that channel.
No, I'm pretty sure I did, but because right after you put in, I don't see your posting of Biden. I put it underneath.
Oh wait,
that.
yeah, you did.
Okay.
That's right. You sent NAS 2550 H3 25
yeah, there's two in
100
there.
H3. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
it was these two guys, but yeah, I'll do a new one. Actually, like I can zip these up. I still got the zip file in my MT4. I'll just drag and drop it into that script thing. But you still got to like what you were saying about, you can't just, I mean, that's why I don't sell anything because like, if I sold it and some guy goes, runs it on a fucking broker and he's like, holy shit, I ran your scripts there. I blew up my account. Yeah, I don't want to be responsible. I don't want anybody suing me.
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody who runs your scripts on a broker that isn't doing a CFD product, but literal fucking micro contracts, right? And they don't understand how much risk they're gonna fucking die.
Yeah, that's gonna be, wow, that'd be a harsh day. And then they'll be like, wait, I thought this guy knew what he was talking about. Like that.
Yeah, I see this. I see your scripts right here, man. Good.
Yeah, so you can mess with so one of them's kind of linear. The first one I wrote called Bit, which I was running last night, is literally every 50 pips it's buying in a linear grid, but I put a staggered kind of like just to mix it up. But it looks like we're going to get a one more rally, but I'm just like Friday, right? It's kind of like I sold that. I got out all my euro, even though I think the euro could still keep pounding north. I don't have the patience for this shit. I'm almost inclined to I'm ready to become a fucking NASDAQ trader real quick here. You convinced me because we could not get that Russian guy to go leverage. I'm going to take over his seat for him. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to go full retard leverage on the NASDAQ. Even Hugo's Way. I like the fixed pip spread on Hugo's Way. That's kind of cool. It's $1.12 every time.
Full retard.
No, because I think why kill yourself, right? Of course, you could kill yourself. I mean, you trade a fucking 1 minute chart on NASDAQ and make a living. And 1 minute chart makes sense,
Yeah, see,
or the 5 minute chart.
I think I mentioned this to you before, right? So like I do, this is my job, right? So when I was trading Forex, I traded GU exclusively because that's where all the volatility is.
Yeah.
Relative to euro dollar anyway. And, but you got to catch the London Open and you got to catch the New York Open. Because if you miss the fucking move of the day, right? Well, yeah, guess what? You're going to be sitting there like a jerk off for fucking 8 hours hoping you get a movement, right? So, I'm Central Time. So, I'm having to fucking stay up to stare at a fucking chart from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., And then my buddy here turns me on to NASDAQ and it's like, holy shit, pretty much any fucking hour of the day, it's going to move 100 and 200 fucking pips. I can just like any time of the day sit down and fucking trade NASDAQ on the fucking 15-second candles and make 100 pips. Like, okay, yeah, that sounds okay. Oh, okay.
No, that's because actually, see, I'm up 60 cents already. I'm up $1. You know how long it take me $3 on a fucking 1K? I was trying to take that right. I just made $4. And that was a pending that I just threw up there. Because these moves are so short-lived that on the 1 minute chart, every high's a new low. Look at that. I just sold that 1 minute rally on a limit. It's already over. 30 seconds really, later,
like originally
30 seconds it's moving 100 pips in 30 seconds. Come on.
Look, so I was he's in here, right? This Magic Lines guy. He's the guy who turned me on to NASDAQ.
Oh, Magic
right?
Lines.
It's my fault. It's my fault. You guys.
Yeah, it's his fault.
Is that why I'm sleeping in my car eating fucking ramen?
You need to trace the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I was calling it NyQuil for a while because it puts your account to sleep quick.
More death sentence.
No, it's NQ amphetamine. That's what it is.
Yeah. So, but when he first showed it to me, right? I'm looking at this fucking
This
Nasdaq
is
chart,
garbage.
and I'm looking at it like it's
Garbage.
garbage.
That's what you
Dude, I
said a bunch
was
of
telling him, I was like,
times.
dude, if you trade this, you're retarded. Like, you're just gonna get killed, dude.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's funny because, I guess the reason why I never traded commodities after I left trading commodities is because the margin requirement, like if just to trade corn, you need $500 in your account to trade 5,000, to control 5,000 bushels of corn. Now, corn, talk about something that doesn't make any fucking money. It's 12 and a half bucks a pip. And you're like, dude, it went up like, I'm up like $50. It took 4 hours, and I locked up $500 of margin. I'm like, oh wow, this is really great, great trade. Corn is like fucking safe to trade because you're not gonna lose and not gonna win. But that's why I stopped, because I thought, well, fucking hey, man, I don't want to trade on commodities now because the leverage here is incredible. Plus, apparently, I'm a tenth of the size, so I don't feel the pain so much.
Yeah.
But
did you see
real
that fucking
futures-
ICT video where he was like, you could have had Bitcoin returns if you just traded soybeans when I told you to?
Oh God. I mean, I tell you, there are people that look at every fucking market. I'm like, wow, dude, like my brain is, if I'm trying to make money, I just, like this NASDAQ's dropping right here now. They might even hit my lonely wick down here. I'm going to actually put some.
I was in that. That was an easy one.
Look at this brutality. I'm going to put in my my super scalper. I got this half-hour script that it's going to evaporate in a half hour, so I kind of feel kind of emboldened here, risking $100. Wow, look at that thing. Woof! They're going to crush that puppy. I'm finding this 1 minute chart to be totally tradable. I just got filled.
Yeah,
you really just have to think about it like the structures are the same that you'll see in a Forex market, right? But they're just faster.
Yeah, I mean,
you're seeing a Forex market that takes a day to play out. You're seeing it play out in minutes.
Wow. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, no, I actually, it was funny is that also there's more liquidity here. I mean, it's vicious. Where Bitcoin, you can't even trade. You can't trade even the cryptos. You can't trade like this. No way. They don't make predictable moves. I just got overfilled, I think. Look at that. I'm at $400 a margin now. I'm a little white knuckle down. They're coming after me. So I'm going to let this go. I'm feeling the heat, though. I did put a stack. I'm the one that did it, though. I put the stack of limits in there, so let's see what happens. I'll let it play out.
It's probably just going to dump all day. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I also got my take all profits per symbol here, so I can actually do a quick, and if it starts to retrace right now, I can dump it. Probably make $50 on this because I'm in big. I think I'm in a 10K. I'm like in a mini right now. Okay, we just had this is the 1 minute chart, so it just cleaned down for 300 pips in 1 minute. If it retraces to the floor here, I'm probably just going to get out. I'm not going to wait for the targets to get hit. If it comes back to that, I got to have my finger on the. It's almost like trading at the market. When you get out at the when you get out like here, I have my finger ready to go. Because you got to take it. If it crushes lower, I'll probably get, because I got a bunch of orders down here. Yeah, I'm down 80 now, so. Yeah, that's it uses a lot of margin here though, but that's all right.
Yeah, the Nasdaq's probably going to make a new low of the day. So.
I'm trying to scalp this little slot here of liquidity. Yeah, it does look like it's going to crush. Earlier today, it was just obliterated. I'm still holding all my tickets.
If it's going to bounce, I think it'll bounce. It'll hit like 12,775 ish, and then it'll probably bounce up to the floor of that last low around like 12,79 or 12,8. And yeah, there you go. See, it's starting to bounce a little bit.
That's a 5 minute chart. That's the big view. That's the big broad picture, 5 minutes. Yeah, look at this ranging mess. Ranging in a 500 pip range. So I got my finger on the closeout profits for this one. So all I got to do, as soon as we get back to, it just goes up about 200 pips here. I'm going to get out, I think. I go to 1 minute chart. I ain't got time for that 5 minute chart. So here we got to make it back to this support area. Or we're going to make a bigger move than that, maybe to this.
I mean, it may be working on kind of a head and shoulders. If you look at the higher time frame, right? We got the last high, it double topped, right? So we might go up. Excuse me, make a triple top to complete like a fucking. I guess it would be a triple top and not a head and shoulders, but you know.
The entire NASDAQ looks like a bunch of head and shoulders. It looks
like
complete
over and over
shit.
again, right?
It's dog shit, head and shoulders, head and shoulders.
Yep. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, dude, NASDAQ to 12,000. That's my call. It's going to take a little while to get there, but that's where I think it's going.
I have already seen YouTubers crying. They're just getting absolutely clapped because they didn't understand. Oh, you had all this money. Why didn't you take profit, you fucking idiot? You know?
Yeah.
Stocks only go up.
Oh, they were up and they didn't get out when they were on the winning side. So I'm up $50 right now. I'm almost ready to get out, but I'm gonna sit there with my finger on the trigger. So I'm just gonna. Well, as soon as I'm up 90, if I am up 90, I'll probably get out.
Yeah, I think you're safe to hold until 12.8. I think it's gonna to come up into that floor before it. I don't know. Maybe scalp out. I don't know. You know, I don't know.
I'll tell you what, man. It's so nasty that literally, if it comes up to this floor on this closing prices, the 1 minute chart, I'm going to get out. It could engulf though, but that's the thing. If I let the trade play out, with real money, I would probably take my $100. This account, I guess we could let it ride. It is a wily pair. It's not a pair of
Friday sucks though. It's not.
Is it kind of slow
great.
Or just kind of chop? It's pure chop, right?
So it's actually slow and it's choppy. I mean, so they can literally manipulate the futures market to go sideways all day on Friday, just so people's options expire worthless.
Oh yeah, they just kind of do a filibuster. No, I'm gonna probably get out here as soon as we come up to that yellow line.
Yeah, there you go.
I just made $110.
12.8, like I said. Yep.
Boom. See, because I got that script, I was able to get out of that whole thing.
It's a hard bounce.
So $100 there. Now I could do a rinse and repeat. Actually, I still got these limits pending here for another hour. Some of these are 2 hour though. But yeah, that was $100 in what? 3 minutes. Not bad. I could rebuild this account if I sat here and worked hard enough at it, I suppose. I'll do another 30-minute risk. I'll sell into fair value here for 30 minutes.
I longed that huge spike because I knew it's probably going to do a continuation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big vacuum forming below. Like, yeah, if you look here on the half hour, like there's plenty of free space down here to go fucking reeling into. That's all the market does is go. See, it just goes into these fucking giant. Look at this half hour NASDAQ. Fucking, I got a 100 pip grid here. So it's 100 pips, and that is the half hour NASDAQ. So if you buy on this, if you could afford to, I know that this is unaffordable for most people to buy this giant plunge because you're literally going to be down, like $200 on that top ticket. But if you had that kind of money, I'm sure people do. That's quite a trade, right? So you're saying this is a probability of making a lot of money. This lonely wick back here, if you load the wagon here and you got a pending bank of 1,000 pips, and it's like an iceberg order sitting down here waiting for them to fucking tag it. But there's also the guy that has deeper pockets than that. He actually bought this floor. And the accumulation there comes smashing back to here. He's out of the trade. It does actually engulf later. It actually comes up and takes out this high. So having your orders at the high of the day, at the low of the day, this is kind of tough, right? This smash, and the reason why this is such a brutal sell-off, look at the size of this vacuum. When they fill that, holy shit, right? The guy that's got to buy that, you got to look for this. You got to buy here. That became the top later on. You got to buy here. and you got to load the wagon here because you know you're gonna. Well, this will take you forever. Kind of. This must be. This is that Asian session, right? You're talking about where it's dead. It's turned off. Their Asian session is pretty dramatic, isn't it? It just goes fucking nuts sideways and then blast. So I put my sell limits in this little
that
block
blast
here.
that you see, okay, like you have to understand, right? The futures market, right? All the liquidity is driven during day margin, right?
Yeah,
so
so
all
this
these
looks
fucking
like a
retail
commodity
traders, right?
chart.
They get
It's
these
a commodity chart.
fractional day margins, right? Where you can trade for like half the margin of a regular.
Oh, it's way
contract.
half. I mean,
Right.
it's 17,000 versus $500, dude.
Right. Yeah. So on the mini contract, right? The normal initial margin is $17,600.
Right. Yeah, it's like trading
Yeah.
palladium or something. It's
Right.
crazy.
So right at fucking 8:00 Eastern time, all these retail brokers drop the margin requirement down to $500 for a mini. And so you've got fucking hundreds of thousands of retail goobers that flood into the market with the reduced day margin right at 8 a.m. Eastern time. And that's why you see kind of like the night session or the Asian session, right, is kind of drifty and slow. I mean, drifty for NASDAQ is still fucking jerking up and down fucking hundreds of pips, right? It's glorious. But right at fucking 8 a.m. Eastern time, dude, all the goobers flood in and you get those massive like 1,000 pip rips.
Yeah, and those wicks, see, to me, these wicks are like the fucking gold mine with my strategy of limits, because if you place icebergs down here on these wicks, like you're buying anything below the close here, like this, the guy that could afford to buy this area, this is the 1 hour chart zoomed out, he just made a fucking mint, because the probability of us, actually, I would have buy limits down. You got to have enough dry powder to buy here too, but you never got filled. You never know how fucking deep they're going to take it. I don't think anybody knows. I'm just saying, but why not just accommodate you? You got to have deep pockets here. But what if you bought a 1K? Here you're going to buy literally every, you're just going to have to accept the risk, okay? You're going to buy every fucking 100 pips. With a 1K, and you're gonna risk yourself 1,000 to make 4,000 or 2,000. This plunges down here. You have a master stop down here maybe, and actually, if you had enough money, you're gonna buy more down here than you ever bought in your fucking life. You're gonna triple in here. Most people aren't gonna do that, but that's where the money is, because if you triple into below this, holy shit. On these two particular days, this total auction below the floor doesn't even close there. It's a 1 hour chart, dude. The fucking thing only spent like how much, like 40 seconds maybe on the tip of wick of that thing. I'm sure if you went down to the 5-second chart like you're running, you see fucking insane patterns there. Oh yeah, it's obvious what's going on. Structurally, there's probably a trap and a 200 pip range down here. On the 5-second chart, closing only. You ever run a 5-second closing only? It's like a tick chart, right? You go, holy fuck, look at that trap. Yeah, because today, I wish I would have done this trade better, because my scripts, if I would have run them wide here, dude, I fucking would have cleaned up. If I would have put in the real beefcakes, like 300 pips stops, and you're only putting in a 10K, I fucking make a mint right there. I guarantee you, because just do the math. I can sustain a move like that. Like, you could actually sell this vacuum. You know it's going up. Okay, here comes the Asian session. There's a stop punt, and the goobers, there's news. You could have just assume that's a vacuum, and just lay a rack of fucking sell limits just like you would on these vacuums. So, but you can't get in so heavy at the first ticket that you have no dry powder left to really martingale into the tippy top, where everybody knows, and there's no secret that that's fucking resistance up there. Everybody knows that's resistance. It's like, how do you scale into that, not blow up the account, and then really milk it coming back the other way? And it's just, we're getting filled right now, so we got to pay attention here. But so yeah, we're up. I put in those limits. Go to the 15. So, yeah, NASDAQ is like that. It's like smoking crack. This trading this NASDAQ, I think. Like I'm gonna stop smoking crack now. I can't fucking, dude. We are like, I'm used to Forex, so look at this pullback. So we're going, like you said, we're going for new lows, dude. You're right. So yeah, we're just melting into this vacuum. So I really loaded up. brace yourself. We're taking a 100 pip entry here. Yeah, this is like sped up. This reminds me of playing back the robot and Forex. That's the only thing that compares to it.
Right, yeah.
Playback,
it's like
you know those demos I do where I play back the robot?
Forex in seconds.
It's 32 speed on Strategy Tester. But yeah, I got to be careful now because I'm used to putting in order. I'm used to the market kind of stop me out. So I got to let that, I can't, now I'd have to go super deep. So the way around it is to come in like this and go, okay, really? And I go like this now, and I just say, let's just walk away and put orders like this for an hour. They really going to take it down there? I mean, they could actually. I've seen what I've seen this morning already, we could get filled on this. So if I really conservative, I'll put 1 hour tickets down here. Like I'm asking the market to plunge down here in an hour. I guess it could. I could probably get the account back. I could probably get the account back to $7,000 trading this into the close of just Friday. Look at this 5-minute window. Bottom of the hour psychosis coming in. Oof, that's brutal. Look at that. Can you believe how vicious these people are? Like, first they want it, then they don't. Like, make up the bipolar motherfuckers.
It's all just algorithms, trading against each other.
So this hole here to me is prime real estate. Right now, it's buyer's dream. Anything below that wick, you just got to be able to afford this for the next hour, and you'll make money. We'll make money on this. Yeah, so that's kind of crazy, man. That's a fast market. These people are nuts. I mean, you run a moving average on where's your setup? 5-minute chart with should we put a 20 EMA on here, try to find trades?
Yeah, can you imagine like the no-nonsense guys trying to trade this shit?
I can't imagine somebody trying to trade this from like a Ikamushu cloud standpoint. Where's the cloud on this? I guess it's right here. It's my cloud.
Can you imagine a fucking no-nonsense guy like waiting for 5 indicators to line up to take a fucking trade?
I fucking lose my mind if I had to trade. If somebody said, no, you got to trade this. You're using $500 of margin. I guess we could.
Dude, fucking like their 5 indicators line up and they're like, oh, hell yeah, here's my entry. And they fucking hit the buy thing and then it like dumps like 1,000 pips.
This is like compressed.
Like,
this is like compressed living. Talk about makeup sex. If you don't like the price now, just fucking wait. She'll make up with you. Ain't that bad? Look at this. Oh, I beat the shit out of you. I just watched this movie on YouTube for free. This guy was such a control freak. He'd power fuck his wife and beat her. And she kind of liked it because she wouldn't leave. And they're real rich, Have you ever seen this movie? It just came out. I was like, holy shit, man. I got to turn it off. I'm like, that's okay. I don't mind a little backhanding, but dude, you're using a hammer on her fucking tongue or something. I'm like, dude. But YouTube, wow. So yeah, NASDAQ is like, I think we're going to retrace here into the floor. So let's just hold this until we get back to this closing, and I'll dump. I don't want to lose. I don't want to risk any more of my investors' money. I'm trading ICT's account here. I'm trying to rebuild this account so memberships are fading after we criticized them. So I'm ready to sell, like get the market here on exit. I got my finger on the trigger, so I'll babysit this till we make 100 or something. You really can't sit in these trades, I don't think, and make money.
Yeah, dude, that's what I was
slice your
telling you
nuts off in the
like,
next 10 seconds here.
Yeah, this is not, because you were saying like, oh yeah, I'll throw in this bank of orders and just go to bed. I'm like, no.
Yeah, not my tickets would just destroyed. Like you can't even see my tickets. If I drive my ticket here, it look like one ticket. I think we're definitely 1,000x away from, if you took a Forex script, you're 1,000x away. And actually it's 10,000x away. If you trade Bitcoin, you got to put a 10,000 in your scripts. So you'd have to have, if you're going to write scripts like that, it'd take you time to write a whole bank of one style. Is it broad-based, or are we trading corn and we're trading 1 million bushels, That's the Euro trade. You just put on a fat Euro trade, right? So in a sense, you're either going to trade fat on the Euro or you're going to trade light on this NASDAQ. You can't switch in the other way, right?
Yeah, I mean, and see, that's what I was saying, is that trading GU, I'm fucking loading up 3 goddamn lots.
Well, it's how much punishment. To me, I'm a little nervous here at 60 down. I kind of want to make 100 here. I'm getting because this morning I bought this plunge here. Well, I got creamed here, so I bought this plunge, And on the half hour, it looks like a beautiful place to buy. Like, look how vicious this is. And I kind of lost about $2,000 here because I wasn't used to the scripts, you know. So I bought this plunge in the vacuum. Now, I actually made about $2,000 back because I had market orders that I just put in naked without a stop. I was able to make my money back, you know. But this plunge this morning was just brutal. I wasn't expecting that at all. So, I mean, look how catastrophic this is.
Sorry,
the
are
kind
you
of
still
drift.
in that? Are you still in that Eurodollar trade, or did you go flat on that?
Yeah, no, I got out. I just couldn't take. I can't have the patience for this drifty stuff. Why is it climaxing now that I got out? Thanks for telling me. That's kind of.
No, I didn't even look at it.
No,
I
it's
was
just kind. It's doing this slow creeper gear climb, and I ain't got time for that. Like, I know it's gonna probably end up taking out the high day, but I'm just tired. It's creep. It's drifty. That's why, like you're saying, this is a 2-pip grid, by the way, and you can hardly see so the spread here is about way smaller, right? So you just have to trade so heavy here, right? You'd have to buy a standard lot right now, but to trade while you're trading, you'd have to buy a 50K right now at the market and put a 50K limit below you and another 50K limit below you, right? That's a 2-pip grid. And then you got your 1,000-pip grid here with the NASDAQ. That's how far away we are, you know. So I'll go to the 5-minute NASDAQ with the 1,000-pip grid now, switch gears, go back to this. Of course, you can't see the grid now because of the damn color scheme, but so that was a 2-pip, and I'll put a fixed scale in here so we'll get this apples to apples view. And then I'll go to the 5 chart. So notice it's almost the exact same. This is 1,000 pips, and this is the euro at 2 pips. You can see the spread a little bit. If I go to the 15, maybe we can get a closer, but then the ATRs are going to change. Here's a 2-pip grid on the euro, same trades, you know, same bullshit structures, but then you're trading that NASDAQ. That's just a mind blower. God, if I go to the 15 here, we'll probably won't even be able to fucking, look at that's the 15. So that's a lot of fucking pips. I haven't been paying attention to the trade though, so. I don't know if we're winning or losing. We're still in the same size. Did we survive that last punch to the... Oh, it looks like we're trapped under the floor here on the 5. We're going to come back up now, so I guess it's a good thing we held on to that. Yeah, it looks like a trap down here, so maybe we back it back to here if we're lucky, and I got my finger on the trigger ready to just cash out. We're up 62. I'll take 120. That's a fair amount. We rebuild the account. I guess if I wait for 4 more minutes, it'd be critical because that's 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour. It's psychotic. That's when all the robots come in. The 5-minute guys are and the half-hour guys have completed their half-hour charts, and they lock it in. I suppose people are locking a buy into the floor right here, and then we get a little. Well, here it's going to be a 300-pip move. It's fucking nuts, man. I don't know how you do it, but I couldn't do it. Well, not the size. I would do it with 2 or 3 tickets. I could do it. But this is psychotic, you know. Like, I'm already paying $1 for the spread.
Yeah, just imagine guys that are fucking trading like 2 or 3 minis. Fucking, they load up like 10 minis. They're fucking scalping like 10 pips on fucking NASDAQ.
I would have the 5-second chart, so I could do that. I got the tick chart running in this, I suppose. I'd have to turn off some of the symbols, I think, to let me get hide all symbols so we just get down a nice fat tick chart, as fat as we can get. I could turn off these other symbols too. Yeah, that NASDAQ's a barn burner, you know. The widow.
Yeah, it's
the
beautiful.
widow maker.
I mean, it's scary,
it's a
but
fixed
it's beautiful.
spread. This is a nice tick chart. The widow maker here. So here, I would trade it if I was going to really do it. I'd have this going, the tick chart. I guarantee you. I wouldn't take any chances. Yeah, that's a buy. Okay, we're holding. Just broke out. Well, that tick chart's going to fill up nice here in about 10 minutes. We'll get a nice landscape of the tick by tick chart. The real tick bar chart, but hey, I'm up $100. Should I get out? Actually, I'm getting greedy now. Here, now I got to bring up the navigator. so I can get the fuck out of this trade. I don't have a hotkey set. I'm kind of nervous. I want to take my $100 and run. I'm kind of white knuckle after this morning. I don't trust. I feel like betrayed by the market. I'm trying to make $200. I don't know. You can't believe how much money you can make in this thing in about 5 minutes here. Okay, I'm about to get out. I think I'll wait till 30 seconds from now. Get out. I don't trust these fuckers. I'm getting out right now. So, 190. I got out. No, I probably could follow through, right? Of course, when I get out, it goes up. But that's a scalp, in my opinion. $90 in fucking 5 minutes. And we're back to $4,000. So we're only down now. 1,600 on the day. But I was down to 1,400. I looked at this thing earlier today. I was 1,400. I don't trade this thing, but we could have held, right? We could have held to the top of the hour. I mean, you really should, honestly, in the long run, right? Because that was the auction below the floor. We were locked in. You buy at the market. You lock one in at the market. You have one filling limits. Now the sellers are coming in now. Now I feel like being a daredevil now. Put sell limits above here for a half hour, so let's do that. I don't actually want to ride these fucking things, you know. I get kind of nervous, but I'll take my $90 and run. That was scary, dude. I'm glad that wasn't real money. I'm nervous just trading a demo. Honestly, I'm having a hard time with the demo because I would never trade. It's like 10Ks. It's like fucking trading 50Ks on the guppy, you know. I'm like, fuck, dude. That was quick. Quick and dirty. So, yeah, wow, it looks like they're going to storm north now. I'll let those sell limits decay. So the coolest thing is to see your sell limits just evaporate just before the market gets up there because you're trying to get that envelope of momentum. Momentum meets structure, right? Now they could engulf it, but it's the end of the day. It's going to be like, there's still a buy limit available. I would run a trailing buy limit right now, maybe. Because what if they reprobe?
Well, it's not the end of the day. We got, we're heading into the lunch hour, the New York lunch hour.
Oh,
and
God.
It'll
I don't know.
probably get a little bit quiet.
No, dude, I thought it was like 8 o'clock at night. This market's so fast. It's making me think that I'm watching a demo. I'm playing back a strategy tester in my own head real time because it's so fast that it would take you all day to make that. I thought, well, the market must be over after that dramatic move. No, it's still churning north.
No. So what's going to happen usually is, especially on a Friday, right? So for the New York lunch hour, right, it's going to get kind of quiet. And then about 1 p.m. New York time, right, all the liquidity will come back and we'll get some big fucking move. It'll rip like 300 pips, 500 pips.
Oh my God,
and,
this is like
like Magic
Disneyland.
Lines was saying, it'll probably take out the low of the day.
This is like Disneyland. I mean, yeah, if you're bored, trade this thing. Dude, and what I don't understand. So when I first started in the scripts, I was telling the gamers that you got to get a hotkey keyboard. And when I went on Discord, I found a post from 2017. And the guy bought a used Cherry keyboard, which I have a couple of these things. And I got one that's got like 128 buttons unlabeled, right? And I thought, I'll put the limit grids in there. I'll just hit a button into 8 hours on this count. But I actually put the stickers on, but I never actually launched it, right? Because, when you have a dedicated system like that, you got to know what each hotkey is going to do. You can't just go, well, I'll throw in sell limits up there. No, you got to have half a brain on some of this shit. You're going to sell new highs for sure on a very specific wick tip. So here I got sell limit exposure here, but let's see what happens. I think they're going to smash it up a little bit. And if you're getting nervous, right, so maybe you think you put in orders that aren't going to, you don't want to expose yourself. You come in with this closed ticket. You start plucking these off and you go, dude, they're going to fucking spike it. So you got to pluck this shit off. This is, I guess, trade management, limit management. And then just leave a cove of, now you can move these up. I got to be careful. I can't use those. But I got to go for the 30 minutes and put a 30-minute here, right, at this top, because that is going to be insane if we can make it up there very quickly. And I'm kind of like a bullfighter. I'm going to have, this is my red blanket, so to speak, and I'm going to put it right there, like right at the supply zone. Can you get it there by there? And now I'm really going to get in some fucking serious risk, right? They spike it to this supply zone here, and they can do it. And this, obviously, we've seen the drama here. And they rip that back. I'll do that trade all day. Now I have confidence in it, especially if I've made about $2,000 already this morning. If I would have held that trade, I'm just saying I got out, because I was trading like real money, I guess. We'd be up 500 right now. right? If we let that play out, buying below the floor here, but now this is a perfectly good sell opportunity, I think, up there, at the top. That's just me. But yeah, I'm not used to this. It's kind of nerve-wracking. But look at that tick chart. It's filled up real nice now. I mean, Jesus. But yeah, this is the sell window. I think supply zone heavy. Let's just see if we can make about, we could probably make $500 in that little nook up there. But this is the contest. This is a half-hour rack in there, which means, like you said, 1 o'clock, it's going to get crazy, you say? We could actually time this out and put 2-hour scripts in. And then we could have, when these evaporate,
it doesn't always happen, but I mean, I've seen it happen over and over where, the New York lunch hour gets kind of quiet, and then you get a reversal,
Gosh,
I think right now, like they're bidding up before lunch, right? They're going to bid it up before lunch, and then they're going to close all their positions in profit and fucking go to lunch, and then they're going to come back and sell into it.
Yeah, so this is going to be a prime real estate. What I'm going to do is, those are half hours right now, but I'm going to layer in the 2 hours on top on the very high, like extreme levels. And those will pen for the whole day, right? Because we're probably about to get filled here. And we're going to have to scalp out of this heavy position. It probably costs us about $1,000 right now, as much as if they fill it. Now, there you go, boom. So that's the 10-minute traders. Just, still going to get followed through. No, I got to follow through into this hole, and then I got to delete all these objects, and I'm just going to lay in the 2-hour ones so we can know how much risk we'll have in the prime ultra auction top tick Tommy zones. We'll do that on the 2 hours. And this is a scalp, by the way. This is really cheap, but it's going to be right here, rested right on top, actually. 2-hour scalp. And one here in Saneville, like the obvious fucking top tick Tommy entry. And I actually have confidence in I know I'm risking $50, so $100 of risk predetermined up here. And right now I feel like putting buy limits in, honestly, because it looks like we're going to rip back here possibly. And I got to be careful. I don't want to put in stuff too close to the market, so I'll put it on this tops become bottoms. Let's just put it here for just half an hour here. So yeah, we're flat. We're not in any trades yet. So, and I'm gonna layer those two. So I'm now that I got more money, I'm gonna risk $200 there for half an hour. So that's how I like to do it, because this is a vicious market, dude. You have to sell here. If I was long and I hadn't got out, we're back to the doji, so we're back to this pivot. This will be a big controversy, I guess, for the rest of the day. Well, this is pretty exciting. I must say, this 5-minute chart looks like a goddamn fucking 4-hour chart on Guppy. I can't believe what I'm looking at. This is fucking nut shitty, dude. We're in fair value right now. I'd say we're in the middle of the road. It's going to end the day. Yeah, that looks like just totally engulfed.
I see that over and over again, where they will take it, near fair value or whatever for the lunch hour.
Yeah, so it stalls out here, and then we rip.
Breakout.
Well, the nice thing about the stall and rip thing is that, I guess I'm a big fan of this crush, although, like you said, you can't get in too crazy. But this was a real distribution possible. That this is kind of like coming in here, drift to here, and then maybe we take out this. But God, I mean, who has to? All it has to do for me is drop about 300 pips here. Hopefully I trade that bounce. So running half-hour scripts like this is not very risky. But so the robot that I was thinking of, it throws out the scripts based on the latest price pulses. So if we see these rips, it throws them out 300 pips deep, right? I'm sure somebody could write this robot. It's very simple. Even that guy that gets drunk could probably write it. But this way, if it's quiet in Asia, you're scalping a 100 pip window when it's vicious, when the markets are open and some dumb shit's talking. You're running fucking grids that are so deep, you're buying 900 pips deep for fucking 1 hour. And that's all that robot does, is throw shit out there, right, and front run the market. Oh, we're short now, so we got to pay attention. I'm selling into this crush north, so this will be a white knuckle event. If we end up blowing through this vacuum now, we'll get crushed here. So brace yourself. Add to your PAM accounts, everybody. We're about to blow up the PAM account. No, I can see a PAM account with this because you could get enough people. Everybody puts $100 and you can trade a little heavier. I never tried that copy trade thing, but that's a whole nother drama. Is the server connected? That's too much to think about. But yeah, we're right in fair value. We're kind of stalled out. You're saying for the next, and the 15-minute traders are just itching to trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be relatively quiet for the next 15 minutes, and then it'll kind of get real drifty and consolidating for about an hour. I mean, it might come up to the high of the day again.
Oh my God, are they going to take it up again? Yeah, going up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Is that I think it's going to triple top there, but if it breaks out to the upside, I don't know. We could probably go for the high of yesterday.
Wow, it's on fire. Look at that thing. Oh. Wow, dude, you can really make some fucking money here very quickly. I think I'm in about a 4K now. So we're taking a little heat now. So we're only down 17.
Yesterday was.
This will be critical. This 15-minute chart is such a big deal with these people. Look at that. You can fucking literally buy that pullback on the 15. So we had a chance actually to... So this is the way I'm looking at it. This is the floor that we were sitting through. I guess I just couldn't handle it. It was too much pressure. But I bought below here, right? And then here's the top become a bottom on the 5. The 15 as we roll over and go screaming up. But then in this wick here, we traded that wick. There's so much fucking drama here. Yeah, I could have been holding this right now. But yeah, this is going to be something crazy, isn't it? Look at the 5-minute. So it could just crush into that vacuum. That's the funny thing about it. I'm sure I'm short this, so I could probably lose about $200 here, I suppose. But I'm actually, the clock's in my favor. If you say it's going to drift right now, we could probably make money because it'll tag those things, and when they come back from launch, it'll go ripping down. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just speculation. I've just seen it before. The lunch hour gets like that, but not always. I mean, it's always different. That's the thing about NASDAQ, man, is that, it can fucking do anything. It literally can just do fucking anything, You try to plan it out, it kind of will follow structure patterns relatively, regularly. But, just sometimes you get these fucking rushes of liquidity, and it's just like, okay, yeah, this just came out of nowhere, right? Like this.
I mean, you can't talk about double tops because they just blow. Every top gets blown out. Every bottom gets blown out.
If there's some really bad news or something, the NASDAQ will just dump
Oh, really? Everybody lets go. Oh, God. Well, that's kind of cool because, there's always bad news coming out at the top of the hour, too. You notice the headlines and breaking news. And I mean, it's kind of funny. I guess there are a bunch of goobers, counting on the big boy goobers to really do a dumb shit trade, really. You're going to just assume that they're wrong as fuck here. That's why I'm selling into this.
Well, that was a huge volume spike at that top on the 1 minute, so...
I'm definitely ready to cash out, though. I'm going to go to my fucking 1 minute chart now and be like, oh, let's scalp this thing. If it comes back about 200 pips, I got my finger on the trigger. I'm in too much margin right now. So I'm going to make $300 though. We're in so fucking big. Jesus. I mean, in the next 5 minutes, we can make $400. It's kind of insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned to take a trade, but I try not to trade around the lunch hour because, I mean, the volatility around New York drops, right? And so price can get real fucking choppy because the volatility's.
Look at this.
I'm sorry, the liquidity's a lot lower,
Look at this trap on the 1 minute, dude. This is a fucking ICT sell. He's probably in the same trade I'm in, that motherfucker. Look at that. That's the trap, the order block. Yeah, I got my finger on the profits. As soon as we make $300, I'm out. Because if we can make 300 right here into the top of the hour when everybody lets go of their position, because I think we just got into this little mini trap up here. Look at that. I never thought I'd be able to trade the 1 minute chart, man. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, yeah. This is a fucking accumulation in a 200 pip window, coiled up perfectly like You have to be
Yeah,
a moron
and dude,
not
it's
to
gonna
trade
fucking
this
rip
shit,
before
dude.
the end of the day. I'm pretty sure it's gonna rip. It's gonna fucking
It's
break out
literally,
up or
it's
down
literally
in the week.
Yeah, you can run a 1 minute chart on closing prices, like a tick chart here, and it makes total sense, right? If you're fast enough to keep pulling the trigger here on this trend line, you know, I mean, the patterns are so fucking tight. Even at a fixed spread of 1.2 pips, although 11 point buck 11, you know, you can get your brain on a buck 11. Waiting to get paid here. Now I'm getting a little nervous. Like, this is a pullback. Oh, fuck. Everybody's buying the pullback on the 1 minute. You know, these guys are really, like, literally, they buy and sell, like, quite a lot. I'm assuming this is a trap. Otherwise, we're going to get our face ripped off now.
Yeah, I think a ton of guys are, like, using a ton of contracts and just getting, like, 5 pips, 10 pips, 20 pips, 30 pips with, like, 10 contracts.
I guess I'm not used to this market. I'm calling this 100 pips on these. You can hardly see them, but the black lines in there, because I had to convert my scripts in Forex. So the math comes out that that's going to be $10 per handle on a 1K. So I'm actually probably risking about $300 to $400, but looks like it's going to go up now. I'm kind of nervous, you know. Look at this pullback, but I guess that's where you got to be careful. But you said, I think the top of the hour is going to be like a spike, up, down, and that's how we're going to make money.
Well, no, I mean, you know, not
I
always.
spike it up now.
I'm just saying, you know, just in general, liquidity falls a bit around 12 noon New York time, you know.
But you get those really bonus wicks where the illiquidity gives you a nice bonus. Like if it wicks up right now, I'll actually pick up just the right amount of margin. I'll be in like 1,500 of margin, and then it rips back, and we can make more money that way. But right now, I'm actually up fucking $90 in the past few
I just
minutes.
noticed the voice chat cleared out. We had like fucking 8 people in here, and then we started talking about NASDAQ. I guess they all blew their accounts, right?
No, I feel like somebody, like I've been driving my car in first gear, and somebody goes, "Hey, have you ever seen these other gears on the box?" I never really thought about it. But now I feel like I'm in the hood of my fucking car, and it's greased with fucking, what that stuff you put on the Krylon you were putting on your potato gun? Aquanet?
Yeah. That was the other guy, but yeah, he was saying using some shit on his potato gun.
No, I never thought trading could be so fucking ridiculous.
Well, you know, you should also try ES, which is that's the S&P 500. It moves a lot like NASDAQ, but the ticks are larger, right? So the motion is kind of the same, right? You get the same drama, but it moves more slowly, right? I don't know what the symbol is in Trader's Way, but
so it looks like a clunky thing. It looks like a 4-decimal broker in Forex as opposed to a 5-decimal
right, exactly.
broker.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like NASDAQ, but just chopped off some of the decimals, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the thing is the look of this chart to me. You know, I can see this fixed spread here. It doesn't bother me. The spread's not. Look at this drama. So all the fractals and all that stuff, but we're looking for illiquidity, like that spike right there. I actually got filled on that, and so it's just this. But this is like, dude, this is really crazy, because you can't get setups like this and this amount of pips on any, even the crazy Forex symbols, right? The exotics. The problem with those is the spread's too wide.
Well, I'll tell you,
a dollar's not bad per country.
The South African rand. If you look at the South African rand, it's pretty fucking crazy, but the pip value is low. You know, so it's like you still gotta fucking load up.
Yeah, you ever see the Danish kroner or the Swedish kroner against the euro? If you do a mirror image of it, you know, because it's like 1 point something, so it's like it's got the same problem the yen does as far as trying to price it and run ATRs on it. It looks like so right now we're in a doji here. We can go either way in this 1 minute chart.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I said, is that they're going to bid it up before lunch and then sell into it. And if you look at the volume, that last high that we just hit, there was a massive volume spike right at that high. And that's all that they're just taking profits because they're like, yeah, okay, I'm taking profits. I'm going to lunch now, right? They're all fucking, talking to their hedge fund buddies. Hey, you guys want to go to Dorsia for lunch and shit, So like, and so now we're in this doji because the liquidity's drying up, right? They're all fucking going to lunch. That's what I was saying.
I feel safer when it's because my first target's going to be here for my sells. I'm short right now. But I think I could take a little bit of a spike up here and actually get another $500 of margin going. My stops are right in this blue thing.
Yeah,
and I don't mind this quiet stuff because these scripts are going to disappear here in about 10 minutes. They'll just vaporize. But yeah, I like the idea of being shorter because I think we're in a triangle. I think that's a trap on the 5-minute chart. It's a trap, so I would want to be short right now. Like this is a really ridiculous. Like, okay, it could go higher, but man, that's had a good run on the 5. We'll see here, but yeah, it's exciting. We're up $70. Trying to get back. We're trying to get to $7,000 here. We could do it. I mean, gosh, there's a trade every fucking millisecond here. Never a dull moment.
Yeah, that's what I was telling my buddy here. Last night I was like, I fucking hated trading forex when you miss the move of the day, and it's like, I guess I don't make any money today.
Yeah, the high drama move. I mean, you got to wait till a fucking London Open or something, Where they
but trading
wick.
NASDAQ, it's like, oh, okay, I can fucking sit down at pretty much any hour of the day and wait just a little while, and wow, there's a setup. There you go, take it. There's 100 fucking pips on the table. Good job,
There's a stop.
Dude, why do you think I told you every Forex was boring?
Yeah, but there's isn't there something between like riding a golf cart around as opposed to like a rocket ship?
Well, I guess it just depends on your what you prefer.
I don't know. Well, I guess you have to work. It's baby steps. You don't go from $1 to NASDAQ without, some type of unless it let you trade a nano account, and then you could actually probably get it in the ballpark. Ooh, looks like my sell's gonna work. I think they're gonna dump it into this vacuum.
Yep, this is all the taking profit right before lunch, man. That's what I said. Bid it up, take their profits.
So I'm gonna
leave.
I'm aiming for 200 pips here down to the bottom of the barrel here. Try to make $300 maybe. No, I'll have to wait. Have more patience than I did that last trade. Jesus, we got out a little too early there. Okay, make 200 pips. So I guess I'm in about I think I'm in about 15K or 15 tickets. I guess buyers just came in there. No, for every buy, there's a sell with these people. There's the 5. I guess I'm betting on it. The next 5 minutes down into this. Either way, like I said, I don't mind spiking that up real quick. Like you said, if there's like a last gasp here and then they go to lunch, the top of the hour is coming, that'll be critical. We could get a nice wick on it. Just spike
but
up
like I was saying,
that.
right? Like as the liquidity dries up, the volatility might spike.
Yeah.
So it's fucking dangerous.
So it's definitely in my
here.
favor. Let's see how much punishment we can take. So we're at 4,000. Just stay above 4,000 and we're going to be geniuses. So that's my criteria. We got enough free margin here to do it. 3 minutes left before the drama. Yeah, it'll be crazy. It's funny, man. Yeah, there's a lot more opportunity. Every half hour is a new day with these people. Every 10-minute chart, 5-second chart, a 2.5-second chart. They say that's the best, the 2.5-second chart, because nobody's running that. You'd be the only guy. Or dial a chart. Let's spike it up here. Pick up $500 more of margin. Maybe we get right here at the top of the day. It's funny because it's like a session change. It's very dramatic. Yeah, that Asian session's all like drifty and coiled, and then it rips,
Yep.
But yeah, you could actually you can actually breakout trade this thing, because if you got the right, or just pick a position in Asia and go with it, or pick a direction while it's quiet and just go with it. Here comes the infamous top of the hour coming to just rip everybody's face off here. Volatility wise, the robots are going to come in top of the hour. Boy, it really affects these markets, doesn't it? I guess there's a lot of people trading this shit. I know they brag about Forex being $4 trillion a day, but it ain't on the euro.
As far as the futures markets go, I think NASDAQ is like the third or fourth most liquid. The most liquid pair is ZN, which is the 10-year T-note bond futures.
Wow.
Which I guess is why it's such a behemoth. I mean, literally like fucking 2 million contracts liquidity a day.
Lord.
Fucking huge. It's massive, you know. And then ES, which is the S&P 500 futures, that one is about usually like twice as liquid as NASDAQ. But, you know, like Magic Lines was saying, right?
Here we go.
The NASDAQ is just so fucking heavily algorithmically
Here
traded.
We go. 10 seconds. They're spiking it. I'm going to pick up about $500 more margin here.
Are you shorting it?
Yeah, I'm selling into the spike up right here. I want to get into about $2,000 of margin if I can. I'm down $200 now. Down about $250 now. Yeah, I just put them in there. Set it and forget. Set it and forget it. Shit up there. $1,300 of margin, $1,500 of margin, and then try to make money coming back off of that if they go to lunch. So, we got 5 minutes to make money here. Because in 5 minutes from now,
yeah, I mean, if you throw on just volume, if you just throw on the volume bars, right, you can see these fucking massive spikes of buys and sells at the top of the hour.
Look at
crazy.
that thing! Isn't that psychotic? And it looks like it's due for another follow through, possibly. So we could take a little more heat here. But yeah, that's kind of a fun contest, you know. It's really crazy because it's such a pendulum swing, you know. It's like look at this, look at the rep back on that. Jesus. 1 minute goes by and everybody's changed their mind. They love it, then they hate it. I never see anything like it, so vicious. So we have to wait it out, I suppose. Yeah, look at that. It's just a perfect shoulder setting up here on the 5 minute. Got a perfect head and shoulders kind of balanced out.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking, man. That's what I'm thinking.
You know,
I mean, again, I never
swing.
fucking know what NASDAQ is going to do, but my instinct is that it's going to probably try to take out the low of the day up to close.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
So here's where I think we're going to engulf, right? That was the trap. That was the goober top of the hour trap. Now we rip back. Now I have my finger on the trigger. So if I make 500, I'll probably take it. Because we are so loaded up, we're using a lot of margin right now. If we don't, auto scalp out of this, so here I'll wait. This one I'll actually wait until a quarter after. I'm just let this one go. Fuck it. Because the other one I didn't wait. So I think the scalpers are scalping now. They're buying back on the tick chart. I'm looking at the tick chart. Now we're going to write it down and try to make. I'm not sure, 500. Get the account up to $5,000. You could do that. I mean, God, you'd have to wait all fucking week to make $5,000 a euro here. Oof, boy, they sure turn like a Doberman pincer.
There you go.
What
did I fucking tell you, dude? They fucking bid it up.
I love you, then I hate you. It's a bipolar relationship. Yeah, that top of the hour is vicious. So I'm going to hold this for at least 2 more minutes.
Yeah, if it go long on that little spike was ultra retarded.
Well, that's
so
the trend.
Was.
Oh yeah, so I say we wait 2 more minutes to get out of this. Man, I don't know. I'm getting nervous. I'm gonna get out. So there, boom. Yeah, made $300. Wow, that's fucking nerve-wracking. Now it's going to rip up. That's fucking ridiculous. Look at that. We could be buying it right now.
Dude, NASDAQ is the only thing I've ever traded where when I'm up a lot of money, I'm fucking more nervous than when I'm even fucking down.
I swear, because you know it's like this. Oh, you're a lady boy? Fuck. We were almost in bed. You. I don't even know call you a bitch, but like what the what? Never go overseas without a guide. Okay. Bring your Fibonacci tool to the bar. You're not a chick. I did your fucking breast to ass ratios, and you don't even look like a good trade to me. No, that was a lot of fun, man. That fucking high probability top of the hour shit. But now we sit back and they're gonna spike it up, maybe. No, that's kind of like, hey, you're done for the day, right? $300, but we're trying to rebuild the account from our punishment.
Yeah, I mean, just think if you were in a mini, right?
I was in
$5
4 minis and I went short a little early and I was like down $2,000 and then it finally came down and it exited for profit. But yeah, I was in 4 minis, dude. Imagine being one. Imagine being in 4 minis. You fuck.
No, I'd probably have to. You'd have to give me some type of controlled substance, some type of I think they call them Quaaludes, some ludes, or what do they call it? Oxycontin or some kind of take the edge off.
Fentanyl, that's the thing these days.
Right, you got Michael Jackson kind of
go
stuff.
to sleep forever. Propofol, that's what Jackson was.
I'm gonna put my buy limits in here. See how it's coming back off the floor. See if we didn't get out of it, we'd be down right now. We'd be in a loss right now.
Well, I think you'd still be up a little bit, but yeah.
No, look at it rip back, dude.
You know, now it's
oh fuck! See, they're gonna fuck you. See, look at the auction floor here. Look at the auction floor in the 1 minute. This shit's here all day long. Yeah, that's why we had to get out, because look at that was such a clean move. That was the top of the hour, and here it is 5 minutes later, and now they're going to re-auction and buy it all over again. I mean, in other words, a trap, and all the goobers here are selling. Boy, you can see all the goobers on this 1 minute chart, yeah.
There's probably a good mathematical probability for like exactly how many pips you want to take for like the highest probability of profit.
Well,
I mean, I find if you want to have safe profits on high probability setups, you take 80 fucking pips and you will almost never lose.
Wow.
You look for 80 pips, but you know, now that I'm getting more used to it, I'm looking for 100 pips. I want to get into 100, 150 pips.
Yeah. No, it takes, like I said, it's hard to ride so I traded really heavy on the Eurodollar when it smashed down, and I traded I suppose a dead cat bounce, you know, but there's a couple of them down there, you know, and it's just how lazy am I going to be? Am I going to rinse and repeat, right? So here I'm trading intensely because it's a 1 minute chart, and this NASDAQ is like a never ending sea of entries and exits. But like on the Euro, you know, 4 hours from now, they're going to pull it back. And when the Europe market opens, you could actually buy the retest, even if you're not long. So there's so many places to board this creeper gear turtle train, where here, you know, you have to be alert, you know, apparently. But, you know, depends, you know, lifestyle. Because sometimes it's nice to just put on a dumb shit trade where you just throw a limit rate on something where you're not going to be down $300. You might be down 100, trying to make 300. But I guess it depends what you feel comfortable risking dollar-wise, you know. And a nano account would be really nice. For something as crazy as this, I'd pay a wider spread to trade a nano account on this. I wouldn't mind. You could double the spread on me and I trade 100 lot instead of 1,000 lot all day here with the NASDAQ. It's actually would be not so nerve-wracking, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's no thrills in just making $100 in 5 minutes when you can just white knuckle 300. I don't know. I was kind of nervous there, but I knew the top of the hour kind of ridiculousness was coming. Now I guess we're waiting for 1 o'clock. They're going to come back to the. They might start filling these buy limits, and we get nervous, like they're going to plunge it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just going to drift down. I bet. I think it's probably going to drift down to like.
Come back to that. Come back
12,780, something like that. It's probably going to drift down there. I don't know, but you know, it could go up. You know, we could move up and hit 12,850. You know, something like that.
Well, I'm buying now, whether you like it or not. I just put your kid's college fund into this thing, so Yeah, just to let you know, I forgot you didn't read the fine print. You know, when you sign up here, I'm in a 1K. I'm up 73 cents. Should I get out? So, no, I'm noticing this 1 minute chart's totally tradable. The vicious pullback. I'm going to say this is fair value. So when they come back from launch, this is a big pivot. We just got a nice little $5 winner. Nice thing about this, you can just go, you know what? I don't even want to be in the market. Just take $5, you know? That's so funny. I can't believe I just, you know, that's 50 pips.
Yeah, that's actually one thing I really like about trading NASDAQ is like when I get into a position, right? If I second guess myself on my entry, I can usually wait a couple seconds and be a few bucks in profit and get the fuck out, you know?
So this is kind of aggressive. I'm going to put half-hour sells up here, but pretty deep. I don't think we're going to blow up the account, but...
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a break and then come back around 1 New York time and try to find
gosh, I feel like I've been through 3 days of trading with all the fucking pips I've seen. I've never seen so many fucking setups.
Yep, dude. Like I've been saying it, it's like
gold mine
for me, it's like trading GU, but at light
because
speed.
No, because a 1 minute chart. Normally, 1 minute chart, you're like, oh, that'd never work. The spread's too tight. I can't see the spread here. If I can't see the spread, that makes me feel at least. Yeah, this is a vicious mover.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on a Friday, this is a good time to just be done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so drifty now. We're trapped under that floor right there. So I think the buyers are. I should have held the buy, of course, right? Because this is the 1 minute floor, auction floor.
Yeah, I mean, again, honestly, I wouldn't even trade this hour. I'd wait until 1, and then see what fucking happens then. You know, and
my scripts wait for no man. So, my scripts wait for no man.
So again, the day so not only is it the end of the week, but the day margin is going to end at 4 p.m. You know, New York time. And so you basically have 3 hours from 1 o'clock, right? So, and then the market closes at 5, right? And from 4 to 5 is going to be dead shit. Just do not fucking trade that garbage. But so you basically have 3 more hours of the day to trade.
Yeah, we can make money here.
1 hour.
Oh, look at that sell right there, right at the floor. Wow, somebody came in on that 1 minute and sold. It's fucking just like clockwork with these fuckheads. But I'm selling into this vacuum up here again. I'm taking a high risk trade here because they're going to smash this up now.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily just.
Now the other thing is that I'm also going to take the buy side of this, so this is going to be a little risky. Put a 3K in there. I'm just going to they're definitely taking it up now. I just want to let it fill.
Now, when it's kind of drifty like this, man, you can just hedge this shit too. I mean, you can just fucking literally just throw on a buy and a sell at the same fucking entry, and then wait
just
and
at the market hedge and take off the winning
one
leg.
side. It's going to come back down 80 pips. You take your 40 pips on the other side. You just made it.
Yeah, I could write a script that does that. You just buy and sell at the market, and I could actually have a good. I would put the 4-to-1 ratios on those scripts though, because you really want to take advantage of. Here, we're going to crush down now, so. We're taking the buy side. Actually, I can have a winning hedge here. If we spike up now, I'll lock in a winning hedge on limits. All right, here we go. I did that last night. I had a winning hedge on. I could take. I guess you got it because you could actually the loser could become a winner, but hey, it's complicated then, you know. Gosh, you know.
I'm going to take a break and go eat lunch and shit, so I'll be back a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm going to be done.
All right, y'all. See ya.
Yes, wild markets, aren't they?
Yeah, I'll be back later. Simple.
Did you trade during Corona on NASDAQ? Because that might be a little bit tough.
No, I just started trading this shit not
that long ago.
Could
you imagine being long at your first time trading NASDAQ and you go long just before Corona and you're like, honey, I got a little problem. You know, okay, I was recommended to
Honey,
trade
I've got some
NASDAQ.
bad news. We're rich now, and I owe a lot of taxes.
Or you, the other guy that went in you sold the NASDAQ. It looks like it's going to go off. And you just show up during Corona, and you're like, dude, I just made you can't believe how much money. I kept selling into this, but I'm long, so I'm actually got a winning hedge now for the moment.
Nice.
I could take off, so I could actually ride this out and go, you know what? I'm going to sell, take off this long. I'm going to wait until 15 minutes in. 15 minutes, there's going to be drama here. 15-minute robots. I'm getting out. So I'm getting out of the long. I'm pure.
I'll be back in about an hour. I'll see you later.
Now. So I'm totally short now on 3K.
Hey, so are you still here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm riding the wild stock market with all these fucknuts.
Yeah, I've been watching.
I'm short in Dorsey here. I just went short Nasdaq and his
If you,
fucking. I went short his beard. That fucker with the fuck. Now he shaved his head. He looks like a fucking some kind of mutant fuck. Between him and Zuckerdick, I lose my mind watching these motherfuckers. The market makes more sense than that shit.
If you get a chance to upload the scripts to the general chat, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, here. Let me grab them out of this. Open the data folder. I gotta open the data folder for that one. Yeah, I want to see. I'm getting filled in the cell set. I'm a little white knuckled here. I'm into down $27 here. I'm up 300 in the last half hour, so I'm trying to maintain my winning streak.
Yeah, I've been watching. It's like you're down like 3,000. Back.
Yeah. Here, let me. No, I dropped the scripts in the. I'll grab them from the other. I guess I can do a. I know they're in my recent folder, I think. I guess the only thing for Windows 10 is worth is it's trying to be convenient. Okay, we're getting filled pretty heavy here on the short side. That's all right. I was planning on it, so let's try to make $100. That's all I'm gonna kind of aim at here. Aim low, shoot high. That was a zip file. They have recent. Christ. Yeah, Windows 10 tries to be helpful, but okay, so we're only down $30 here. So that those 15-minute charts are just updating right now. Look at the 1 minute's pulling back, so we're locked into a nice short right now. We could still afford to sell more. We're only in $500 of margin. But we're just scalping it, so I'm ready to get out as soon as we're up $100 here. Let me see. Okay, open this data folder. Grab this stuff out of here. I'm sure it's in here. So I've written some out there, but this is a starting point at least. You can change the time frames of these and everything, but I'm trying to remember where I put them. Got how we doing on this account? We're only down $17. Oh, look at that pullback. So it looks like it's going to try to go for another. This 1 minute chart, by the way. So they could go for another run here. We could afford to sell it too. So if they pop it up and we end up with that attempt to take out the high of the day, we're sellers up there. So we'll be fine. Gosh, man, I'm looking for the fucking shit here. So here it is. Copy and paste, right? Oh, wait, I got to get out of this thing. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to it. We just made a ton of money there, so. All right. See, I went to look for the MT4, dude, and I looked to my left, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm getting out of that. Holy shit. Now we could rip down. Are we totally out? Wait, we're still in shit. Holy fuck. Here. Damn it. What is that? Here, I'm just going to do this. I can't find my exit script. Because they're going to rip it up now. Fuck. I see. I was not in profits on that whole rack. That's all. That 1 minute chart is brutal, dude. Okay, we're sitting on the sidelines here. I'm wait for those things to expire now. Man, I'm exhausted. The 1 minute chart here is a fucking train wreck of volatility, isn't it? People losing their minds on a Friday here. I guess they're prepping for the last session. We're either going ripping up or ripping down, right? I mean, is this supposed to be the calm before the storm here? Or are we just going to die in kind of a drifty thing now? Still got 4 o'clock. I can't believe it. I guess we could probe these upper. If you look at the half hour, it looks like a sell in the long view. You only go to the. So it's like a sell up here, from a range trader's view. The problem is, though, the 4-hour chart looks like, wow, I bought this pullback and we're going to keep going up and we're going to cash out here, So in the big view, look out because it could just be like we're ripping up here, That's going to be the ultimate target. So if you go for the 1 hour chart, 1 hour view to me is like, we could probably make more money for the rest of the day buying like spike downs. I don't mind the spike down stuff. That sell here was that was a supply kind of entry, and then it rips down, you get out, and that's a lot of pips, man. That's a fucking 1,000 pips right there. Like the half hour view to me is a little more. I got a half hour script. And I got a half hour chart, and if every bar I lay another front run the market here with my half hour script, right? And I'm going to start buying on the Lonely Wick, which I think this is unfillable, right? If I put buy limits here, I think they just turned off the market. I'm waiting for a tick to come in before that script drops, but I dropped it. It'll see it come in. So he's coming in at the Lonely Wick now. I don't think we can make it there in a half an hour, but if we do, it'll be an amazing trade because it's unsustainable prices. We got some exposure now to the buy side. If you just trade one instrument, you can see how close you're to getting filled if you run this by price. So your top buy limit, or that's at bottom actually. So you'd have to flip this. And that's going to be, they start flashing. Usually with here in 10 pips they flash, so I don't know what happens here on this platform, but we're going to go high to low. Yeah, high to low. The first one to fill is up here. Go to the 5-minute chart. Yeah, it's kind of wackadoodle here. So I'm just going to bracket this, and I'll buy anything below here and anything above here for the next 30 minutes or something like that. I'm working on these things, though. So anyway, I got distracted there. I'm about to drag and drop this shit, too, just when that happened.
Appreciate it.
That just kind of blew my mind. I never see. Look at that fuck. It's still printed here, this fucking insane sell-off. All right, like a copy. Yeah, so I'm going to put it in this. This is going to be the ICT channel, right? Is that where you look? Oh, I'm going to put in that scripts thing. Yeah, that's right. We created that.
Yeah, that works.
What do I do? Just drag and drop it there? Or
yeah, you can just drag it in the messages.
Okay. Because you can't do a copy and paste, right? It's not going to do that. I guess you'd actually drag and drop it. It's looking for the drag of the drop. Okay. All right, let me see if I can fit it in here. Oh gosh, I guess I'm going to drop it right in the main thing. Oh, in scripts, okay. It is going to scripts, motherfucker. You son of a bitch. Okay, so there, boom. You son of a bitch, I told you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that is a starter kit,
Yeah.
but I don't. You know, you have to dial into taste and wallet size. You can actually. So here's the thing with those is that you could do 2 forward slashes in front of any one of those tickets. You can turn it off, and then you got to compile it. But if you see errors, you know, you got to hunt down where the errors are. So you'd actually have to investigate when you turn off the pips apart. Like, so if you decide you're going to trim the tickets down, right? You got to also kind of get rid of some other mentions of those things because the code's going to look for it, you know, and it's going to say, oh, if warnings are okay, but if it says errors, you won't be able to run it, you know.
Sounds good. I gotta run, but it's fun watching trade now.
Yeah. So back to this. Let's see. We got everybody. Everybody went to lunch apparently. I guess it's a thing. Eating. Yeah, it is. They're out to lunch here. It's all dead now. The whole market's dead. Put a fork in it. Did I close down my own stream here? Shit. Wait. Got one more. I guess so. Yeah, it looks like a rally's coming here. Gosh. Yeah, rally's coming here. So we'll sell into this thing. Looks like a high probability spike into the bank. I wonder if I could see my sell's about to get filled here. Yeah, I got the orders up at the top. Coming up into these first sell. Flash just before we get filled, they'll flash. Okay. I don't know how I closed down my fucking oh, Jesus. I'm lost now. Normally I can navigate this fucking warning. Oh my God. Oh, jeez. That's kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, here we go. What closed that window down? Got lost. Oh, here we go. What closed that? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know how I dumped that out. Oh, it happens. So we're trading the Nasdaq here because it's too easy to make money. We can make about $2,000 here by the end of the day. Babysitting this thing. I'm ready to get out on any kind of winnings. They'll let you win a little bit, but then, you know, snatch it all away from you. Yeah, so what's the story here, man? Rusted Wallace? What do we got? What have I missed? We've been inside our Discord having a fucking field day of insanity. Let's see if I can put the Discord link in here again. Since I'm a near expert on this fucking thing at this point. Borderline aficionado. Okay, here's the Discord. So you can share all your wonderful graphics. Okay, we're coming into the sell limits, man. Brace yourself. We're about to get filled. We're putting your college fund at risk again. Selling into the bulls. We're going to go against the bulls. There's the yeah, I can't believe we're streaming on the internet here. It's hysterical. Who knew you could do this shit for free? I guess do it while you can before the total insurrection. Wow, I can't believe we haven't got filled, man. What's going on here? Oh, it didn't show up, though. Okay, we're short, but it didn't show up on the damn color wheel. Okay. We're up $2. Should we get out? Gosh, we barely got filled. But we have to take it if it comes back because we make $8 on getting out, to be honest with you, because it's just so slow. It's only a 1K. I guess it's going to go up. And there you go. We can make $10. We're pretty quiet now in this market. Looks like a possible rip back. Go to the 1 minute chart. It looks like we're rolling over on the 1 minute chart. Come flying back down. Looks like a good sell. And if we can make like $12, we can pay for lunch. Yeah, I'll take 10. $10? Okay. So we're waiting for it to plunge now. Let's get close to the market with some half-hour tickets. This should be 15. I should just rewrite it. We'll just have to put it deeper. Start buying here. Fuck. Let's buy here too. Super deep on the half-hour. All right, so there we are. Waiting to get filled again. We could have made about $15 on that. We'd have held right till now. 1 minute chart, though, you know. 1 minute chart, come on. We'll be in a trade here in about 10 seconds. Pull it back. And this is worth babysitting all this drama. Well, look at this nice clean run. Here's the trend. Trend and then chop. Range trader's dream. Looks like a buy right there. Buy at the market. We're going to sell into that. Anything above this wick, we're selling. Let's see. Oh shit, sorry. No one else. Invite? Did I fuck that up? Oh, I guess I'm the only one here. Sorry. Yeah, it's going up. We're selling in this again. I'm just going to keep plucking the sells off this. Instead of buying at the market there, I was just, I don't have any market orders available, so we're just going to have to rely on them coming into our trap. It's a market maker idea that you sell into these vacuums. We could also get totally destroyed as it screams up here. Like I said, in the long run, in the long run on the 4-hour chart, it's going up. Even on this chart, it's going up, see? 4-hour chart, this thing's going up possibly to here, to bang on this floor. Maybe not today, but... So now we're short again. And we got ready to take profits at some point. Maybe pick up about 8K. Short. Go for the 15-minute chart. Looks like a trap on the 15. Yeah, let's make $20. So 10 per K. It's also going to be 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour. There's a bunch of robots and shit. All the 5-minute bots and half-hour bots have put on trades right now. It's never a dull moment with these people. We could make $25 here. Okay, so it's going to be 25 seconds from now. Spiking up. Get more and more cells here. So now it could rip back. In 5 seconds, we could come ripping back. They're ripping up. There's going to be drama here right, for sure right now. Looks like they're going to crush into the vacuum now. As soon as we fly back. So we're taking some heat now. We might actually get in about $1,000 of margin here. Looks like a trap, bull trap right now. Goobers are buying here. The last buyers of the day. I'm down about $50. Guys trying to stay at 4,500. Okay. Wow. Every minute, it's a different world with these people. Now I could rip back. It's a minute's gone by. Time to go down. Stock market's completely bipolar. Yeah, it's kind of like struggling for new highs. We're in about 9K. About 9K. Cost us $60 per ticket to trade this. That's the cost of doing business here. Yeah, so it's a real... Man, every 5 minutes, it's a whole nother world. Oh, we're going up. So we're going to take some heat now, for sure. Welcome to chat. Remember your guidelines, privacy. Oh. It's funny. Okay. All right. I'd say we hold this until the 15-minute charts update 7 minutes from now. Of course, we don't have a choice. I'm on the 15-minute chart right now. But 5-minute chart looks like, wow, really coming up to the edge now. Looks like we're going to punch north hard. We're going to take some serious heat, possibly. Take this guy down. This is the little better view of how much risk we got going. I should fix the scale on here because I don't give a fuck about that earlier stuff. Let's just drill down to our real... I'm selling this tippity top. That's about 200 pips away. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey,
I'm
the
selling.
last one left.
Yeah, I know.
The only one
Everybody goes to lunch. It's like they're white
Wow.
people. The white
Yeah.
privilege shit. They go to lunch and everything. So here we can see more into the market, the depth of the market here. Selling the tippity top. Challenging those highs. I think it's going to be a trap for the bulls up there. So I'm going to go against the bulls. Down $50.
This thing moves crazy.
Yeah, I really pretty exciting.
offshore.
I must say, it's an exciting market. So we're down about $80. We're into. We just got stopped out of something. You see? No, we just picked up.
How much margin does that take up?
So now I'm in about. I'm in about 11K right now. I'm using $700 of margin to control 11K. I'm down $80 into the top. I'm selling into this rally. Now we're in about 12K.
Hugo's way is like 500, right? 500 to 1.
Yeah, down $130. I'm in 14K now, short. Down $110 on paper there, but the balance, we haven't lost any positions yet. We've been absorbing this whole this rally. I've absorbed it. Okay, now it's backing off. So I'm selling this window right here now. It could go higher. I'm not saying it can't, but I'm definitely committed to this window. This is the trap zone. But this is the lonely wick right here. So I'm selling that. So now you just got to wait for 5 minutes to go by. That's the 5-minute chart we're in. So you lock in a sell at the market, but I'm already short, right? But you would sell here at the market and the trap above the wick. Now I'm gonna wait, and now I will scalp out because I don't want to be in $1,000 margin. So if we make 300, I'm getting out. I got my finger on the cash out button. Actually, I could take partial profits. Like I'm up $4 here, so I could just kind of scalp it right now if I think I'm in too big. So that's the other option. I can literally dump all the winning tickets if I think I'm in too heavy, or I'm going to wait until 4 minutes from now and see if if this is a real auction. Looks like it is. If this is a trap, which it looks like it is, we'll hold that for a 100 pip pullback. I'll dump the whole thing, and we'll just make maybe $200 or $300 and just be waiting for the next rally. So I'm going to wait 4 minutes here, see what happens. It's a long time in this market.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking week. You couldn't make this money in a week trading Forex, but I am using $1,000 of margin now. I've only got 3,000 free. But you could literally sit here and trade the 5-minute, 1-minute chart and see all the structured trades pretty easily. God, it's getting cold again. Fuck, I thought we were going to melt here for a minute. Instant summertime, and now it's like, I feel like I got to get a fucking another down blanket and a goddamn fucking, like a electric blanket. Forget the electric car. The electric blanket is the fucking. Okay, I'm sitting here. Wait, I got 3 minutes, 3-minute window. I'm ready to get the fuck out of this trade. We're looking for the rip back.
Cold weather here.
Where are you at? Down south in Florida there? Yeah.
Yeah. Even when the whole country was like freezing over and shit, it was in the 80s here.
The orange is freezing stuff. It's a big drama. The market. When I first started trading, I used to look at the orange juice charts, and they go limit up for 8 days in a row. There's just a dash. There's no candle, just a dash. Yeah. The oranges freeze, and the markets go berserk.
Yeah, it's like a big the industry, all the aliens and stuff working in the orchards, picking oranges. You
mean people from another planet come in and harvest this stuff? Like, is that like where they do that, take organs back to the spaceship? I guess so. Like,
yeah, harvesting.
Alien autopsies?
Exactly. Yeah. The oranges.
Yeah,
gosh. Gray Jose's.
Jose, yeah, like they say that the joke when I was a kid was, what do you call the president of Mexico? Emmanuel Labor.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know if that's racist anymore, but that's a good. Jay Leno was just all worried about making jokes. I'm like, dude, lighten up. You're a comedian. At least you were. But then he made a racist, snarky comment. I thought, yeah, there you go. Can't stop being a comedian. Wait, I'm waiting for. I got 1 minute left on this. I'm going to give it 2 minutes to come ripping back now out of my cell box.
The 1 minute kind of like moved up.
1 minute's got a double top, for God's sakes. Look at this top become a bottom of the 1 minute. All the goobers bought there. It could go up though. Look, it's ready. Yeah. It's itching to spike up. Look, it's ready to flick up there. That's all right. I'll sell more. Fuck them. Yeah, here they come. Top become a bottom. The goobers bought. Yeah, I don't blame them. I'll sell into it. We'll take some heat. I'll risk $200 to make 400. It's funny though. It's approach avoidance thing. You know, maybe they don't do it. We still got 25 seconds left before the 15-minute guys decide what's going to happen. Because when they sell, forget about it. Get out of the way.
Enough margin to absorb some of these moves, though. You have to be around 5 or 10K to move this, right? To absorb some of this stuff.
Well, at this broker, it's like
yeah,
it's almost doable at this broker because I would never trade like I think I'm in 15K right now or something like 14K. Oh, it looks like we're gonna go up, but like it could go either way, you know. So we just finished out the 15-minute chart. Looks like we're going up. I don't see any sellers coming in. So I'm already short, and I'm gonna get shorter if it goes up. Let's see what happens. How much punishment I can take? I'd probably take another $500 of margin short. I wish I got the tick chart though. Instead of having the 5-second chart like the other guy has. Tick chart's pretty damn good. See distribution.
Yeah,
here.
some 5-second charts, like my broker, it will lag for 3 seconds to sometimes 10, and you miss like 2 candles on a 5-second chart. It's stupid, but I have a crap broker. Whatever.
This is a fixed pip. I didn't realize this had fixed pip spreads. Here we go. I'm cashing out. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm out. See? How much do we make on that? See? That 15-minute chart, guys. Decide what goes on, dude. Look at the shaved candle in the 15. Yeah. Shaved fucking candle in the 5. Look at that.
Higher time frames.
So, let's see. I didn't even see how much money we made on that. Are we still in anything? We're flat, right? Yeah, we made fucking, how much did we make there? $200. $180. We were 4,500. We just made $180 on that sell. All we did was put sell. It's not even we got out at the market though. We did buy at the market in a sense, right? Because as soon as it came ripping back, and we made our 200 pips, you just get the fuck out. Now we're gonna do another trade. We're gonna put a half-hour limit in beneath. Gosh, I didn't realize. If I would have known I had a market I could trade with these scripts with this many trades, I'd be like, look at the buyers came in right there. We could have bought that too also. But if I just bought that wick, I guarantee you right now I'd be getting out. That's 100 pips. That's a 6K. It would actually fill the whole 6K. So here's the half-hour script. I'm going to do a little less risky. I'm going to buy for a half hour. I'm going to buy here, and then I'm going to sell above this yellow line. And I think I put a 2-hour script up there, so I got to remember that I've got scripts up here that last almost, well, until 3 o'clock. So got to be careful. This 1-hour script here is kind of risky, right? So for 1 hour, I would sell up here, but I don't think the market can spike up there in an hour. Now we could really go driving through the top of this, right? We got fuel from that sell-off. We could go ripping north now. That looks looks like what's going to happen. Into the top of the hour, we're going to spike it up. Because look at this. I mean, we're right at the borderline, you know. I bet if we looked at the Dow Jones, I bet it's banging on the highs of days. But this is to actually make money here. You got to babysit this thing because it's ridiculously volatile. I'm going to put in my other template because I can't see the handles.
Dow just missed the high of the day.
Oh yeah, I just nicked the top.
Yeah.
Here's my NASDAQ template. This is a 1,000 pip grid. Easier to see here what's going on. I know it's a little bit tough with all those lines here. That's just skinny lines. So I'm going to sell above here for half an hour. And that's my take profit. So see, the blue line's my take profit. So what I'm saying is that the market has to spike up here in a half hour, rip back to here. That's the whole trade encapsulated in a retracement off the top. So we just picked up another sell now. Now this could be the better trade because now we're going to go for new highs.
I do similar things. I think my exposure's longer than you. Like I got back in that guppy up at that top.
Yeah, there's so many places to do a rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat things are just amazing.
Like all morning when you guys were talking, I was just trading the euro dollar in the 1 minute. It's pretty easy.
It is easy because if you got a tight spread, dude, you could just literally like it. You could almost buy every, like on a 5 minute chart. I was trying to get this guy to trade this morning. I go, dude, buy here. You know what?
Yeah, I just missed it.
Oh God, I was like, he was killing me. I said, so you know, like, look at this beautiful walk up on this tick chart. Look at this beautiful trend. It's just coming into my limits though.
Yeah.
Fuck, I just lost the chart. That was the ruble. Wait, like, so look at this kind of like. Look at this perfect fucking trend.
Screen?
What's up?
Are you sharing your screen or are you still going off of the YouTube? I can only see what you have on YouTube right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not sharing the screen now. I just got YouTube here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Right.
I'm in the middle. I don't know how to. Well, I can't do that right now because
yeah,
it shares the whole screen.
Mic to work earlier.
It might like when kill my bandwidth a little bit, but basically, I'm just selling this rally in the stock market into this top of the hour, this 1 o'clock situation, which is going to be like. See, I think they're trapping people. This triple top in the tick chart, they're trapping people up there, right? And right here's the sellers are coming in. So we're short. We're in a good situation. We're short about us. We're short like a 5K right now. 4K. So we're going to sit here. I got my finger on the now this one, I'm actually, since it's a smaller position, I'm going to wait till the top of the hour on this one. Because I actually would rather pick up some more sells if we can. If it spikes up one more time. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Wow. I didn't know that. So we can all see our, I guess we can't make our icons into shares. You can only have one share at a time, right? Is that how people share screens? One screen at a time? I can show your chart. I can put your chart on the internet. We're up. We got to worry about this. We want to make money here, so I got to pay attention. I said I'd hold to the top of the hour, so maybe we make $40 here. Let's see. With a 5 minute chart. It looks like they trapped all the goobers up here. All the bulls are trapped. Use the 5 minute chart. 1,000 pip grid.
You're looking to what? To get to the high of the day again? Or to go past?
No, I'm looking for it to tank. If it goes up, I'm selling into this.
But you want it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You want it to go up.
Well, I mean, I'll take it either way. I'm not in big enough to worry. I'm in a small enough position that I would wait for the top of the hour for this part of the trade to play out. But if it goes up, it'll become a scalp because I'll be selling about another 7K up there. Above me, I got pendings. So it's about the size I'm in, I suppose. Because if this thing pulls back and comes halfway down and I'm up $50, I'm just going to get out. I'm just trading for money.
Yeah.
I'm just trading for money. for structure, I would wait till the top of the hour. But if I make $50 before the top of the hour, I'll probably get out. I'm up 27 right now. I'm up 27 right now. If I wait 5 minutes before the top of the hour, I might be up $70. I'm definitely getting out if that happens, right? So I only have to wait
I'm not
two more minutes. What's that?
I'm not like a strict risk to reward ratio guy either.
Yeah, because I mean, if I see the buyers, if I'm short and I know there's buyers below that wick on the 5 minute, I'm like, dude, I'm getting out.
Yeah.
I'm getting out right now. There, just made $40. So, you know what? Because they could rip it up now. And if they do, now what I could do is put sell limits before the high of the day, but that's a little riskier. I'd rather sell new highs that are old highs and get that high probability spike into new highs, trap the goobers, then we come back. Now I feel like buying. Buy limits below this wick. And so I don't have to worry about that trade anymore. I'm going to go for the half-hour buy grid again. Starting 6K, and the cursor is going to be the first ticket. So that's a half hour. It's got a plunge down there.
It's basically kind of a support type thing. It's like a floor. Right where that wick touched on the 5.
Yeah, you can't even see it on the 15. It's like invisible. Oh, sorry. This is a 500 pip grid. I'm sorry. I think this is.
What's the minimum size though?
God, this might be a 2,500 pip grid. I got to change that. I wonder why it looks so weird. That's a 500 pip grid, so that's 500 pips. I mean, it's less. It's easier to see this chart, but that's 500 pips, dude. So I'm buying a 500 pip window. Actually, the beginning of a 500 pip window. So if you trade on the 500 pips, you can see how the market respects the 500 pips. But no, that's literally a 500 pip trade in 15 minutes from here to here. The other grid I had was 1,000 pip grids. It was a 100 pip grid. So, my scripts are written around like making 100 pips here because I know but this is at $50. If you buy here, you'll be $50 underwater by the time you get to here. So you got to take on a 1K. If I buy at the market right now, I'll be $50 underwater right now. But I got these limits. See, I'm coming in with the half hours now. So I feel like I know where I'm at. I can buy like about 300 pips deep here, almost to the 500. I'm asking the market to drop in half hour. It has to drop. It's not even possible. If it is possible, and it is here, look at this drop here in 15. So I'm getting filled right now. Right? I could have held that short too. And now I'd be up $70. See, it's not even the top of the hour yet. I was going to hold that to the top of the hour, but I didn't, right? But look at the 5 minute. That's a sell window that I sold originally. I could have held that and said, it's a small position. Dude, I'd be up about 100 right now. Or 60. But the buy window is below that 5 minute wick, but now they could just slice this thing to bits, right? This is 1,000 pips down. 700 pips up. Now I got to scalp this. I'm only in a 4K, but I still want to try to get to $5,000 by the end of the day.
From the bottom to the top of that move, that was like 1,700 in 2 hours.
Oh, look at this. It's going to drop another 100 pips right now. So I take some heat. Try to get to $5,000. Let's try to make $300 now. We're at 4,700. We want to get to $5,000. I started at 5,600, so I got to rebuild the account. It'd be like Biden going back to building the wall or something, go back on the fucking go rent a fucking frontal lobe, His brain's too smooth, man. I mean, something happened there. We got
walking up the steps.
Dementia in chief.
He's got hairy legs.
Does he rub his own hair on his legs? Is that what he does? Looks like we're getting scalped to the floor here.
No,
though.
the kids do that.
Yeah,
Children.
He rents kids to do that. So here's the scalp. We're coming back up into that 5-minute wick floor. Let me zoom in. The new template wipes out my fixed scale, so I got to refix the scale. Because we don't care about something that's 2,000 pips south. We just care about this wick here. So we bought below that wick, and we're waiting to have it come back to there. When they come back from lunch, they might actually engulf a little bit here. So they took out that wick, and we could scalp to the wick and take partial profits to just kind of lighten up the trade. But I am kind of looking to make at least $50. I think I'm down. I'm underwater right now because I'm in this damn 5K now. Yeah, so if I would have let that run for 10 minutes, that top tick Tommy. Look at this shaved candle on the 5. It just turns on a fucking dime. So here's the obvious exit is going to be, we come back to this. But if we hold, this is top of the hour now. So if I would have held to the top of the hour, like I said, I'd definitely be up. Looks like I'm going to crush it down now. It's crazy town now. We could just go shearing down. They're gonna punish it down now. So we're in something here. We take profits. No, it's constant battle with these people. There we go. Here's the end of there's the top of the hour. Boom. 5 seconds between the beginning and the end. I'm getting ready to get out. Just give me about 20 more bucks. I'll get out. Tick chart looks good. Like we just come off the floor here. So here's another. I should wait 5 minutes on this one. Or at least 2 minutes. So we could make about $60. So we got 60 for a second. We wait. If we a little long, 80. If we wait 10 more seconds, we could make $80. I mean, it's fast market, man. Look at the tick chart coming off the floor. Oops, pull back. So we had 70 for a second there. Pretty vicious, huh? If the final destination is north, we should wait 4 minutes and we can make $200. So just let it go. Fuck, it's a demo. Yeah, because 5 minutes from now, you know, the trend traders are going to buy that clean 10-minute pullbacks like pure gold. Plus, we keep on inching towards the high of the day, you know. It's a grind.
Yeah.
So that was the pullback. Now we got to take out the high of this on the tick chart for us to get ready to get out. We got to take out this top. Let's go 1 minute chart. We can see it. We got to take out this high because the sellers already came in here on the 1 minute. We could have got out right there, right, but we're gonna hold for 3 more minutes. Take out this high. Anything up here, I'm going to cash out, regardless of our profits, I suppose. But yeah, it is good to be aware of how much you're actually risking here. So you know, if you're afraid, you could get out right now if you're scared. You could end up with you end up holding like 1K. Actually, everyone's a winner right now, but I guess you have to have the patience to wait 3 minutes. Yeah, we're kind of trapped.
How much margin does it take per ticket?
$60. It's half. So it's half. It's 501 leverage, and the instrument costs $1,200. So you're getting. You know what I mean? You're taking this number and slicing it in half, and move the decimal point. Man, I never thought I wouldn't have the patience for a 1 minute chart. We went away with 2 minutes to get paid here, or get stopped out.
How many hours can you do this for per day?
Actually, I think I could do this because you're getting paid. You're making $100 every 15 minutes, or $50 for 15 minutes. It's not bad money. Kind of keeps you in the game.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at the casino right now. minus the smoke and the slot machines. Yeah, I never seen anything like it, to be honest with you. I never traded I never traded NASDAQ before in my life. I must say it's definitely entertaining.
Yeah, I'd have to go offshore. I'm contemplating it.
Hugo's. I think the spreads it's a fixed spread here, so I actually think that this is the best game in town. I never thought about it, but it's a fixed spread of $1.12 per ticket to say hello, and then it's up to you to make money. I'm gonna wait for 1 more minute. 5 after I'm getting out, especially if they spike it up here. We'll make about maybe 80 to 120 bucks here. It's kind of you almost have to trade the 1 minute chart. I mean, unless you trade a nano, I don't think there's a nano. There could be a nano broker that you trade this, but they would widen the spread on you.
Yeah.
This is probably a sweet spot. You just trade one. You could just trade a 1K here. I mean, that way it's like trading a 10K in Forex or a 5K. It's probably equivalent to a 10K in the euro at least, maybe a 20K. Well, actually, the spread, as far as the spread goes, if it's a buck, then the spread's going to be. Let's see, if you do a 5K, it's equivalent to a 5K in the euro spread wise. If you assume a 2-pip spread in the euro. Look at that. See that little wick down there? Wow, look at that. Now it's more inclined to go up. See, they stop hunted this guy, or so that kickback, yeah. Right? And now, it was worth it to wait. Now, if they crush into that, I'm going to get out. But they kind of just wick back there. But that's right. That 5 minutes after the top of the hour is nutty stuff. My targets are kind of greedy on these tickets. I think I'm trying to make $20 per ticket. I could probably let this one go. Looks like we're trapped under this floor, and that the next since we kind of just already failed to sell off there. More likely we
could even took profits and got back in on that wick.
Yeah, the thing, you almost could if you were quick on the draw, man, and you could actually, what you could do on this one is you could have a double click 15-minute script where you have a hotkey and you keep dropping shit that's like a 2K spaced a couple pips apart. Just keep picking up that shit. Just pick up these dumb fucking wicks, like this one here, But this is the current pivot. We got to punch through this thing and make an attempt at the high of the day, and that's all I need to make about 80 to 120 bucks, it looks like. So I got my finger on the cash out. And the 50-minute traders are, the 5-minute traders just completed, so let's go to the 5-minute chart. It looks like it's going to crush up. Yeah, they're going to go. 5-minute traders are, this would be the exit, on the, your structured target exits here now on the 5-minute line chart. So let's punch out these rooftops in the 5, and then we'll just, maybe at a quarter after, we'll just get out. Or they're going to hit my targets. Let's hope for once. I've been getting out too early. Yeah, we have to wait to the 5-minute. We got to take out that last 5-minute bar here. I'm sure the goobers got their buy stop pending there. Confirmation.
It's like the bottom of a range on the 4 hour.
The confirmation goobers are going to put buy stops on the top of that. Get some fuel to the long side now. Just broke out the 5. I'm up 90. I'll take 200. Okay, so we're just going to wait 2 more minutes. Wait till 10 after. So I guess it's the hard part, because I just want to take the 100 and run, but I think I can make 130 if I wait a minute. Looks like it's breaking out. One more notch of breakout here. It's coiled up in the tick chart. It's up against the ceiling there. Somebody cashed out. Yeah, it looks like a bomb rush there, but of course it's late in the day. I kind of like to take my money and run. See, we're up 100 there.
Yeah.
I guess it takes patience to trade even if you're winning. Yeah, just let it go. Let it go till a quarter after. Kind of hard to sell here. I wouldn't want to sell here. I don't know. It looks kind of... Unless you can assume that's the shoulder we're at right now. You'd have to assume this is the shoulder. And of course, that's the trap, So the goobers put their buy stop on that 5 and they're underwater now. Put my buy stop there and make sure it's going up first. Dude, you're underwater by fucking how many pips right now?
Yeah.
You can't get them to buy.
Like it'd be crazy.
So they might be right in the long run here. So I'm kind of betting with the goober. See, it's a trap on the 1 minute. They punched through here, but we've still got a good. Here comes 5. We got 5 minutes left now. Let's go to the 5-minute chart again. Wow, I wouldn't want to try to sell that thing. That looks scary, like scary rip up. I can blow off the top of the day here. Just pulled back on the 1 minute, ready for a pounce north. Okay, now I'm ready to get out. Definitely at a quarter after. So that was kind of hard to stay through that. I was fucking bugging the shit out of me. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Because that was a trap there. See how vicious that pullback was. We got to punch through the north side.
Did you get out or are you still in?
God, yeah, I'm still in. I'm just holding on.
It's a little lag from your voice to YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah, I don't have the optic fiber hooked up today. Yeah, this is pretty quiet this time of day, isn't it? He says it's gonna get rowdy around after 1, or this. I guess is the coming back to town. The Bulls are coming back to town for the final session, all right. Up from here, maybe to the close. Oof! Look at that! I almost cashed out. See, I almost cashed out automatically. If I had to take profit, you see how that thing just spiked up there? If I would have my target properly. Okay, this is worth holding for another until a quarter after. Looks like they're just going to ram that through the roof. Yeah, they're just a serious rally. I think I'm going to go for the $150 target. Yeah. Yeah, I can't sit there and watch this shit any longer. So there you go, $150. I think I'm ripping back now. No, I mean, it looks like it is going to rip up, but that's a 1 minute chart, right? Yeah. So it's a trap already. It's already a sell again. Now I'd probably go ripping through the ceiling now, but yeah, so that's kind of coming up on our $5,000 target. I just don't trust these fuckers. To me, it's a trap. Every fucking minute's a goddamn trap. Yeah. Look at this 1 minute chart. It's a fucking trap. Who's buying here? Goobers. Oh, God. Look at this tippy top. But they could be right. They could smash up. I got sell limits up there. They're not close enough to get filled, I don't think. Actually, most of my sell limits are above the high of the day. Wow, look at their ripping. They're going for it, though. Look at.
Most of the days seem pretty tradable. Like looking back on this, on the 5 minute and stuff. but some days not. Like 2 days ago, if you're trying to buy that long, like there you can get into it, but it just once it hit a point, it just kept going in a direction.
You couldn't the way I'm trading right now. You couldn't have done that this morning because look at this.
Yeah, the big.
I mean, look at this shit, dude.
This
is a 500 pip grid. Do you realize that's a 2,000 pip sell off today?
Yeah.
From this supply zone. Like if you don't mind holding that fucking move from stem to stern, holy shit. So it looks like it's topping out here. I'm glad we got out. Look at this pullback. Look at this. Look at that fucking trap up there. But that's okay. I'm not going to sell up there. See that we could have gone and put sell limits up there while we were long. I mean, we'd be up right now. Here, it looks like the buyers are coming back. One more punch north now. Yeah, I guess we're going to go after the high of the day now. So now I'm going to put sell limits up here, way out there. Could be vicious though, so you got to be careful because if they do take out the high of the day, are they taking out the high of the week? No. So here's the high of today. So on the way to that high, there's a real ripe selling window here, I think. This is super trap. We could just populate that with some sell limits right now. Half hour sell limits. So we'll just put them above here.
Is like the ceiling.
I mean, that there is pretty thin up there. You have to be out of your fucking mind to buy up there. You're already totally lost your mind. That's a fucking corn pop entry there. That's a dog-faced pony soldier entry up there. Go along up there. See, if we would have held down, we could have made another few pips there. But boy, this is the line of scrimmage, isn't it? I guess we're going to find out. I definitely got a serious position up here. Wow, look at that run. Here's the 15-minute traders. So the 15 minutes clean up. Looks like a trap.
Yeah.
Never put your buy stop at the top of a big 15-minute bar like this. Don't buy here. Just saying. If anything, you have at this time of day, so you're short right now. At least in my mind. So I'm glad we took our money and ran. Now it looks like
buying
it's
there would be
back.
like a breakout. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last break. If you bought a breakout down here, it wouldn't be too bad. But now they're going to rip it back. So it's a good thing we got out. We left a couple pips on the table.
Yeah. But...
Now I'm willing to buy below this 15-minute wick now and do the same thing again. At least we got a nice oscillation here. I don't know what's going to happen by the end of the day. If we're just going to fizzle, or I guess we're just going to fizzle, right? Because everybody's gone home. There's not many people trading this time of day. Most of the news is out. All the drama's been had, right? The markets have ripped up. What's Bitcoin doing, by the way? Bitcoin's in a Bitcoin. If you own Bitcoin, okay, I'm just saying, I would sell every Bitcoin I owned right now based on this daily chart. This to me is the floor this could be the beginning of the end of Bitcoin, honestly. I know I say this all the time. But take a look at Bitcoin on the monthly and ask yourself, while sober or drunk, would you fucking buy here? Like, I don't even think
that's insane.
I don't think a 5-year-old would buy here. So I've had people talk, oh, look at Bitcoin. You buy Bitcoin on the monthly? Yes. Tell me how that trade's going to work out. Tell me about that trade, would you? Sit down and tell me a story.
Yeah, Musk put like $4 billion into it.
At least buy pullbacks. Wait for a pullback. Yeah, I know. I mean, is everybody piling in because he pulled the trigger? Is he really? Is he really creating demand Dude, this has been going up before. He's like the last goober to get in too. Now this thing's due for a fucking serious reckoning. Nothing's worth that much, dude. Not even. I hate to say the P word, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Grab him by the. He ain't worth that much. You gotta be like, dude, what the fuck? Look at the weekly. Weekly Bitcoin is like, dude, it's diverging. You know how I know? If I draw a trend line, it's not hitting the channel anymore. I can't even resize this chart. Bitcoin's blowing up MetaTrader. That's divergence, dude. It's falling away from the projections of all the, it's going to $1 zillion. Dude, you got to be high as a kite. It ain't going there, dude. This thing's got a lot of fucking vacuum underneath it to fill. I'm sorry, maybe I'm wrong. But I at this price, really?
Government wouldn't want this to be that something that valuable.
What I'm wondering is that, to me, this is a phenomenon. This is a 24/7 market. Never before in the life of our life. And is this just bid up by belief of what it's worth? I mean, what happens when somebody goes, you know, by the way, it could come back to this top and retest? That'd make fucking sense almost. So using that as your analysis, you know, your baseline. Now you go to the daily and you're like, dude, look at the daily. Holy shit. So yeah, maybe it's not going to hell, but look at these sell-offs. That's nothing to sneeze about, dude. This is the biggest sell-off so far that I can even see on here. And now it's getting like, okay, we got a problem here, kids. This bottom could become a top. That'd be the first time while in the trap of the all-time tippy-top highs. People are already short up here, dude. They assume that's the head. They assume that's the shoulder. Looks like the Nasdaq's, a corner of my eye, I see the Nasdaq ripping up here. Are we missing out? No, it's just dicking around.
It's trying to get up.
It's trying to make a new high on the 5. Oh, look at that tick chart. It looks vicious when you scrunch it. Okay. But yeah, I don't know, man. To me, there's something wrong with Bitcoin. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I will not touch that.
I just don't believe in magic. Sorry. Well, look at the sell-off in this. Look at this vicious sell-off in the Nasdaq. They're just gonna punish that Nasdaq. We might fill these tickets down here now. I don't know.
I was trying to get in the talk earlier. I couldn't get my mic to work, but you said you use Reaper. You another guy?
Yeah, my buddy told me about Reaper, and you know, it's fair enough. You know, it's easy to move stuff. It's funny when it says this file's offline. That's kind of weird. It's almost like you're on your own internet on your computer. This file's offline, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's right here. But it has this kind of dynamic link that's kind of weird, you know, where it's like the file's there, but it's in some kind of cache thing. You know what I mean? It runs like a float of the file.
I have it. I don't use it though.
Oh, look at that gold buy, man. So gold really ripped. Check this shit out. So if you're going to trade my buy below the wick, you know, look at this beautiful fill on the 4 hours. So you just buy everything every time gold dips below here. But I'd be getting out of the trade right now because it's already like back to the middle of the road, you know. But it does look like gold's set up for a big rally. It should fundamentally, like here's the floor gold's trapped underneath. And if it can get above that, then it has to start engulfing. It has a lot of work to do because on the weeklies, it's just been beat to shit, you know. On the weekly, it says, sell it. Oh, look at the NASDAQ go. Here, we're going to get filled, right?
Yeah.
So we're getting filled on those unbelievably new highs. We could get hurt on this one, actually. You gotta be careful. Look, I'm in fucking, I'm already in. Boom.
Yeah, you're on your own.
So, yeah, here we go. It's going to be a contest, man. Yep, that's going to be something else. Let's take a look at that 4 hour. We just took out the high of the day. No, not yet. The high of the day's up here. So this will be crazy. We'll fill $1,000 of margin on this.
I have to run here in a minute. You going to be on for a while, or what are you doing?
Yeah, probably just sitting here, you know. Yeah, I mean, Oh, I'm only down $11. That's like a win, considering this spike. Yeah, just sitting here dicking around. What are you gonna do?
All right, I'll try to get back in later.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
I'm on your Discord, so if you start getting more active, I'll be around, floating around.
Yeah, I think the other guy went out to. You're gonna go. You said you're gonna make some orange juice. Gonna pick some oranges. Are you gonna try to?
Yeah.
Don't appropriate too much manual labor there. We don't want you to get sued by the woke. The woke police. Yeah. Hey, I'm ready to take profits here. Trapping the bulls.
Might snap back.
All right, man.
Down in there. All right. Well, I'll catch you later.
Look at this. Is a heavy duty. Well, irrational exuberance here on the 5-minute chart. Everybody's all giddy about this. They just trapped everybody at new highs. So we're looking to cash out on something here. Trying to make $80. I guess I can't handle holding these things for more than 5 minutes. This one you might be able to hold for 20 minutes to come flying all the way back. Looks like a total trap here. Bull trap. Yeah, that's the high of the... Here's the high of the whole week. I don't think we're going to make it up there. Looks like we've already gotten trapped in the upper auction. It made a run for the border. It just couldn't get past. This would be I could still go up there, right? Okay, I'll take about 80 to $100 if I can. But now the buyers are coming back in, so I guess we should wait till the bottom of the hour. That should be the decider. Yeah, let's just wait 5 more minutes. I think we're going to pull down hard off this top. I really should let these things cash out on the predetermined targets. We got some space under here we could smash down. That's the trap in the high of the day. Cash out of this thing pretty soon, though. I guess I cashed out of one. I didn't even see it. I actually took profits. I'm going to get on the rest of it now. At least that will let one of those get off. I feel like trying to sell that again for a failure swing up there. If I can find the damn script. They got to be fast in this market here. 30 minutes again. Sell everything above that wick. And then I want to buy down here if we can smash down. We could retest those highs. Bulls are going to come back onto this thing. They bought this pullback in the 1 minute, so they're ready to go above to infinity and beyond. This is the Toy Story trade. All right. Looking for a sign. It's kind of just dilly-dallying up here now. That's the 5-minute view. It's 15. Half hour's kind of useless. I mean, for the style of trading we're doing here, this 1 minute stuff's crazy. I think 5-minute chart's good. So we could put buy limits down in here, and then we got sell limits above. We're just waiting to get filled now. That's that shit. So. Yeah, the NASDAQ for scalping is just a gold mine. I mean, it's so insane. Yeah, so about the central bank manipulation, I hope they manipulate it. That's all I can tell you. I'm a big fan of manipulation because that's how we make money. I hope they move it up and down and just rip it into the supply and demand zones, honestly. I mean, you got to have somebody moving the market. And I think everybody's moving it in unison. I don't think there's any person moving it. They're not manipulating it. That this is what they say, but it's impossible for anybody to manipulate the market for any extended time because somebody's going to come in and take the other side of that trade. So it's like the karate thing, you know, or like they say in life, the more you know you don't know. And I'm sure the big boys realize that there's some other big boy that's going to eat their ticket, you know. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, there's a buyer for a seller, and okay, I won that trade, you lost that trade, whatever, you know. If I'm trying to make money here in 5 minutes, it's different than the guy who's trying to make money in 5 hours, you know. You can make money every 5 minutes here in this fucking market. It's so ridiculous. We're waiting for the bottom of the hour to. We got a few seconds here to the bottom of the hour. So if we pull back here and I make $10, I'll probably get out. Yeah, you know, whether they manipulate it, that's so silly. I can't believe people talk like that. But people love that shit. Like if you look at No Nonsense, he's got the bank thing, you know, the big banks. Oh, those big banks, dude, they're fucking idiots. I was at the big bank the other day, Chase Manhattan, and I went up there and I said to the lady, after I put fucking money in their fucking ATM, I said, so I don't go in the bank, right? Because of this mask bullshit. I refuse to wear a mask. So I wanted some cash, and I walk in there because I wasn't going to get my car and come to the drive-up ATM, which is another piece of fucking shit technology. And now the new thing is, oh, put your card in and take it out. Take your card back. Okay, now put your PIN number. Oh, yeah, because somebody's going to rape me while the car... Don't get me started, right? I walk in the bank and I said, you know, your ATM's not putting out any money. I know it's not your fault. I know you... And I know it's not your machine because I've heard this shit for 40 fucking years. We don't service the machine. Listen, fuckheads. Listen, Chase fucking Manhattan. You fucking got all this fancy shit with the clean carpets and these fucking half-hot tellers, and you tell me that fucking ATM, you don't own it? Oh, we don't service that. We're the bank, and that's our ATM. Well, fuck you. I'm sorry, I'm getting pissed off. But I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? And I go, it's been, for 3 weeks, it has not put out one fucking dollar. And the thing says, I'm sorry, we can't do that right now. Don't be sorry, fix it. They put a fucking rover on Mars and you can't fucking get this ATM to fucking run. Fuck you. If Chase is listening. Chase, fuck your Manhattan. And what a woke piece of shit bank to begin with. Don't get me started there. I go in that bank and everybody's wearing a mask like, well, fucking, what the fuck is going on in there? Chase fucking Manhattan assholes. So anyway, that's my bank rant. I'm not worried about the manipulation. I'm worried about just the bank existing. Big banks. I don't care if they manipulate the market. Dude, their service sucks the biggest fuck. You choke on the dick, it sucks. I'm taking my $25. I'm so pissed off. I'm not even going to wait for the full take profit on there. Got me all pissed off. They went to 5,000, goddamn it. Only down $600 on the day. Anyways, the next question. Not being a very good host, but yeah, I am triggered. Dude, an ATM, it ate your card. So one time I went up to this other bank And because the sequencing's different at every fucking ATM, there's no standardization. I guess it keeps the thieves from hacking it. And I put the card in, and it never beeped to take the card back. It drove away. Then I called the bank. I go, "You got my card?" "Yes, sir, we got your card. Just show us your driver's license." "Can I do that through the drive-thru?" "No, you got to come in the bank." So I come in the bank without a mask. And I got this complete frightened dumb shit in front of me. And you got to buzz into the bank, and we're caught in the vestibule foyer, you know. And he turns around and mumbles through his mask. I said, "Dude, what are you saying? Take off the mask. Be a fucking man. Take off your fucking mask and spit down my throat, you dumb fuck." But see, I'm easily triggered. And I gotta get a meal. I'm hangry. Can't take it. Look at this pullback. See, I'd still be in this trade, but talking about that bank pissed me off. I'd be still holding my short here. Gosh, man, this I might have to just close all open and pen things. I'm tired. I'm getting cranky, you know. So people, yeah, so that's a classic question. So how do you define your vacuum? The way I see it, price to fall or trade in a previous price. Yeah, so basically it's like this. It's falling into the vacuum right now. I'm going to say my vacuum, it starts at this isolated wick, right? The liquidity or the vacuum, whatever you want to call it. Right here's the buy window. Now this is the 5-minute chart, so we're going to have to determine. Since I put my buy limits down here deeper, my exposure, so it's about risk. I'm going to put a half-hour buy limit here. So I know I'm risking for half hour. I'm going to buy here super deep, which is a higher probability that if we can spike down there in 1/2 hour, we could get a nice rip back. Otherwise, you're long right now, because if this is the vacuum, I define this as the 5-minute nearest vacuum, and it's really based upon the volatility. You would start buying below that wick. The question is, how many tickets? What can you afford to buy? So you'd be long right now, right? Imagine you're long because you bought here. Your first target needs to be almost where you got in, but I'm assuming you're buying at least 2 tickets. 2 tickets to paradise. This is the Eddie Money trade. So you have a buy limit here, and you put a buy limit here. What's the next wick? Right here. So you're long here. If the spread will allow you, you get filled here. So and now, see, I'm long. Actually, I'm getting filled there. I just got filled. Right? That's the vacuum. We just filled it. And now I'm going to cash out. Right? I can cash out right now really quick if I can find my fucking... I should have a hotkey for this because I'm missing. Okay, so right there, I just made $12. Right? Well, actually, there, I just made $12. There was a vacuum. We filled it. Auctioned into the liquidity. We rip back. We scalp out. That's a scalp. Now, if I was going to hold that for the whole day, I'm assuming we're going to engulf and take out the high of the day, which I don't think we are. Well, it's going to take too long. It's easier to make that quick money there. And so now I could rinse and repeat the same trade, but I'd rather buy fresh low. So the safer thing to do is always come in. But you might miss out because they might just re-wick the wick. So if you keep for the rest of the day, I can keep front running the market with half-hour limits in front like this. And of course, the vacuum here is dangerously big. So the problem with the NASDAQ right now is that there's this giant abyss here that people that are on the 1-minute chart can't really see the forest for the trees. This here is possibly going to get crushed. I mean, into the end of the day. There's all sorts of shit that could happen, right? So I said the looming vacuum or the The danger is that we will rifle through that vacuum so fast that here's where you're going to use a little bit of planning about where the safest place to buy is for the next 2 hours. I'm going to say I'll put a buy limit down here that lasts 2 hours, and this is going to be a scalp. It might actually get stopped out, but I'm risking $50 if all 6 tickets fill. I'll put it right here. My target is going to be somewhere up here. I'm buying everything below that wick it's going to pending for 2 hours. So to be very aggressive, I'm going to put one right here for 2 hours. So that may be too aggressive. So I just laid $150 of risk on the table right there. I could walk away from that, go get some more ice cream and some more chocolate, and I could actually manage it from my phone, I guess, because this is such a heavy-duty market that if you're up 20 pips, you could just, you're up 10 or 20 bucks on your phone. You just pluck those off. I've done that before in Forex where I got my Android phone. I say I got filled here, so I'm at the store. I see I'm up. And I got my finger on the trigger to take profit. So you can actually open up on an Android MT4 that's synced, the same account that you're running. And you're sitting there just to pluck off 10, 20 bucks while you're, getting some mushrooms at the store. And that's how I would do it, So here I could just, imagine I'm at the store right now. I drove up to the store. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to take $5. I'll take this one ticket off, let the other one ride, and here I might just let this one ride, right, and try to make $5 or something. But I have so much exposure now. I just put that big grid. So if it crushes into that, we're going to use up $1,000 of margin in about 5 seconds. We just closed out the 10-minute charts now. We could just smash down right now. I mean, it's unbelievable. And so here's the most dangerous vacuum of the day that's kind of forming here because, the sellers, the guys that don't mind holding trades for like an hour, they're short from here on the half hour. They made all this money. They made about 400 pips right here. This is a 500 pip grid, by the way. They made about 250 pips right there. That's a good trade for them. And maybe now they're buying back. Here's the 15. Buy back better. So what I was saying before on the 5, you're underwater right now, right? If you're the guy that bought this, there's a bunch of vacuums. There's not one. But if you bought below this, you're like, holy shit. Now we're dipping into this one. So this is the first dip into the window, right? The scalpers are going to buy this, anything below there. And they're going to scalp up into this box. So here's the vacuum now. This is critical vacuum theory, but you don't have to be racist. See, this is a little different. But now I'm getting filled. Like I just got mega filled. Did you see that? So this is crazy, right? I mean, $800 of margin right now. We're down $60. Okay, we're up $2. Okay, let me. I got my finger on the profits. I got to be very careful now because, well, I'm in about $8K, so it's $60 per ticket. I got to find my take profits key, but I should probably wait until the 15-minute chart updates. So we got 4 minutes left. Let's go to the 15. So here it is. I'm buying this hard sell-off on the 15 into this vacuum. I got my finger on the take profits because we can't really. The scalpers got to get out at the top of that box, right? So we could go to the 1-minute chart if we wanted. We got to get out at this price on something. We don't have to. We get out right now. We're up $2. Like if you're freaking out, I kind of want to wait. Okay, so we've dipped in the window. Now I could cash out of something, right? Go to the 1-minute chart. That's the box we bought into. It looks like it's going to tank like a whore now. Like there's too much momentum on that 1-minute chart, but that's all right. We're just going to use that as our shit. Now we're in some fucking Now we're looking at 15K now. Okay, wait a second. I can't see what size I'm in now. Okay, we're down $80 and we're in about 15K. So I'm ready to get out of this for sure. If we come zooming back, here's a 5-minute view. Maybe it's a little bit easier. It's too much. 1-minute chart's a little bit much. So here we're gonna cash out here. We picked up extra tickets too. We're gonna get out at the top of that box. That's the 5-minute chart. Here's, I'm gonna zoom out. But like I said, you could just keep tanking. Look at this 15-minute run. Down $100. All right, the tick chart looks like it's starting to retrace possibly. That's a vicious move. Look at this beautiful walk down in the 1 minute. Not 1 minute up. So as soon as it starts to retrace, here's where the floor is. I'm going to get greedy. I'm going to wait for it to come back to here possibly. The 5,000. 500 pip handle. But could still keep tanking, right? All right, this is why you trade a demo. But we're down $140 right now. Taking some heat here. I might have got stopped out. So now we still have the same balance as 5,000. So we're still buying in on limits here. Looks like they're going to smash it down. One more smash down. It's quite a bit of momentum on that 1 minute chart. Okay, that's just about as much margin as I want to be in. Maybe a few more tickets. But I'm ready to cash out as soon as we zoom back to here, which is a... oh, just got filled on more stuff here. So now we're down 250. Really loading the wagon here just from limits getting smashed. Now we could get a retrace, right? Because that's the pullback. That's the last trend trader sell in the 1 minute. Some goober sold there. Now this big psycho wick, this is the super deep supply zone right here. And we had our pendings in there, so now we can just... we really got to get out on something up here now. Because it could still keep tanking, right? That's the thing. And it is, right? They could take out this low. And this is the danger is that on this chart, you can't see that half hour. Like here's the abyss that's going to blow everybody's mind if we go, and this market's capable of ripping into this hole right now. There it goes. So we're down about 400. We got stopped out of something. So we got stopped out of, we used to have 5,000 there. And they fill more tickets there. It's like a hot knife through butter there. There she goes. Okay, now we could make some money flying back, right? You can't do much about this sell-off. If I zoom in, it's like an amazing trend. Look at this 1 minute chart. Wow. So, yeah, so that's a vacuum, you know. But if we take this out, we could just go straight down, you know. I don't think people are ready for that. That'll be fast too. Look at this insane selling. Of course, I'm just looking at this. I'm not looking at other markets. We just got stopped out again. Right, we're down about 500. See, now if I had a market order, I'd buy right now at the market. So I don't. I'm going to buy here because I don't have a market order, so I'm going to buy manually. See, that is the very bottom tick, and I didn't have a pending there, and I wanted to be in at least 10K here, so I'm buying that at the market. We're just going to have to babysit that. There's no stop on that.
Yeah, hey, what's up, man?
Hey. We're sitting here. We're just
like
rocking
said,
the
right?
shit out of this poor market
before lunch, right? And then it was kind of drifty during lunch, and then I said they were going to fucking sell into it after lunch.
Yeah, I was short on the top of that.
Oh, look at that. Down into the ground.
Yeah, they're just punishing this vacuum. This guy was just asking me about the vacuum. I said, there's a giant vacuum that's been forming here for, God, how long? Look at this. Yeah, I put limits in front of that. So that's the problem. See this, the people on the 1 minute chart, look at this. Look at this sell off on the 1 minute chart. Only one chance to go fucking the other way. It's hysterical. I'm buying at the market because I don't have any market orders scripts, so I'm coming in at the market because I want to buy this trap.
Is where I really like the cumulative delta to use that on this because it really helps me see reversals. I can see if there's actually strong like market orders in a reversal, or if it's just it's just straight down on both charts.
Can you see my tickets? Because I'm buying at the market right now. Isn't that hitting the system? I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I just got at the market there because I'm sick of getting stopped out of my limit shit. So I was telling that guy this morning, you kind of buy at the market right here, right? I think we're trapped under the floor.
Fuck, man. Like, somebody's echoing. Is that me?
I don't know. Maybe I got there's an echo cancellation thing, but I don't remember. I think I might set the default. So here, since I don't have a script for this, and this is a lot safer, I'm just going to put hand-placed limits down here. So what I've been trading here is 6Ks. That's why it's it's okay for a quiet market, trading close like that, but the problem is that when the market heats up like this, I'm going to put buy limits down here. So I'm just going to put ones without stops. I can't believe I missed this
fucking move. Like, I was away from my computer fucking doing some bullshit.
That was crazy. I was actually short from about 10 minutes ago on a scalp, and it's like, this is beyond my targets, I can tell you that. This fucking sell-off is just epic. Look at this.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to fucking engulf. It's
Look at this
knock out that low of the
chart.
day, right? But I don't want to go short now, right? It's fucking retarded to go short now,
I'm
right?
buying at the market without stops right now. This is like a buyer's dream to me. So I put buy limits down here too. Naked buy limits. I don't have a script for what I'm about to do here. So scripts are cool, but I'm like this buy limits, dude. This is a 500 pip grid I'm running, dude. I took down the 100 pip. This is a 5. That's just dropped 1,000 pips, almost. It's just look at that 1 minute chart. So I'm buying at the market feverishly here for the scalp. Don't try this at home. Naked trading NASDAQ. So now I got my finger on that cash all profit. So we come flying back to this floor, which is about 300 pips north. I'm going to get out. So I took a hit there. I was at $5,000. Made it back to $5,000. Now I want to make back that money here. I'm going to cash out as we come flying back off the floor. Actually, I should hold this until the end of the day because I could probably make a ton here. Such an obvious trap. So that's the vacuum. I think that's scalpers are going to get out here. But I'm going to hold for the engulf into this internal structure floor. In other words, where the whole thing started and it crushed, you know. Because there's still over 2 hours of stock trading left. And this is probably just nothing but a big fucking stop hunt the bulls, you know. People with tight stops, you know. And they're getting their ass kicked here. So I could make maybe $500 here if I hold this to the top of the hour. But I had to step in because it was pissing me off because I don't have scripts for that shit. And I was just like, let's just buy in the market. It's a fucking trap. This will be, I should wait until we come back to the floor here. Fair value. So I just hold this thing until, because you guys are here for moral support. You know, I had trade by myself after you left. I had a scalp by myself and nobody to.
Should I change the name of the channel to Boomer Moral Support?
Yeah, we need some. I need a safe space to click my fucking mouse on these market orders. I can tell you that right now. I feel like they're trying to stop hunt me, so I just got in without stops. They can't stop me.
It's the big banks, man. Dude, they're going after your fucking stops, bro.
Can't trust these people as far as you can throw them. Looks like the big
You can't
trap.
trust these fucking hedge funds, man. They're gonna hunt your stops. You know?
Well, they got these stop sniffers, they call them. little nanobots they send out. In fact, they're in your bloodstream. I think they actually fucking control my mouse. I'm stopping myself out. It's part of the vaccine. Actually. It's in the vaccine, dude. That's part of it. It's not only RNDNA. It's fucking market manipulation through kind of like a SETI project, where everybody's looking out into space and listening for aliens. Actually, it's like you're participating in a couple kernels of the Bitcoin mining where you spread the mining out of a bunch of computers. The Borg. I wonder if...
Hey, so there's somebody in the fucking Discord chat that's asking a question about what a trap is.
Well, I guess I'm presupposing.
First off, they're not gay.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So what it is that I guess from the classic entry of trades, from what people will teach you from confirmation entry, they talk about. Well, you think the market's going up, do you? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to do a confirmation entry. We're going to put a buy stop 1 tick above the last 1 hour bar. So if the market's going up, then you know what? The market's got to really go up, though, because it's got to blow through our entry. It'll trigger our buy stop, and now we're long. But imagine that you're the contrarian guy, and you're the market maker that's selling you that stop at that fucking top tick, and you think that's resistance. That is not a place for confirmation. Of course, and you're getting trapped. So if you're going to make money trapping retail entry guys, you're always going to put like your buy limits down here below this in this here, because this is the trap. Because the people that sell into that, and they go, if it goes lower, I'll sell. So all the goobers are short on the 5-minute trend train, and they're like getting taught. They don't realize that they've come into this liquidity pool or this vacuum, and like, holy shit. And then the market starts going up. They just get whipsawed. They don't know what the fuck happened to themselves. And the scalpers are getting out right there. You see right at the 5-minute, you see the scalpers sold, and they just made those pips. But the goober that thinks it's going down maybe puts his sell stop here, and he gets confirmed. And now he's actually, he was making money for a little bit there, right? Because he put his sell stop there, but now he's trapped. He's trapped short, and he's like, oh shit. So I guess being trapped, also you could get married. That's no way to get trapped. But, it's about committing to this idea that, I guess it's a trend trader that's getting trapped in my mind, I suppose, that he thinks it's in an uptrend, so he's the last guy to buy. The trend's not your friend anymore. I guess there's a million ways to look at it. I don't know. But I feel like it's like you kind of got tricked, Like, it's like getting married. She's really hot, then you find out, oh, you know what? She's a crackhead. That's right. That's why she's hot. That's why she's not chubby. I think we're going to make our money here if we wait till the top of the hour. We're going to make it back to this fair value. Does that explain it, or did I over-explain it? What's a trap? I'm not even looking at the chat. I guess I should be looking at I need more tech support. Okay. Wow, look at that. Got it, laugh out loud. I'll explain that, yeah. So, Arlo Guthrie? Oh, no. What's your name? Arth Sheng? Sounds kind of Indian? Are you Indian, maybe? Anyways, we have to wait. We have to wait for this thing to make it back to this yellow line. I don't have the patience for this market, though. My God. It's just too vicious. I mean, I feel like getting out right now because it looks like it's going to tank again.
Yeah, I think it's going to dump.
But I still think there's an issue here where everybody's kind of like, uh-oh. I think it's on the 5-minute, it's a trap. On the 15, yeah, it's a good trap here, too. Half hour looks good. Yeah, it looks like in the long run, it actually isn't an uptrend, So I guess that was a buying opportunity. Like the last buy of the week. I should probably hold that till the end of the day. It's probably worth fucking $500. I got into about 20K here. A lot of naked tickets. I think this could be worth a chunk of money. Yeah, just hold this thing until for half an hour at least, right? Go to the half-hour chart. I can see this starting to come back to this floor. The first breakout point where people went short into that hole. I'm calling this as the first target, right? So that lonely wick was triggered. These guys get trapped short. Ultimately, we should wait till here to get out, and we can make a chunk. That's a clean version, half-hour view. We're just going to have to wait. I guess this is the part I don't like. Especially in this beast.
God damn, are you already fucking spoiled, man? You're like, oh god, I fucking hate waiting on this NQ shit. Man. What has it been? Fucking 2 minutes?
Well,
These
dude,
motherfuckers need to move this
I'll tell you what,
market.
while you were gone, I got filled on a few tickets, and I go, oh, I'll take $7. I'll take $5. So I've been doing a lot of baby trades, but this is a monster. This is my biggest trade of the day. That's kind of like I'm gonna wait like a half hour to get paid. Shit. But that's probably the most wicked sell-off I've seen on this half-hour chart, other than maybe this one that went through. Here's another instance what I would have bought like crazy. I had no qualms if I had enough money to buy. After 1 half-hour smash down, I buy really heavy here. Don't buy this bar and then buy really heavy here at the market and hold that for fucking, that's 1,500 pips there. So yeah, if you got some deep pockets, and then just sell back up into this trap. I guess I'm going to call this a trap because people are like, oh, it's making new highs. Yeah, right, buddy. Now we just have to wait for it to come back to here, and I can see the trade on the 15 a little bit. Scalpers are about to get out here if they haven't already. So the scalpers got out. See how we banging on that 5 minute banging on the ceiling? They already took their money. Now I'm going to hold for the engulf. So I didn't get out of the scalp. I'm holding for the engulf on the 5. We got to flip up into this thing. That's a lot of pips, man. I can't believe that's like 300 pips away. Top of the hour has come and gone. Look at the 1 hour chart.
So, are you long or short right now?
I'm long about I think I'm long 18K. I'm very long. I'm long on all 1Ks, and I got in some naked trades. So I bought about 15K without stops because it looks like it's a great trade, the last great trade of the day.
And look at this sideways bullshit right now. This is garbage. With all those wicks
on NASDAQ. Oh yeah, for the big traders, this is unless you're scalping this market, I don't know how you do it.
There's a ton.
I mean, I've been scalping it. Yeah, I've been fucking taking $10 here, $20 there.
No, I'm saying I don't know how you trade it unless you're scalping it. Like to hold this trade for like
I mean,
a week,
this tight range, this
like
tiny little tight range bullshit. I'm scalping that for like $10-20 back and forth.
Oh yeah, because can you imagine that if you got on the daily? This is a 5,000 pip grid on the daily, and you're long from fucking. This is the beginning of the month. You're like, yeah, I got down here with a 1K. I'm up like fucking 40 grand. What is this fucking thing? This is a 500 pip grid. So basically, this has got to be on a 1K. That's like $5,000.
Well, by the way, so how we were talking about how this is kind of like watching a Forex market at light speed, right? So like what we're looking at right now reminds me of how you've been talking about doji trades. So like if you see a fucking doji on the 4 hour chart, right, you just put a fucking, a buy stop above it, or a buy limit above it and a sell limit below it, right? And whichever way it fucking breaks out, right, you just have like a tight stop on each one of those. So if it hits both of them, right, you're going to get stopped out of one, but it's going to break out and you're already in a good trade.
There it goes.
Yeah, right. I got limits I'm getting filled on now. I put naked limits in there. All these are just naked limits. Hopefully, I got enough margin for it. So they just wicked that. They just trapped some goober down there. Now we got fuel to go after this. So now we can take our profits. They just bottom ticked Bobby, that guy that sold there. Because that 5-minute window after the top of the hour, this is vicious. The 1 hour charts are updated. See, the 1 hour chart's locked in. We're locked in. We can get out here now. Come ripping back. This is one pissed off currency. I'm getting it right out of here, dude. I'm getting out. I gotta get my ticket ready though. So I'm ready to get out as soon as we get to there. Win, lose, or draw. In about 2 minutes, I'm getting out. Hopefully, I can make $500. Kind of make back what I lost in the plunge, I think. That's a vicious
Your
market.
P&L trading, scalping this fucking thing can get so insane.
God, there's so much time left, and there's 3 hours of trading, at least 2 hours of solid trading left, almost 2 hours for this instrument. So we could be all over the map. We could go shearing up and down a few hundred pips right now. It's kind of exciting because the 5-minute chart, if you're literally waiting for, we're closed under the floor. To me, this is a place to buy the market.
Hopefully you closed that. That was a trap. Damn.
I'll put more buy limits down here. I got enough margin to buy this if it plunges more. No, I'm waiting for 5 minutes to go by. I would actually buy at the market here if I wasn't already overloaded. I'd probably buy at the market here right in about 30 seconds. And lock in along underneath anything under there. And if not, I'll just wait for them to plunge it down here. I got these buy limits waiting to get gobbled up. Yeah, this is always a real battleground, isn't it? Because there's people betting both ways here, and it's going to be a vicious conclusion to this, right? We're either going to rock it down or we're going to rip up. So this is either accumulation underneath of this, which I believe that's what it is. That's why I went pretty fucking seriously long.
I saw some heavy buying on the level 2. I think it's accumulation.
I'm going to buy one more, actually, I think, right here.
But still could dump.
Set it out. That's a lot. That's still, you can't see it on here because I'm using the 500 pip grid, but that's about 200 pips of not insanity there. You got to be so quick, you know. Because for a second there I was up. Okay, now let's try to make it to this yellow line by at least a quarter after. The 15-minute traders are going to have their way with this thing pretty soon. So in a 15-minute world, it's kind of like making new lows, and got 10 minutes before we finish off this 15-minute chart. You know, at least you can trade this thing, you know, because all the patterns are being established. There's so much liquidity that you're seeing all these tops and bottoms, all these. There's millions of opportunities, you know. Yeah, we can still rifle down here. Still plenty of vacuum below here to just keep smashing down. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Is the Dow Jones tanking too now? I just picked up a few more tickets. Waiting for a 15-minute chart to update. Finish off. All the way. So I'm going to buy. Actually, if I got enough margin available, I'm going to buy down here too. We got to fill down. These are all my hand placed. Actually, I'm not trading as hard as I was before because what I was doing before I was laying in 6Ks in a bank. So actually, this is a lot lighter trading. Just putting in singles like this. Big meltdown. Let's look at the half-hour chart. I'm buying all the way down here. It's only costing me $60 a ticket. That's not bad. That's great. I'm glad I don't have to trade at the market. So I got another 4K waiting to fill down here. What a harsh sell-off, huh? So we're down about down about 700 pips from this floor.
Yeah, I'm just fucking pissed off that I missed this. I mean, I called it. I called it fucking 2 fucking hours ago that this is exactly what was going to happen. Bid it up, sell off after lunch, but I was busy. Fuck.
I know you got to get rid of some of those kids, dude. You got to see if you can trade them in for something in equity. I don't know.
Are they trading kids on a MT4 platform yet? Human trafficking algorithms? Can I go short kids? My kids are fucking, they're in my hair all day long. God, look at the 1 minute chart here, dude. What in the fucking wild world of sports is going on here? Wow, we took a serious deep dive. I bought into that. I just bought some at the market right here. Let's go fucking full retard. I'm all in. I'm in about fucking 30K of this thing. Let's see. Let's have some fun. Let's try to blow up the account. That guy wanted me to blow up the account. I'm about to blow it up for him. So now here's a trap too, right there. I have enough margin left to buy there, but that's where, wow, look at this. Oof.
Yeah, it's hard to catch a falling knife on NQ sometimes. It'll just never. I've gotten completely fucked where it never retraced.
Yeah, if I can get the sizing right. So here I could probably afford another 100 pips down and pick up this last few K. I did buy a little bit at the market here as we took out this lonely wick. It's funny. I was just talking to the guys to me about the vacuum. I go, yeah, you got to be careful here because see this big giant cavern here that's looming, the looming vacuum. You can see it better if you look at the landscape of this, right? Here's that big void that's looming, and we've just filled it, but this is the thing, the critical lonely wick here, but definitely I got in I bought at the market in this whole thing, so this has only been 15 minutes of plunge. A half-hour view is even scarier because, see, this vacuum still has, it's all the way to here, right? So we could just go crushing into that.
Oh, we should have shorted Tesla today. I think that was the trade.
I wonder what's going on in the world, though. I mean, I guess to me it's just the vacuum's itching to be filled. That's what's going on.
Well, the Suez Canal is blocked. That's probably going to affect some things, huh?
How about this? I got an idea. I'll go along NASDAQ and you free up that ship. And as soon as the market finds out,
we'll go fly down there.
Yeah, we'll fly down there.
Oh,
yeah. Well, dude, considering how much each pip's worth here, I think let's charter a flight.
We can play for the.
So get this right. That fucking ship blocking that canal is apparently costing the world economy about $8 billion a day, right? They've got one motherfucker out there with a fucking backhoe trying to dig out the bow.
No, dude, there's a ton of tugboats like this. Do you know how big? Dude, this ship is as big as the fucking Empire. It's bigger than the Empire State Building. First of all, that's retarded to make a ship that big. So we deserve this, honestly.
Oh, it's one of those.
Well, I mean, it's all
like
about, fucking economies of scale, right?
Isn't it like that band?
You use twice the material on a boat to make it, you can basically, if you use twice as much material on a shipping vessel, you can carry 8 times as much as a vessel half its size.
It's like that band that decided
to ships and they don't get stuck, and it doesn't cost $8 billion a day. How about that? No, isn't it the same thing to whether it's 2 ships or 1 ship? What the fuck does it matter?
They should just put them on lily pads and just take a string and just pull them through there gently. Because this wouldn't have happened. Or how about just use airplanes? Anybody try using an airplane? You know what? They got to widen the canal. They do that to the roads sometimes. We widen this road a little bit.
The captain was an Indian woman.
The captain wasn't into women.
I guess she was trying to parallel park that fucking shit.
Oh, right. Well, women can do everything. Biden said women can do everything a man can do, but apparently not drive a bauxite freighter or something, an iron ore freighter through a narrow canal. So I can't buy anymore. I ran on the margin.
This is going to bounce soon. I mean, this is sometime in the next few minutes. This is
I have to endure. This reminds me of the euro. I bought the euro as it's plunging, and the same kind of, my lower lip's quivering a little bit. And is it going to be okay? I just got in free. I get in very aggressively. Well, the vacuum was calling out my name. It said, "Buy me." Buy me, bring me to. And so that's quite a sell-off, isn't it? A nice, clean, bearish candle. I think it's going down. Should I sell? Oh, it may be too late to sell. Of course, it wasn't too late to sell about on that 1 minute chart. What the fuck, right? There's like one pullback. It's almost like somebody just opens it. It's like drinking from a fire hose there. Look at that thing, man. Look at 1 minute chart. That's kind of a steeper. It's even selling off sharper now, so it's exhausting. This is the capitulation phase. Look how sharp that last angle is on that 1 minute. So we just got to hold here, and I'm still holding by my target. So we're taking a little drawdown. It's flashing red. Yeah, so I wouldn't buy it as it comes back up, because I'm totally in that trade. I'm in like fucking. So if this is real account, I don't think I'd ever get into 40K of NASDAQ, and I'm in like 40K. $60 per ticket. I'm using $2,400 of margin. The count's red. I ran on a margin. So now we got to wait for the retracement. 15-minute chart. Woof. Well, that was a white knuckler, man. That was heavy. Wow, that hurt. So I'm still got my original target, though. We take out the high of the day now. That'd be fucking immense. We would make a fucking chunk. We're in so heavy.
I mean, NQ could do that, man. It could go take out the fucking low of the day and then engulf the whole fucking kit and caboodle to take out the high of the day. It probably won't, but it could.
It's got a good hour and 45 minutes left, right? Or does it trade till 5 p.m.? Or does it stop at 4?
So like I was saying, all the liquidity is going to fucking dry up right at 4 p.m. New York time, because that's when the day margins end.
Yeah.
So they're saying that the canal is going to be free in the next 48 to 72 hours maximum. So, oh my God, I can't believe it went down.
Wow, look at that. They're going to blow me up. I'm still holding my margin because I didn't put stops in, though. Oof. That was brutal.
I've blown up demo accounts. All right, it's okay on NQ. You got to learn.
Yeah, I'm a real stubborn trader. I can't add to this. So I used to trade Forex like this about 10 years ago, and I had about 8 brokers. So I used to buy the pound when it sold off like this, and I would buy micro lots, and I'd just keep buying. Every 4 hours it was down an hour. I just keep buying. And then the account would be like this, where I can't fucking put on another ticket, right? Ran out of margin. And I was using the broker as my money management tool. So I'm doing that here. Like, I can't buy anymore, right? So I got forced to wait. Now I'm a swing trader, whether I like it or not. I went from a scalper to a swing trader on this account. I used to do it all the time and make tons of money, dude. This would be like $8,000, $10,000. In 2 days, this would be at $10,000. Because if this thing comes flying back and does take out the high of the day, it'd be fucking you like up $4,000. To wipe out this $2,000 down, and then this come ripping back here, but coming off the table now. Scalpers are going to get out. I can see here. That's the first target for them. But yeah, that's pretty heavy, man. Yeah, that's down fast. That's 5-minute chart, by the way. Clean down, not one look back.
It comes up into the floor at like 12,760.
So that to me is a kind of a trap fake out. Like I wouldn't want to sell into that thinking it's going to go to hell. Like as it's happening, I'm thinking I better be buying this plunge on some level. But like anything else, oversizing is that's how you would lose any amount of money. Because if you trade undersize it, you're under trading, and maybe you're not winning, maybe you're not losing. But yeah, to make some money, you kind of have to have some balls, I suppose. So I'm not going to buy. And when it starts coming off the floor, if I had a script that was a buy at the market with a target that was fixed, I'd actually buy as this comes back up, because I could skim the market, right? I could buy, and just make $8, 10. I don't have a script for this yet. I didn't write a script.
The NASDAQ is only down like 48 points on the day. I mean, it could easily go down 100 points on a day, 150 points, 200 points on the day. So,
yeah,
like 40 points in either direction for the NASDAQ, I look at as basically flat.
40.
That's like an average. That's kind of what the average move. Like if you see futures up or down, like 40 points, like in after hours, it doesn't mean anything.
That's like 400 pips to what I'm doing here, right? So these are the 500 pip handles here. So you're saying actually today's a pretty volatile day, isn't it? Is this a volatile day compared to yesterday?
No, not really. I mean, this is kind of just average.
Okay, so here's the 4-hour chart. So we're just kind of, let me condense the 1-hour chart and see if I can find what a typical day looks like here. Now there's some ripping moves here, so wow, that's a real sell-off near the end of the day here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty bearish day when usually it'll bounce in midday, right? Like it did, and then go up, and then it'll retrace, but not retrace the bounce. When it goes down further than the midday bounce, that's pretty bearish. But yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ could easily dump 50 more points just because it wants to.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a sideways day, right? I mean,
gosh, it's actually been up and down
against the ceiling of the range like 4 times.
Well, the best trade,
touched the bottom once, so it's probably going to go touch that bottom once and then start retracing up, maybe to the top of the channel.
The best,
or it could just fucking dump like fucking a demon,
Well, the best trade of the day, you could have made about 1,500 pips here by selling the high of yesterday, simply selling the high of yesterday, and I guess you'd have to wait for this to drop and take out Asia's low. That's still a chunk of money.
Yeah, if you look, it's been in the same range since the 24th. So yeah,
after we had that big fucking drop, that day that you were telling me that the COT report showed that some hedger took out that giant fucking short, and we watched it drop.
Fat finger guy.
I think I said to you, I bet it's gonna it's gonna go sideways for like a day or two. After that, after a giant fucking move like that, it just goes into a fucking consolidation.
Yeah, it has to recover and kind of
accumulate where it wants to go next.
So I think I'm going to get greedy on this. I'm not going to cash out here where I should at this low. So this will be the trap, fractal trap there on the 15-minute. I'm going to wait until it makes it back to my original target. Fuck these fuckers. So we'll make our money back. This big fake out move. How dare they? Yeah, so the bottom of the hour is going to be the deal, and I guess there's going to be, I'm hoping for a short squeeze into the close of the stock markets to take us back to fair value, which is somewhere in between the high and the low of the day right now. So if we got bookends right now, this is today's range, and we fell in that hole at the last bit. Certainly the high probability exit is to wait to come back and just go flat. And of course, so I'm underwater on these guys, so I kind of want to get back to. I guess I'm asking for a 500 pip move here, or at least 400 to here, because even these, I bought more down here. I didn't buy any here, but it's okay. This was the ultimate place, was to wait and buy every 15 minutes, which I didn't. So if you bought every 15 minutes when it's down heavy, you're only in one ticket here. But if you buy on the way down, it's different. If you buy on the way down, you're scaling in.
The real question is, where's that institutional order block?
Oof. Well, I found one under my bed last night. I went to sleep and I'm like, what is that sound? In ICT, a little baby version of ICT, kind of like that little, where's Chucky, He was holding an order block.
He's got a fucking little magical leather-bound tome, and he's like fucking trying to... Oh. What's the date? Okay. Dude, that guy's such a freak, man.
Yeah, he breaks out his. He gets out a compass and a sextant. He opens his journal and he puts on a pirate peg leg and he starts to plan the trading day for the next order block, I think. A peg leg. Whew. Boy, they just destroyed that. That was top tick Tommy up here and then just boosh. 1,500 pips down hard. Now I'm thinking at least a 500 pip dead cat bounce in golf. Come into the floor at least back to here. These double wicks here. And then maybe we can make some money. At least I don't have to worry about scalping. That was work. Of course, you could scalp in a quiet market like that, but then, you got to have scripts that got deep and wide spacing for these kind of moves, to trade that same style of laying in orders, because you put them in too tight there, you can see they just shear them off.
Yeah, that's always the question on EQ. Like, what is too tight, right? Because the fucking average daily range can just be so extreme that, if you try to trade too tight, right, you're gonna get fucking knocked out, right? But too tight can mean 100 pip stop, 200 pip stop. And that's some fucking
today
heavy
it looks
money,
like
depending on your position size.
it looks like you need an 800 pip stop to buy where I got in on my first ticket. I'm underwater by 800 pips here on this top of this rack, but I will stay through that. I'll probably hold this until 4 p.m. and then just dump the whole thing out. Only because it's not a scalp now. The whole account's in this fucker in a swing. It turned from a scalp. It turned from trading with stops to just, this is I did this on the euro. It makes money because you're just like, no, this is obviously a buy. I don't know. Let's take a look at the, are you using the Dow Jones as any kind of guide? Look at the same thing happened on the Dow here, right? So that was I would have done this trade on the Dow, but I didn't. But that's the wick. You buy this and that's the trap and then you cash out there. There's a sympathy move from the Dow kind of running along with, because the Dow looks like we already had that phase just happen. And here's, I would trade the Dow. I should be actually but see, this is the same concept that you come down here, you trap, and now you're ripping north, and it could engulf. The Dow Jones could take out the high of the day now. And I suppose if we're looking for the markets to kind of move, I got the S&P on the right here, but the S&P is kind of dead. The S&P just did the same maneuver, right? Big fake out move down. We got a big wick on the S&P 500. And I think that could take out the high of the day. So I should just hold this. I could probably make about $3,000, right, if I hold it all the way back to my entry. I think so. Here, let me look at the one we're trading this NASDAQ again. Okay, so now I could buy at the market. I got free margin, but I won't, because if it backs up one fucking pip, I won't be able to hold this trade. So it's a money management thing.
I mean, this looks like a pretty strong bounce here.
I could buy at the market, but I'd have to scalp it. I wouldn't want to hold it. I'd have to start thinking okay, let's take something off the table. So I'm up almost up 26 cents on the bottom of the rack right now. I'd actually be up on that. Okay, now we're going to hold this. Here comes the psycho bottom of the hour shit. I think we could go ripping up into the close of the day, so I'm just going to hold it. I'm just going to sit here and get rich slow now. After all that frantic fucking scalping. That was crazy, man.
You looking forward to going back to trading Eurodollar tomorrow?
Boy, I have to trade standard lots on the 1 minute chart now. I don't know if I'll be able to. I figured mathematically it's like trading 5K spread-wise, because here the spread's $1. So to replicate that with my broker, I had to trade 5Ks and the spread would be $1. And, 5K is not bad. But it's not like you're going to blow up the account. Like here, I just almost blew up the account right here. I mean, we took a fucking... we were $5,000 and we're down like 2,200 right now. But the day's not over, and this looks like the most beautiful fucking auction I've ever seen on this 15-minute chart. You know, all the 5-minute auctions aside, this is the deep fact. This is the swing trade of the day. Just even make it back to the middle of the road here. I'm curious to see what happens when we come back to the floor. On the 5-minute chart here, are we going to go ripping back through that, or are we going to stall out and sellers come in? I think we're going to rip back through it. I guess I should probably get out here. This is when the thing came unwrapped. This is at the 500-yard line. I think we could make it to here, but I'm actually kind of greedy. I wanted to take out this trend line and come ripping back, and this is one of those measured moves where it's down, pause, rip. As soon as we get about
ML,
here,
did you just see that fucking volume bar?
Right here, I'm going to get out.
You can just use my real name.
Oh, Mikey? Is your real name? You're Shibordnik.
Josh.
Shibordnik.
Pikachu.
Oh, Josh.
My name's Pikachu.
It's Josh. You know, there's 400,000 other Joshes in the United States, so you can.
Not lately that I heard of. You're the only one that's still alive that I know of. But other than that, yeah, you're good to go. Nobody's gonna come after you. You can always say you're joshing. You're just joshing.
What was that?
You can say you're just joshing. Do you get that a lot? Hey, you joshing me, Josh? You probably get that a lot.
No, I think that's an older people joke.
Oh, well, I must say that I'm old, so I'm 62 years old. So for me, I got some really corny shit. I could probably can't use it.
And NQ is going to invigorate you or make you feel like a 25-year-old again.
No, I feel like I've lived 3 months of Eurodollar trading in 5 minutes on this last plunge. I can't remember the last time I saw the Euro drop 1,500 pips in an hour and a half. Or actually in an hour. 1 hour. Look at the 1 hour chart. You're like, okay, well, let's see if I get this straight. Yeah, because you don't want to sell in that 1 hour chart. Like the bottom of the hour. My question is, are you going to sell the half-hour chart right now? Not on your life. Here comes the retracement now. So let's see if I can make my target. It's going to be above this fractal on the 5. I'm going to get out right here at this. Let's just hold through that. We have to wait until 3 o'clock probably to get paid on this thing, though. Come ripping back. So a lot of the scalpers are getting out right now, I'd say. That's a high probability. It looks like they already did. So now I could tank. So I've had some free margin. I put a buy limit like right here. So I've done this before where, I think it is going to engulf, but it might pull back one little bit, so I could put a buy limit here. I'll have available margin for that one little ticket there. So this 5-minute window to me is critical. A 5-minute chart, this 5 minutes after the bottom of the hour, we've updated the half-hour chart. I gotta delete these objects. So there's the half hour. Still tanking though, look at that. Like I said, another tank. I think I can afford to buy one more here on the limit if we go down again. No, ran out of money.
The cumulative delta
just ran out of money.
Look like a bounce at all. It looks like a weak bounce on that.
I picked up one little ticket there. Now I'm ran out of margin though. See, that's why I would never buy into a retracement like that. Can't afford it. Okay, I got like the perfect size here. There's such a battle here. You know, when you're in a trade this big, every little fucking, I was in so big last night, every fucking pip, you're like, oh really? We got to get above this thing on the 5, on the 15. Ultimately, I'm gonna every trade will be a winner if I can hold until we get to here. That looks like the last fake out spike. Look at that 1 minute pullback. We're banging against the floor. We're trying to get above it now. Knocking on heaven's door here. second, rifling back through there. Yeah, the 1 minute chart's totally tradable, you know. You could even have bought that pullback to the 500 pip handle if you're fast enough. The limit's faster than the market. I got filled in that little baby limit there. Okay, so I got free margin, but I'm not going to add, and we'll let this thing rip. 1 minute chart, man. Tells the whole story, doesn't it? That fucking thing. Ugh. Brutalization. Yeah, I guess I'm an order flow guy. I don't know. Taking your 10 pips out of the euro. Euro to the yen. Yeah, euro to the yen moves a little bit. That's kind of exciting. Here's the contest. Are we going to punch through the floor here? Are we going to come back to life and retrace now? We got a minute and 15 seconds left before the 5 minute guys update. 5 minute story is that we're trapped under the floor, itching to go up now. Got to break this trend line on the 5. Then we got to come back to life. Resurrection. Like Reanimator, you know, you got to take that syringe, that hypodermic. Get this puppy back to life. Yeah, this slot down here, man. If I would have a single drop scripts, I could have already been scalped out just by buying this slot of psycho deep old prices here. That's the we're in that contest right now. So here's the do or die moment. Is going to be in 20 seconds here. Going to double bottom on the 1 minute. We could rifle back through to the north now. Come flying back. Revenge of the bulls. They're pissed. You piss these bulls off, man. I got a short squeeze going now. Okay, let it go. There you go. 5 minutes in, and we're still under the floor. Can we pile north? Otherwise, we're just going to have to ask if you want fries with that. Washing windows in traffic. We broke the trend line. Here's a trend line pull. You can do technical analysis on the fly here, like a breakout, trend line pull back.
Yeah, we broke out on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
The trend line, and then we kind of retraced into it.
Yeah.
Now we're going back up.
There, the top becomes a bottom on the trend line. The resistance becomes support. Yeah, it just seems like, you know, like 15 minutes is like a whole lifetime on this chart. This is nothing but a half hour sell off. Look at that. The half hour, you can't even see anything from all that drama on the 15 minutes got a double bottom. Look at that. 15-minute floor is a long-term chart to me compared to that 1 minute chart. Okay.
I personally like the 15 second and the 1 minute together, because with the 15 second I can see the real detail of like what's going on, because in a 1 minute candle a lot of different stuff could be going on, but that's just for retarded scalping.
I guess I'm relying on the tick chart as my version of that, I suppose.
Yeah, the tick chart is popular. The 512 tick, I've used the 200 tick, and then for really low volume and after hours, I've used the 100 tick.
Oh, a tick bar where you pick how many ticks are going to make a bar?
No, yeah, tick. Instead of using minutes or seconds, you use ticks.
Yeah, it smooths out the data. It gives you a nice clear, especially do a line chart on that. You're going to get a nice, you don't get so many zigzags. I like the time now because I like to see this little walking pattern here where we start to merge. We get these baby tops become bottoms. You can't get that on a tick bar chart because this is timestamp. So you get this thing that walks away, starts to drift up. Now it looks like they're going to crush it down or something.
This is a very weak bounce.
As long as we hold this price here, I'd buy at the market right there a minute ago, if I wasn't already long. So now I'm looking for a rally. I'm going to cut north. Of course, I don't have a choice. I'm totally committed to long this here, but. So by the top of the hour, I think that by 4 o'clock, so now that could be a big short squeeze because the market's going to close, and who wants to be short into the weekend down here? It's like, really? I don't think so. So the squeeze is going to start right now, I think. I'm going to go tearing up above this line, and I think we could do it, actually. My target looks realistic now. So now it looks realistic. We could cut north here, and I'll just hit my finger on the profits button, I suppose. Or just wait till 4 o'clock, and maybe we do take out the high of the day. Here's the moment of truth. Can we punch through this? It'll be a very quick and dirty window. The question is, are we going to rip through this floor and blow this out too and just deny all that sell-off and just go smash? This is 500 pips. I can't believe it to here. Huh. It's amazing. Get her done, man. What a get her done market. I like that 1 minute chart. It certainly gives you the serious breadth of the market. There's plenty of breadth in this market. I mean, there's fucking a million people trading it. Even if this is just a derivative or a copy, you can just see the insanity here.
Yeah, it almost looks like you're trading like a fraction of a micro or something.
Yeah, I'm trading micro lots, but I'm probably actually a nano lot compared to the actual exchange.
Right, because an actual micro contract on the futures is $2 a tick. No, it's what is it? No, it's 50 cents a tick.
Yeah, it's 50 cents a tick for a micro. Yeah.
Here, when I pull the trigger here, the spread is $1.20. I mean $1.12. And this is $50 between these black lines. It's $50 on a micro lot. So I'm in about 20K here. If we rip to here, if we get above here, we'll be at like fucking probably $7,000 on the account. If we take out the high of the day, I'd probably be at $10,000, I think. I mean, it's insane. I'm underwater on all these tickets, but when we get back to here, I know I'll be back to at least $5,000 plus all this added on, because I only lost $1,000 of margin on the plunge. So my balance, I'm holding so many losing trades now because I have no stops on these. I literally infinite stops. The account's a stop, really, basically. So we're starting to curl up here a little bit on the 5, maybe. Still got to get through this. This is the obstacle of the day, getting through this, convincingly shearing through this support that we blew out. We got time left in the day, though. Maybe not to take out the high of the day, but at least come back into this normal price, you know. I consider this unfair value right now, anything below this half-hour wick. Trap below that unfair, like extreme prices, let's call it extreme price. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Tanking again. Still got sellers in this thing though. Yeah, swing trading this is kind of pretty brutal. I need more than this much money, I think. I got to trade smaller.
It's just Friday's garbage, dude. Friday's super garbage, especially at the end of the day. Yeah. People are like, I mean, it's spring break. A bunch of people probably went out of the office like already.
Yeah. Yeah, aren't they doing that? They're twerking on cars down in Florida, right? So there's a lot of people that normally would trade, the twerkers, you know. You know, because a lot of chicks, chicks can do what guys do. They can scalp too, but they're usually out twerking, when it's spring break, and they're not. That I noticed the lack of liquidity right there. Where are all the twerkers? They should be on this trade. They could buy more spandex. How'd you like Biden's speech there? I mean, you kind of wonder.
I didn't watch it. What was give me the too long didn't read?
What's that?
I didn't watch it. What's the too long didn't read?
He
what's the short version?
He was basically asleep.
Yeah, I mean, he was apologizing. He got lost, and everything was written out for him. And then he got a little bit.
Was this his first press conference that he did?
Yeah.
And he completely fucked it up?
Yeah, in fact, at a couple points, he just literally stopped talking, looked down, and started apologizing for being completely lost.
Really?
Well, the most vicious thing he said is that we're not going to let people starve to death in northern Mexico like Trump did, so anybody that wants to cross the border, come on in.
Holy shit. You're trolling me. He
No,
didn't say that.
He did. He did.
You're trolling me right now. I don't believe it.
Dude, I'm not. I'm serious as a fucking stop hunt.
You're not even trading. This is all a troll.
I'm as serious as a contrarian trader. No, I swear to God, I think I could find the greatest hits. No, it's mind-blowing. He said so many vicious shit. They didn't even talk about Corona. And so this news reporter says this chick.
Well, Corona's over, dude. It's over now.
Yeah, I know. I got. Yeah.
It's like Bush with that mission accomplished fucking banner on.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they should do that on the pile of dead bodies. Mission accomplished. Like everybody died who was going to die from it, so it's over.
Well, it cured cancer, that fucking Corona. I'm surprised Biden didn't take that opportunity to say, yeah, I cured cancer. Look at this fucking, you see anybody die of cancer last year? I'm all over that shit. I set that up before I got into office. What, do I look like a fucking idiot? No, it was, and then another amazing thing was, so this lady who was a liberal with a mask, take the fucking mask off. Did you see Ted Cruz? He's like, dude, I'm not going to use a mask. He goes, if you don't like it, step away. That was 3 days ago. So this lady says, hey, Mr. Biden, because, Trump's still president. Hey, Mr. Biden, are you going to run for re-election? He got all pissed off. What are you talking about that? No, are you still going to have Kamala? Oh, yeah, what the fuck? This guy's probably going to drop dead in about 6 months. He'll just fucking lock up. Have an aneurysm and start talking backwards, fall over, and be dead. The 15-minute traders are buying the shit out of this thing. Or the 15-minute algos take over and ride me to the top of the chart. It's so sad, dude. I mean, that guy is so... If he's not falling upstairs, he's mumbling to himself, I'm surprised he didn't come flying down the steps. That would have been epic. That would have been the meme of the century, to have him coming down those stairs. You know the one with the Trump's launching golf balls at him? You know that one? Because Trump was hitting golf balls at Hillary that one time she fell down, remember? Trying to get in the van.
Are you talking about the time that she was going to the car, like coming down the steps, and they're like holding her up? She looks like she's fucking dying and shit, and they're trying to rush her in the SUV. Like, no, don't worry, guys, she's still alive.
She left a shoe behind. Yeah, they just dumped her in there like a fucking box of rocks and like a bag of sand, and they just threw in there. Yeah, here you go, babe. No, she was pretty. Can you imagine if she was president? You lose your mind. A true nanny of the nanny state. There's such fucking greedy people. Their whole world is just about how they can pad their wallets. So with that, how do you make that much money after you retire? I mean, it's not even realistic. I mean, in the private sector, you can't pull that down. And the fact that Clinton is worth, like Mr. Clinton, right? You're not president anymore, and you're making money on speeches. What do you know that's so special that you're worth a fucking $100,000 a speech? So I think it's just people hire him for $100,000 a speech so they can brag that we got the president of the United States here. You know, he's a fucking moron. What is he saying worth it? I'd rather listen to Anton Creel tell me how to trade Forex. I'd rather take a mentorship from ICT than listen to fucking a speech by anybody take the mentorship program?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't. I know somebody who did.
You know, some people, it really clicks with them. So, you know, they're making money because they just do that shit. You know, you'd be surprised, man. There's people with moving averages making money. It's not going to be me because I'm like, you know, I don't think I want to do that. But there's people doing that stuff. Looks like they're melting down. They're going to blow out my
I mean, there's
account.
some pretty exotic moving averages. I mean, I program indicators and I've played around with some adaptive moving averages. And you can get some pretty interesting, tight-fitting moving averages that will, you know, they will stop tracking when it breaks out and let you go the other way, right? There's no lag.
Yeah, so the adaptive moving average, to me, the trend line is like the poor man's adapting. You keep on redrawing that trend line, you know. I kind of like that because I'm either waiting for it to break. You know, I'm waiting for the trend line to break. So I guess it's my the contest.
You know, if George Floyd learned how to trade NQ, he probably wouldn't have had that counterfeit dollar bill.
Man, boy, you reverse engineered that fucking problem. Yeah, you got that fucking down. I'm thinking,
He probably wouldn't have took fentanyl either because he wouldn't. You need a.
How about you know what? Because we could actually probably get a grant to study how Forex trading keeps people from smoking crack and having a knee on their neck. How many lives are we saving? Listen, you might have blown up your fucking NASDAQ account, but dude, you're still alive. I mean, you can do some more fentanyl to take the edge off the last account you blew up. I mean, okay, you know, you're a heavy partier, Floyd guy here, buddy. And then just whip out a laptop and go. You ever heard of MT4? Is that like MDM? No, that's a drug. MT4.
You go into some dark alley of, you know, the fucking inner city, you know, with your fucking little tablet there, and you're like, hey kid, you want to learn how to trade NQ? Come here.
You know, I actually did that. I actually did it. So this is about 10 years ago. You know, I was very ambitious. I was pretty excited about MT4 and all the scripts I wrote. I didn't know how to share it, you know, and I really didn't have a Skype channel or nothing back then. So I went down to this really wealthy area of the city, and I was amazed. I go down there and I said to there's a library down there, you know, this is with books and shit. And they had a computer lab. And I said, how much is it to rent your computer lab? And they said, well, it's $100 for a 4-hour rental. And I said, really? Are you sure? Is that the right price? Because, I mean, this is a really rich neighborhood, but apparently the government's paying for it. So I go down there and it's got like 10 computers and then like a master overhead computer, and you can direct the room. So I go down there and I got MT4 and USB drives, and I hurry up and I load them into I think you're allowed to put some stuff on some of the hard drive in the library. I hurry up, I load MT4, boom, 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 put demos on. I'm not kidding you. So I'm sitting there and news is coming out on the Australian dollar. And I go, okay, everybody watch. I'm gonna load a script, and I put buy limits in. And just like this, but without blowing up the account, I put in limits. And here comes the news out of Australia. It's about 7:30 at night. It's some fucking interest rate bullshit. The market rips down, retraces, cashes out, and I was kind of half expecting people to go, well, that's pretty cool. You know, but some people are going, and your point is? I go, are you fucking retarded? So I didn't get pissed off that back then, but so I was trying to get like a trading partner in a sense, right? I was hoping somebody would go, hey, that's really cool. Let's do something there. And one guy came up to me, he goes, could you write me a script for the S&P 500? I go, sure enough. So I write them the script, you know, and I emailed it to him, and he says, yeah, I loaded the script and it doesn't work. And I looked at it and I go, oh, I see. It was a pending order. And if you didn't have it, in, it had to be in 25, we're talking about the increments of the real exchange, If you didn't have that script stop written for the right increments on the S&P 500, the script wouldn't drop because it would just ignore it. It'd be like, dude, that's not a real price. So it's finally retracing after they just nearly blew me up here. It's finally engulfing. Isn't that amazing? So that's the big swing trade of the day. I wish I would have not got it so heavy, but I'm still in. Yeah, that's the big headbanger, isn't it? Look how they took out that wick and trapped everybody trading a break out of the 30-minute. So
that is as big of a boner as you're going to see right
Look
there.
at that. So that's the ultimate stop hunt in golf. And if you had enough money to buy that lonely wick down, now if we can make it above here, actually I feel like holding to the end of the day now just to bring the account back to almost 4,000 if we're lucky.
Wow, I can't believe you escaped from that.
Well, the thing is though all the tickets that remained have no stops. And I did that earlier today and made quite a bit of money back. Now we're almost going up 1,000 pips. We're up 1,000 pips from the bottom of that wick right now. So I'm going to get out here when we get to these treetops, this area here. I'll probably get out the market. Look how vicious that is on the 1-minute chart. That's just literally the short squeeze of all short squeeze. When they take down that last tick here, look at the reaction of that. Oof. And now it's just keep pounding north. So before we take out that floor, we got to go one little notch lower and just blow out everybody's ticket, the ultimate liquidity. Yeah, that was crazy town. See, I wouldn't buy here because I wouldn't chase it now at all. I think that's the hardest thing is to because it's tempting to look at this tick chart on the like that 1-minute chart, well, let's buy here. And the way this market is, it probably is going to go up and just keep going up, but it's too late for me. Here's the original target I was aiming at. There's sellers there at the 500 last known. Now it could rip down. There's going to be buyers here. So it's such a dramatic end to the day, isn't it? 5 minutes before 3. Look at this shit. So it's just a little bit too early on that entry, but that was, and I didn't have enough dry powder down here because I bought in at the market as it's dropping because I don't have if I had single scripts, this wouldn't have happened. Like if I had singles down here with a 500 pip stop, I could have accumulated this whole thing without even, and I would have cashed out already too because it come ripping back. But it looks like we still flip up.
They had to move 20,000 cubic yards of sand to move this fucking ship.
Wow. How much cocaine's on that ship again? So, I wonder how often that happens. It probably happens with small boats. The water level goes down. Is this a global warming thing? Is that why the water level went down?
They're using 8 tugboats to move.
Not Fibonacci.
Large.
I heard this was a conspiracy by Israel because they want to get a canal, a secondary canal dug through the Sinai Desert that goes through the southern border of Israel.
Are you serious? You're trolling me now, buddy.
Are you sure they didn't just want better entries on NQ?
You got to think of what the real agenda is here. What people won't do for a good fill. They're manipulating the market in kind of a 3D chess thing. They're doing like a Trump shit. Here, it looks like we're going to smash up finally.
It would be interesting to find out the institutional rules for trading futures, like how many futures you're legally allowed to trade and there's got to be some rules because you could just manipulate the entire market like this.
I don't think so because, there's liquidity. I mean, there's people taking the other side of the trade. Like, I don't know, because it has a limit. Somebody might have just done that here, like this dump, but then it has a capitulation point, because if that was true, you end up chasing your own trade. See, if you start buying into this, then you're chasing your own trade, and if you're that big, you just kill your own trade. So that's what keeps it from happening, I suppose. If you're going to go severely in one direction, At 3 o'clock, this is the big. You got S&P cash used to trade 10 minutes after 4 p.m. in Chicago. You'd see these guys yelling at each other. Every pit's closed, and these guys are yelling for like 10 to 15 minutes after 4. I went on a tour, and I said to the guy, "What's going on there?" He goes, "They're still trading the S&P 500." I'm like, "Those 4 guys yelling at each other are trading the..." Yeah. This will be a big drama here. We could flip up about 500 pips here at the top of the hour. Just go boom, up. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. It's easier though. It's easier to swing trade because that scalping was a workout. So you guys are yeah, now look, we almost took out the high of the day now. We got a bum rush here. What's the Dow Jones doing? Is it climbing north too? Yeah, look, Dow Jones is itching the. Look at Dow Jones did another retest wick, so we could have traded that one too, but we decided to use the Nasdaq because it's way more vicious. It's kind of like a fucking. Look at this Dow Jones. Wow, going after the high of the day. What happened to the ruble? I actually got the ruble here. I got, what else? I got the dollar index. S&P 500 is making a run for the border. Look at that. Gold doesn't give a fuck. I don't know. What else we got? Yeah, look at the Dow. Look, all the stock indexes are just going berserk. What was the other one we were watching? It's, God, I hope that, I feel bad now because I feel like I'm cheating on the euro. Do you think they know? Like, I wait for the broker to call and go, "Aren't you going to trade the euro anymore?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe." Let's see what happened to the euro. I wasn't even watching, so I'm glad I got out of the euro because it was like, it just fizzled.
Think of how many viewers of your stream are going to blow up their accounts trying to trade in Q now watching you.
Yeah. Oh, man. You'll never be able to blow up an account like me. Don't even try. If I hold this, actually, if I stubbornly hold this, because look at the 4-hour chart. We could still go up another 1,000 pips, and we could, by next week, I should just walk away from this and hold it because I got no targets either. We could be up here. I'd be a fucking 30 grand. Oh, it was pretty good. It's pretty good entry there, buddy. Yeah, almost blew up the account, but I got $2,000 of free margin now, but I'm not about to fucking chase this trade. We just have to let it go after the high of the day and let it be what it is, which is the most insane short squeeze I've ever seen. Oh, looks like there's sellers here on the rooftop of that 15-minute. Boy, they're making a run for the border, man. All these indices are about to blow out the high of the day. Wow. That is crazy time. So actually, I'm up on every ticket right now I could get out. Every ticket's a winner for the moment. I think I'll wait till this price here. So if this is real money, I'll wait for this price. If I get back to 5,000, I'd be like, yeah, call it a day. We're gonna have a problem here. Sellers are coming in right now. I should scalp out here. So let me just get out of this thing. Looks like the sellers are coming in. So let me just get out of this thing so that we can trade a little bit more lightly. I'm still in a chunk though.
What's your P&L for today?
It's like, well, I started off with yeah, I'll tell you how it started. So
well,
yeah. Well, let me.
I started off with money.
I can explain. No, I
mean,
no, I driver's license registry. I can explain, officer. What happened was, okay, she said,
she told me she was 18, officer.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess, okay, she had a fake driver's license. That's what it was, officer. No, so I started off with like, I think it was at 5,600, and I was dicking around stuff, and then I started running these scripts, and actually was up to, I was actually in worse shape earlier. I was at 1,400, and I built it all the way back to 5,000, doing all these baby scalps during all this shit here. You see all this gentle shit? So I was making $300 on all these scalps here, and when the market collapsed like a rape date, I took a drawdown there of about 1,500. So I'm down 1,500. Here's the thing: if you go to the racetrack with $5 and you make 10 million, and then you lose it all and come home, and then your wife asks you how you the track? Oh, I lost $5. So I'm gonna explain it like that. Yeah, I'll put some. I got plenty of free margin to dick around now. I can make it all back. You'll see. I'll make it all back. I will. No, that was the exit though. You kind of had to get out there. Whatever. This is fair value exit though, all the way back to the middle of the road. So, the ride's over. But that was fun. I don't think we're taking out the high of the day now. Everything's dead. It looked like it there for a second,
I think I'm done trying to trade for the day now.
No, it looked like we were going to make this bum rush, but there's only an hour left. I think we're going to drift down and like I said, the biggest problem if you're one of these investor guys, you might have just seen the tippity top for the next 6 months and basing on this structure of this bottom becoming a top. We wicked up and trapped every goober along on the stock market. I bet even Bitcoin's a fucking trap right now. Bitcoin, put a fork in it. I'm issuing an all-time sell here. Bitcoin, it's done.
Did you take any trades in the past in the past hour?
No. I was about to go long before it popped, but I just didn't. I hesitated, and then it popped, and I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. I guess I'm done for the day.
He only does comedy trades. No,
yeah, I mean, you got to have the balls to take NQ like while it's popping, and just like know that it's gonna pop some more.
I've only got one ball, and I popped my sack. I got one ball left after today, and I got a hole in the sack.
The problem was like, and this is probably why I'm not gonna be trading Fridays a lot. Is I got so many false signals on my fucking indicator today, and I was just trading structure and trying to use the indicator, just for a little bit of confidence. And all throughout the day, right, it was just a total mismatch with fucking structure and the indicator. Now, I took some really good trades today. I took 2 good trades. But at the end of the day like this, I just have no confidence, right? The structure to me looks unclear, right?
It's
right,
garbage.
Right
NQ is garbage
value,
on Fridays.
so it could go either fucking way. And I've been, I got a long signal right before it popped up like that. I got a long signal from my indicator, and I'm like, yeah, but
Did you get any long signals on it though, on those other fake bounces it did?
Well, I'll just show you a screenshot later of just how fucking crazy it was. But I'm about to take off. I'm gonna go and do some shit.
Start drinking. Yeah. Get the Cuervo 1600 out, and we'll have to do a debriefing. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I got a real strong sell signal right now on my indicator, but I don't want to fucking go short right now. I don't.
It's too late
what the
today.
fuck?
Yeah,
But
my P&L was crazy today.
But the volume is erratic probably today. In other words, intermittent volume probably distort your indicator a little bit. I mean, these are kind of like
what it was.
these
It
are
was
like
intermittent volume.
these are like
All these
baby
crazy spike.
baby flash rallies and baby flash crashes, they're probably going to make it look like noise to your indicator if they're low volume spikes. Probably just give you a flat line, like no, it doesn't give you a defined sharp edge. You know, it's just not.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the real weaknesses of this indicator is that, and this is why I was basically trading GU, right? Because the liquidity on GU, it has the volatility that I'm looking for, and the volume is just so fucking steady, right? Lots of fucking volume, right? So you don't see fucking wild volume spikes, you know, in EU or GU that you do here on the Nasdaq, right? So yeah, that is an issue that my indicator is leans very heavily on volume, and so it can get tripped out, you know, when we get these spikes.
Do you think you could integrate the cumulative delta into your indicator, dude? Because man,
well, like I told you, it works somewhat like cumulative delta.
Right, I know, but could you integrate that variable into a part of it? Because it really I mean, I'll have to show you another time, like how useful it is to see divergence and like when you really get a bounce.
But I guess what I'm trying to tell you, right, is that the concept of cumulative delta, right? What I have in my indicator is much more advanced than that. So I can't go into too many details on a stream or whatever, but I can tell you more about it in private. But cumulative delta is like it's
a dumber version of whatever you're doing.
Yeah, the dumber version. Yeah. I mean, you know, have you tried to fucking put cumulative delta on the 5-second candles, right?
I'm on the I use it on the 15-second.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
See, so I've got this short signal, and it's looking like it's maybe gonna dump, you know. But do I go short here? Fuck, I don't know, man. It's the end of Friday, you know.
I'm just gonna play around putting some naked limits in here on this little maybe possible sell-off and just scalp it.
Do you think you're gonna close in profit today, or are you gonna be down?
I gotta check my cumulative loss indicator. I've been accumulating losses all day with my indicator. It's working really good. Am I what? Am I gonna do what? Oh, look at this crazy.
Do you think you're gonna close in profit today?
Oh God. Well, I mean, I'm actually no. I don't think so. No, I'm down 1,500. I mean, I was at 5,000. The demo was at 5,000, and I made about $600 trading currencies so far in this account. But then when I went to full retard Nasdaq, I kind of like got a little hammered there. I've been all over the map. I've been down to 1,400, so I considered it a success that I made it back to 3,500 here. But that was just that was crazy.
1K for the day on the Nasdaq.
That looks like we're going to make a run up slightly here. So it will actually trade, but barely trade for an hour after 4. It'll just drift around and barely move. Or are they going to shut down the whole thing, exchange?
Well, the exchange closes at 5 Eastern.
Oh, okay.
And then, I mean, it's basically Forex hours. I mean, it literally is Forex hours, with the exception that the exchange closes for maintenance and whatever the fuck for 1 hour each day at 5 o'clock Eastern. And then it comes online at 6. So basically, right when Tokyo is opening, futures market opens back up. And so the market is going to close at 5 Eastern, just like Forex, and it's going to open at 5 on Sunday, just like Forex.
Yeah, I did some amazing scalps there in that lunch hour thing. It spiked up, and I mean, I make like $300, dude. I got into I was getting into 14Ks and 10Ks. It just pops up, and I had my finger on the take profits, and I would have made a little bit more if I would have waited longer, because, you know, when it's bobbing around in this 100 pip window and you're up $300, you just kind of want to get out. Even if you hold for low, I could have made 700 if I held through it, but yeah, we're making a run now to the north. Look at this. Look at this drama. I think I cash out of that.
Yeah, I think it'll be short-lived. I think it'll spike down.
So I just went flat. I'm going to put some sell limits. I'm going to put some sell limits up there, though. I'm going to come in with manual sell limits now. I should have done this in the beginning. I'd actually be up in the day. I'm selling into this all the way up. If we go up, I'll get filled. So I was doing the scripts, which I should have made those scripts a lot lighter, but I would have made less money. This would just need.
I mean, look, I just posted a screenshot. That's those are the 1 second candles. So look at those fucking giant fucking volume bars, right? That just Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is it. The yeah, right. Yeah, some serious. It's funny that spike in volume comes after the rally. So you got up and down. Blue is down volume and red's up. Or red's down volume and blue's up on the bottom. Or I can barely see the color.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The greenish is up volume and the red is down volume. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a big push at the end of that trend. There's a big blue volume, and to me, that's almost like Goober's buying into that last plump. Like
a volume spike of that magnitude, there's no way. I mean, that's a goober unless you're. I mean, I guess hedge funds can be goobers or whatever. But that
I would
spike,
say so.
That's literally like fucking millions of dollars of contracts right there.
Yeah. No, I think that the biggest goobers are the banks, because remember the old too big to fail, 2008. Oh,
Well, they were too big to fail, though. They didn't fail. They got fucking bailed out. So.
Right, but my view is
they paid all their loans back. They all made money. It was all a smart dumb bet.
But what kind of big boy intellect is it when you there was some guy working there that said, hey, by the way, all these derivatives and all these default swaps and all these fucking mortgages and all this what was the company that was the head of that big loan company?
Bear Stearns?
No, well, that and the loan company, God, they just had loans on, these big jumbo loans. And if you had a pulse, you could get a loan. The government kind of laid the groundwork for that by everybody should have a house, the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac shit. And then one guy goes, was it Countrywide Loans or something? Oh, by the way, and the first default starts, and then it's like, and some guy looks at the computer, and by the morning there's going to be no liquidity. And I thought, so these are the fucking geniuses that you're entrusting? These are the big boys, dude. No retail, no small guys dumb enough to do the shit they were doing. Fucking cantilever and 5 fucking instruments, derivative out into the middle of nowhere. And then selling it offshore and says, oh, you want to get into the United States mortgage market by derivatives? Come on aboard. What the fuck? This is just waiting to blow up. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, if you don't need a pulse to vote, why do you need a pulse to buy a house? You know what I mean?
Duh. That's what I'm saying. Now you're seeing it my way. And I got a Dominion machine over here. I'm tuning up. I'm oiling up for the next election. I made this one. It goes Trump only. I got USB drives I'm giving away for free, and no matter what votes you put in there, it comes out Trump.
You know what we should do, right, is rig up these Dominion machines for the dark horse candidate, Jeb Bush.
Yeah. How about Yang and Bush on the same ticket? Yang. One guy's giving away money, the other guy's fucking a pussy beyond belief. They're both actually. You know what? Yang might turn him gay too. I think Yang seems like if he wasn't married, he's gay as fuck. But that's just me. Giving away $1,000.
Maybe he is gay as fuck. You don't know.
Yeah, he might be a closet. Closet situation there. No, there was. So I came across Yang. I did a video about Yang. I found him one day. He was doing one of these things where they have pretty music and they have telephoto shots and all this soft focus. And he's talking for 3 minutes. He's a candidate for president. Yeah, well, I'm a computer program, and pretty soon your job's going to be lost to a robot. I'm like, listen, dumb fuck. It takes more people to run a robot than it does for the guy to fucking dig the dish. You know how many people are involved in building and programming a robot? It creates more jobs, you dumb shit. He's such a dumb fuck. I want to punch him, but that's just me. Sorry. It's triggered by fucking stupidity. Dude, robots create jobs. Come on. Give me a break. Look at how much work I'm doing on the MT4 here. I'm not calling in phones. I'm calling on phone order.
Well, I'm done trading, so I'm gonna fuck off and do
all right, man.
Important things.
Do
so
other stuff.
We'll
All right,
see
I'll
you later,
life
man.
goes on, dude.
Yep. we'll watch you blow up your account another day.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm working on. You know, I'm got a mentorship. I coach people through while they blow up the account. I hold their hand. It's part of my mentorship program.
Let me show you how to get a stop loss.
I show you the proper things to drink. You know, depending on how underwater you are, what drugs you should take to soothe yourself, what movies you should watch.
Yeah, they call it stop loss therapy.
It's called.
You ever heard of diesel therapy? You know what diesel therapy is?
No, you huff the
so
exhaust pipe on a
diesel
bus.
Therapy is, right? So if you go into the penitentiary system, okay? If you're a problem prisoner, they will put you on a bus or a plane. Even they've got whatever how they ship prisoners back and forth from facility to facility. And if you're a problem prisoner, right, they'll just put you on a fucking bus and they will transfer you around. You will live on that fucking bus for 6 months to a year, just going back and forth between institution to institution, right? You don't get out. You can't receive mail.
Is that the torture?
You don't get phone calls.
Is that a designed torture, or is that just because they're disorganized?
Yeah, it's a form of torture. Yeah, it's a form of compliance torture.
It's like
right?
dig a ditch and fill
get
it.
The prisoners to understand, like, okay, if you can't behave, in the prison, right, we'll just stick you on a fucking bus, right? You can fucking eat fucking stale bologna sandwiches, for the rest of your life, and fucking lose your hearing because all you hear is the drone of a diesel engine all day, right? So they call it diesel engine, or diesel therapy, right? So I'm thinking, for these problem traders, right, like fucking ICT and no nonsense, right? We should do fucking stop loss therapy,
Or here, what we do is we
put them on a stop loss regimen.
Can we strap into a chair and then we'll put in too many pendings in an account and we'll force them to watch the account blow up? We'll take all the indicators off their chart right there. It'll probably give them an anxiety attack.
Yeah, dude. No, so you have you seen fucking A Clockwork Orange?
Yes, a few times.
Yeah, man. We strap down,
the toothpicks and the eyeballs.
No nonsense Forex and just show him a chart with no indicators on it.
Yeah.
Fucking, hold his eyes open.
Yeah, I'll put the eye drops in while you hold his eyes open. And then later on when he's in the hospital, we'll bring in those big Bozak speakers and we'll play fucking Ben Lichtenstein's Calling the Market Crash.
Beethoven. Anyway, I'm off, so see y'all.
All right, have a good weekend.
Yeah, it looks like they were finally getting a little rally there. Amazing. Fucking A. So it's time to hit the bar, isn't it? Take off your mask and go get some Corona going. It's Corona time. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, I guess we're gonna go take a siesta here. Go get some comfort food and gorge myself. I know it seems to be drifting and kind of, this is like a drift up, and I think that, it's kind of, almost a cell here. I've actually got filled on a cell limit up there. It's just so late in the day. You could get one of those spikes at the end of the day where you just go do a bum rush, a run for the border. Because look at I think even the Dow Jones is taking out the high of the day, and on the hourly chart, it looks like the Dow Jones could pick one more price pulse up. One more, Yeah, last day of the week, it's the end of the month too, so I think it's a big bull trap, though. I think the stock market, I think Bitcoin's all in for a tumble now. Like, Bitcoin could not get the party started here. Look at Bitcoin's trapped under the floor. It's got to engulf and keep... I guess Bitcoin, you can watch it on the weekend to see what happens. It's going to be something else. I guess a little bit there. Curiosity trade is paper trading the Bitcoin. But it's just so maxed out here, I still think in the long run that the daily structures on the Dow Jones say you're in trouble. Look at this daily. For this to keep being a bull market, the Dow Jones has to take out the high, all-time high. The problem is this is a classic distribution phase where you get choppy. In the new high territory, you go choppy like this. Dude, this is scary if you're a bull. I mean, it's one of these things. It's just like this shit where you make a new high and then it tumbles all the way down. Comes flying all the way back to here. All right, man. So I'm gonna call it quits. I'm gonna go get some grub and try to pick up some Corona. I wonder if does Corona fix Corona? If you drink enough Corona beer, does that kill the Corona virus? Doesn't work like that, man. Yeah, look, they just keep on driving up that. Could have stayed through their whole trade there. Could have made a ton of money here buying just below that wick and holding that for about an hour. That would have been amazing. So, yeah, everybody's leaving. Go to Sunday night, it starts again. More drama. Never a dull moment. Anyways, so that's that. Thanks for coming to the